This is Yuan Ping, known by many as Martial Emperor or Emperor Yuan, the first and only person to reach the true immortal realm in the three great heavenly domains. But upon reaching this power, he only had one small dream: to raise a big, round group of disciples. Yep, that's the dream of so many of our viewers, including, you touch my disciple, I'll wipe out their entire family, make their old ancestor kneel and beg for peace. And what happens next? Eek. Please stay tuned. The story begins at night, with non-stop rain. In the darkness, a figure is flying around like a monkey. Who else could it be but our main guy? Staying up all night, running around like a crazy person, wanting to catch these wolves for bone broth. Unable to catch up, he resorts to drastic measures. Our guy unleashes a sharp burst of spiritual energy, cutting the wolves in half. After he massacres the entire wolf clan, he has the nerve to sneer, "Netherworld demonic hounds," making people tremble at the mere mention. So many little scaredy cats. Forget it. What a wasted trip. Suddenly, our guy picks up the scent of a girl. This aura. It's coming from far away. It's a babe who's been badly injured. Her mouth still moving. Senior sister. The other two can only say, "Sorry, we're only following orders. Taking your spiritual route, sorry." Ye Yu Xuan is about to kick the bucket, so Ye Yu Xuan says some last words. Haha. So no matter how you transmigrate, the world is still so cruel. Forget it. Ending like this, dying like this, feels so regrettable. That's right, too bad, huh? Who's talking? So unwilling. If there's anyone, please save me. Opening her eyes, she sees our guy's eyes popping out. Holy crap, should I take advantage while she's still warm? Hearing this, Ye Yu Xuan is totally shocked and kicks the bucket right away. No way. Just saying one sentence and she's already croaked. Is the younger generation's endurance that weak now? Oh well, I'll slowly teach her later. The next morning, at the Heavenly Cloud Academy, Ye Yu Xuan has woken up, questioning her whole existence. I'm not dead. Where is this? Where are my clothes? Looking around the room, she notices something strange. Why does this world have the Mona Lisa? Before she can wonder, our guy pushes open the door and says, "Looks like you're awake." I already told them. There really is a new junior sister. Sorry for the trouble. As soon as she sees our guy, she's like, "What a body. Pervert, don't come over here. Is that how you treat your savior? You saved me. That voice is you. Who else? Who's as kind as me? When meeting you in the Netherworld forest, you only had a sliver of life left. I brought you back, because I felt sorry for you. I wonder why he saved me. I can't go back to the sect anymore. I'll just have to go with the flow for now." Right. Is this Mona Lisa yours? How do you know the smile of the Mona Lisa? Could it be? They both look at each other and say in unison, just saying two sentences, and they both know they're from the same production company, same hometown, both earthlings. What the heck? While hugging, the blanket magically falls off, and our guy is immediately drooling all over. A moment later, those clothes of hers are in tatters. "Let me find you something suitable. Here, these are your clothes. Can't you give me something normal? Seriously? Sorry. Those clothes of yours were in tatters. Can't be worn anymore. Tight conditions. Only this size fits. Besides, this one's beautiful. Front protruding, back curvy. Your expression tells me you did it on purpose, you bastard." Heh, sharp tongue. Saying that, our guy hands Ye Yu Xuan a contract. "Here, take a look at this contract. Let me tell you up front, even if you're my savior, I won't sell myself. I only sell myself to the one who does the deed. You're overthinking it. I've seen more beauties than the grains of rice you've eaten. Your level can't break my virginity. Pileft. Proficient in your field. I thought you were so powerful, but you're still a virgin. Shut up, hurry up and look." Heavenly Cloud Academy. Letter of acceptance. Letter of acceptance. That's right. Seeing that you don't have anywhere to go, why not just enter the Heavenly Cloud Academy? We're recruiting just when our academy is short on staff. Don't worry about tuition for now, just sell yourself temporarily. Should I trust this sketchy-looking guy? But if I don't sign, where else can I go? Sign here, infuse some spiritual energy, and you're done. Whatever, just sign it. It can't be worse than things are now. As soon as I poured spiritual power into the contract, an incredibly terrifying force erupted, piercing the sky. Outside the academy, a group of people witnessed this, seemingly unfazed. Looks like what the teacher said about a new junior sister is true. Awesome. Yanser. Finally someone younger than me. Seems like we're about to have a welcome ceremony. Heaven's Tao certification. Scene cuts to Ye Yu Xuan. The scene from just now surprised her. Wait, was that Heaven's Tao certification just now? Yeah, so it's just a regular Heaven's Tao certification. Why are you so worked up? No buts. Come with me to meet your senior brothers and sisters. Every Heaven's Daocio certification only happens when the leaders of the major races during the century's Great War reach the Saint Realm and swear to the heavens. But Saint Realm cultivators haven't appeared for 1,000 years. How could his contract trigger Heaven's Daoxiao certification? Just what kind of person is he? A moment later, at the training grounds, Yunping's disciples were buzzing with excitement. You guys think our new junior sister is the cute type or the hot type? Warning, don't you get any funny ideas? Get your hand out of your pants? Why else would the two of you be so angry? What if you scare the new junior sister later? Back then, Xiao Lin harassed you and got a lesson from the teacher. Xiang, let him off the hook, shut up, stop arguing. They're here everyone, lively bunch today, huh? As soon as they saw Yunping arrive, the group lined up and said in unison, Teacher, good morning. From left to right, Ye Yu Wangjun, Ye Yu Xuan, Lin Yanxiang, Yue Xi, Jiang Shaoguang reporting in. Teacher, all 5 of us are assembled, please give your instructions. Excellent. Alright, let me introduce everyone. This girl is named Ye Yu Xuan. From now on, she's your 6th junior sister. Ah, hello everyone. Seeing their new junior sister, the group welcomed her enthusiastically, making Yu Xuan shyly hide behind Yunping's robes. Why are you hiding? Go greet your 4 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Wait a minute, something's off. After counting again, Yu Xuan realized she was in a pickle. 4 senior brothers, 1 senior sister. Wait, but there are clearly 3 guys and 2 girls here, right? Yeah, this is your 2nd senior brother, Xianxia, who naturally has a larger package than yours. Seeing that scene, Yu Xuan's eyes glazed over, and she started yelling "Muda Muda" repeatedly at Yunping. Yue Tian instantly jumped up and kicked Yunping right in the head. This simple, brutal kick was even stronger than that of the Tianbo sect elders. Yunping, don't get so worked up. It's just lifting your skirt, kid. You have one, I have one too, why be shy? Or did dressing up as a girl make you really think you are one? Don't be shy with me. Knowing how to cross-dress is a one-time try with endless possibilities. It's okay. Yu Xuan also realized something very unexpected. This unreliable teacher took a direct hit from a Huafeng stage attack without getting hurt at all. The realms of this world are divided into Na Ling, Ling Dian, Xuan Men, Ling Tai, Huafeng, Bian Shen, Kai Yuan, Ji Ying, Dong Shu, Du Sheng, Ban Bi Yu Xian, Zhen Xian. It's okay. I will raise you as my daughter. Hearing that, Yue Tian was furious, swinging his hand to slap Yunping in the head. But Yunping blocked it with a single finger. Fine, I won't lift your skirt anymore, okay? Cool down. Getting angry makes wrinkles. Alright, you guys continue practicing. Your little junior sister and I have some things to take care of. Scene cuts to a desolate, remote place. You, why did you bring me here? Of course, there's something important I want to tell you. Couldn't you have picked a more spacious place? What does he want to do to me? Could it be? Yunping then grabbed Yu Xuan's hand and started feeling around, then reached down to her triple confluence river. Yu Xuan put up a weak resistance, just panting. Seeing that, Yunping knocked her on the head. So young and not studying properly, always thinking about doing perverted things. You bring someone into a corner and start touching them, everyone thinks it's perverted, understand? Only you would think it's perverted. Okay, let's talk business. I brought you here to talk about your future cultivation. Your spiritual root was dug out. Though your life was temporarily saved, the road of cultivation is now broken. Without a spiritual root, you can't cultivate. In a few decades, mortals are like ants. You'll only get trampled under cultivators' feet. You do know this, right? Hearing that, Yu Xuan's spirit plummeted. Yeah, it's not just being trampled underfoot. A cripple without spiritual roots can only lie still and wait for death, maybe even be turned into a vessel. I'm just giving you a gentle reminder. Don't be sad, little one. As my student, you won't be lying around waiting to die. How about I give you another spiritual root? Ye Yu Xuan was utterly surprised. Give? That's right, but I don't have your original Xuan Yin spiritual root here right now. I only have Yang Fire, Bai Han, and Qing Yu spiritual roots available. You'll just have to make do with those. Yang Fire, Bai Han, Qing Yu. And you're saying those are just making do? Among the 5th rank spiritual roots, my Xuan Yin spiritual root is considered a top-grade spiritual root for geniuses throughout the entire Desolate Sky domain. Yang Fire, Bai Han, and Qing Yu are all spiritual-grade spiritual roots. Besides, there are very few that can improve their spiritual roots grade through cultivation. Not many at all. High-grade spiritual roots haven't appeared in ages, so these top 2 grades have become the targets of the masses. Each of the 3 great spiritual grade spiritual roots he mentioned would be fought over by smaller sects. And you're willing to give me such good spiritual roots? No way, this guy is sus. Speak, what do you want to take from me in exchange for giving me the spiritual root? If it's for that kind of thing, I won't agree. I only give that stuff to people I touch. This girl really has a rich imagination, geez. You really think I'm that kind of person? I'm your teacher, letting you cultivate, giving you a gift. Isn't that okay? If it's okay, and you don't choose, I'll help you choose. Otherwise, if I don't complete my teaching task, then I've failed my duties. Your original Xuan Yin spiritual root is of the cold element, which clashes with the Yang fire spiritual root. The Bai Han spiritual root is suppressed by the residual cold energy of the Xuan Yin. So that only leaves the Qing Yu spiritual root. The Qing Yu has a gentle nature, just right for refining the residual Xuan Yin cold qi in your body. Is this pervert really trying to be nice to me? But I can't rule out that he's using the spiritual root to hit on me. Thinking from saving me to the clothes to the spiritual root, could it be that he's the type who likes raising female slaves? Right after, Qing Yu's spiritual root immediately appeared with an extremely special shape. Why is this spiritual root's form so weird? You sure you want me to swallow that directly? Of course. Why is the spiritual root so weird? How am I supposed to eat this? Don't mind its weird look. You already know the benefits of the spiritual root, right? It's so chill you can feel the abundant spiritual power. And so, Ye Yu Xuan just swallowed the spiritual root like that, almost choked. How is it? Doesn't it feel great going straight down to the stomach? Looking at the pervert is irritating, so Ye Yu Xuan turned and kicked him, but he immediately grabbed her leg. A master is no match for a schemer. The pervert immediately started groping Ye Yu Xuan's legs. Okay, I apologize, heroine, don't be angry. Only after kicking did Ye Yu Xuan realize that her strength had become much stronger. Wait, the power of that kick just now reached the Xuan realm stage. My strength is back. This recovery speed is too fast. How is it? My stuff isn't bad, right? Work hard a little more, and in a few days, I'll take you back to your sect. That disgusting place. I'm not going. By some script-like coincidence, Ye Yu Xuan's leg went numb, and she lost her balance and fell onto the pervert. What's the rush? Want to do it right here and now. My leg is numb, you move. Telling the pervert to move, he only moved his hips up and down, making Ye Yu Xuan furious. I told you to stand up first, you bastard. I'm going first. I still have to go back and fuse with the spiritual root. Don't you want to take revenge and reclaim your original spiritual root? Hearing the words revenge, Ye Yu Xuan immediately stopped, and the atmosphere changed. Yunping immediately recognized a familiar aura. At this moment, a terrifying purple aura emanated from around Ye Yu Xuan, and her whole body seemed to be controlled by another person. Ye Yu Xuan immediately attacked anything she saw, and she lunged to attack Yunping. Yunping immediately dodged. It's just like the stench I smelled in the heavenly ghost forest, and it coincides with the aura of that thing. Although she lost control, Ye Yu Xuan still tried to say, "Leave quickly, otherwise I'll kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Yu Xuan still lunged and punched Yunping repeatedly. Yunping invested all his skill points into evasion, so he dodged very smoothly. After that, he seized the opportunity to knock Yunping unconscious so she wouldn't be controlled anymore. In this situation, how could a teacher just leave a student behind and leave on their own? That thing loves to induce negative emotions in its host, which led to Ye Yu Xuan's berserk state. But how did it get into Ye Yu Xuan's body? Recalling the battle from 100 years ago, Yunping had a cultural exchange with an extremely powerful Jiao dragon. He clearly remembers finishing it off, yet its aura is on Ye Yu Xuan. TCH. Guess I'll have to suppress it forcefully for now, even if it means shattering Ye Yu Xuan's divine soul. Looks like after dealing with this, I'll have to make a trip to the extreme heaven domain. While he was thinking, Xiaoyan suddenly ran over. Why is Xiaoyan here? Xiaoyan's spirit origin power isn't fully refined yet, and he's not good at playing basketball, so he stopped. I was just wandering around and saw some commotion over here, so I came to check on how Martial Sister Xiaolu is doing. She almost went into chi deviation, but she's alright now. Xiaoyan, can you help me take care of her? Okay, sure, then I'll be off. Where are you going? To retrieve Martial Sister Xiaolu's things. A moment later, at the Heaven's Northern Valley, Yunping came to settle the score, only to find a crowd of people. So many people. Isn't the recruitment convention supposed to be in half a year? Everyone, get in line. You need to have your cultivation checked before entering the field. Even a profound sect weirdo like you is here. Of course I had to come. Both the 3000 Library and Heaven's Northern Valley are recruiting. Who wouldn't be excited? That's right, being able to enter the 3000 Library is a door that everyone wants to step through. The 3000 Library. Are those old geezers crazy or something? A moment later, at the aptitude test, some dude placed his hand on the test stone, but it only lit up with 3 characters. Third-rate aptitude. Trash tier. Move along. Switching scenes to the martial arts arena, the trial grounds here are much grander than before. Suddenly, the dude looked up, and slightly above the crowd, he saw some chicks sitting with those old guys from the 3000 Library. Did those old farts get this woman in through the back door? It's just as well you didn't come. I won't have to hold back later. While he was yawning his head off, Someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "What do you want? I see that you're wearing such fancy clothes, with such extraordinary style. You must come from a prestigious family." Fancy clothes? Extraordinary style, huh? Has small talk gotten to this level now? For anyone who doesn't know, this dude's clothes were picked up from a dumpster. Cough, cough. However, I see that you have a dark spot between your eyebrows, and a very perverted and indecent look on your face. You're gonna have a bloody encounter today. You know how to read faces. This isn't just face reading. There's nothing in this world involving the 5 elements in yin and yang that I can't calculate. Want to pick one? I'll give you a 20% discount deal, but if you try to scam me, you better be prepared. Little missy, no one can escape these perverted eyes of mine. Seeing that he had been discovered, plus the terrifying pressure, this person was scared and quickly ran away. Your feathers haven't even grown in yet, and you dare to try to scam. Yours truly, Yun. These young people these days are really clueless. That person ran away hastily, dropping some badge that Yun Ping found familiar. Switching scenes to where the person who ran was. She ran to her martial uncle, panting heavily, and said, "Martial uncle, Tian Yi, where did you run off to again? Tian Yi, please give me a break, don't cause any more trouble." "Martial uncle, calm down. Tian Yi was doing important business." Tian Yi pulled out a jade pendant from her clothes and said, It just glowed. "I think I've found the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy that the fortune teller talked about." "Tian Yi, don't joke about this with martial uncle. Are you sure? Really? Because Tian Yi can't see his fate, you could say he basically has no fate at all. Even my central divine eye can't see his fate in the 3 great heaven domains. Only Tian Yi with the central divine eye can see through the truth of destiny, and can clearly see the fate of anything in the world, even inanimate objects. But Tian Yi says that her central divine eye can't see through that person." Recalling the words of the fortune teller, "If you encounter someone in the desolate heaven domain whose fate the central divine eye can't see through, remember to treat them with courtesy. He is a benefactor of the Lanyu heavenly palace, and will help us overcome this tribulation. Did you treat him properly just now?" "Of course. I not only let him choose freely, but I also gave him a 20% discount." Her mouth. "Heaven wants to destroy our Lanyu heavenly palace." "Shishu, look. That guy on the field is the one I met earlier, Kong Kong Zhu." Next up is Yun Ping challenging Xianxia, a disciple of the outer sect. Seeing that lovesick fool looking so scrubby, everyone jumped in to curse. A piece of trash who hasn't even reached the profound gate stage dares to challenge the second disciple of the outer sect. I bet he can't even withstand one move from Shiji Liang. This guy is toast. Who's gonna light incense for him? Liang Shi from Tianbei Valley requests guidance. "Please yield. This guy's super weak. Let's finish this quick so I can go back and watch the drama." "One move is enough. Look. Shiji Liang is about to make her move. This kid is so scared he doesn't even dare to move." "Haha, he probably pissed his pants." Liang Shi rushed forward really fast, but the lovesick fool raised his leg and kicked. Liang Shi flew hundreds of meters away, feeling like she underestimated him a bit. Gotta get serious. Before she could even get up, the lovesick fool stepped forward and kicked her again, then grabbed Liang Shi by the neck and hoisted her up like a chicken, asking, "Spill the tea! Answer honestly. Where is Ye Yu Xuan's spirit root? How? How do you know?" "Of course it's because she's still alive. After you guys left, I took her back. You might not believe it, but I saved her." Hearing this, Liang Shi slumped down, then recalled the old days. That girl had been by my side since she was little. With high comprehension and rapid progress, she originally had a great future, but because she possessed a special treasure, she was targeted by powerful forces. Hearing that you guys had a Xuan Yin spirit root seed, not wanting to do it, Liang Shi knelt down. "Shifu, Yu Xuan and I grew up together since we were little. I can't do that. But the elders of the sect, she can't refuse. That guy is extremely foolish. Do you know that if they don't see the Xuan Yin spirit root in 3 days, not only us two, but the entire Tianbei Valley will be finished?" In the end, that night, I still chose the sect, and personally killed Yu Xuan. She's still alive. She's really still alive. That's really too good. Thank you for saving her. But right now, she desperately needs her Xuan Yin spirit root. You know, without a spirit root, she's no different from a cripple, and I think you know where that spirit root is now. In the middle of the interrogation, a sword flew from behind, but Yun Ping shook his head slightly, dodging it. "Madman. How dare you? Daring to commit such a despicable act against a Tianbei Valley disciple in broad daylight. I'll take your dog life." Isn't physical contact during a competition normal? Besides, even if you came at me, I'd still beat you the same way. Hearing this, the old man was startled. "What? You still want to hit me? Could it be that you have that kind of perverted hobby?" "If you like, this old man can agree, but only in my private room, and wait for me to prepare a can of cooking oil." OMG. The old man is speechless. You're really a sick old man, Tianyi, my son. Could this person be the foretold one? I was originally very sure, but now it seems like my divine eye of truth has been glitching recently. Quick, put some superglue on my eyeballs. Kid, I can see that you're pretty stubborn, so let's just drop it. Can't reason with you guys. Let's get down to business. Hand over the Xuan Yin spirit root you guys snatched from Ye Yu Xuan. I'm old, my ears are a bit deaf. I don't understand what you're babbling about. Disciple Ye Yu Xuan is one of our disciples. It's true that she has been missing for many days. We haven't found her yet. Could it be that you dog thief, want to deceive us? Saying lies with a straight face? No wonder you managed to climb to the position of elder. Don't even think about talking nonsense, Tianbei Valley disciples. Listen up. Capture this brat who committed a despicable act against our valley's disciple, damaging the reputation of Tianbei Valley. Capture him, and then stick a pole so far up his butt he won't be able to walk. When we get the chance, let's arrange for Zhao Zhang to fight him. What a pity for that girl. That kid's hands are too heavy. All of you combined couldn't last 5 minutes. However, it's no problem for you to attack me. I'm basically a good person. I don't want to bully others, so I won't personally hit you guys. With that, the lovesick fool pulled out an extremely hot item from his pants. Using the worst weapon to fight you, this will broaden your horizons and understanding. Everyone looked at this magical artifact, surprised by its strangeness. What is this? Without saying much, eat one shot of my splat. Instantly, the entire Tianbei Valley exploded into a mess, smoke and fire everywhere. Not only that, the lovesick fool's 30 centimeters cannon can even fire in bursts. What kind of terrifying magic artifact is this? Run, bros, Palace Master, save us. What are you all standing around for? Go help Jun Ming already. If I wasn't busy with these puny demons, I'd flay you all alive. Hey, don't play dumb if you can't win. Just tell me where Ye Yu Xuan's spiritual root is. I'm super busy. See? Right after that, the green-robed guys rushed out to help. So you're helping this old geezer, huh? Not bad, not bad. Alright then, try this. Feast of Flesh Bomb. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The leader of the green-robed guys was a bit wary. This magic artifact is really strange, everyone be careful. The dude squeezed, but it shot too wildly and too much, so the gun was completely drained and couldn't fire anymore. Damn it, this thing's out of ammo. The nerve of him, trying to trick us. Everyone, let's go. Beat him to death for trying to flex on us. You mother FCKERS. You cowards, if you've got guts, fight me one-on-one. Do you dare let me reload first? Looks like he only won against me earlier by relying on some external power. Now that he has no magic artifact, he'll be beaten to death by the people from Xianxia Academy. For some reason, that chick Liangxi jumped in to shield the guy, then said some gibberish I didn't get, and then Liangxi cried something and said, quickly find a chance to run. Before, I couldn't protect Yu Xuan. This time, I must protect Yu Xuan's savior. She barely finished speaking when she was thrown aside by a book, leaving the green-robed guys to continue fighting. Get out of the way, don't block, beat him to death. Let's see how arrogant this punk still is. Wait a minute, did you guys just throw a girl away? Who cares what some side character thinks? Keep fighting. I thought he was so powerful. Turns out he's just an idiot who can only talk big. The dude even added to the drama for realism. Today, I underestimated you guys. I admit defeat. I'm about to die. Could you perhaps like and subscribe to the Manhwa Recap Hub channel? By the way, could you tell me where Ye Yu Xuan's spiritual root actually is? Just as the guy was about to kick the bucket, someone appeared and said, "You're at death's door anyway, so telling you is no big deal. I heard the teachers of Xianxia Academy are no weaker than the Transformation God stage. This kid is definitely dead." This is Marquis Gongxin Chen of Xianxia Academy. What a great beauty. An incredibly formidable character. I took the profound yin spiritual root from Tianbei Gu's good relations with Xianxia Academy. Of course, I took it for myself. Arrogant? So you ordered Tianbei Gu to get the profound yin spiritual root for you. Even so, killing an innocent cultivator is just a small, worthless life. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Injuries and deaths are common. Why be surprised? Besides, taking her spiritual root to help me break through a bottleneck and advance to the origin opening realm is an honor for an insignificant ant like her. Just a human life. Is this the style of your Xianxia Academy? So what if it is? Human lives. For cultivators, they're the most worthless things. Ultimately, is there a problem with me taking her spiritual root? Isn't your revenge just asking for death? In this world where the strong prey on the weak, hearing this woman, the whole arena crowd eagerly condemned her, practically canceling her online. Did they really do that? Even Xianxia Academy shouldn't disregard human lives like this. Tianbei Gu even laid hands on a fellow disciple. What vicious schemes! My Xianxia Academy's actions are not for you busybodies to meddle with. You all talk a good game like righteous knights? But haven't you trampled on plenty of others yourselves? Oh, I almost forgot. Someone dared to try a little something, to test the waters against our Xianxia Academy. Then this venerable one shall grant your wish? With that, this woman grabbed Liang Shi. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Gong Xin plunged her hand in as if grabbing a crab, and pulled out Liang Shi's spiritual root. This is the consequence of opposing Xianxia Academy. Does anyone else want to try? Initially, Li Jiangxi was the one who extracted Yu Xuan's spiritual root, so now let her feel this pain herself. As for this crazy woman Gong Xin, she felt around the guy's gun, then turned and asked, "Hey, bring out that ammo you were talking about. Feeling generous today, I'll give you a clean death." This dude, Zhu Feng, tossed out a spatial ring. "It's all in here. Offering this magic weapon will definitely get me a reward." As soon as he took the ring, it exploded like a firecracker. The explosion was so huge, it left a crater around Gong Xin. But because she had some toys, she didn't bite the dust. Zhu Feng smoothed his hair, trying to look cool. He originally just wanted to play around and joke, not actually make a move himself. Lucky I swapped it for a touch detonation type, and it still didn't kill her. She's as dumb as a doornail. Oh, this chick is so pissed she's gonna beat me to a pulp. Congrats, your brain finally developed. Now let me show you what it means for the weak to bully the strong, and what's good and evil. You gonna rip out your own spiritual root, or do I have to do it for you, Gong Xin? Take this. Ring-a-ding-ding, know what this is? This is a body-protecting spirit realm left by the founder of the 3000 Academy. It can block a 3-dimensional half-immortal, even 21 Supreme Realm experts can't touch me. What can a little ant like you do? It can block 3 hits for you, just to humor you. That explosion counts as 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Ping immediately rushed forward and landed a hook punch, sending that chick flying. Then Yun Ping jumped up and channeled spirit energy into his hand, but for some reason, this chick didn't show up on the scoreboard and is still pulling out stuff to run. Isn't that the half-immortal spirit realm? Why isn't it working anymore? Could it be broken? Right, it must be broken. I need to go back and fix it, ASAP. This ignorant brat, wait till I get back, you're toast. Just as she was about to bail, a hand quietly reached out. Yo, did I say you could leave? Zhu Feng then used the skill head patting divine palm. How dare you? If you don't want your divine soul shattered and to suffer endless pain, release me now. You little leech, I'm gonna tell the Gong family and 3000 Academy to tear you apart. Too much talking, so Zhu Feng reached into the crab hole and pulled out Ye Yu Xuan's spiritual root. Gong family, 3000 Academy. Sending them to hunt me down. Just another joke I heard today. The spirit realm on her should be given to those old geezers. To keep them alive, buy one get one free. Let me tell you another truth. I founded the 3000 Academy. Job done. Zhu Feng walked over to Liang Shi. I didn't save you from that woman because you made Ye Yu Xuan suffer terribly that night. Now I'm saving you because you blocked a few punches for me. After today, your debt with Yu Xuan is cleared. Do your own thing, please. Wait, can you help me pass a message to her? Go ahead. Liang Shi rambled on for a bit, and after Zhu Feng heard it, he said, "Get lost and don't come back," leaving the gossiping crowd to discuss. Wang Hao's fate is uncertain. The Gong family won't let him off easy. Where did this expert come from? Tianbei Valley, and 3000 Academy will probably tear him to pieces. Has the news of finding the prophecy child been sent back yet? It has. Don't worry, Master Uncle. I've finally waited for this moment. After millions of years, among the 8 great celestial domains, only Martial Emperor and Wen Emperor have broken through to true immortal cultivation. Half-immortals are pitifully few. Aside from the 21 Domain Supremes, there are only half-immortals from 7 Dreams Tree and Lin Yu Heavenly Palace. We have a large number below half-immortal. But for so many years, it seems no one can advance to half-immortal. Master Uncle, now a new star suddenly appeared, with the power to suppress half-immortals and also is the prophecy child, LOL. I'm afraid the cultivation world is about to change. Scene changes to Yuntian Academy. Zhu Feng was strolling around when he heard light coming from a room. Still lights on so late? Aren't they waiting for me? As he got closer, he heard a very strange thump-thump sound. Zhu Feng poked a hole to peek in and saw Yao Nhi and Yu Xuan massaging each other. This scene made Zhu Feng explode everywhere, senior sister. Did you hear something? Seems like there was a little bit. Opening the door, they saw Zhu Feng dead in front of the door. Teacher, you're back so fast. Yan Nh. I was very good today. Not only did she watch 6 junior sister take a bath, but she also massaged her to open up her meridians. Yan Hair is a super reliable senior sister. Yan Hair's amazing. Go get some rest. Tomorrow the old teacher will give Yan Hair Wendy's new song. Really awesome. Good night, old teacher. I'm leaving little Lou in your care. Where did you sneak off to? Always so mysterious. And you even told our senior sisters to hide it from me. That bastard Yun Ping pulled out a spiritual root. Go get this back for her. What are you standing there for? He's willing to face those forces for me. Hold on to this moment. The object returns to its original owner. But since you've recovered to the profound gate stage, don't fuse with the profound yin spiritual root. Otherwise, your body will explode and you'll die. Oh, right. Someone also told me to tell you, please tell my younger sister I'm sorry. I don't care what happens to your senior sister in the future. I just hope you can escape from hatred. You're my disciple. I believe you can do it. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed, and Ye Yu Xuan's inner demon suddenly took control. Can I do it? Can I? A voice echoed inside her head. Of course, just hand over your body to me. And just like that, Ye Yu Xuan was controlled by her inner demon. She pounced on Yuanping, her hands reaching down to grope Yuanping. Then she pretended to lick his neck, and then she flipped her face like flipping a book, planning to take a bite out of Yuanping. But Yuanping was just pretending, and immediately pushed the demon inside Ye Yu Xuan's body out. You bastard! You tricked me again by pretending to be dumb. It's been hundreds of years, and you still haven't improved. Who can you blame? It hurts. Let this great one go, pal. Can't we talk this over? Yun-E, please be generous and let me go. Can't I just call you Dad? Dad Yuanping? I'm begging you. Destroying this thing now will hurt Xiaolu, so I have to temporarily seal it back into her body. So the next morning, Ye Yu Xuan, who had been in a coma for 1 billion years, finally woke up. I fell asleep again. My body's a little sore. You fell and passed out just now. You think I'll believe that? Whatever. As long as you didn't hurt me, thank you for doing all this for me. Before I lost consciousness, you told me not to live in hatred. I'll try now. What's up? Get some rest. I'm heading out. Oh, right. Remember to come to the training ground tomorrow morning. I'll give you a big treasure. Hearing the words big, Ye Yu Xuan suddenly felt a little choked up. I know what you guys are thinking. Xiaomei, is practicing martial arts with the male lead today, making Xiaomei wonder to the male lead, why is it just you and me? Where is everyone else? The male lead, while stretching, replied, they're all on vacation. The male lead explained further, you're a new student. You can't take a vacation until you finish the basic curriculum. Xiaomei shyly thought to herself. So, it's just me and him today? Asked the male lead. What was he going to give her yesterday? The male lead replied, it's a cultivation technique. Your spiritual root is not compatible with the cultivation technique right now. Adding, that garbage cultivation technique from the Tianbei Valley is useless. Just throw it away. I'll give you a better one, Xiaomei screamed after hearing this, asking in disbelief. Throw it. Thrown away. I've been practicing that cultivation technique for so many years. I'll break through the 4th stage in just a few months. How can you just say it's trash? What's more, it's a high-grade 6th rank technique. It's already very powerful. Hearing Xiaomei's words, the male lead pretended to be surprised and calmly said, no breaking, no standing. Besides, early fruit is not sweet. Have you seen women cultivating the sunflower manual? Even if you cultivate it, it's useless. The female lead's face was full of resentment. The male lead made a condition. How about this? You use that cultivation technique to use one move on this pillar. If this pillar breaks, I'll listen to you. If it doesn't break, you listen to me. The female lead was full of confidence. Let's do it. The female lead concentrated her inner strength and swung her hand with a punch, invincible ice mountain fist, into the wooden pillar, while not forgetting to confidently say, how is it? My ice mountain fist is still not bad. As soon as she finished speaking, the male lead's laughter rang out. Are you sure this is the ice mountain fist? I think you should call it Wangba fist. The size and appearance look very similar to Wangba fist. Xiaomei looked back. There was only a small dent from a punch on the pillar, making her extremely stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Zhu Feng chuckled. So much for fierce as a tiger. Turns out, it's a big fat 0, just like you said. Xiaomei bristled. What did he do to that pillar? Ignoring her, Zhu Feng just said, nah, then explained, thing is, those pillars are made of special wood. Normal attacks won't do squat. Xiaomei protested. That's not fair. You're cheating. If it was a normal pillar, I could totally do it. He just shrugged, restating the rules. Can't change the pillar, gotta own up to your skills, or just change your cultivation technique, that's all. Zhu Feng pointed towards the mountains. See those? All those pillars on those mountains? Those are the ones your senior brothers and sisters broke. A scene appeared, of broken wooden pillars, piled up like mountains. Zhu Feng added, that tiny one on the left? That's their mystical era miracle. Xiaomei was thunderstruck. Guess I really am a noob. Zhu Feng patted her shoulder. Don't sweat it. Once you swap techniques, you'll catch up. Xiaomei was lost in thought, questioning her very existence. You really think a 6th grade superior level technique is garbage? She mused. Cultivation techniques have 7 grades: Celestial, Saint, heaven, king, superior, spirit, and mortal. Zhao Mei's eyes lit up. Superior level and above. Only a select few can even touch those. Forget about having one. Just seeing one would be enough for a lifetime, she declared. I managed to squeeze into the sect at Tianbei Valley just by using this technique. Hearing Zhao Mei, Zhu Feng mused. You're right, there really aren't many 6th grade superior level techniques around. He unleashed his powers, pulling out a heaven grade manual. Heaven grade, on the other hand, is a little more common. These old things are just in the way. He turned to see Zhao Mei sprawled in the pile of manuals, lost in a blissful daze, thinking, I've reached the peak of my life. Speechless, Zhu Feng sighed and sat down, sorting through the manuals. Never seen the world, huh? Let's see what suits your azure jade spiritual roots. Zhao Mei happily agreed. Zhu Feng pulled out a heavenly endurance technique. Take this one. Zhao Mei snatched it back, horrified. That sounds way too scary. Am I dreaming? She thought happily. I can't believe it. A 6th grade, heaven grade technique. She hugged the manual, grinning like crazy, and Zhu Feng had to remind her. Wipe the drool off your face. We need to find the next thing, Zhao Mei asked. What's the next treasure? Zhu Feng replied. You'll see when we get there. A dilapidated house made Zhao Mei suspicious. Are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place? Zhu Feng replied. Relax. This is the right place. Zhao Mei stood at the door, thinking. Like before, there's probably hidden strength inside. A true world. A different world. Zhu Feng knocked repeatedly. Open up! Open up! An angry voice yelled. Knock your head. Disturbing someone's dream in the morning is a crime, you know. The smith looked up, recognizing a regular customer. Why are you here so much earlier than the delivery time? Zhu Feng made an excuse. Just passing by. Wanted to visit my brother. The two men put their arms around each other. Zhu Feng lied smoothly. Every time you come here, it's to pluck your disciple. Zhu Feng buttered him up. You know I treat you as a brother, so I'm asking you to help with my new disciple's weapon. Zhao Mei looked around at the dilapidated surroundings, trying to reassure herself. This can't be real. I can't be fooled by appearances. Still, she couldn't believe her eyes. How does this look like a place that makes high-end weapons? In a corner, the two were negotiating, and the smith said, Weapons are fine, but... Before he could finish, Zhu Feng butted in. I got it. 2%, right? But the smith wanted 20%. Shocking, Zhu Feng. That's highway robbery. Why don't you just rob a bank? The smith said proudly. Look at my shop's reputation. Take it or leave it. He waved towards the door. The male lead wished he could strangle him. You little punk. Are you looking down on me? Do you know how hard I worked to gather those materials? 5 portions. No more. The negotiation battle raged on. The male lead slammed the table. 7 portions. Take it or leave it. The other side didn't back down either. 15 portions. Neither side would budge. On our side, Zhao Mei tentatively touched a sword, and it broke with a touch, looking worried. Why did it break so easily? How much do I have to pay for this then? You said it was different from how it looks. The other side was still bursting with vigor. In the end, the male lead was drained with a 10-portion reward and finalized the deal. After arguing all day, it turned out to be instant noodles, making the female lead a bit dumbfounded. We worked all day for this. It's just instant noodles. The male lead slumped down, lamenting, That's it, I don't even have a drop left. The craftsman was content and satisfied with the pile of noodle boxes. Not bad, not bad. This much is enough to last me until next year. The craftsman turned and glared at Zhao Mei, making her panic, not understanding why. The blacksmith thought to himself, This little sister is pretty capable, making that old turtle bleed so much. She's the first. The weapon craftsman happily waved, Goodbye, take care, the finished weapons will be sent to you. Remember to come to me for any future magical artifacts or spirit weapons. I'll give you a preferential price. The two masters and disciples left with the male lead's face burning, unable to endure this frustration, calling us brothers to our faces, but the instant noodles aren't even worth a penny. Zhao Mei beside him tried to soothe his anger. She curiously asked the male lead, What kind of magical artifact or spirit weapon do you want to make for me? The male lead said, It's a secret for now. The two masters and disciples walked back while chatting. Zhao Mei wondered. Exchanging 10 boxes of noodles for a magical artifact or spirit weapon is a huge loss. In response, the male lead leisurely said, That's what you think. Whether it's a loss to someone at his level depends on himself. As long as he thinks it's not a loss, then it's all worth it. The male lead added with a smile, Moreover, he's not a younger brother. He's old enough to be your ancestor. The genius Duan Sheng from hundreds of years ago, you know him, that's him, making Xiaomei suspicious. Our place is full of old, rotten things. Is that Duan Shang? Don't tell me you're Emperor Wen. The male lead admitted. I'm also Emperor Wen, making Xiaomei argue. Then I'll say I'm Emperor Wu. The two senior brothers with pink and red hair had also arrived. The weapon craftsman arrived to see the blacksmith screaming like he wanted to spit fire. What shattering heaven blade? You ruined my warhammer. The pink-haired one was confused. Senior uncle, are you sure this is where we'll find that Duan Shang? Making the pink-haired senior brother a little confused as well, but he still calmed down. It's probably right, but this place is tattered, and the nameplate shouldn't be touched. Senior uncle Tian Yi felt that this place wasn't very stable. The red-haired one coughed and explained, You don't understand this. Sages with positions like Duan Shang are all transcendent and refined. Seeing money like dirt, sages can also appear in shabby houses. The door slowly opened. The craftsman called out, Who are you? Making the two jump. Duan Sheng, whose name shook all directions, appeared in a disheveled appearance, holding a box of noodles and slurping. What are you doing in front of my house? The red-haired one quickly cupped his hands and saluted. Greetings, esteemed Duan Sheng. We've come here with a request. The pink-haired one suspiciously looked at the blacksmith and thought to himself, This is the short Duan Sheng, the craftsman said while eating. If you want something ready-made, go inside and choose. If you need something made, look at the prices up there yourselves. The two looked at the sign with some astonishment. The pink-haired one muttered, Senior uncle, this isn't someone who treats money like dirt like you said. This is a lion with a big mouth, and you have to prepare the materials yourself, but the materials for crafting restoration are the hardest to find. The blacksmith turned and added, If you think it's expensive, go somewhere else. Don't block my door. The red-haired senior uncle quickly blocked in front of the craftsman and pleaded, This junior is Lan Hua of the Lan Yu Heavenly Palace. We really have an urgent matter to request. Hearing this name, the craftsman realized, Oh, Luo Zhaozi of the Lan Yu Heavenly Palace. I remember holding you when you were little. What trouble has the Lan Yu Heavenly Palace encountered? Tell me, what do you want me to fix? After all, I initially agreed with little sister Lan Yu Ni to take care of you guys. The red-haired one opened the box and requested, We want to ask you to help restore this, the divine soul incarnate of the Lan Yu Heavenly Ice. The craftsman looked intently. It's one of the 21 extreme treasures. How is it injured to the point where the divine soul incarnation is about to be destroyed? The specific reason? We're still investigating. So far we can only ask for your help and rely on that person. The craftsman agreed, thinking to himself, Does that bastard Zhu Feng have any news? The two left, and the pink-haired one asked, Senior uncle. Senior uncle saw that Duan Sheng's expression was so heavy. Could it be that he's not sure either? The red-haired one replied, That's the strongest Duan Sheng in the Wasteland Heaven domain. His crafting skills are so great that even Emperor Wen wants to put his seal on them. He definitely has a way. We believe him, pink hair. That's right, Emperor Wen. His eyes are as sharp as torches. He definitely can't be wrong. Over here, Xiaomei and Nanzheng ran into a brawl. Am I seeing things? Is that Zhaoxiang in the front? That's right, it's senior brother. That purple-haired girl is beating the crap out of some dude, yelling as she hits him, I told you to let me play the flute. You think the city lord's mansion is so great, you still dare to tell me to play the flute. The guy being beaten is unrecognizable, begging, I wouldn't dare anymore, hero, please have mercy, I'll never dare again, you're so generous. Nanzheng, full of questions, asks the purple-haired girl, What are you doing? The purple-haired girl glares menacingly at the guy being beaten. Don't let me see you on the street again. Then she turns and leaves. Turning around, she sees Nanzheng and gets startled. Teacher, sixth sister, what are you two doing here? Could it be a date? Nanzheng explains. They came out for some errands. He asks what she's up to. The purple-haired girl wanted to make some money, so I came to this tavern looking for work, and they said they needed someone to play the flute, but these bastards from the city lord's mansion took off their pants and told me to play for them. Nanzheng suspiciously asks the purple-haired girl, Did you lose everything again, gambling? So you're in debt and short on money? The purple-haired girl is super serious. I just want to get back the money I lost, Nanzheng advises her. Forget about these singing girl jobs. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll help you get back the money you lost. But on one condition, you can't go there anymore. There will be better things coming. The purple-haired girl curiously asks, What is it? Nanzheng says, You'll know when we get there. Over here, Xiaomei is writing something down, and when Nanzheng and Purple Hair call her, she runs to catch up and hides the notebook behind her back. It turns out she was writing down the names of the guys who bullied Purple Hair, so she can beat them up later, making Purple Hair happily praise her as a good person. Arriving at the entrance of Lei Tian Gambling Den, the biggest casino, a girl who is the best gambler here, inviting Nanzheng to play the beginner's level. Even if he loses, it won't be too embarrassing. Purple hair is extremely angry, but Nanzheng says calmly, when it comes to gambling, he has never trusted anyone. Nanzheng wants to go all in. Zhao Mei is worried about the future. A small mistake will ruin everything. The casino boss strokes Nanzheng. I don't know how big you want to play. Nanzheng suggests playing Sword Fate, the most exciting game in this casino. Outside, Zhao Mei is worried that the girl is using a beauty trap to seduce Nanzheng. Purple hair steps up to reassure her. The beauty is preparing to enter the betting match. Purple hair asks Nanzheng again. Need to think more, because Sword Fate is almost certain to lose. Purple hair goes first. Now you need to inject spiritual force into it first and then throw 5 short swords. Players bet money on the corresponding spot. 100 gold coins are bet entirely on number 8. Simply put, if you bet money scattered everywhere, 500 gold coins divided by 5, then you need to hit 3 to get your money back. Then you're sure to lose. So use those 100 gold coins to know what losing Sword Fate feels like. Zhao Mei is furious, because that's money Purple hair borrowed for her, the casino girl reminds. Want to play again? At this time, Nanzheng also discovered her trick. There is a sword shadow on her chest. This time, he confidently bets 5,000 gold, causing the casino girl to smell something strange. She's still secretly happy in her stomach, because she thinks there's another stupid philanthropist today. Nanzheng suddenly squeezes her chest, curiously asking, is this natural? Making the casino girl wonder if he discovered something, but still confidently opens Sword Fate. As a result, Nanzheng wins. Her face is very ugly. Nanzheng exposes the casino girl's cunning trick, he explains. These 5 swords are her natal magic weapon, refined with her blood essence. Everything is controlled according to her wishes. You guys are too easy to play, because when controlling, she doesn't need spiritual power, so she can't be detected. She's angry and wants to fight with Nanzheng, who knew she would be beaten so hard that she would give up her unscrupulous fraud. The city lord's mansion guy who was beaten up earlier comes to beg the young master to deal with it. Coincidentally, the purple-haired girl is also looking for this guy. The 3 teachers and students meet the guy who wants to kill them for revenge on the way back. A strange guy with an iron chain whips it around wildly towards Zhao Mei. His speed is too fast. Zhao Mei is not his opponent at all. Suddenly she was caught by him and fell to the ground. This pervert takes another chain, planning to teach Zhao Mei a lesson. At this time, Zhao Mei quickly plans a beauty trap. This guy is even more crazy after seeing blood. Even his aura is chaotic. She lifts her skirt up, pretending to be weak and pitiful. The pervert looks excited, loses his guard, and is kicked by Zhao Mei, which hurts him so much that he trembles with anger, secretly swearing to kill her. She even challenged him, catch me if you can, and you can do whatever you want. Zhao Mei might not be the best fighter, but she's a pro at running. While running, she naively misunderstands the male lead's strength and wants to save him. Meanwhile, our male lead is sipping tea all chill, watching Zhao Mei get chased around. Seriously, evil people always have it easy. The hairpin dude is wondering about Zhao Mei's outfit. Why would anyone dress their daughter like that? The male lead explains that even if he revealed his identity, Zhao Mei wouldn't believe him. Plus, he's not saving her because he wants her to train and get some experience. And honestly, Zhao Mei did manage to escape from a higher-level enemy, so guess she really is your disciple. The male lead sets up the hairpin dude's 7 dreams as a training ground for Zhao Mei. Only now does he realize he's been played by the male lead, clutching his chest and gasping, "You're plotting against me." The hairpin dude is bitter. I should have known something was fishy and just run away. Why did I stick around so long? I was practically asking for it. He angrily yells, "Sunbeam Spike! The weirdo fans himself hard. Damn, is it hot as hell today or what?" The assassin sent to kill her is getting wrecked. No mercy at all. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei is being chased to the brink of death. The male lead uses a barrier clone to tell the female lead to guide Zhao Mei to calmly find his flaws and attack head-on. Feeling empowered, Zhao Mei starts zooming around the pervert at super speed, making him dizzy as hell. Seizing the moment, she unleashes a kick, thinking she'll send him flying. But nope, she's not strong enough. She just stuns him for a sec. The male lead has to remind her, "Run! Lure her into the forest ahead, and I'll come get you." The purple-haired girl is still searching for her master and junior sister. She gives the pervert another kick for good measure. She figures Zhao Mei will be fine with the master, so she heads back to the Thunder Gamble Arena to see how much she's won today. Short hair is enjoying a nice meal with everyone else, having a good time. Suddenly, a bunch of guys barge in and surround the place. He confidently shouts, "Don't resist, cooperate, and you'll be shown mercy." But to his surprise, no one gives a damn about him. They get spooked by the angry looks on everyone's faces, and immediately choke. A wanted poster for the 3 masters and disciples is issued, but because the drawing is so bad, no one in the martial arts school recognizes them. Scared out of their wits, they all haul ass back home. Purple Hair gets back to the martial arts school, grabs the wanted poster, and sighs. The drawing is way too bad to catch anyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and the hairpin dude are still arguing. Xiao Mei thinks he's tricking her into a trial of the heart, which pisses him off. If you want to enter my trial of the heart tower, you'd have to wait in line from here to the farthest sky domain. Are you giving up now that I'm offering it for free? Xiao Mei gets kicked into the heart tower. Turns out, the male lead just didn't want to waste time arguing, so he shoved her in to get it over with. I told you this girl has a heavy guard up. You're not like me. I have a friendly face. Do you think she'll budge? The hairpin dude is a gentleman, so he can't do anything rash. The male lead, not wanting to waste time, just tossed her into the tower. Then, these two dress up as an old man and a young girl, which the hairpin dude can't stand. He yells, "My reputation and the innocence of the Seven Dreams tree have been ruined by you." The male lead reminds his friend, "Even though it's fake, don't be careless, or we'll blow our cover." "You think so?" His hand unconsciously gropes around. The hairpin dude slaps him so hard he flips over. The male lead cries out, "We're both men." But even these fake boobs are turning the hairpin dude on. His hands are out of control, making the male lead remind, "Don't suddenly open the door to a new world. We still have important things to do." These two disguised enemies of Xiao Mei quickly arrive. She has just woken up after the very gentle kick from the male lead. She can't use her spiritual power now. This tower is used for closed-door cultivation and suppresses spiritual power. You can only get out by passing the trial. While she's trying to figure out how to start the trial, the two guys disguised by the male lead arrive to challenge her. The male lead is acting very well, he says. "Don't you know to greet your master when you see him? Where are your sect rules?" Recalling the past, she scolds him for shamelessly sending her to extract her spiritual root. "Don't forget I'm your disciple." "You're not worthy of my greetings." She wonders if their appearance here is a coincidence, or if that weirdo is playing tricks. Xiao Mei sees a bow and arrow behind Yang Gong, aimed at the two of them. She thinks the only way is to rely on martial arts. She decides to face them and stop running. "Hey, you two thought that was it? Those 3 arrows were just a warm-up. The real show's about to begin." She rapid-fires arrows like a machine gun, one nailing Kai Zhen's fake boob, sending him into full-blown panic mode. The cross-dressing master is terrified of being exposed. The cross-dressing martial sister thinks, "Being a girl sucks, these things are heavy, and they could get me killed." She blurts out, "Wish they were small and cute like Xiao Mei's." This sets off an explosion of rage. She pulls out 3 more arrows, like a freaking fireworks display, freaking out the cross-dresser. And is that highly flammable stuff she's pulling out now? They're diving for cover from the incoming ordnance. Still think she's cute now. Xiao Mei's laser-focused. Suddenly, a notification. Victory is decided. Players must extract the loser's spirit root as proof to pass the round, otherwise the next round will not be open. She grabs her sword, ready to go, but then remembers her master and martial sisters back at the martial hall. Her Shifu sacrificed herself to get my spirit root back for revenge. I also agree to give up revenge. I don't want to disappoint the people that care for me. She throws her sword down and forfeits, thinking, "Guess I'm stuck here. Better wait for the main character to come save the day." Plot twist. Turns out, this round was actually about how you treat your enemies. Reward: congratulations, you've cleared round 1. You've been awarded a martial skill, the mind trial technique. As soon as she said that, the notification rang. The teleport is about to start, so get ready to move on to the second round. Then Kai Zhen asked, "How long does the main character want to stay here?" The main character replied, "Want to confirm the recovery speed of this place." Kai Zhen is confused. "You clearly could have dodged that, so why didn't you? And why did you pull me into it?" The main character replies, "Gotta sell the act. Dodging would blow our cover." Kai Zhen blames him for not collecting her bombs earlier, but it is his responsibility not to collect magic tools. Why he pushed it to the main character? At this point, Kai Zhen's hair looks like it's about to explode. While these two are bickering, Xiao Mei's probably already getting stripped bare over there. Xiao Mei's clothes are starting to burn away, and the main character smacked Kai Zhen to warning him not to look. This scene make him said in his defense, "I wasn't thinking anything weird. Besides, I can transform too." "What makes you think you get to look?" The main character says matter-of-factly, "He is my disciple, so he get to look." He then proceeds to yeet Kai Zhen out of there, causing him to burst out in anger. "I thought we were brothers. You're just using me as a tool." Xiao Mei screams in pain. "I just got here, and I'm already under attack by the giant cauldron." Suddenly, dark energy floods the lightning. Gao Yao has borrowed Xiao Mei's body to attack the main character. He says he's here for revenge for that beatdown the main character gave him back then. He's still holding a grudge. The main character pulls out his zither, gets serious, and slaps him out of there. "Gao Yao, you have 2 choices, get played with or go back to the formation." This immediately makes him show his original form. The main character is ruthless. Look at how dumb you look now, no wonder the other ultimate beings won't hang out with you. This weirdo's busy checking himself out and being narcissistic. The main character smacks him like a fly with his giant hand and then stomps him into submission. The main character warns him, if you get a brain in your head from now on and stop doing stupid stuff, I'll let you off easy. Otherwise, your end will be worse than this. That guy is compliant. I'll remember it. Xiao Mei is unresponsive, and the main character is concerned. He needs to get her to the extreme heaven domain ASAP to stop that thing from messing with her again. This time, the test is mainly focused on her physique, but according to the main character's diagnosis, her meridians are severely blocked. Even if her physique improved, she wouldn't be able to cultivate any techniques. But this opportunity can clear her meridians. That curious thunder guy pops out again. The main character gets the idea to use him to unblock her meridians. That'll work even better than acupuncture. Many red-eyed misunderstandings of the main character told him to come over, making him painfully explain that it was Kai Zhen who told him to shock people when he saw them. He's just an employee who doesn't dare to fight his boss. The main character asked him if he saw the acupoints I marked on her body. He compliments it as a heaven-shaking and earth-moving artistic work. The main character told him to make sure every point is hit, you understand? The thunder guy obeys. He reminds the main character, she can't take it. She is about to explode. The main character is calm. I'm here. You won't explode before she does. Then he transmits his spiritual power to put her to sleep. On the other side, Kai Zhen and the main character are bickering. Xu Feng scoffed. Said you'd be done in half an hour, but I had to wait till the leaves fell before you came out. If I couldn't beat you, I'd stomp you into the ground today. Xu Feng demanded Kai Zhen release Xiao Mei from the tower, but Kai Zhen said there's no precedent here. All trainees must go through 9,981 trials. At this moment, Xu Feng used his true form as a dream tree to torment him until he released Xiao Mei. He even threatened to twist the dream tree's head off. Xiao Mei woke up, and she realized she wasn't hurt, and her clothes had been changed. Meng Shu stood before her. Xiao Mei, wake up and get up, he announced. You've passed the second round, you can leave now. Looking utterly indignant, Xiao Mei asked, I haven't done anything yet. Didn't you say there were 3 rounds in total? Making Meng Shu think to himself, who can withstand lightning strikes? Besides, your master did everything for you. He replied to her, I am the master of the law trial of the mind. I'll do whatever I want. Now I'm sleepy, so I want to skip the 3rd round and go home. Meng Shu raised his foot to kick Xiao Mei out, but she grabbed his leg and acted cute, asking, but what about the rewards for passing the round? You got the first round's prize already. You're not trying to weasel out of it now, are you? Making Meng Shu helpless. You two masters and disciples are so difficult to deal with. He turned away and said, use your spiritual power, won't you know? It's an elemental constitution of the same type as the 21 supreme extremes. Meng Shu advised her, don't be too happy too soon. With your current cultivation, you're still far behind someone with the 21 supreme extremes. Xiao Mei was full of excitement. I know, I'll definitely make my cultivation worthy of this constitution. Thank you, Meng Shu. Making him finally sigh in relief. Finally willing to believe him, she's not completely hopeless after all. She confidently left, secretly rejoicing. With this constitution, my path of cultivation can go much further. Immediately wanting to test her new spiritual power, she destroyed Meng Shu's house, making him angrily curse, you damn brat. Stop it now. This old man hasn't died yet. How dare you openly destroy my house? You want to get beat down? Xu Feng soothed Meng Shu, telling him, you're old. Don't bother with the younger generation. It's not good for your health. Another day he'll call Zhao Jiyu to replant the trees, making Meng Shu calm down a bit and ask, I can choose them. Now that the situation is handled, quickly take your precious disciple back. I'm going to sleep to regain my strength. Making Xu Feng wonder, this kid usually has so much energy. Why is he already tired today? Meng Shu sighed. I have to sleep to recover. I gotta be ready to protect us when some people come to make trouble over the 21 supreme extremes. This made Xu Feng disbelieving. How could anyone dare to do anything to you? Meng Shu replied, with a serious face. I have a feeling, it seems like someone wants to cause trouble for the 21 supreme extremes. Xu Feng was skeptical. With their strength, is it worth being so afraid? Meng Shu replied helplessly. We're not innocent. Aren't you forcing us to death? Making Xu Feng have to admit it himself, Meng Shu said goodbye. Then I'll go first, but I hope the next time we meet, you're still alive and well. On the way back, he had a serious expression on his face, as if signaling a life or death battle was about to happen in the future. Xiao Mei, whose spiritual power had been enhanced, happily skipped on the way back, just as Xu Feng was waiting there, pretending to ask, Xiao Mei, in such a good mood. Xiao Mei looked up at the old master,
who was lying leisurely on the stone slab, and asked, "Did you come to pick me up?"
Xu Feng replied, "You seem very satisfied with the treasures you got from the law trial." Hearing this, Xiao Mei naively thought that only she knew about this, not knowing that it was all carefully arranged for her by her master, and unexpectedly asked, "How did you know I entered the law trial?" Xu Feng chuckled at this silly girl. "I'll let you in on a secret. I arranged for someone to do it. How could I not know?"
Xiao Mei unexpectedly had to ask if that was really the case. Arranged for someone, could it be you arranged it? Could it be that, the Seven Dreams Tree Grand Elder?
She still couldn't believe her ears. How could he know such a big shot?
At this time, Xu Feng stepped down and continued,
"You also know that he is a mysterious figure that many cultivators can't find.
If he weren't my brother, how would I let you run into him?" He further explained the situation to her, adding that no one can survive getting out of the Void Realm. Xu Feng didn't forget to embellish the story, deliberately adding a few fictional details to make the story more profound, saying to her,
"Moreover, from the illusionary image floor and the lightning peak floor, I helped you through." Xiao Mei pondered. How does the master know such big shots? Does that mean the first floor was just an illusion? Cutting off her train of thought, she thought embarrassedly, has he been there the whole time? Even this outfit? Then, denying her own thought, no way. This kind of magical artifact clothing is automatic.
The male lead happily recounted, "I got to see her use the Lesser Thunder celestial body technique. It was so fun watching her burn down their place."
Suddenly, the male lead placed his hand on her shoulder, catching her in a stunning pose, and asked, "Or should we practice our hand techniques some more?"
He moved closer and closer. "Xiao Mei, if this master teases you, and it's okay, how about I have a great battle with you?"
Xiao Mei pushed the male lead away, looking annoyed. "I'm not stupid. Practicing hand techniques with you is just asking for death."
The male lead helplessly used his divine sense to scan the area. Any high-level demonic beasts nearby.
The two people's hunt officially began.
The male lead seemed to have discovered something interesting. On the other side of the mountain, 3 men were trying to convince their junior sister to return.
One of them stepped forward and said,
"I advise you not to resist in vain. Obediently follow me back." The short-haired junior sister faced him without flinching, carrying a dragon blade, and angrily retorted,
"Don't call me junior sister, save your—
I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the fish." Another one advised, "Junior sister, overall, senior brother Zhang Tianying is a talent, and he's even at the spirit platform stage."
Below, there's the massive thunder capital fortune and influence. The marriage was arranged by the master for you two. The girl clearly didn't like any of this, angrily retorting, "If you think that bastard Zhang Tianying is so good, then you take him, you marry him." This domineering girl was named Zhang Ruoxu, and she already had someone betrothed to her. In this life and the next, she would not marry anyone else. Those were the reasons she gave to avoid being forced into marriage. The one with the face covered tried his best to persuade her, "Junior sister, this is a marriage contract arranged by the master. There's no benefit in resisting."
At that moment, the sword was swung down decisively, as firm as her determination towards her beloved, sending one person flying.
She challenged, "Either defeat me and tie me up to take me back, or get lost and don't block my way." Even though Zhang Ruoxu had already made a move, the one with the face covered still patiently tried to dissuade her.
He didn't want to fight with her, but he hoped she understood that as a female disciple of the Thunder Rain sect, she would eventually have to fulfill this arranged marriage. All his advice received was just a sneer from Zhang Ruoxu, revealing their true colors.
"Usually you're all wary of me surpassing you, always playing tricks wherever I go, treating me like an enemy, and now you're constantly calling me dear junior sister."
The other two were also frozen, stunned by this junior sister who was easy to get emotional, wondering, "In the past few years, you've only left the sect for a few days in total, and we all know about it. How could you have time to get to know a marriage partner?"
She awkwardly responded with her lie.
"We fell in love at first sight, in those few days." Don't mention a few days, half a day is enough. The two only regarded it as a joke, just one of the myriad reasons to reject the marriage.
The male lead, who had been watching the whole conversation between the siblings from above, jumped down to perform a show. He activated a body-freezing spell that made Zhang Ruoxu unable to move. Seeing an evil deed, he stepped in to help, asking them, "It's already this year, and there are still forced marriages."
Mocking other people's feelings like that? Don't tell me you're all cultivating the Lemon Sutra?
Zhang Ruoxu was confused,
wondering where this random guy suddenly came from, but one of them had already drawn his sword and threatened, "Overestimating yourself, threatening us. You even dare to interfere in our affairs." The male lead made up a play, saying that he was her marriage partner. Zhang Ruoxu cursed him inwardly, wondering if he was crazy or what. The one with the face covered spoke up, One sentence from you. Don't walk the narrow path. Leave now, and we'll pretend we didn't see you and don't know about you and junior sister. Otherwise, young man, you are now an enemy of the entire Thunder Rain sect." The male lead feigned ignorance and asked him, "Are you threatening me?" Then he called Xiao Mei. "Big sis, hurry over here. Someone's bullying your little brother." A giant Xiao Mei appeared, and then he picked up Ruo Shu and put her on the giant Xiao Mei's chest.
Xiao Mei was a bit flustered and asked, "Didn't you say this giant overlord rushing chi technique was just for intimidating them? What do we do now?" She continued asking, "Is this weird technique of yours reliable? What if she farts midway?" Xu Feng said confidently, "Don't worry, it won't come to that." But he reminded Xiao Mei, "Time is of the essence, so let's make this a quick win."
The faces of the three opponents were already showing panic. Could it be the legendary giant race with innate divine strength? This isn't good. Could it be the legendary giant race with innate divine strength? Knowing they couldn't beat Xiao Mei, they had to rely on this life-saving magic item.
Xu Feng reminded Xiao Mei to be careful, because the opponent was about to use a high-level magic item. "Use the heart-attacking technique I taught you earlier."
The three of them charged forward, using their magic treasures to confront the female lead. Xiao Mei felt that she could handle their combined power, and resolutely unleashed a divine power, earth-shaking thunder ice mountain fist, sending them flying. This domineering power surprised Xiao Mei, who turned back to ask Xu Feng, "Are the people you found too weak, or what?"
They couldn't resist at all.
The teacher also felt helpless with this silly girl, explaining, "It's not that they're too weak, but your Overlord Fist has greatly increased in power after being enhanced by the minor Thunder Divine Body. Cultivators of the same level won't be able to withstand it." One of them shouted, "Father, save me!" A red jade flew out, along with a white-haired old man who was equally massive, knocking Xiao Mei down. The illusion of Master Lei Yudong appeared, and he loudly questioned, "Who are you? How dare you injure disciples of the Lei Yu sect?" Seeing this, Xiao Mei told Xu Feng to deal with the illusion himself, and her body shrank back to its original size.
Xu Feng cheerfully said, "Young people these days have no martial ethics. When they can't win, they call their elders. I guess my elder will have to step in." With a bang, a gunshot rang out. Xu Feng cursed loudly. "Enough nonsense. Get back where you came from, you old fart." After settling the matter, Xu Feng said, "The practice session is over, and the act of helping a stranger has concluded. Let's go home, Xiao Mei." Xiao Mei asked blankly, "What about this girl? Why did we even take action? What if the Lei Yu sect comes looking for her?" Zhang Ruoxue thought to herself, "Someone, please remove this body-fixing technique from me." After listening to Xiao Mei, Xu Feng glanced at her, turned to leave, and said, "She was also somewhat helpful for your training. If you're not at ease, bring her home with us." Over here, Zhang Ruoxue was extremely confused, thinking she was being forced to join some strange organization. A group of people from the Lei Yu sect had arrived at the Yuntian Academy. Lei Yu sect. "Is this the place?" The scarred face behind him respectfully reported. "The guiding talisman I placed on disciple Zhang Ruoxue is pointing here," the red-haired leader said. "No wonder we couldn't find her before. Only ants would live in this poor, dilapidated, and desolate place," the bald head interjected. "Which of your sects sent people to capture them first?" the red-haired man said insidiously. "When it comes to raiding, the Tianbei Valley is more experienced." Under the guise of respecting the elderly, they invited the Tianbei Valley to go first. The Tianbei Valley, upon hearing this, reported, "The younger generation needs experience. The opponents know nothing about the Lei Yu sect, so their chances of winning are higher." The bald head was also annoyed by the two sects' pushy attitude, and he spoke up, "You're so scared by a magic item you haven't even seen. How embarrassing." "Greetings, two elders." The bald head reported, "Sir, you have vast knowledge. Do you have any insights about that magic item?"
If the esteemed one has a way to control it, the Tianbei Valley is willing to lead the attack. While they were arguing outside, Xu Feng was already getting a headache inside and kicked the door open, scolding, "You bunch of cowards! You're cursing at people's doorstep. What are you doing? You've been bickering for half a day and haven't reached an agreement. Are you going to draw lots or what?"
Enraged, he berated them. "Don't you know I'm up every night pondering the meaning of life and death, studying so hard?"
What an overthinker. Getting angry, he taught them all a lesson. You have to live with some spirit. Others have aura. I have the aura of overthinking. You're disturbing me. I'm very angry now, so I advise you to shut your mouths like you're dead. "Understand!" Xu Feng shouted, telling them not to stop him before he started talking nonsense, not knowing if anyone understood what he was saying. "Is anyone listening?" Xiao Mei peeked out from the doorway, fearfully rushed over, and dragged Xu Feng inside, afraid he would cause a big trouble, leaving the three people from the three sects standing there dumbfounded. not understanding anything. Inside, Xiao Mei scolded him. Are you crazy? Didn't you see who's standing outside? Didn't you see the great grandmasters?
Xu Feng didn't care and even scoffed. They're just weak chickens. What can they do to me? Xiao Mei tried hard to dissuade Xu Feng. I know you're powerful, but how can you defeat so many by yourself? You can't fight rocks with eggs. Hearing himself compared to an egg, Xu Feng was stunned. When did you start calling me an egg? I'm teaching a lesson to some nascent divinity punks, and you're scared witless. You're truly a silly girl. You don't understand the overlord power of your teacher. On the bright side, no need to force it. It's perfectly reasonable if we can't win. Right now, we should be thinking about how to avoid fighting altogether. As the two of them were arguing, Xiao Mei noticed something flash by and exclaimed, Whoa! What was that just zipped past? Xiao Mei was shocked to see Zhang Ruoxu run out to face that brutal group of people. Why did she run out there? Zhang Ruoxu didn't want to involve everyone else, so she frankly admitted all her mistakes, wanting them to settle the score with her.
The redhead saw her and happily said, Finally out, junior sister Ruoxu. The main character asked Xiao Mei, Wait, you were just telling me to calm down. Why are you running out there now?
She wanted to go save Ruoxu. The main character blocked her way.
It's different now than before. She's already rushed out there.
Xiao Mei explained that she could quickly sneak out, grab Ruoxu, and bring her back. The main character rushed over and hugged Xiao Mei from behind, whispering in her ear, Didn't you hear them say they're targeting Zhang Ruoxu?
Why are you meddling in other people's business? He added. Am I going to let someone bully our little girl on our turf?
Xiao Mei stubbornly explained the situation to the main character.
But some of them are here to get revenge on us.
She shook the main character as she spoke. Get a grip, we're surrounded. What are you bragging about?
Let's just drag her back and bail. At this point, the main character just felt helpless, sighing at how much Xiao Mei underestimated her own strength. How can she still be so wrong about her abilities? What's so scary about those punks anyway? The main character called his disciples over. The purple-haired one asked, Shifu, are you going to give us the orders?
The main character happily said,
No need to make it complicated. There are just a few transformation and Kaiyuan stage punks. They're not much different from you guys. The muscular disciple happily said, Exactly, Shifu, no different at all. Anyone can beat them. The main character casually waved his hand, leaving everything to his disciples. The group of people made Xiao Mei confused, and she didn't understand what they were thinking at all. She was thinking what other plans they had. You bastards better listen up. I withdrew from the marriage myself, and I'm the one who injured those people. If you have a problem, come at me. Don't mess with innocent people.
Seeing his junior sister come out, the redhead happily said, Ruoxu junior sister, no need to defend them. If they are with them, not one of them can escape.
As for you, obediently come back and marry me, and I'll help you persuade the sect leader to waive your punishment so you can come back to satisfy your interests. Willingly be a human cauldron for the joyous union art. Zhang Ruoxu resolutely said, determined, I swear on my life, I will never go back.
The crowd watching was also extremely surprised by this hot news. The crowd discussed. Isn't the Joyous Union art banned a long time ago, someone said? No wonder Zhong Tianying advanced to the Huafeng stage so quickly at a young age. It turns out he used this method.
He even has the shadow of Emperor Wen on him from back then. What an insult to Emperor Wen.
Negative words and bad rumors about the face of the Ye Yu sect began to arise, reaching the ears of the redhead, who was very bitter, revealing his incompetence and arrogance.
The main character was stunned to hear this, and dark memories returned. His senior sister died because of the Joyous Union art. The main character held his senior sister in indescribable resentment. He hated those who knew but did not report it, and they also deserved to die in his eyes when he heard the Joyous Union art. Old debts and new debts will be settled today. The main character's angry eyes expressed everything.
The redhead laughed loudly. Zhang Ruoshu, he said disdainfully, but from head to toe, outside and in, you belong to the Ye Yu sect.
And he was shameless enough to ask her to repay the Yu sect.
She clenched the Qingbao sword in her hand, her heart full of pressure, raised the knife and chopped off her arm, and said decisively, in that case, I'll give it back to you.
Blood splattered brilliantly. The punk, with the head, touched his beard, his face full of interest, as he waited to see the good show of the Yun sect, the arrogant appearance of a family but full of grievances, secrets, and crimes.
Crap. Zhang Ruoxu's act of not valuing her own life turned the faces of the elders purple.
The redhead thug revealed his impatience. Those who joined in to watch also had to cry out, oh my god, not admiring the girl's free will.
She bit down on the pain in her heart and threw the Ye Yu sect's magic tool at the opponent.
You guys, her voice careless, I don't regret it.
The sword flew straight and stuck firmly into the ground right in front of that scum.
The domineering girl drained all her skills, determined to abandon the sect. No longer treating people as anything but exploitable things, she painfully shouted. Everything you taught me, I'll give it all back to you. Even the passers-by had to admire her for crippling her cultivation. The guy behind her angrily tried to strike a fatal blow to silence her, scolding, "You're a witch! Today you dared to use words to bewitch the crowd and humiliate our sect? I will definitely not give you a way to live." Suddenly, his spiritual energy vanished, his body froze, and he couldn't even make a sound. He didn't know why this was happening, until the male lead's voice reminded him, "Hey little buddy, no fighting in front of the school gate, or you'll face the consequences." His words were a warning to everyone there. If they dared to cause trouble, the outcome would be dire. The male lead arrived just in time, using his spiritual energy to heal Zhang Ruoxu's arm. I'm calling him out for his nasty talk, and I'm silencing him for a bit. At this point, Zhang Ruoxu had truly fainted. The male lead told Xiao Mei, "Don't worry about her. Help her inside." It's time for the male lead to step up. This will definitely be a lesson for these punks, who are left with the dregs of the Joyous Union sect's cultivation. Behind him, the brawny disciples asked, "Master, weren't you telling us to go? Why did he rush in himself?" The male lead replied, "Your master's hands are itching, so your practical lesson becomes a live demonstration." To him, this is just a real-world example for the students to learn from, nothing to worry about. Truly the style of the strongest overlords. He even called out to Xiao Mei, "Add some lightning in here, spice up the battle." She obeyed her master, handing the severely injured Yanke senior sister over, asking her to put a room for Xiao Mei. So the girl was handed over to several people in the Yuntian Academy. Xiao Mei quickly prepared herself for a big battle. "Anyway, I want to practice my hand." But the little fool hurled a lightning strike straight into the gate of her own home, making the male lead freak out and scold her. "Do you know how expensive the training ground is? Do you know how tired I am monitoring Zhao Jiyu planting trees?" Xiao Mei pitifully explained. "Didn't you tell me to add lightning for effect? My level is just lightning control. Didn't that occur to you?" the male lead said helplessly. "So you don't know your own strength when you attack." Suddenly, Xiao Mei panicked, as if she saw something terrible. Looking behind, the male lead yelled, "Male lead, don't be by yourself, look behind you!" A giant magical dragon was preparing to fight. Xiao Mei was extremely frightened when she saw the giant dragon spirit beast. Wasn't it just talking? How do we kill all of them? At this moment, Xiao Mei really panicked. How could this be? But then she calmly thought again. "That's not right. Think carefully. That jerk told me to trust him before. He has never failed. This time might be the same. It must be possible." On the other side, the red-haired guy was extremely arrogant. He greatly admired and flattered the bald guy. To be able to merge everyone's spiritual force into such a powerful 9-dragon formation, with just ordinary spirit-gathering talismans, he praised. "As expected of Elder C, your profound skills are something this junior greatly admires." Making the bald guy grin from ear to ear, "Haha, young people should be humble like you," he added. "That kind of person won't even know who they offended before they die, right?" The red-haired guy was happy on the surface, but in his heart he thought, "Looks like I can enjoy Ruoxu Jr.'s sister tonight." But suddenly the crowd saw and shouted, "Look! The giant dragon looks kinda off. Something jumped onto the giant dragon." The crowd shouted, "What is this? Did it eat too much?" How could they have imagined that the male lead had used this spiritual origin power, sticking even better than 502 glue? The male lead laughed at the foolish display, not knowing the limits of these juniors. "Are your abilities this bad now?" On this side, Xiao Mei and senior sister Yan Shi cheered happily. "Senior sister, did you hear that? It's that jerk's voice." Surely it was. There was a loud bang, and smoke billowed in the sky. The male lead landed on the ground. His shock even caused the ground to form a pit when he landed. He mocked the weak chickens, adding, "I've experienced flying in the sky enough. I won't play with you guys anymore." Smirking triumphantly, he threw out a few firecrackers and said, "So, did you learn the operation just now?" Xiao Mei looked dissatisfied, arguing, "You were just hiding in the dragon's belly. Who knows what you were doing?" Xiao Mei just felt more helpless, unable to be satisfied, and lamented, "Kids are so dumb at learning." The brawny disciple below began to analyze, giving a lecture that's using the spirit-gathering talisman combined with spiritual origin power. It's actually very simple. Plus the opponent's fusion strength, you just need to find the exact opening to insert a small model bomb. The whole group nodded in agreement, but Xiao Mei burst into tears, saying, "So that's how it is. But with my strength, I can't even ask for conditions." One of them rushed forward, shouting, "This kid's talking too much nonsense, ignore him, use that move." Another said, "How could Ninth Elder possibly fail? Turns out that giant dragon was just a joke. The real thing is still brewing. The bootlickers just stood there, clapping to save face. The whole group retreated to let the 3 faction members unleash their power. On this side, the main character started a nonsensical lecture. "You little brats, you're being unreasonable, causing trouble at our doorstep, kidnapping people and acting so viciously. You clearly stole my disciple's spiritual root, seduced my second brother out of his wealth and beauty, and now you're acting all wrong. Then let your teacher teach you to do it all over again." The main character turned back to his students. "You little bunnies." Online teaching continues. Open your eyes and watch carefully. There was a crackling sound, and the main character was wondering where that sound was coming from when he saw his students scurry into the garden, sitting and munching on sunflower seeds. A whole group of people taking out books and notebooks to take notes, one cheering, and another holding a banner. "Teacher, go for it." Enjoying the farce, Zhao Mei was secretly grateful to everyone. "Actually, they don't need to learn any of that jerk, and my senior brothers and sisters are all doing this for me." The main character could only helplessly say, "You guys run fast. Of course I wanted to perform right here for you, didn't I?" The faction members were creating a formation together, and the main character stood in the middle of it, waiting. "Let's see what tricks these guys are planning now." Adding, "This formation, I'll show you what I can do." Boom. The formation was set up, and 5 magic walls were erected, the 5 golden flowers array.
The main character said to the group, "You little darlings, why are you so excited?" "Oh right, I don't even remember who you are anymore, so I'll just call you the 5 golden flowers." The main character watched the golden flower barrier with interest, saying amusingly, "But the level you guys can make a barrier like this isn't completely hopeless, it's quite similar to the model." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 meteorites fell from the sky, streaking straight towards the main character. But they were casually and disdainfully tossed away by the main character, who said, "5 golden flowers? Are you guys capable of more than that?" The main character said with interest, "Hurry up, don't hide anymore, come online and play together." Suddenly, the meteorites stopped in midair, and the main character kicked the meteorites straight at each of them. "Forget it, if you guys aren't coming out then I'll let my meteorite balls find you. I'm really a person who understands people's hearts." The main character kicked the meteorites, hitting the heads of those faction members, who were all seriously injured and revealed themselves, and the barrier was also broken, shattering into pieces. The red-haired guy's heart turned ice cold, thinking, "Can't flatter him anymore, this is climbing high and falling hard." The red-haired guy's face was like a clown. The main character comforted them. "Don't be afraid, just a little song of compassion. Don't be afraid, I'm extremely compassionate. I usually don't kill, but I have to extract your souls, and whether you can live until I'm finished depends on your luck." He grabbed one of them by the head, and the red-haired guy cried out, "Elder, save me!" The main character became serious this time, pressing his face down to ask, "What did you say?" "Ninth Elder." The sky suddenly changed, dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled. Xiao Mei asked her senior sister, "Why do I smell such a strong smell of corpses in the wind?" At this time, the main character finally spoke up and asked, "The one hiding in the haze is coming out on their own." Not bad. I don't need to go soul-searching, accepting the old yin physique of the Joyous Union art. The red-haired guy saw the Ninth Elder as if he had seen a ray of saving light, and shouted triumphantly, "Ninth Elder!" The Ninth Elder was old and decrepit, and the smell of corpses emanated from him, filled with disgusting stench. He stepped forward, filled with killing intent. The old man angrily said, "You're too arrogant, brat. You even dare to touch the life of the Thunder Rain Sect Master's people." Then, finishing the sentence, he cast the soul-locking art. The red-haired guy lying on the ground still didn't know the situation, and fearlessly laughed, saying, "Ninth Elder is a nascent soul stage expert, the strongest in Desolate Sky City. Just wait for your soul to be destroyed." The main character was so amused that tears came to his eyes, and said, "Are both of you so ridiculous? And nascent soul stage expert, soul destruction." I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. The main character looked down at his feet and said, "Look at these low-quality chains." The chains wrapped around the main character's feet, and with just one stomp, they were all shattered. This time the main character was really serious. "Who are you looking down on?" the elder said calmly. "Since you want to die so quickly, I'll grant you your wish." Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. Large and small rocks flew into the air, and the smell of corpses became increasingly strong. A yin-yang 8 trigrams was manifested, and chains flew from the 8 trigrams, pulling in the surrounding people to refine their souls. The main character said wearily to the elder, "It's really annoying when you're like this. Why do you have to stubbornly play with chains?" "I don't have that kind of hobby." As the chains continued to bind the main character's hands and feet, MC kindly reminds everyone around him, "Hold up.
Y'all stay back, you'll get soul splattered. MC thinks. A bunch of stray souls. After fighting that old geezer outside, they run into me. You guys are seriously unlucky. Trapped in this alchemy cauldron, even these poor lost souls are scared to touch MC, because the sheer power radiating from MC is enough to terrify them. Even these weaklings know better, so why doesn't this white-haired dude get it? Old Elder sees the coast is clear, figures that chump is done for, and thinks, that youngin' ain't looking too good. What a dumbass, with a hidden treasure. Right as he says it, BM, a fist of pure light slams into the Elder's face. MC delivers a flawless kick, snapping his leg, followed by a chin flick that sends teeth flying. The white-haired guy is seeing red, thinking, when did he get out? Wait a sec. He's still alive. Finally, he finds MC standing on the Elder. So tell me, who ain't looking too good now? This maniac, he thinks. This is awesome, like, seriously awesome. A brat who's cultivated this far, resisting my aura, he's a freaking prodigy. This old man has been stuck in the nascent soul stage for years, worrying about finding breakthrough resources. Never thought I'd run into one today. Let's play a little game, haha, did I break his brain, or what? The old fart even has a teleportation artifact, not bad for a quick escape. He teleports out of MC's grasp, returning with all his craziness. Drain these low-level chumps to boost my spiritual power. Suck, dry. Drain all this low-level nourishment. It's an honor for you low-level cultivators. Once I regain my strength, I'll grab that kid and refine him for a nascent soul breakthrough, haha. The screams for mercy are deafening, piled up like a mountain, a truly horrific scene, with the soul-refining furnace right there. MC, hearing this, finds him amusing because of his craziness. Refine me. Good thinking. Rare to find someone so reasonable, MC adds. Compared to those chickenheads who kept wanting to chop and kill me, you're much smarter. MC, still finding time to taunt, says. But how can someone as ethereally divine as me be refined by this filthy dual cultivation technique? Luckily, I know a more aesthetically pleasing method. Then, MC casts a spell.
Let me use you as a demonstration first, and then after you've personally experienced it, come refine me.
MC's illusion is so powerful it stuns the old man. Magic this strong. There's no way to counter it. MC's got this. The illusion creates solid walls, swallowing the old man's inhumane alchemy furnace, and him with it, crushing his pipe dream of refining his way to transcendence. MC brings him to his own personal dimension, interrogating him for his crimes.
The stories of the past slowly come to light. All crimes, past and present, have their reckoning. Maybe MC doesn't want to mention this event. The chaos of these idiots brings back painful memories to settle, remembering that back then it was Huo Gonghuang who killed his senior sister. This loss is not enough to make up for this old elder's life. He also resolves to eradicate the remnants of this heretical cultivation technique, banishing it from sight. For MC, this cultivation technique, that breeds bloodthirsty individuals who stop at nothing to achieve their goals, will receive a result commensurate with the bloodshed of that year. Today you have killed too many people. Continuing to kill will damage your Tao heart. Hong Yu certainly wouldn't want to see this either. Yun Ping, covered in fresh blood, eyes filled with hatred, rain soaking him, says, Master, I can temporarily agree to spare his dog life now, but later, if I encounter the consequences, I will naturally know. Yun Ping's master also agrees to this and will definitely chase him out of his sight. The expression in his eyes then and now is clearly the same, he shouts in horror, his face twisted as if he had seen a ghost. Wen Di should have died. How could he be alive? Even now, Yun Ping coldly says, if it weren't for my master back then, I wouldn't have let you live until now.
But you let me run into you again, still not giving up your bad habits, so of course I have to take your dog life.
Flicking his finger, Yun Ping says, Go. Hundreds of Arhat statues appear, each with blood-red eyes, their aura extremely intimidating.
Each of those 5 statues grabs a chain connected to a part of the unlucky evil guy's body. He screamed, No! No! Those chains weren't hurting his body, they were tearing his soul to pieces.
Yun Ping said coldly,
Since you're here, have a big gift. You guys are always talking about refining souls, wanting to enslave them. Now you can experience it yourselves. Enjoy.
What a buzzkill.
Yun Ping raised a finger and said coldly, You're an eyesore.
Immediately, the ugly old corpse turned into a pool of black blood, as black as his heart.
Yun Ping muttered. Shiji, Yun Ping is holding a red cloth string, muttering, 500 years, your revenge is finally served. The next day, the area was deserted, except for something strangely shaped that appeared in front of the Yun Tian Academy. Yun Ping stepped out of the strange thing. Out of nowhere, he heard something weird. Head.
Yun Xiaoping. Where are you? Daddy's here to save you, someone yelled.
Then, Something with tremendous destructive power blasted the Buddha head. Yun Ping was so shocked he almost fainted. "What the heck just happened here?" he cried out. "Who dares to blow up my turf? Got a death wish or what?" The newcomer was none other than Duansheng. He peeked at Yun Ping and laughed. "Turns out you're okay, kid. Your daddy thought you were annihilated." Yun Ping aimed the cannon at Duansheng and yelled, annoyed, "You're the one who's getting annihilated. Are you looking down on me? Daring to mess with my territory? Watch how I beat you to death." Duansheng ran while laughing. "I also brought 2 very important items. Don't you want to know what they are?" Yun Ping shoved the big cannon into Duansheng's head, then put on a murderous face, threatening him. "Good stuff better be a magical artifact. Hurry up and show me the goods. If it's not good." Duansheng took out a bow from his spatial storage and handed it to Yun Ping. "If this thing isn't good, I'll eat it on the spot." Yun Ping reached out to take the magical artifact that Duansheng had produced, his head filled with question marks. Why is it a celestial-grade artifact? Duansheng scratched his cheek, coughed, and explained. "Your disciple is also considered my junior disciple. Can't be too stingy. But whether the bow accepts her as its master depends on her fate." Yun Ping walked over and put his arm around Duansheng's shoulder familiarly, saying confidently, "With me here, nothing can't be tamed." "Speak, how much is still owed? Bro will sort it out for you," Duansheng said. "You know, it's a celestial-grade artifact after all, plus it has added special features. It's practically a sacred grade now. So 5 chests is the final price." I thought Yun Ping would continue to bargain, but unexpectedly, he immediately locked in the price with sparkling eyes. It felt like the one being ripped off wasn't Yun Ping but Duansheng. Afterwards, while putting his arm around Baojiu Duansheng, he dragged him into the academy, waving the bow and arrow in his hand. Yun Ping happily called out, "Ye Yu Xuan, come here quick, I have a good thing for you." Ye Yu Xuan ran out as soon as she heard Yun Ping's voice and hugged him, crying. She was extremely worried about Yun Ping. Yun Ping happily hugged Ye Yu Xuan in his arms, then showed her the bow and arrow. Yun Ping grabbed Duansheng and dragged him in front of Ye Yu Xuan, smiling. "Your uncle Duansheng is here, quickly try it out." Ye Yu Xuan was a little confused. A 7th uncle before, now a 2nd uncle here. Who are all these people? But all in all, while Duansheng is here, it's a good time to test the power of this bow and arrow. Ye Yu Xuan listened to the order, held the bow and arrow in her hand, preparing to activate it. The arrow was formed from spiritual energy. Its power was definitely not small, and it must be praised that Ye Yu Xuan's posture of holding the bow was too cool. Ye Yu Xuan released her hand. The arrow shot straight out of the Yuntian Academy's gate, scaring Yun Ping so much that his soul almost left his body, and he quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. Yun Ping annoyedly waved his arms and legs and said, "Xiao Yu Xuan, why are you still shooting at your teacher? Don't think that just because you are favored by your teacher, you can do whatever you want with your teacher." Got it. Ye Yu Xuan did not refute Yun Ping as usual, but bit her lip and said with teary eyes, "You bastard. You are a big bastard." Seeing Ye Yu Xuan crying like that, Yun Ping hurriedly ran over to awkwardly comfort her. "Kids really cry easily," Ye Yu Xuan said while crying. "Since becoming your disciple, I've been following you around like a fly, encountering all sorts of messy things you never explain. And you often disappear like yesterday, even with such a powerful enemy. Of course I'm worried." Yun Ping felt a little confused after hearing this. Then he immediately caught the main point. Yun Ping immediately turned towards the bushes where his other 5 disciples were hiding, watching the drama. "That's weird, you 5 brats. Why haven't you explained it to Xiao Yu Xuan yet?" So they say. But none of the 5 even bothered to explain or defend themselves, just dodging the question like pros. Besides, shouldn't Yun Ping be the one explaining things, like a couple squabbling? Xu Feng wiped away Ye Yu Xuan's tears and said gently with a smile, "All right, don't cry anymore. It's your teacher who didn't think things through. I'll try to tell you in advance next time." Ye Yu Xuan nodded and said, "You're old enough now, you need to keep your promises." Xu Feng hugged Ye Yu Xuan and said with a smile, "Of course, have I ever broken a promise to you?" Ye Yu Xuan put on an expression of disbelief. "Do you need to whitewash yourself to this extent?" Just when the two were being all lovey-dovey, Duansheng appeared out of nowhere to ruin the mood. He was lying on top of 5 boxes of instant noodles that Xu Feng had given him, looking nothing like a talented person at all, daydreaming about the noodles while explaining the other uses of the magical artifact. But talking takes too long, so Duansheng will just experiment himself. Duansheng walked up to Ye Yu Xuan, took the bow, and said with a smile, "I'll demonstrate for you. If I press here, it'll turn into a hand cannon, which can only fire condensed spirit origin energy. But in this form, the spirit origin energy will be several times stronger." Simply put, Duansheng once again aimed at Xu Feng to attack, with tremendous power. Xu Feng jumped into the air to escape, Duansheng said with a smile.
It can kill people beyond your level, a very special effect. It can defend against enemies who aren't too far apart in level. For you, Duansheng happily explained, the power of the magical artifact will change according to your own power. She also just rushed towards her teacher. Don't think about it for now, Yu Xuan nodded, and scribbled notes.
Duansheng continued. In actual cultivation, the stronger you are, the more the magical artifact can unleash its greatest power. In addition, the character and preferences of the person using the magical artifact are extremely important.
After giving his instructions, Duansheng handed the bow to Yu Xuan.
Then, he pointed at Xu Feng and said, I won't beat around the bush. I still have something to say to our teacher.
Take it and go practice. At this moment, Duansheng had become a role model of a reliable adult in her eyes. She happily replied, Understood. With that, she skipped away while whistling. Xu Feng was a little annoyed at this scene, and he snapped at Duansheng. You said there were two good things. Where's the other one?
Duansheng then pulled out a mysterious box from his person and said, The other thing is this. It's the spirit soul manifestation of Lan Yutian.
The two of them looked at this object and said, What's going on? People from Lan Yutian Palace brought it? When repairing it, they found that it was caused by external force impact, which could injure the 21 ultimate extremes like this. Lan Yutian Palace must be in some trouble. Xu Feng nodded. Got it. I'll quickly go to the extreme heaven domain to see, he worried. Before, the abyssal freezing cloth suddenly appeared in Xiao Yuxuan's body, and the old seventh in the mist forest said that someone broke the 21 ultimate extremes, and now Lan Yutian freezing is in trouble. What is the connection inside?
Duansheng interjected. All right, what needed to be said has been said. I'm going back to continue repairing their spirit soul manifestation. As he spoke, he pulled out a broom, released it, and it floated in the air, waiting like an aircraft.
Xu Feng was startled. Whoa, a flying broom. I was just saying it casually. You actually made it. Duansheng cockily stood on tiptoe to sit on the broom, with a smug expression. How could this trivial thing be difficult for me?
Xu Feng waved goodbye. Remember to tell me if anything happens. Duansheng had already soared into the clouds, happily replying, Got it, Chatterbox.
At this moment, at the martial arts training ground, Yu Xuan was diligently practicing. Xu Feng slowly walked over. Xiao Yu Xuan, don't practice anymore. Your teacher will take you to broaden your horizons of the vast world.
While Yu Xuan was still in a daze, Xu Feng dragged her away. Time waits for no one. We'll take a plane now. Yu Xuan was dazed. Where's the plane? Hey, wait, shouldn't we tell our senior brothers and sisters?
It's okay. They're used to it.
As he spoke, Xu Feng snapped his fingers, and the ring on his middle finger began to glow. As for the plane, look at the ground. He pinched Yu Xuan's cheeks to make her look at the ground. At this moment, there were a pair of giant chickens. And even stranger was that these two chickens were actually flirting with each other. These two chickens began to point their wings at Yu Xuan's face, saying, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen flirting before? Cluck cluck. Unseasoned noob. Yu Xuan was completely stunned. A plane, an airplane, a flying chicken.
Xu Feng immediately pulled Yu Xuan onto the two chickens, one person on each. Kim Kong, Barbie, let's fly.
That's the names of these two chickens, Yu Xuan smiled bitterly. Those are serious names.
There aren't even seatbelts. The safety system is too poor.
A moment later, the two chickens had taken the two people flying in the sky.
To kill the boredom, Ye Yu Xuan asked,
Jin Gang, is that chicken you're riding your boyfriend?
Jin Gang replied, Nope, that's my third husband. Ye Yu Xuan was speechless. Babia then seriously asked, Yunping, where are we headed this time?
The extreme celestial domain, Yunping replied. Babing, you're charging such a high price, so did you bring us overlord flowers?
Yunping went silent, sweating bullets.
Babiga asked again. You didn't bring them? Yunping panicked. Ugh, overlord flowers, what are those?
If you eat too much of that stuff, your throat will swell up and you won't be able to sing anymore. What then? Besides, isn't the stuff in my spirit realm much tastier than that junk? Bab B felt a headache coming on from Yunping's words, with black lines all over his face. Then Bab B shouted, Your Majesty the Queen! He didn't bring the overlord flowers and still wants us to fly across realms. Then he and Jin Gang simultaneously turned back, heading home.
Yunping frantically yelled, Hey, hey, hey! Let's talk this over. Don't do this, Bad Bai retorted. I trust you about as far as I can throw you. Faced with this scene, Ye Yu Xuan screamed in horror, let's go back. Wang Jun was then gathering every last overlord flower to pay the fuel fee for the two chickens. Is this enough? Bab Billy said. Chop chop, work your butt off, Jingang added. Add more. Who knows, we might have another trip later.
Far away, Yunping was taking care of Ye Yu Xuan, who was throwing up from motion sickness. Ye Yu Xuan grumbled, wiping her mouth. Be content.
People here haven't even reached the destination yet. And you're already dying. You weren't motion sick on Earth, but unexpectedly got motion sick here. Suddenly a voice called out, "You're awake!" Zhang Ruoshui rushed out of the room, looking at the two and asking, "Are you guys injured?" I wake up and it's quiet outside. What happened? Trying to act strong, Zhang Ruoshui finished speaking and was already sweating all over, then she collapsed.
Ye Yu Xuan conveniently caught her, happily saying, "Don't worry, we're fine, just motion sick. The people outside have already been driven away by that old bastard and our senior brothers and sisters. You can rest here and recover in peace." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoshui blanked out, curiously asking, "Motion sick? Not awake yet? Those people were beaten away by motion sickness." Zhang Ruoshui continued to struggle to get up, placing her hand on Ye Yu Xuan's shoulder. Thank you. Seeing this polite gesture, the two felt strange. Zhang Ruoshui continued, "Once I recover, I'll leave immediately, and definitely won't bother you guys." Ye Yu Xuan worried. "Even after you recover, your cultivation is ruined now, and your arm is gone. It's very dangerous to go outside. Isn't that right, old teacher?" Yuan Ping and Ye Yu Xuan exchanged glances, communicating with their eyes. "Old teacher, I also want a junior sister." "Old teacher, there's no benefit for us to take her in at all, old teacher, please." "Sigh, all right, take her in, hurry up and finish so we can get to the main event." Yuan Ping pulled out a small blue ring from his pocket. Since Xiao Yu Xuan has spoken, finishing speaking, he flicked the ring into the air, and the ring landed neatly on Zhang Ruoshui's hand. Yuan Ping said loudly, "Zhang Ruoshui accepts this great gift for a new student, and is now my 7th disciple. From now on, the Yuntian Academy will protect you." As soon as these words were spoken, a beam of blue light shone directly onto her, and in an instant, Zhang Ruoshui's clothes were changed into a set of sexy schoolgirl clothes, thigh-high socks with heart-shaped patterns attached, and a choker on her neck. Before she could even recover, Yuan Ping had already pulled her away quickly. "There's something important for you, follow me." Ye Yu Xuan was dumbfounded. What's so important that the two of you need to be alone in a room? Then, from inside the room, Zhang Ruoshui's moans were heard. "It hurts so much." Ye Yu Xuan was annoyed. "Old bastard, what did you do again?" The two chickens lovingly covered each other's ears. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Ye Yu Xuan frantically rushed into the room. "Ruoshui, are you okay?" Then she saw Zhang Ruoshui showing off her new mechanical arm, her eyes teary. "I have a new arm." Ye Yu Xuan excitedly hugged Ruoshui. "That's great, this arm is so cool." Without wasting any time, Yuan Ping hurriedly pulled Ye Yu Xuan away. "All right, her matter has been resolved, let's set off quickly too." Ye Yu Xuan was a little regretful. "Old teacher, why don't we bring Ruoshui along? If we leave her behind, what if those people take advantage of her being alone and come back to ambush her?" Yuan Ping didn't refuse, and immediately agreed. All right. Bring them all along. Let's hit up Extreme Sky Domain and get her a new arm." Ye Yu Xuan cheerfully grabs Ruoshui's hand, pulling her along. "All right, Ruoshui. Treman, let's go." The three of them follow each other out the door, and soon a rooster named Taishan joins the party, carrying Ruoshui. 3 people and 3 chickens zoom through the sky. Ye Yu Xuan strokes Jinggang's feathers, asking happily, "Jinggang, is Taishan your good sister?" "Cluck. She's my main squeeze," Teacher Wang Jun shouts, riding a chicken as he flies over. Yuan Ping asks, "What are you doing here?" Ye Yu Xuan greets him happily, "Senior brother." The chicken carrying Wang Jun, named Ru Hua, looks like it's having a rough time, probably because Wang Jun is heavier than the others. "Teacher, Yan Care is acting a little strange." Hearing this, Yuan Ping quickly says, "Bab-bi, turn around." Bab-bi clucks a few times, grumbling, "I knew it. We could have had a smooth departure." Soon everyone returns to the academy. Yuan Ping worriedly holds Yanhair's hand. "Yanhair, tell teacher if you feel unwell." Yanhair, her face flushed and her body seemingly having a fever, whispers, "Ugh, teacher." Yanhair struggles to open her eyes a bit, saying softly, My eyes feel weird." Yanhair's eyes open, and inside them, another pupil has appeared. Seeing this, Yuan Ping thinks to himself, double pupils. Why did they awaken so early? Helping Yankaser sit up, Yuan Ping says, "Yankaser, you have to get up and go with Master to Extreme Sky Domain." Yanfer whispers, "Okay, Yanfer will listen to teacher." Then, the 3 of them leave again, this time with Yuan Ping carrying Yanfer. The students left behind watch the 3 leave, each with their own thoughts, Wang Jun says. With Yan Care by teacher's side, we don't need to worry anymore. Yue Tian also says, "Yeah, I should get going too," Xiao Guang asks curiously.
Yue Tian says confidently. Gotta find some opportunities to break through my bottleneck.
Xiao Guang retorts with a dark face. Are you going to find opportunities? Or find a boyfriend? Yue Tian snaps back irritably. None of your business. Then, Yue Tian also starts to leave, and the senior brothers and sisters wish her well. After everyone leaves, Wang Jun laments. It was lively for only 2 days, and now it's quiet again.
Xiao Guang echoes. Right, we finally got 2 new junior sisters, and before we could even get to know them, teacher took one away. At this time, in the extreme sky domain, extreme eastern snowlands, a place of extreme cold, the 4 teachers and students have arrived. Ruo Shui asks, is this the legendary extreme eastern snowlands? Ye Yu Xuan is also excited. Whoa, it's my first time being in the snow. Yuan Ping, who is still looking at something intently, just grunts in agreement. Ye Yu Xuan asks curiously, what are you looking at? Yuan Ping replies, I'm looking at the little treasures down below. Below the 4 of them is the borderland snow mountain, a frozen lake. Looking closely, under the thin ice, countless bizarre fish are looking up, with jagged fangs, probably not the friendly kind. Ye Yu Xuan gets goosebumps looking at this scene, snapping, you call those chomp chomp demon beasts down there little treasures? Don't you ever call them that again, OMG? Yuan Ping doesn't reply, still deep in thought. That year, a silverfrost ice flower, silverfrost snow crystal, seems like it's still around. Gotta find it. Maybe it can help Zhao Xiang break through her bottleneck. Yuan Ping orders. Jingang, Tai Shan, land at the foot of Snow Mountain. The 3 chickens immediately cluck and swoop down. Not far from here, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, are struggling through the blizzard. The names of these 3 people are Liang Yu, Zhao Yu, and Fan Luoqui, respectively. Liang Yu, the only man, speaks up, Captain, are we really going to continue? It's been so many days, and we've searched everywhere. To no avail. Fan Luoqui, a woman with long black hair and a confident demeanor, seems to be the leader of this group, answers.
The Palace Lord's order. Even if we die, we must quickly retrieve the Silverfrost ice flower.
What's up with you today, so hesitant? Liang Yu explains, turning pale. It's not. It's just that there are a lot of demons and ghosts on this barren snow mountain recently. They say there's a lingering snow woman nearby.
Xiao Yu, standing next to him, echoes.
That's right. It's said to be especially. Our Northern Ice Palace is on the case. So this team of 3 is from the Northern Ice Palace. Luoqui reassures them. It's not like we haven't seen ghosts before. Don't scare yourselves. Focus on the journey.
Liang Yu calls out worriedly.
Captain, look ahead. Following the direction Liang Yu is pointing, Luoqui asks, still not understanding. What?
Liang Yu says with a trembling voice.
Snow woman. At this moment, in front of them, a strange jade-green figure gradually appears.
Liang Yu cried out in fear, it's the snow woman! Cut to the scene of Wu Xuan and her 3 fellow disciples jumping up and clinging to Yuan Ping's neck, terrified.
Yuan Ping gave a wry smile. Grandma, I'm begging you, please don't jump around on my head like that. Wu Xuan squeezed her eyes shut, wailing, I won't! I'm never going on the ice again! Those demonic beasts are too scary!
Ruo Shui, who was holding Yan Er behind, didn't know what to say. Yuan Ping was sweating, at a loss with this little girl. Xiao Yu Xuan, you're such a scaredy cat.
Wu Xuan snapped back. I am a scaredy cat, I'm scared to death. She pressed her 2 little meatball hands against Yuan Ping's head, saying, listen, my heart's already jumped out. Yuan Ping coaxed. Okay, how about this? If you come down, I'll let you choose a few cultivation manuals. How does that sound?
Wu Xuan hesitantly said. You promise? Yuan Ping happily replied. Of course.
Suddenly, a throwing star came flying, with 2 figures hidden within a faint blue aura.
In an instant, Wu Xuan had jumped away, while Yuan Ping simply pinched the throwing star between 2 fingers, completely unharmed. He praised his disciple, Xiao Yu Xuan. Not a bad reaction. In the distance, 3 people were rushing over with murderous intent. Yuan Ping was also surprised. I don't have any enemies here, do I? It turned out these 3 were the group from the Northern Ice Palace from earlier. Luo Gi shouted, I'll go save that man. You 2 are in charge of stopping the snow woman, Xiao Yu, and Liang Yu replied in unison. Yes. Then they pulled out hidden weapons, preparing to attack. Hearing the shout, both Yuan Ping and Wu Xuan were dumbfounded. Snow woman? What snow woman? Save who? Seeming to realize something, Wu Xuan's face twisted. In that instant, Luo Gi used her qinggong to rush forward and catch Yuan Ping in her arms, secretly channeling her qi to assess Yuan Ping. This guy has no spiritual energy. No wonder he was targeted by the snow woman. Their eyes met, and the girl confidently said,
Don't be afraid, we from the Judgment Palace will protect you. Yun Ping trembled. Perhaps because Luo Gi was too beautiful, Yun Ping was stunned, his face beaming. I've lived so long, and it's the first time a beauty has said she wants to protect me. On Wu Xuan's side, she was being pointed at by the swords of the three newcomers. Completely frozen, Luo Gi also shouted, Snow Woman, don't even think about harming anyone in front of us from the Judgment Palace. Zhao Yu added, Look at you, you're so cute, why would you do something like this? Running around eating people, Liang Yu was trembling, his hand holding the sword unsteady. Don't mess around. Otherwise my sword has no eyes.
Seeing that his master wasn't stepping forward to explain, Wu Xuan clicked her tongue and muttered, That old bastard, he's definitely daydreaming again.
Then, she started pulling out her weapon, sensing that the weapon Wu Xuan had pulled out was extraordinary. Luo Gi stood in front of the two. Zhao Yu, Liang Yu, you two protect that man, I'll deal with the Snow Woman.
Yun Ping, at this time, was still lost in his delusional imagination. Luo Gi and Wu Xuan are fighting over him.
I'm saving this man for sure. She put down her weapon. Don't bother fighting over it. You should let that man go. That man is mine.
Thinking this, Yun Ping grinned from ear to ear, his heart bursting with joy. It's been a long time since I've seen a two-women, one-man drama. So exciting, I love it.
The background extras were being completely ignored. Xiao Yu and Liang Yu turned to ask, Ruo Xue was still holding Yan air. Hey beauty, who are you? Are you with them? I don't know them at all.
Yun Ping started waving his hands, his mouth still grinning. Two misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. He rushed into the middle of the battle, continuously explaining, She's not any Snow Woman, and I don't need you to save me. We were just joking around.
They just had good intentions to stop something bad. Zhao Wu Xuan, put your weapon away, be good, don't fight over me. Lu Qiugi then stopped her weapon and asked, Why are you masters and disciples here in the Borderlands Snow Mountain? Yun Ping's eyes lit up, and he started using the tone of an expert, pretending to know. This? Why? Of course, to find the secret realm, Luo Gi repeated. Black lines all over her face. Secret realm. Why is it I have never heard there is a secret realm nearby?
These people. One person has no spiritual energy. One has broken meridians. One is unconscious. One at best is only at the mysterious gate stage. Where does this self-confidence come from?
Are they just descendants of some rich family forming a team to come and play? Luo Gi also seemed very cheerful, hurriedly stepped forward to bow and apologize to Wu Xuan, causing the little girl to jump. No need, no need. Luo Gi still said righteously, No way. As the captain of the judgment squad, I must be responsible for my actions. Yu Xuan, sweating profusely, waved her hand. You're just being kind. It's not a big deal. There's no need to be so formal.
She thought to herself, Is this girl's brain broken? I already said it's okay. This awkward conversation is still going on.
Luo Gi spoke first. Please give me a chance to make amends. Make amends for what? Seriously, it's not necessary.
Give me a chance, Luo Gi continued to say firmly. Eventually, Yu Xuan's face was covered in sweat. Really, it's not needed. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Luo Gi, she turned to Yun Ping to express her apologies. Let us be your protectors. Otherwise, with your strength, you won't be able to survive in this desolate snow mountain. She thought to herself. The location of the silver glacial flower is unknown, and it depends on fate. For now, let's cover the loss, and not damage the reputation of the Northern Bang clan. Yun Ping, being offered to be followed by a beautiful woman, naturally agreed. Then we'll rely on you all. He felt delighted. Alright, this girl is very stubborn, it's useless to refuse. Let her follow along. Luo Gai extended her hand to shake, introducing herself. Nice to meet you. I am Fan Luo Gai. I am Yun Ping. Yun Ping replied. Then he shouted, leading the group forward. Alright, let's continue on our way. After more than half a day, Yun Ping stopped, saying that they had arrived. In front of the group was an abandoned building buried in snow, with architecture resembling the ancient cathedrals of modern humans. Luo Gi asked curiously, Is this a secret realm? Isn't this just an abandoned area? Yu Xuan and Yun Ping began to whisper. Xiao Baobei, you said it was here before. Weren't you tricked? There's no Xiao Baobei? Ruo Xue, feeling uneasy at this moment, said, I really shouldn't have come here. I should have stayed home. Behind her, Liang Yu tugged at Luo Gi's sleeve, whispering, Captain, I feel like something's not right. How could there be such an easy-to-find secret realm, found in less than an hour? Moreover, they are too familiar with the desolate snow mountain. Could they also be here for the silver glacial flower? Lu Gi also whispered, her face expressionless. If that's the case, I will never yield it to them. As she spoke, she gently moved her sword, a subtle killing intent rising. Is this the secret realm you want to find? Luo Gi asked. Zhao Yu naively added.
Could it be that they just randomly found a dilapidated place to trap us and then do bad things? Yunping smiled slyly. Little girl, you're so suspicious. Does my pure face look like I'm deceiving people?
If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Luogi didn't stand on ceremony and walked forward. Then let me pave the way. After taking a few steps, Luogi realized she was passing through a thin barrier.
Inside the barrier, the space was pitch black, and hundreds of stone men were waiting. Each one was muscular, nearly 2 meters tall, with glowing red eyes, looking incredibly terrifying. Yunping probably anticipated this, and called out, "Let's begin!" Luogi coldly drew her sword, saying softly, "Deathly stillness, profound gate." What a small trick! In the next moment she stepped according to a strange footwork, darting east and west, lightly dodging every attack of the stone men as if she knew their every move. Emerald green light flashed from the tip of her sword in the darkness, looking like an aurora in the snowy sky, gentle and ethereal. Luogi quickly defeated all the stone men, coldly announcing the name of her technique, freezing snow slash.
It's safe to enter now, she called out. At the same time, in the space, the corpses of the stone men turned into countless pieces of stone, falling all around. Yunping stopped her. Wait. Then he used a writing brush to draw a glowing circle around Ruo Shui and Yan Er, instructing carefully, "You don't have any cultivation right now, and you're with Yan Er, so you can't do anything. It's safer to stay here." Ruo Shui looked blankly. "What is this for?" Yunping continued to sit beside her, adding, "As long as you don't leave the circle, no ghosts or monsters can hurt you. If you're bored, eat some seeds and read the Manly Men novels. I'll come back for you too. After I'm done." Yunping didn't forget to leave a few bags of melon seeds and magazines for Ruo Shu. She didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, picking up a book to read. Then, the group continued to enter the ruins. "Wait, everyone be careful," Luogi shouted. "This place is a bit strange." It turned out that in front of Luogi was a huge red barrier, shaped like a 5-pointed star, with a pool of blood at its center, looking terrifying. "This isn't anything good." Liang Yu was scared out of her wits. What is this?" Looking closer, Xiao Yu trembled. In the pool of blood in the middle of the diagram are countless skeletons. Looking at the clothes, Xiao Yu realized that everyone in this pit belonged to the Northgang Palace. Luogi immediately swung her sword, turning and pointing it at Yunping, wary. "The way you zeroed in on this place, I've been side-eyeing you since."
"What's the deal? Spill it," Yunping calmly replied. "Chill, little lady. Watch your attitude. You're not talking to a suspect from your judgment palace." He then offered his analysis. "The blood on this ground is dried, and the bodies rotting in the pit. Clearly they've been dead for ages, dude. What more do you want me to explain? Like I need to prove I'm innocent?" Luogian still secretly felt uneasy. "Nah, this ain't right. My gut's screaming he's totally linked to this," she said sharply. "True. There's no proof right now. Our judgment palace is all about fairness, you know?" With that, she lowered her sword and said to everyone, "All right, let's hit the road." She thought to herself, "Just you wait. If I find any proof, I'm personally dragging your butt back to the judgment palace for a full inquiry." Liang Yu fretted, "But the way's blocked by some formation, and this one feels super ancient and creepy." Yunping scoffed loudly. "This junk. Don't even bother. You guys won't break it. Just use a spatial teleportation scroll already." Liang Yu whispered to Luogi, "Seriously, what kind of super rich clan is he from? Just casually whipping out a spatial teleportation scroll that can warp this many people. Even our North Ice Palace might not have one of those," Luogi replied with a straight face. "The far eastern snowfield doesn't have any clans that loaded." To avoid prying ears, Yunping and Ye Yu Xuan communicated via mind link. "Hey, you old pervert. Did you kill those guys?" "Why'd you off them? Did they tick you off or something?" Yunping shot back. "Yep, I did. Who told them to barge into my private room and try to murder its owner?" Ye Yu Xuan put her hands on her hips, grilling him. "Break into your private room? Isn't this Cloud Heaven Academy? Or is it just one of your favorite hangouts? No wonder you know the way so well." Yunping flicked Ye Yu Xuan's forehead. "Geez, what are you thinking about all day?" he laughed. "This used to be my place," the girl gasped. "Holy crap." After the successful teleport, a massive stone door appeared before everyone. Di and Luogi asked, "Is your destination behind this door?" Xiao Yu fretted. "The aura here is super spooky." Yunping happily affirmed, "Yep, let me introduce you. Carved on this door are my little cutie pie door guardians. The left one's Xiaojing and the right's Hai Gi Bao Bao." He didn't forget to add, "Don't say exact. Only say unrelated." Ye Yu Xuan started sweating bullets, mumbling. Yunping then placed his hands on both doors, grinning, "I'll rouse them so they can paint some dragons for you." After a good while with nothing happening, Ye Yu Xuan finally asked, "Your two precious darlings, are sleeping like the dead, huh?
Yun Ping, suddenly anxious, murmured, "They're not asleep. They're not even in the secret realm." Ye Yu Xuan was alarmed. "They're not, but guardian beasts can't live if they're not in the secret realm, right?" Yun Ping replied. "They'd never leave the secret realm on their own, unless they were murdered." He scowled, annoyed. "After you guys finish your whatever, go investigate. I want to see which blind idiot had the guts to break into my place and kill my guardian beasts." Clang, clang, clang. A ruckus made Yu Xuan and Yun Ping turn their heads. Turns out, the other three were just wildly hacking away at the two stone doors with their weapons. Yu Xuan had to ask again. "What are you all doing?" Luo Gi declared proudly. "We're gonna smash this door open, don't you worry." Right then, Yun Ping just casually pushed the door open and strolled in, remarking that you just had to open it. The three were instantly dumbfounded. After a beat, they all stepped into the main hall. Right in the middle sat a sparkling glass box, definitely holding some kind of treasure. "A silver-cold ice flower," Luo Gi blurted out. Inside the glass box, a flower that looked like a marigold, with petals completely made of crystal, shimmered with breathtaking beauty. "It's seriously a silver-cold ice flower." "Captain, this is a total jackpot," Liang Yu cheered. "Yep, we finally lived up to the Palace Master's mission," Luo Gi replied, beaming. Then, the three suddenly shrieked in unison. "What the heck are you doing?" Turns out Yun Ping was licking each petal, one by one, looking totally perverted. Smack, smack. Yun Ping licked his lips and declared, "Left untouched for so many years, and it's peach-flavored, baby." Then he turned to them, a teasing smirk on his face. "What? You guys were looking for this too?" The three immediately sensed trouble, took up defensive stances, and yelled, "This is a lost treasure of our North Ice Palace. We're telling you to hand it over." Yun Ping nonchalantly asked, "You guys were sent to find the Silver Frost Ice Bloom, but seriously, did your Bingrong sect have to cause a fuss with that Qin sect about this thing?" "Is your sect leader messing with you?" Luo Gio retorted angrily. "Don't you dare be disrespectful to our sect leader. The affairs of the Northern Ice Palace are none of your business." "Return it to me," Yun Ping replied calmly. "This bloom was given to me by Silverfrost Ice back then. Now it's mine. If you don't believe me, take me to Silverfrost Ice, and everything will be clear." Luo Gi snapped. "The Silverfrost Ice Grand Elder has been in seclusion for 100 years. How can you have a direct confrontation? If you truly knew the Grand Elder, wouldn't you know this? Besides, you're not a cultivator, and you're so young. How could you have met the Grand Elder 100 years ago?" Finally, Luo Gi shouted, "I think you're messing with me." She drew her sword and pointed it at Yun Ping. "Arguing is pointless now. Let's settle it with a duel and decide who it belongs to." Yun Ping sighed. "This little girl is really something, betting my head. Either way, I'm the one who loses." As he spoke, he placed the bloom back where it was, then continued to bargain. "Forget it. To encourage your courage, if you can do anything to me within 3 moves, this thing is yours. How's that sound?" Yu Xuan had already run far away by now. Luo Gi didn't stand on ceremony and shot forward, saying, "A promise is a promise." She leapt into the air and slashed down. Yun Ping dodged lightly, saying, "1 move down. Too slow." Handily, Luo Gi slashed horizontally, and Yun Ping leaned back again to dodge. Second move, he sprang back, surprising Luo Gi. "You have one last chance." Luo Gi spun her sword and stabbed at Yun Ping, but Yun Ping simply raised 2 fingers to block her blade. "That's the third move," Yun Ping said gently. "It's over. The Silverfrost Ice Bloom can't be yours." Finishing his sentence, he used 2 fingers to snap the blade into pieces. "Your cultivation isn't bad, but to me, it's too childish." Luo Gui could only stammer in shock. Mai Dao, Liang Yu, and Xiao Yu, seeing this, cried out in unison, "Captain!" Then, they rushed forward to support her. "Captain, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Luo Gi said sadly. "I lost." Yun Ping pulled out a scroll from his person and tossed it to Luo Gi. "Here, this is for you guys. Oh, and if you want to take my disciple to visit the mechanism up ahead, don't use this scroll. It's different from the one that brought you in here. It can also take you straight out." He explained further, "Didn't you guys want to find the Silverfrost Ice Bloom anyway?" Seeing that the person she had just attacked was even helping her, Luo Gi lowered her head apologetically. She said resolutely, "After we return to the palace, I will report your matter to the sect leader." Yun Ping laughed. Got it, hurry and go." The 3 of them immediately turned to leave. Luo Gi said decisively, "Dare to play, dare to own up. This place isn't a place to linger. We need to find the Silverfrost Ice Bloom first before returning to the palace." Ignoring Liang Yu's persuasion, "Captain, At this moment, Yu Xuan hurriedly ran to hug Yun Ping's arm, asking, "You said that Silverfrost Ice Bloom has peach-flavored nectar. Is it delicious? Can I try it?"
Just a lick, Yunping laughed. Why do you want to eat everything? This is for my second senior brother, Yunping. Put his arm around Yu Xuan's waist and continued. If you want to try it, wait until we get back. The two happily left. Let's go pick up my senior and junior sisters. After a while, the two returned to Ruo Shui's location. Ruo Shui, we're back. Yu Xuan called out happily. Yu Xuan worried. Yan Shi Shiji. Yunping picked her up. Give Yan Fair to me. Ruo Shui also didn't forget to ask, I saw 3 people leave earlier. What happened? Yunping explained vaguely. It's nothing. The thing was found pretty quickly. They finished their escort and left. Seeing what Yunping was about to do, Yu Xuan panicked. Hey, wait. Why are you still planning to put senior sister into the storage ring? That's not a place where living people can stay, Yunping explained. Mine is fine. Xianxia is not as stable as when we first set off. You can understand that she's hibernating now. Putting her in the storage ring is safer and more convenient for us to work. Yu Xuan scoffed. A single father raising a child is indeed unreliable. Ruo Shui nodded in agreement. More than half a day later, the 3 continued to travel on the backs of 3 chickens. Yu Xuan continued to ask, where are we going next? Yunping answered casually. Taking you two to a place with lots of girls. The chicken excitedly crowed in agreement. The fragrant beauties stuck firmly to the destination of the 3 teachers and disciples, which was a beautiful and magnificent palace, the Northern Ice Palace. Yunping looked at his 2 disciples and asked, Hey, why are you making that face again? Are you missing your Northern Ice Palace? Cluck. At this time, the 2 disciples were pale-faced. Yu Xuan complained. Can you not lead the way in the future? Wouldn't it be better to follow the guidance of the flying chicken? You've turned a half-day journey into 3 whole days. Snowing like crazy. Look at us, Ruo Zhu chimes in. This idiot's confidence is terrifying. I knew I should have just stayed inside the storage ring with 5th sis. Hearing that, Yunping shamelessly laughs. Aya, wasn't I just trying to show you guys the snowy scenery? Yu Xuan retorts sarcastically. Thanks a lot. After a few steps, Yu Xuan asks, Didn't you say there were tons of chicks here? Yunping strokes his chin. Patience, we're almost there. Then, a knock, 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 echoes from inside the city gate. A female voice calls out, Who is it, Gage? Yunping knocks back, replying, It's me, your Meimei. Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui stand to the side. Judging, Ruo Shui asks, Is he always like this? Yu Xuan answers, Hey, you'll get used to it. After a moment, the city gates open, revealing rolling hills and a line of stunning beauties welcoming them in unison. The woman at the front, with thick hair and wearing a red dress, rushes towards Yunping, cheering happily. My Gage, I missed you so much. Yunping catches her. Aya, my Meimeis, you're crushing me. Seeing the lovey-dovey scene, Yu Xuan stomps her foot in annoyance. Hey, what are you guys doing? Even if you're close, you can't just hug and kiss right after meeting. Ruo Shui has to hold her back, calming her down. Sis, calm down, I told you, you'll get used to it. After the intense greeting, the woman finally turns to look at the 2 unfamiliar girls. Then, she disappears from Yunping's embrace. In a flash, she's in the middle of the 2 girls, rubbing against them affectionately. Pretty Meimeis, come rub against your Gigi. Ruo Shui whispers to Yu Xuan. What's going on now? No idea. A hand suddenly appears on Yu Xuan's waist. Come on, let's go play in the palace with Gigi. The group swarms Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui, welcoming them joyfully. Awesome. Finally, we have new Meimeis. It's been ages since our Northern Water Palace has had any sisters visit. Everyone leaves Yunping standing alone, lamenting. This is the loneliness of a strong person. A moment later, Ruo Shui and Yu Xuan are lost in bliss. The 2 girls moan comfortably. It feels like my body is floating. Right now, the 2 of them are massaging each other in a spacious bath. Steam rises everywhere. Yu Xuan sighs. Ruo Shui, I feel like I'm, forgetting something. Ruo Shui, lying next to her, says languidly, Does it really matter? Just then, their teacher's voice sounds, reluctantly reminding them. On the sidelines, you forgot to be jealous. At a long chair nearby, a woman with long hair is swirling a glass of wine. After your bath, Gigi will take you 2 out for some yummy food. The 2 girls respond with sparkling eyes. Then, the 2 of them devour the food, faces as happy as if they've never had anything so delicious before. So good. I've never eaten anything this good, Yu Xuan thinks to herself, Ruo Shui says. Right. If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Eating is more important, the long-haired woman says with a smile. Eat slowly, don't choke. Eat whatever you want. By nightfall, the beauties cuddle together and go to sleep. Ruo Shui even mumbles in her sleep, Delicious, another plate, zzz. The long-haired woman smiles, thinking, I really know how to take care of people. At this moment, in the Judgment Palace, a voice echoes, "I've already arranged things for your 2 disciples now. Can you tell me why you specifically came to the Northern Ice Palace?"
The person speaking is the woman in red, who seems to be the owner of this place. Yunping puts his hands behind his back and replies, "I need Yinhan Shui being that girl to help me with something, but I can't sense her even when I expand my divine sense." The woman clicks her tongue, taking the half-sucked lollipop out of her mouth and says, "Sing. Grandmaster Yinhan Shu Bing has been in seclusion for hundreds of years." Yunping asks in surprise, "What happened?" The woman tiptoes, jumps down to the ground, and says, "Well, that goes back to when I took over. That year, I passed the princess position to my disciple Yang Xingyi. Grandmaster Yinhan Shui Bing had already gone out." She looks into the distance, recounting, "Someone took the opportunity to poison Yang Xinggui's child. In order to save her child, Yang Xingui went berserk, leaving the mortal world. The Grandmaster rushed back, but couldn't revive Yang Xingui." Speaking to this point, her voice becomes somewhat melancholy. Seeing this, Yunping goes over and pats her shoulder in comfort. She continued, "Furthermore, the Grand Master was severely injured at the time, not quite right in the head. After that, the Grand Master declared seclusion, locking herself away in the Ice Palace. Too much to fret about. I wasn't in the mood to handle official duties, so I tacitly approved Yang Xinggui's husband, Fan Dongyin, to take over as palace master. It's been hundreds of years, and many problems can't be completely resolved. The Grand Master also refuses to see us." Yunping pondered for a moment and offered, "Maybe I can give it a shot. Besides, what you said might be related to some news I got." He started recounting, "Do you know that the 7 Dreams Tree and Azure Rain Heavenly Ice are being hunted down by the Deep Abyss? And the Solid Ice, no one knows who released it." The woman was taken aback. "What the heck?" Yunping stood close to the railing, the wind blowing his hair wildly. He continued, "These things happening one after another. Someone's definitely targeting the 21 Extreme Wisdom." The woman then grabbed Yunping's hand. "Originally, I didn't want to trouble you with Northern Ice's affairs, but now it seems this is no small matter. Perhaps someone can give you some clues." Then she whispered into Yunping's ear, "This person's name is..." Yunping nodded. Yeah, I got it." After that, she pulled out an ice token from her person and instructed, "After you go, perhaps the Grand Master will agree to meet the Ice Chill token. Take it. With it, the guards won't dare stop you." Yunping found it strange. "Isn't this supposed to be with your palace master?" "How do you have it?" She stuck out her tongue. "I'll explain later." Don't know how much time passed. Yu Xuan suddenly opened a stone door. In the middle of the dark room, an ice coffin was floating, extremely dim. She stepped forward, step by step, her mind unable to focus. Then, she looked inside the coffin, and immediately screamed silently in horror. Inside the coffin was a white-haired girl, submerged in ice water. She possessed a beauty beyond compare. Looking closely, Yu Xuan was stunned, because the girl's face was exactly like hers. Suddenly, the girl lying under the water opened her eyes, looking up at Yu Xuan. From inside the coffin, countless red tentacles shot out. Yu Xuan only had time to cry out in panic, "What's going on?" The tentacles had tightly wrapped around her, squeezing her limbs so she couldn't move. Then, these tentacles lifted the girl up, bringing her closer to the girl lying in the coffin. Yu Xuan cried incessantly. A call from afar echoed, "Sixth senior sister, Xiao Yu Xuan." Yu Xuan then suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. At this time, Ruo Shui was standing beside her worriedly. "Sixth senior sister. You're finally awake," Yunping added. "I just got back and heard a piercing scream. What did you dream about that scared you so bad?" Yu Xuan recounted, one hand on her chest, scared. "I dreamed that there was a woman exactly like me lying in an ice coffin filled with blood, and there was something like blood vessels wrapped around me, pulling me down. I couldn't break free." Yunping stroked her head, comforting. All right, don't worry. Dreams and reality are opposites." Yu Xuan's face was still full of fear, affirming, "But that scene was too realistic, so it doesn't feel like a dream at all." Yunping patted Yu Xuan on the shoulder, soothingly. "Sometimes dreams are like that. There's another person in the world like you, right?" Yu Xuan gradually calmed down, reassuring herself. "You're right, there can't be another person like me in this world." After that, she lay down to sleep again. Yunping, after tucking Yu Xuan in, said to Ruo Shui, "Since it's a full moon today, I'll teach Zhao Qi the 7-moon ecliptic skill. You can sleep soundly. We'll be right outside the door." Yu Xuan pulled the blanket over her face, nodded in agreement. Her cheeks flushed red. Ruo Shui still worriedly suggested, "Master, sixth senior sister's mood is unstable right now. She needs someone to be with her. You've already memorized the skill, I'll just practice the rest on my own. Yunping, seeing Ruo Shui's concern for Yu Xuan, happily agreed. Alright, then ask me tomorrow if you don't understand anything. Yu Xuan, seeing this scene, was moved to tears. Wah wah wah, Ruo Shui, thank you, Ruo Shui, just stuck out her tongue, pretending, don't mention it. If only my skills were better, I would have gone to learn already. Then, Yunping quickly took off his outer robes, gently lay down next to Yu Xuan, smiling. Alright, with me here. No snake demons or gods dare to come, go to sleep. Half an hour later, all three still couldn't fall asleep. Yu Xuan tossed and turned. I can't sleep, that strange feeling is stuck in my head. How about we play a game? What do you think? Yunping pondered and said, Nah, forget the game. Let's not torture our minds at midnight. Let's play, truth or dare, instead. Ye Yu Xuan cheerfully leaned over. Okay, then I'll ask you first. Yunping quickly replied, Haha, bring it on. Turns out, he had anticipated Ye Yu Xuan's question. Ye Yu Xuan was surprised, because she hadn't even asked the question yet, so she angrily jumped up and used a pillow to beat Yunping. You pervert. You smooth talker. Today I will eliminate you on behalf of the moon. Seizing the opportunity, Yunping reached out and grabbed Ye Yu Xuan's waist, pinning her down. Alright, it's my turn to ask. Yunping asked her. You transmigrated here, right? The girl blushed and turned to look in another direction, shyly replying, I guess so. It's just that. Before, my name was Ye Yu Xuan. And after coming to this world, my name is still Ye Yu Xuan. After hearing the answer, Yunping happily laid back down. Oh, so that's how it is. Ye Yu Xuan continued to ask, You said before that you were Emperor Wen, right? Is it true? Don't lie to me, Yunping simply replied. I'll be a dog if I lie. Ye Yu Xuan lay on Yunping's chest, shyly asking, Then did your Emperor Wen self have many soulmates? Yunping began to ponder and replied, Well, there were many, but there was only one true love. Ye Yu Xuan was stunned. True love? Afterwards, she was slightly sad, whispering, Oh, I see. Then she turned away. I'm sleepy. Thank you for being with me today. Let's end the game here. Yunping sighed. Whatever. Go to sleep. Yunping lay down and began to analyze the events that had occurred. Little Ye Yu Xuan didn't soul transmigration midway. There's no soul aura of her in the body. Why am I dreaming about her? Looks like I should pay her a visit. Not knowing how long had passed, the moon was bright. Yunping opened his eyes. He was floating in front of a tomb. The tombstone was unclear about whose name it was. It's been a long time since I've been to this place. He gradually approached the tombstone, and then directly passed through the tomb, entering a strange barrier. This place was covered with water, and on the water were countless lotus flowers. The gate of the barrier was a red wooden gate. Yunping assessed. Everything is normal. He was even more pensive. Could it be that I'm overthinking it, and Xiao Yu Xuan has nothing to do with her? Or should I take some time to visit Zhao He and ask about the recent situation, before setting off to learn about the Palace Master of the Northern Ice Palace? The scene has switched to a magnificent ice castle, presumably an important location within the Northern Ice Palace. Yunping was being led by a red-haired girl, who introduced him. My lord, we've arrived at the Snow Shadow Palace. Luo Gi came out from within. Surprised to see Yunping. Why are you here? Yunping waved hello in a flurry. Hi, is your mission to find the Silver Frost Ice Flower done? The red-haired girl was stunned, quickly asking, Vice Captain, are you also acquainted with our Lord's sworn brother? Luo Gi asked in return. You are Lord Feng Qingzhu's sworn brother, Yunping simply replied. Yep. Then the girl's head was full of question marks. Afterwards, the girl quickly asked for a favor. Since you two are acquainted, then please trouble Vice Captain to lead him to meet the Palace Master. Luo Gi was surprised, and asked again to confirm. Meet the Palace Master. She immediately refused. The Palace Master is currently in seclusion. To meet her, you must wait 7 days. Even Yunping wasn't angry. Is that so? He turned to leave, not forgetting to say again, Then please trouble Vice Captain to lead the way at that time. He thought to himself, This Palace Master sure has impeccable timing. Luo Gi was a little curious. What is this person's background after all? Recalling the past, Luo Gi went to pay respects to the Palace Master, proactively reporting the mission. Palace Master, the 5 Silver Frost Ice Flowers are complete. The Palace Master was wearing a blue outfit, had platinum white hair, and a handsome appearance. Looking to be just over 30, he praised. That's great. With these 5 Silver Frost Ice Flowers, I can avenge your mother. Hearing this, Luo Gi happily obeyed, secretly rejoicing. Mother, this day has finally come. Stand up, my child. The Palace Master helped her up, handing over a sword.
It will be forged in 7 days, then you can go get it for me." Luo Gi obeyed, then added, "That's right, father. Luo Gi has something else to report. A few days ago, when we were in the Snow Mountain wilderness finding the Silver Frost Ice Flower, we met a strange person." Then she talked about the 3 disciples of Yun Ping. After listening, the palace master's expression was a little uncomfortable. Dark clouds swirling around. "Oh, I will send someone to investigate this matter." Then he ordered,
"These few days you should announce to the outside that I am in seclusion for 7 days, not seeing anyone." Hearing these words, Lu Sugi also sensed that something was not right. At this time, within the Snow Shadow Palace, the palace master's guard just reported, "Those 3 people have already left the palace." The palace master was leisurely feeding the fish, smiling and asking again, "Bao Yuan sent someone to follow them, right?" The subordinate replied, "Already on it." He looked at the fish, and a small, red cloud appeared on their bodies. He merely smiled. "Excellent." Meanwhile, the 3 master and disciples were now flying on their chickens. Yu Xuan complained, "We just rested for 1 day. Where are you taking us now? I feel like I've gotten so thin recently." Yun Ping smiled. "No need to worry. That's definitely just your imagination. This time, I'm taking everyone to meet an old friend." Then, half jokingly, half seriously, Yun Ping reminded the 2. "Hold on tight," Yu Xuan asked curiously. "Huh, what's up?" Yun Ping replied. "Yesterday, I expanded my spiritual sense and found some really cool little trinkets hidden in Bei Bing Gong. Nothing's happening yet, but we're probably catching up soon." Then, with a deafening boom, the 3 flying chickens scattered in fright. After who knows how long, the 3 master and disciples crashed into an icy, snowy land. Yu Xuan woke up, her whole body aching, coughing nonstop. She secretly thought, "Is this the reincarnation of the Hongmen ancestor? Even that old bastard's barrier got blown to smithereens." After recovering, Yu Xuan quickly stood up and looked around. Seeing Ruo Shui still sprawled out, she called loudly, "Ruo Shui sis, are you okay?" The 2 chickens and 1 person immediately started throwing up. As soon as they woke, Yu Xuan freaked out. "Why is everyone throwing up?" Ruo Shui wiped her mouth and asked, "Even the flying chickens got airsick." "But you're fine, sis." Yu Xuan proudly puffed out her chest and laughed. "Haha, you just gotta get used to it, no biggie." "Where's that old bastard?" She scurried around, looking east and west. "Old pervert, old bastard, where are you?" While the 2 were still catching their breath, a pile of snow started pushing up from a nearby snowdrift. It turned out to be Yun Ping and his chicken, breaking through the snow and emerging, both with satisfied expressions. "This snow feels amazing." Suddenly, a group of people appeared. A man's voice rang out mockingly. "Hello, hello, looks like no one died." The group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a guy with a mechanical arm, black hair, and a cape. The other 2 were a dapper-looking blonde young man and a sexy girl in a purple evening gown. The blonde young man said, "Oh, my dear Ai de Hua." The sexy girl said, "Oh, how can you say men can't be like that?" The blonde young man hugged the black-haired young man affectionately and said, "Oh ho ho, well then, my sincerest apologies. I bear no ill will. My dear Ai de Hua, you're not mad at us, are you?" The sexy girl, holding a watermelon, eyed the other 2. "You 2 are being quite lovey-dovey today, aren't you?" Ruo Shui and Yu Xuan were already hiding behind Yun Ping by then. Yu Xuan whispered, "Old pervert? Is this the Gia? Cool little thing you were talking about?" Yun Ping was at a loss for words. Even I didn't expect such a ridiculous combination. In a flash, the blonde young man's figure blurred. The next second, a hand lifted Yun Ping's chin. "It was the blonde young man," he asked again, his voice threatening. "You know us." He immediately blabbered on. "All right then, we'll show our hand. We are the trio symbolizing love and peace, the Immortal Flower Warriors." As he spoke, all 3 of them struck magnificent, over-the-top poses like a Japanese superhero squad. "Tremble, you brats!" Frowning, Yun Ping yelled, "Wipe 'em out, quick!" Then he pulled out a bazooka and blasted those 3 idiots. A huge explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust. This, however, only seemed to hype up those 3 weirdos even more. The blonde young man continued, "Looks like our roadside fans just couldn't wait any longer. So passionate." Well then, out of nowhere he pulled out a microphone, his face absolutely thrilled. First up, a warm welcome to the Apex Void Dream Maiden, a master at crafting illusory realms with blood. Our sweet-blooded beauty, one taste and you'll know. As she was introduced, the sexy girl strutted out, striking a seductive pose, not forgetting to self-admire. "This great lady is the prettiest," the blonde young man continued. Next up is Ai de Hua,
the sanctification stage speedster. This Ai Dehua appeared cold and taciturn, simply striking a pose with his hands in his pockets, urging the other guy to hurry up. Yu Xuan commented curtly, "Seriously?" The blond young man closed his eyes, ran a hand through his hair, and started rattling off. And finally, we proudly present the Apex Void Mighty One, symbolizing love and peace, the lost prince who upholds gentlemanly principles. As he said that, he twisted and posed, looking as nauseating as possible.
This prince is the very embodiment of a good person.
Then he winked and blew a kiss. Manhwa. The three disciples, after witnessing this display of cringe, were visibly disgusted.
Seeing their reaction, Blondie got pissed. "How dare you insult this prince's beauty?" Then he pulled out a bow and shot a pink heart-shaped arrow. "This prince shall make you suffer the punishment of love." The arrow looked ridiculous, but its speed was astonishing. Luckily, Yunping managed to pull his two disciples down in time to dodge the attack.
Yunping hurriedly asked, so disgusted that he forgot to open the barrier. "Are you two okay?" Ruo Shui replied. "A little shaken, but nothing serious."
Ye Yu Xuan fearfully shut her eyes tight, clutching Yunping's sleeve.
"Laoshi," she whimpered, "they're too strong. If I fight, I'll only be a burden to you. How about you put us in the ring, please?" Ruo Shui just crossed her arms, sizing herself up. "I can't fight in my current state either, if I could recover quickly." Seeing the situation, Yunping grinned. "Want to recover quickly? Easy peasy. Your Laoshi has a great treasure. I'll simultaneously replenish your energy so you recover quickly, and temporarily boost your cultivation."
As he spoke, Yunping took his two disciples' hands. "However, these kinds of dangerous temporary boosts can only be done by me, your Laoshi."
A rare chance to practice teamwork like this. Take this opportunity to experience fighting alongside a powerhouse.
With that, Yunping transferred Immortal Qia to his two disciples. In an instant, Ruoshu went from the Naling realm straight to the Dongshu realm, and Yunxuan went from the Lingtai realm straight to the Dongshu realm.
Feeling that everything was ready, Yunping happily said, "The enemy clearly came prepared, so be careful."
"Remember, the energy will only last until Zai hour, so fight fast and win quickly," the two disciples replied in unison. "Understood."
The energy of both disciples had reached its peak. Hearing the three of them speak so loudly and clearly, the other three felt contempt. Meng Nu sneered, "How about we give you a few hours to discuss things before fighting?" Mi Luo Wangzi annoyedly pointed his finger. "Fandong Han telling us to come here is such a pain." Yunping glared at the three of them, then stepped forward, leaving only a warning. "Meet back here at Zine hour." In a flash, he appeared in front of Blondie, striking a pose and shouting, "You little golden-haired brat, I'm returning what you did to my disciple. Take this punch." A heaven-shattering punch landed on his face. Taking the punch, the guy went flying far away. Yunping coldly said, "HMPH. This is so my disciple can practice." Then, Yunping landed a punch on the ice beneath his feet. Thunder roared, the ice shattered, and cracks spread in all directions, the force of the punch unrelenting. The black-haired guy had to yell, "Meng Nu, stop him!" Around Yunping, a blue barrier was gradually forming, made up of countless cracks in the ice, with his fist as the center, its power immeasurable. Meng Nu, sweating, cursed, "Damn it! Fan Dong Han, that son of a bitch! Was your intel even accurate? Isn't this formation something only a Dongshu realm expert can create? Can I even stop it?" In an instant, the formation covered everyone at the scene. The pressure was like Mount Tai crashing down. The formation split the battlefield into two. One side was a 2-on-1 fight, Yunping's two disciples against Blondie. The other side was a 1-on-2 fight, Yunping alone, battling the black-haired guy and that sexy woman. Yunping didn't feel any pressure at all, calmly circulating his ki.
"It's been so long since I played with Xiao. You do Sheng realm experts, I'm getting itchy.
Let me play with you guys slowly." The black-haired guy assessed Yunping's strength, and worry appeared on his face. The opponent's strength might not be below mine.
You aim carefully, and then attack.
Meng Nu, hiding behind him, acknowledged the order, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Finishing his words, the black-haired guy raised his mechanical arm forward, energy gathering, seemingly preparing to bombard.
His eyes also turned black, with red in his eyes, shouting, "Come, bang, bang,
bang!" Countless red energy bullets shot out with unbelievable speed, their power undeniable. But as this hail of bullets neared Yunping,
they just popped harmlessly, like duds. A faint blue shield surrounded him, rock solid. Then, Yunping casually said, "Come get some," and whipped out a Jilin Gatling gun, returning the favor. Rat-tat-tat, bang, 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 bang. Both sides traded blows, neck and neck. The black-haired dude was freaking out. Where did he get a weapon like that?
After a few seconds of chi depletion, the Jilin's bullets pierced through the enemy's barrage, sending him crashing into a nearby ice wall.
Lowering his gun, Yunping glanced around, noticing cracks on the protective barrier. He mused. That attack could have broken my barrier. Not bad, that weapon. Suddenly, a screeching sound startled Yunping. Then, a heavy barrage of bullets targeted him. Looks like that bullet storm hit him directly, preventing him from activating his defense. Yunping barely whispered. Quick reflexes. Turns out the barrage was coming from the opposite shore, relentless and unending. The black-haired guy was channeling all his chi into his mechanical arm, unleashing wave after wave of artillery. He thought to himself, just who is this guy? Not only does Fan Deng seem wary of him, but he also has such powerful mechanical weapons. After running out of ammo, he lowered his weapon, secretly regretting, oh well, this is as far as he goes.
He closed his eyes, delivering a cool line, mission complete. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving an explosion behind, muttering, too bad, I was kinda interested in him.
As the smoke cleared, the black-haired guy had a bad feeling. Someone's walking out of the smoke. Real men don't look at explosions, let alone turn back. Let's see if you know how to play.
Yunping was still alive, not a hair out of place.
He arrogantly declared, if you hadn't met someone kind-hearted like me, someone like you would definitely be screwed. As he finished speaking, Yunping's figure flickered and vanished. The other guy jumped, terrified. Too fast.
Next, Yunping appeared behind him, casually saying, over here.
He then unleashed a full-force kick. Seeing as you've got a sturdy physique, try to take it. Don't disappoint me. This full-power kick landed squarely on the other guy's back. Likely more bad than good, this one kick sent the black-haired dude flying back to the opposite shore.
Yunping thought to himself, these three don't seem like bad people. They're even too simple.
With power like that, why sell their lives to someone else? He summoned a bolt of lightning with his Emperor Qi, then waved his hand, causing the lightning to spread out. Could it be that we just arrived and are already blocking someone's path?
Could it be? This lightning bolt targeted the spot where the black-haired guy had landed. Countless explosions rang out, culminating in a massive explosion that lit up an area.
Yunping gently landed in the air, a barrier appearing beneath his feet. Xiao Yu, I'm using this as a stepping stone.
He shot away. At this moment, the lightning bolt continued its relentless assault, the black-haired guy nearing his limit. So much spiritual energy, directly using a person to launch an attack. After the barrage, he lay motionless on the ground, life or death unknown. Yunping had landed beside him at some point. He took out a cigar, took a puff, and politely asked, want a few minutes, break.
A red electrical current emerged from the other guy's body. He slowly stood up, gritting his teeth. You're strong. I like it a lot. After recovering, he shot into the sky. Can you tell me your last words? Veins were bulging on his forehead. Where did you get your weapon?
Yunping laughed at this.
Grew up, he turned around. Licking his lips with relish. You are also very interesting, so many years, just said. The black-haired guy was exerting himself.
It turns out that the glove on his arm is also mechanical.
You made me use this move, only you. As he said this, red lightning spread around his limbs, and his limbs also flashed.
Take this, he shouted.
His limbs had turned into 4 mini-nuclear warheads. Fire. As fast as lightning. Blink of an eye to approached Yunping. Oh. Yunping used his footwork, gliding away and dodging the 4 warheads. There were explosions at the scene. But it wasn't the 4 warheads hitting each other and exploding, it was just the sound of the engine changing direction. The guy explained, I disassemble my 4 limbs into human-shaped artillery which are precisely controlled by my brain. Yunping was hauling ass, but his face was still chill. The other dude was all smug. Since I've got victory in the bag, there's no escaping me.
Sure enough, a missile intercepted Yunping. Boom! A huge explosion went off, and a mushroom cloud rose up in the distance.
Meng Nu scoffed. Ai Dehua, this blockhead is so boring I haven't even had a chance to show off my moves, damn it. Wait a sec, something's not right. Meng Nu suddenly saw something fishy from afar and yelled, Ah Dehua, run! The black-haired Ai Dehua finally realized it too late. A bolt of blue lightning had already flashed through his body. This is the end, a voice rang out behind him. It was Yunping. He mustered all his strength and thrust his hand forward, his palm strike hitting Ai Dehua right in the core. He crashed to the ground. I'll teach you another trick. Besides the finishing blow, remember to steal his soul.
Yunping landed gently and reached out towards Ai Dehua's head.
Suddenly, a wisp of light pink aura swirled in front of Yunping, lingering endlessly. The space around Yunping suddenly darkened a bit, and a barrier appeared behind him. Meng Nu had unleashed her magic. That aura is her power. Take my blood, and let fate obey. She cut her hand, blood pouring from her palm, and the purple aura spread everywhere. She turned back and commanded. Yun Ping also turned his head blankly and used the skill just now. You hurt a Dehua. Aim at yourself.
Her voice continued to ring out. Yun Ping's face was still blank, still mustering strength, and throwing a palm strike at his dantian.
Yun Ping's palm struck straight at his own dantian without hesitation. No, I can't die.
Yun Ping's voice rang out weakly, his hand stopping just 1 centimeter from his dantian. His body paused, his voice still whispering, I still have wishes that have not been fulfilled.
What wishes? She asked, secretly worried. His cultivation base is said to be at the peak of the holy level, and my bloodwood cannot completely control someone who surpasses me by 1 level.
Listen, what does he want to do?
Stabilize him. Listen to the question. Yun Ping's tears poured down. He said sincerely, I still don't have a girlfriend. I've never had one. Meng Nu was stunned. Veins full of her face, she was angry. Humph, why is this guy so troublesome? She thought to herself. Forget it. Fulfilling his wish will completely control him. She stretched out her hand to Yun Ping's head, intending to read his mind. Let this old lady see what kind of girlfriend you want, Meng Nu sweat. The next second, she felt her body split in half. What is this? Yun Ping grabbed her hand, his face completely awake. Not like someone who was bewitched at all, he asked. Isn't it allowed? After that, a strange blue pattern appeared in his left eye, and this pattern also appeared in Meng Nu's eyes in an instant. The spell is successful. Her face gradually became blank, speaking soullessly. Okay. Yun Ping gently sat on a magnificent chair, holding a rattan whip and smiling mockingly. Then let's start. Cat tail, cat ears. Meng Nu has now turned into a well-behaved kitten, her face flushed, pretending to be lovely and smiling and saying, Yes, master. Yun Ping didn't like it? Waved his hand. Humph, no, sure enough, Ye Yu Xuan wears cat ears the best. After saying that, he lashed the rattan whip on Meng Nu's leg and shouted, Okay, stop jumping. He looked up and laughed. Come here. How did I, Meng Nu, who was controlled, act just now?
She crawled on the ground, her tone of flattery was like a fairy, she added the eyes of the dragon, and she was a world-class beauty, she was unrestrained, others couldn't stand it, and it was wonderful.
Yun Ping was so scared that he couldn't bear to hear such flattery, and immediately ordered, Stop! Nonsense! Who did you learn the idioms from? After that, back to the main thing. Yun Ping asked, Then tell me, why did Fan Donghan send you to kill us? We just arrived a few days ago and haven't touched him yet. Meng Nu hugged Yun Ping's leg and whispered, Reporting to the master, because he said your existence prevents the plan of that great master.
Yun Ping was surprised. Who is that great master? What is the plan you are talking about? At this time, Meng Nu's expression suddenly darkened. Somewhat frightened, she trembled. I don't know. The memory of our parts seems to have been erased, and we only follow orders.
Yun Ping raised her chin and continued to question. Then tell me what the content of the order is.
She replied, Help Fan Donghan kill a certain extreme wisdom, monitor Fan Donghan, and if he has any disloyalty, eliminate him.
Yun Ping worried. Kill a certain extreme wisdom. Who is it? He thought to himself. Could it be that Yin Han Shui Bing's seclusion is related to this matter? Seclusion can also be confirmed, but killing 21 extreme wisdoms. Fan Donghan. What confidence is there?
Who is behind him? Change to an easier question, Yun Ping said. When did you come to the Northern Ice Palace? He continued. Answered obediently. 3 years ago, after the death of the previous palace master. 3 years ago, the Northern Ice Palace was in chaos, which was also when Yin Han Bing Shui was injured and returned to the palace, when Fan Donghan was in seclusion, unable to surpass him to meet Yin Han Shui Bing. Confirm the person. Xiao Zhu asked me to find it. What role did it play in it? He analyzed himself. Continue to ask more. Then do you know why Fan Donghan has been in seclusion recently?
Hanging his head low, he muttered, I don't know. Yun Ping, bored, walked away, realizing he wouldn't get anything out of him. Then he stormed off, his face radiating murderous intent.
I'll investigate myself, T1MMM, who's messing with me. Within an hour, Ai Dehua had shattered the dream realm created by Yun Ping and rescued the dream maiden.
Yun Ping chuckled. Your recovery rate is quite impressive. Those above you sure aren't stingy with life-saving treasures, he scoffed. Looks like I've been in seclusion for too long. I had no idea when such powerhouses appeared, vying for my position. Ai Dehua, truly a stand-up guy, said directly. Great one. After fighting you, my brain meticulously calculated and sensed that your strength is at least above that great one's level.
The strong are respected. I worship the strong. Someone as powerful as you must be a good person. I only ask that you grant us a painless death.
Yun Ping, his face darkening, retorted, Is this sixth sense? You speak of really that complicated? And another thing. Are all strong people good? You need to get your brain checked. I'm not interested in you guys, but I'm interested in the person above you. Your brain is so sharp you get my drift.
He tilted his chin.
Dehua immediately understood. This humble one understands. If I have any news, I'll definitely report it to you, Great One.
Seeing this, Yun Ping tossed him a small silver ring. You're a smart one. Take this. Inside are rejuvenation pills and tribulation transcendence pills. Divide them amongst yourselves.
Receiving the treasures, Dehua happily thanked him. Many thanks, Great One. What about Mi Luo's side?
Yun Ping simply closed his eyes and left.
With me watching, let them continue fighting. Seeing Yun Ping leave, the Dream Maiden dared to speak. Just what is this Great One's background? Could he be a reclusive semi-immortal?
Dehua, sweating in fear, whispered,
I'm afraid it's not just that. Halfway through the fight, my brain's meticulous calculations told me to run, or I'd face danger.
The Dream Maiden, now terrified, asked,
You mean? A lightning bolt flashed, and Dehua raised a finger, signaling that he dared not say it. On another battlefield, Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui were lying on the ground, covered in blood. A foot stomped on Yu Xuan's bow, shattering it. This magic weapon of yours isn't bad, it didn't even break. How do you feel about the chivalry of this Wang Zi? A bald, muscular man stood there, flexing and mocking them.
Seeing her bow being trampled, Yu Xuan reached out, groaning, My bow! Back to an hour before the start of the battle.
2 against 1, Mi Luo the blonde sneered, Oh, is this the legendary 3-person act? He smoothed his cheek confidently. I only heard people talk about it before. I didn't expect it to happen to this Wang Zi.
3-person act, my ass. Ruo Zhu angrily threw a punch. Keep your mouth clean for this old lady, you perverted bastard.
This punch actually hit empty air. Mi Luo had dodged it. Whoa, why are you so angry? Mi Luo calmly adjusted his hat, indifferent to Ruo Shui's attack. A 3-person act is just having fun with 2 lovely ladies. As he spoke, he imagined his 2 teammates and him, dancing in pure white ballet dresses, his body also acting it out, looking utterly disgusting.
Dance this, virgin, Yu Xuan yelled.
If you don't understand the words, don't use them randomly. As she spoke, Yu Xuan gathered immortal energy into her bow, and the bow's tip glowed. Mi Luo, who had been dancing, immediately did the splits to dodge the arrow. The arrow flew a distance and then exploded with astonishing power. Mi Luo just chuckled. Heh, this Wang Zi even knows how to do the splits. Didn't expect that, huh? Get lost, old lady. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ruo Shui pounced forward, waiting to land a fatal kick on this pervert. Heh, this Wang Zi still has one trick. His eyes flashed, and then Mi Luo curled up his body, unbelievably flexible, dodging a fatal strike from Ruo Shui. How's my flexibility? As he spoke, his body twisted and turned, avoiding 2 more arrows from Yu Xuan. The purpose of these 2 arrows was to bring him to Ruo Shui. He still smiled cheerfully. Aha, trapped. The 2 ladies. Coordination is quite seamless. Damn it, let's see you dodge this. Ruo Shui bent her leg back. Then she leaped up, jumping towards Mi Luo, wanting to deliver a crushing blow from above, but he still managed to dodge it.
Ruo Shui sighed inwardly. Too fast. The peak Dongshu realm is too strong. Seeing this scene, Yu Xuan shouted, Ruo Shui, be careful.
Not forgetting to pull Ruo Shu, turning around and gritting her teeth. Fine, let's risk it. Even knowing a direct attack wouldn't work, Ruo Shu still gathered power in her fist, preparing to face Mi Luo head-on. The 2 fists collided.
With a soft thud, Yu Xuan's arrow arrived just in time.
But it was a bit off, hitting Mi Luo's hat and revealing his bald head. The hat was shot away a good distance before falling to the ground with a thud. The wig still stuck to it.
Ruo Shui's jaw dropped when she saw his bald head. Seriously, Yu Xuan innocently said. Wow, that wig wasn't bad. Can get one for our senior brother.
Mi Luo's face darkened, and he growled. You! He began pulling nails from his bald head, muttering curses. You 2 bitches! You dare expose the secret of this Wang Zi, he roared, his muscles bulging, looking extremely grotesque. Ruo Shui worried. What's wrong with this guy? As the dust settled, a twisted, muscular man appeared. From that bald head, it was clear this was the skinny, blonde Mi Luo from before.
He was now going crazy, yelling loudly, This Wang Zi will kill you! Stomping his foot, green lightning flickered around his entire body.
Ruo Shui stood in front of Yu Xuan, resolutely saying, Senior sister, Leave close combat to me, Yu Xuan agreed. Okay, be careful, I'll support you with ranged attacks. Lei only snorted, his whole body bursting with power. In an instant he shot up, yelling, Die, one-armed cripple! The two of them also quickly sped up. Ruo Shu yelled, Die, motherfucker! This old lady's name is Zhang Ruo Shu. Two fists, one green and one yellow, were about to collide again, neither giving way, both fists hitting the opponent's face. However, Mai Lei was a step faster. While Ruo Shu was still losing her balance, he had already circled behind her, preparing to kick her.
Ruo Shui thought, I'm done for. Suddenly, he was sent flying into several people. It turned out that Yu Xuan had provided timely support. Ruo Shui happily shouted, Senior sister, Mi Latori scrambled to his feet, angrily snorting. Looks like these two ladies are serious, pulling out all the stops.
He grinned sinisterly. Then this Wangzi must follow the gentleman's way and have some real fun with you two. Yu Xuan was frightened. She shot him with several arrows in a row, yet he was completely unharmed. She panicked. Are you okay? In the blink of an eye, he closed in, grabbing Yu Xuan's ankle, his face flushed with teasing. My dear little swan, this Wangzi has caught you. Then he turned and threw Yu Xuan to the ground. This Wangzi hasn't even exhausted the gentleman's way with you two ladies yet. How could anything happen to me? A dull thud rang out as Mi Lei threw Yu Xuan into a block of ice. Ruo Shui could only helplessly watch this scene, worriedly shouting, Senior sister!
Yu Xuan struggled to her feet, coughing several times. With a thud, Mi Lei charged over. He used one hand to lift Yu Xuan up again, then slammed her down, laughing. 1 point.
A moment later, he left, leaving Yu Xuan lying in a pool of her own blood. He glared at Ruo Shu. Next up is you, one-armed cripple who only knows how to run. After an unknown amount of time, Ruo Shui was using Nimble Qinggong to run on the ice walls. She calculated that the monster chasing her wasn't affected at all, HMPH. To deal with this kind of freakish physical fighter, can't fight head-on. Meanwhile, Mi Lei was still chasing closely, laughing, Haha, I'm about to catch you. Ruo Shui looked at her reflection in the ice wall and suddenly had an idea. Ice Mountain, I've got a plan. Then she gathered power in her fist and shouted, Go to hell! Then threw 3 consecutive punches at Mi Lei. He simply dodged them. How laughable, one-armed cripple, your moves are too weak.
Ruo Shui only smiled sinisterly. After passing Mi Lei, these 3 fist energies slammed into a cliff behind him, exploding with a bang, and countless ice fragments came crashing down, engulfing Mi Lei in dust and smoke. Ruo Shui hurriedly turned around and punched the ice, secretly calculating, must quickly take senior sister to see the old master. Then, from the hole, she swam down into the freezing water, full of worry. Senior sister, wait for me. Suddenly, Mai Li was behind her. He stabbed Ruo Shui straight in the stomach with one hand, causing a bloody mess. Ruo Shui was terrified. How could he be? Mi Lei whispered. This Wangzi knows you're very curious. This is the real deal. The strength of a peak Dongshu realm cultivator. Ruo Shu then fell into a coma, still worriedly calling out, Senior sister, old master. Not far away, on a frozen branch, a figure was humming a song. I have a fairy stick. It can become big, become small, become beautiful. This person was Yun Ping, observing the battle from afar. I didn't expect that guy to even know how to mutate. Interesting. Should I go over there and help Xiao Yu Xuan and them? Yun Ping looked up at the full moon and was startled. The moon is about to be full. Yun Ping showed a strange expression, and then he just kicked his feet up and relaxed, like, nah, I'm good, I already prepped everything, 2-on-1. Even if you try to cultivate into immortals, ain't gonna happen. Back on the bloody battlefield, Yu Xuan was heavily injured next to Ruo Shui, who was also fading fast. Your prince is such a gentleman, even specially arranging for you two sisters to reunite, Mi Lei sneered at the two girls. Then he popped open the wine bottle, tilted his head back, and took a deep swig, then exhaled, ah. With a satisfied groan, his wounded body glowed, and his injuries rapidly healed completely. Next, he tossed the bottle away, turned to leave, and said, Tired, so tired, gotta go find my 80 hua. Let's go to sleep. Some of the spilled wine splashed on Ruo Shu's shoe, suddenly floating, flickering with blue light. The blood moon was at its peak. Ruo Shui, thinking she was dead, suddenly twitched and took a few steps. Mi Lei sensed something was wrong, and slowly turned around. Ruo Shui's body was floating in the air behind him. Mi Lei roared, Oh, you little rat, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? A glowing tattoo gradually appeared on Ruo Shui's left cheek, an unidentifiable symbol. Ruo Shui glared and declared, This form, this power, is called lunar thunder. From the sky, lightning struck, swirling around Ruo Shui,
and she was completely healed. Ruo Xue shouted, "Damn it, quit calling me Mouse all the time. This lady's name is Zhang Ruo Shu. You better remember it, you son of a—" The lightning struck, healing Yu Xuan as well. She slowly stood up, picked up her bow and arrow, and thought to herself, "Luckily, Ruo Xue's lunar art triggered the thunderclouds, giving me a chance." And the damned pervert, Mi Lei, winced. "Ah, you little sparrow, how did you recover full HP too?" Yu Xuan, furious, channeled her energy into the bow, yelling, "For the heaven's sake, I am Ye Yu Xuan." Thunder and lightning crackled. The two sisters took their stances, their aura reaching the sky. Yu Xuan said, "So annoying." "Wait, till we beat you to death later?" The two exchanged glances, and Yu Xuan reminded, "Ruo Xue, it's almost the hour for our appointment with the old geezer." "We don't have much time left." "Got it," Ruo Xu replied. Immediately, the two attacked, each jumping to a strategic corner to strike.
Ruo Xue yelled and unleashed over a dozen punches in rapid succession, but unfortunately, Mi Lei blocked them all.
He smirked. "Ha, useless." Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he convulsed. It turned out Ruo Xue had used the lure the tiger from the mountain trick, taking advantage of Mi Lei's defensive stance to kick him straight in the crotch. That kick packed a punch. Mi Lei hurriedly clutched his jewels, crying out, "My royal jewels!" Something then seized the opportunity to slip behind him, clamping his legs tightly. It was Ruo Xue, who had been planning to lock down Mi Lei all along. She shouted, "Senior, now's our chance." Mi Lei, clamped tightly, stiffened, and couldn't break free, screaming in panic, "You little rat, let me go!" Yu Xuan drew back her bow, worried. "He's struggling too much, what if I miss?" After a moment she made up her mind. HMPH. No time to hesitate. Ruo Xue is almost out of juice. The arrow shot out, aimed straight at Mi Lei, who was still howling, "Release me!"
So annoying. Ruo Xue strained with all her might, shouting, "Senior, hurry up!" Yu Xuan fired a few more arrows, pouring in all her power. She yelled, "Ruo Xue, get out of the way!" 2 more arrows shot out. With lethal force, Mi Lei inwardly cried, "Crap!" The 2 arrows struck his chest and abdomen. Mi Lei only managed to let out a single "ah." Yu Xuan landed on the ground and shouted, "Ruo Xue, watch out!" Then, she sprang forward to catch Ruo Xue and dashed away, leaving Mi Lei standing paralyzed. The old geezer's spiritual energy we used is all gone, and Ruo Xue's technique is at its limit, Yu Xuan assessed. Turning back, they waited. From the arrows, a surge of electricity was unleashed, triggering an attack from the sky. A massive bolt of lightning struck Mi Lei. This lightning was like divine punishment, blasting him into charred dust. Ruo Xue worried. "Senior, did we really win this time?" Yu Xuan reassured. "Probably." "No way. I'm gonna use the old geezer's explosives to blow him to kingdom come." "Not bad. Not bad." Ending right on schedule. Yun Ping finally appeared, praising them. Yun Xuan's eyes welled up with tears. "Old geezer." She rushed into Yun Ping's arms and cried, "Wow, old geezer, you're here. He was so vicious we thought we'd never see you again. He even wanted to extract my spiritual root, and my arm was about to be broken. I'll cultivate to that level sooner or later, and I'll beat the hell out of his mom." Ruoxu angrily rolled up her sleeves. Yun Ping continued to praise his students. All right, I know you two were wronged meeting that pervert this time. Even after absorbing energy, it's pretty good that you lasted that long. You two coordinated really well, just name your rewards." Hearing this, Yu Xuan grinned widely and exclaimed, "Awesome." Ruo Xue also happily said, "That's great." Yun Ping saw Yu Xuan still clinging to his neck and quickly said, Okay, get down already, what will people think?" Casually, he also pinched Yu Xuan's fair thighs teasingly. But Xiao Yu Xuan doesn't seem to be thinner, she's gotten a bit chubby. Yu Xuan heard this, annoyed, and slapped Yun Ping's hand. "You're the one who's chubby, your whole family's chubby." The 3 teachers and students continued on their way. Ruo Xue asked, "Lao Shi, so are we continuing to look for that friend of yours now?" "That's right, to ask him some questions." The 3 left Mi Lei, who was still gasping for breath, behind. After a while, a freezing cold wind blew past, blowing away the few remaining hairs on Mi Lei's head. Placing his hand on Mi Lei, Ai Dehua checked if he was still alive. Meng Nu worried. How are we supposed to fix him like this? Mi Lei's last few strands of hair couldn't be saved either. They've bid him farewell, Ai Dehua said. Mi Lei woke up, at this moment, crying over his hair. I heard everything, Mi Lei said sadly. I never thought this battle would cost this prince even his last few hairs. What exactly is his background? Never seen anyone use a person as a conduit to directly transfer spiritual energy. His strength increased so quickly,
And he's so durable too. Mengnu pulled him up, and the two walked and talked. After telling the whole story, Mengnu concluded, "Perhaps that's how it is." The three of them joined hands and left. Watching the three teachers and students riding a chicken move in the sky, Lemay said, "So in the future, we'll be that great one's underlings." Dehua replied, "Pretty much." In the sky, Yu Xuan asked curiously, "Laoshi, is this friend of yours as powerful as you?"
Yunping happily replied, "Not at all, but that brat hides away quite a bit of loot." Fuke Diguo, not sure how long it's been. Until dawn, the three of them arrived at a new place, still immersed in ice and snow, with what appeared to be a huge skeleton faintly visible on the hillside. Yunping, who was standing in the wind, said, "We're here. This is our destination." The two girls exclaimed, "Ah, the scenery is so beautiful." The three people spoke loudly. "This is the Fuke Diguo you were talking about." "That's right, so desolate that there isn't even a ghost." Not far away, there were two people, a male and a female, secretly watching. The black-haired man, who looked quite young, whispered, "Laoshi, we." The remaining red-haired woman wore glasses, looked mature, and had a bust that seemed to be no less than Yu Xuan's. She raised her hand to signal. "Shh." The three teachers and students stood close together. Yunping said, "No people, but there are a lot of ghosts. Look carefully." He waved his hand, and a surge of black energy rose from the huge skeleton, enveloping it, like a layer of flesh and blood. Yunping continued to say, "There are probably thousands of killing mechanisms in this place, plus optical camouflage. Walking through is like stepping on lightning. Stepping on it triggers it." As he spoke, he touched the newly grown, bright red thorns from the ground. Then, the ground shook violently, and it was difficult for Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui to stand firm. Yunping seemed to have known this in advance, standing calmly on those sharp thorns. "What's going on?" "Didn't we trigger a mechanism?" Yu Xuan asked worriedly. Yunping said calmly, "Didn't you two want to meet my friend?" "He's coming right away," Ruo Shui asked. "Huh, where?" Yunping only replied, "Look at the ground." Leaving the two girls dumbfounded. Under their feet, they only saw jagged red horns, as if something very large was buried under the thick snow here. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thing emerged, revealing a huge jaw with jagged thorns. A black dragon emerged, breathing a stream of fire, the roar deafening. "This is Black Dragon King, Kuei Ying." The two girls looked at this scene, their faces pale, only knowing to curse in fear. The huge dragon circled in the air, then transformed into human form, with a pair of wings over 2 meters long on his shoulders. "Oh," he chuckled, then immediately landed in front of Yunping, my brother. He planted a kiss on Yunping's hand, and Kuei Ying tilted his head back and whispered, "You're finally here." This black dragon's appearance was indeed handsome and robust, with a tuft of red hair between his eyebrows, truly accentuating his inherent handsomeness. Before Yunping could react, he threw a punch right at his face. "Humph, I told you not to do this. You have so many wives I can't handle it." Bro. Contrary to his cool image, Kuei Ying actually started crying while patting Yunping's shoulder. "Wah wah wah, it's been so long and you're so cold, I even had to make a special appearance to welcome you." "Alright, let me introduce you. These two are my disciples, Xiaolu Ye Yu Xuan, and the little seventh Zhang Ruo Shu." Yunping hastily changed the subject and introduced the two girls. Kuei Ying also politely introduced himself. "Hello, I am the Black Dragon King. You can call me Kuei Ying." Suddenly Kuei Ying felt something was off, and Yu Xuan also hummed. She didn't understand why Kuei Ying was staring at her so intently. Kuei Ying suddenly shouted, "No wonder I felt something was strange. You're pulling the body double trick. Aren't you afraid of being exposed later?" Yunping quickly covered Kuei Ying's mouth. "What the heck are you saying? I just picked her up randomly. Don't talk nonsense later, got it?" Speaking softly, Kuei Ying replied, "Relax, my lips are sealed. I won't let your harem burn down." Kuei Ying whispered secrets, his tail wagging suggestively. Yu Xuan was also curious, straining her ears to listen. "Harem? What harem? What? Why is the Black Dragon King so surprised to see me?" Suddenly, Yunping's ring flashed. Kuei Ying asked curiously, "Hey, what do you have in this ring?" With a pop, Yan fell into Yunping's hand, and he worriedly asked, "Yan, why did you run out on your own?" Yan trembled. "Master? Yan is uncomfortable, help me." Seeing this, Kuei Ying said, "Double pupils, isn't this a spirit vessel? Why is she here?" "This is a long story. This form of mine can't last long outside." As he spoke, Kuei Ying slowly transformed back into his dragon form. "I'll explain it to you when we get to the Blackwater Abyss." Yunping agreed, and sat on the dragon's back. Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui were so scared that they didn't dare to move.
Yun Ping also didn't forget to call out to the two hiding behind the dragon's bones. "You've already followed us here. If you don't come out now, you'll miss your chance."
The other two confidently stepped out. The red-haired woman was named Chu Xin, and the black-haired man was Feng Yan,
Chu Xin said. "So you noticed us long ago, aren't you afraid we have bad intentions?" Yun Ping chuckled. "Come on, what bad things can you do?" The two whispered to each other upon hearing this. This person is strange. Not only is he acquainted with the Black Dragon King, but he also invites strangers to come along. But what he said is also right. If we don't follow now, we won't be able to find the Blackwater Abyss in our next life. "Master," Yun Ping repeated. Last chance, this young master's patience is limited. The sound of flapping wings thundered. A whirlwind rose, and the Black Dragon King had taken off, his enormous form covering the sky.
Ruo Shui curiously asked,
"Sir Kuei Ying, aren't you with Martial Emperor? You don't seem to be." Kuei Ying understood and replied, "I have a long lifespan after all. Don't think that I've lived for millions of years from the ancient era to now. I'm actually just past my prime."
Yu Xuan's head was in a tangled mess upon hearing this. Sir Kuei Ying is with the Martial Emperor, but why does he call that old rogue brother? The old rogue even said he's the literary emperor. It's too confusing, too confusing. Chu Xin sat in a corner and asked Yun Ping, "Can you explain to us now?"
"Why did you know we came for the Blackwater Abyss?" "Why do you want to help us?" Yun Ping calmly said. "What's so hard to guess?"
"Who comes to the Dragonbone Wasteland not to find the Blackwater Abyss?" He also added, "I ask you, are you a descendant of Chu Gangtian?" Feng Yan was surprised. "Are you really a spirit master? My father's surname is Chu. Coming from the royal family of the Chu Empire, my name is Feng Yan. Coming from the aristocratic Feng family." Before he could finish, Chu Xin covered his mouth, making him worried. I'm done for.
"Why can't I control my mouth like this? Will Master be angry and punish me?" Chu Xin worriedly asked. "How did you know?" Yun Ping replied. "You carry the soul aura of my old friend on you." Hearing this, even Chu Xin was surprised. "Soul aura, you know my ancestor."
"That's right, Chu Gangtian, he said slowly. "He is my nephew." Remembering that day, Yun Ping and Chu Gangtian sat playing chess, Chu Gangtian wearing glasses and a black robe, the two playing Go.
Chu Gangtian said, "I'm telling you, old Yun, you're so reckless, be careful you die young later." Yun Ping laughed loudly. "Humph! I am an immortal. With the same lifespan as heaven and earth, in the future I will become the second eternal immortal."
Yun Ping smiled brightly and affirmed, "Life and death are nothing. Do it if you don't like it." Chu Gangtian still said calmly, "I've already calculated it. If you continue to cultivate immortality so recklessly, you won't live more than a few decades."
Zhu Feng scoffed. "Hey kid, are you cursing me? Let's make a bet. The loser becomes the grandson." They clinked glasses, agreeing to see who died first. Chu Gangtian smiled as he drank. "Just so you know, I've never lost to anyone in my life." Yun Ping wasn't intimidated at all, replying, "What a coincidence, neither have I. I guess I'll just take you as another grandson, you damn fortune teller. I bet you can't even predict your own demise."
Maybe he actually did, but just didn't want to say it. Yun Ping was a little melancholic. "Chu Gangtian, he is my grandson, the descendants of my descendants. Of course I have to take care of him." The three kids, Yu Xuan, Ruo Shui, and Feng Yan, covered their mouths. Giggling, Chu Xin reluctantly replied, "Many thanks, senior." Then the group started asking each other, "What are you guys doing at the Blackwater Abyss, senior?" "We're Imperial History researchers. This time, we're here to investigate the cause of the Dragonbone Wasteland and the stories behind it." "History researchers." That's right. We're the glorious Emperor Wen history research team." Hearing this, Yu Xuan burst out laughing. "Researching Emperor Wen? Haha, sorry, that's just too funny."
Yun Ping, who was also Emperor Wen, was dumbfounded. A moment later they arrived at the underground palace, a dark and gloomy place truly befitting its name. The true form of the Black Dragon King lay there, looking exhausted. Yun Ping sighed. "Why are you so badly injured? No wonder you sent out an avatar to greet me at the door." "Merge the avatar," Zhu Ying whispered. "Let me tell you the story." Slowly, Yun Ping turned back to introduce to the group, "Little friends, see those caves?
They're all treasure troves. Go grab whatever catches your eye."
Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui were overjoyed, saying in unison, "Thank you."
Chu Xin and Feng Yan also happily expressed their gratitude. Feng Yan, meanwhile, had his hands on his hips, already studying the place. Feng Yan even licked the black scales on the ground, recording his assessment. This is indeed the taste of black dragon scales, quite different from azure dragon scales. Quick, record this information." Setting Yan down, Yun Ping asked the black dragon, "Keep her in the Blackwater Abyss for me." Observing Yan Yun Ping said, "She's much calmer here." Then,
Yuan Ping turned to talk to Zhu Ying. Now you can talk. Then it all started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, at the underground palace, Zhu Ying was talking to someone, with Yan Er behind him. Why are you suddenly rushing to find me? Want to transfer the reincarnation eye out? That's all your power. What will you do after transferring it out? The person was a blue-haired girl, she said worriedly. Some things are happening. I must transfer it to a safer place. This woman is Yin Hangshu Bing, one of the 21 extremes, with an extremely hot body, wearing a blue uniform characteristic of the Northern Ice Palace. To avoid any unexpected incidents in the future, to reduce losses, Zhu Ying found it strange. What else is there? What could happen to one of the 21 extremes? Opening her eyes, she was indeed having reincarnation eyes, she said coldly.
The 21 extremes cannot escape fate either. Have you thought it through? Zhu Ying asked back.
Yet, without another word, Yin Hangshui Bing touched Yan Er's eyes, seemingly transferring the reincarnation eyes to the little girl. Therefore, Yan Er was the vessel, which then reacted with the Blackwater Abyss.
Yun Ping guessed. That's right. 3 years ago, this little girl was just an ordinary child without spiritual roots. But she had high affinity equal to Yin Hangshu Bing, so she was chosen as the vessel for the reincarnation eyes, Zhu Ying replied. Yun Ping was worried. What was the bad thing Yin Hangshu Bing was talking about? Do you know what it is? I don't know the specifics, she didn't say, Zhu Ying answered honestly. Syed. Actually, I have also encountered some coincidences recently. Little He, you help me analyze a bit. Yun Ping confided, Zhu Ying asked. Also related to the 21 extremes? Yes, someone is hunting down the 21 extremes. From when my 6th disciple, Ye Yu Xuan, deep inside his body was afraid of ice. And then Lan Yuqian's ice divine soul broke through the myriad dream tree, and was hunted down. And this time, to the extreme heaven domain. First meeting, Northern Ice Palace disciples, going out to find Yinhan ice flowers. And then Xiao Zhuzi said that something happened in the Northern Ice Palace. 3 years ago, Yin Hangshui Bing went out and was injured. She returned and immediately secluded herself. And on the way, the new palace master Fan Donghan sent assassins, saying that I'm preventing them from moving forward.
Zhu Ying found it strange and said, in that case, there's also the demon binding lock from back then. Someone fused with an extreme and entered the Blackwater Abyss, cut the demon binding lock, and released my brother. Suddenly, Zhu Ying realized. Wait, he said you were the one who stopped them from advancing? So it was all you're doing then, wasn't it? Hearing this, Yun Ping suddenly looked proud. Heh, it's not like it's impossible. After all, I'm the universe's #1 peerless heartthrob, plus the universe's #1 genius scholar, plus the universe's #1 prodigy powerhouse. There are quite a few crazy jealous types out there.
Jokes aside, Yun Ping sighed. To be able to sever the demon-binding chains that I, Emperor Wen, created. Is there really such an existence in this world? Ah, it seems their strength isn't inferior to mine. Zhu Ying encouraged. But still, in my heart, you're always the strongest, Zhu Ying also added. After all, you spent 3 days and 3 nights in a small room with a peerless beauty like Yinhan Bing Shui, just cultivating. Hearing that, Yun Ping annoyedly punched Zhu Ying lightly in the face and said, Dude, quit beating around the bush. Yinhan Bing Shui and I purely cultivated. We didn't do anything else. Heaven and earth bear witness.
Oh, and Little Black. The matter with Yinhan Bing Shui is too complicated. I don't have time to go find medicine for your injury. However, looking at your wounds, soaking in the Blackwater Abyss, they'll gradually heal anyway. So let's just leave it to fate. We'll see if I finish my business first, or if your wound heals itself first, Yun Ping said.
Zhu Ying groaned. Ugh. Yun Ping suddenly noticed that in the distance, those 2 rascals, Fang Yan and Chu Xin, were doing something at Zhu Ying's tail. It turned out Fang Yan was holding a small trowel, trying to pry off one of Zhu Ying's scales to take home.
The 2 whispered. Master, is this really all right? They probably won't hold it against us, right? With this dragon scale, our research will advance by a great step.
In a flash, Yun Ping grabbed both of them, lifted them up, and spanked them till their butts were red. You've already taken so many ancient texts and secret techniques, and now you want to steal Little Black's dragon scales? Can't you see he's injured?
Are you 2 even human? Chu Xin and Feng Yan cried. Senior, we're so sorry, boo-hoo-hoo. We're sorry, we were wrong.
After lecturing them, Yun Ping tossed the 2 kids in front of Zhu Ying's snout. Then he went to pick up Yan Er. If you 2 have anything to ask Little Black, ask away. Chu Xin didn't waste any time, immediately pulling out a pile of documents and papers and rapid-fired questions. According to historical records, the Black Dragon Clan and Emperor Wen were sworn enemies. Are your injuries also from Emperor Wen?
Zhu Ying explained. No, my injuries were caused by my younger brother. He contracted a strange illness at the time and went so mad that even I couldn't stop him. Emperor Wen and I, after some discussion, decided to slay the crazed brethren, and also created the demon-binding chains to shackle my crazed younger brother who was leading them. Fortunately, Emperor Wen intervened, preventing the calamity from spreading.
As he recorded all this, Feng Yan kept exclaiming in awe, "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable."
Yuan Ping also happily added, "If you two are doing historical research, you must tell the truth. Don't write any random nonsense that could tarnish Emperor Wen's reputation."
The two perked up.
"This junior understands. Senior, rest assured. We will definitely record everything according to the truth." "Alright, then you two go on and write." With a snap of his fingers, Yan Er had already burrowed into the ring. Yuan Ping whispered a reminder, "Yan Er, go to sleep first."
Before leaving, Yuan Ping didn't forget to carefully instruct Little Black. Chu Xin is a descendant of that lad Chu Lantian. If these two want to research, let them stay here for a few days. I'll be going now, and you make sure you don't tell her anything wild,"
Zhu Ying decisively said. "Don't worry, I promise I won't spill any of your old romantic escapades." Watching Yuan Ping's silhouette fade into the distance, Zhu Ying sighed.
No one knew when they would meet again. Yuan Ping waved goodbye, happily making a promise. "You still have a few million more years to live. We'll meet again eventually." Chu Xin watched Yuan Ping, secretly marveling at this man. She remembered her grandfather's dying words from back then, when he was preparing to depart. "If one day the Empire faces a catastrophe of annihilation, you must find that person.
Only he can prevent the Empire's destruction," Chu Xin tearfully asked. "Grandfather, who is that person?"
"I don't understand, boo-hoo-hoo," her grandfather weakly said. "You'll know when you meet him. He is. After that, he passed away." Chu Xin could only wail loudly, "Grandfather, boo-hoo-hoo, grandfather, please wake up." Reflecting now, Chu Xin finally understood her grandfather's words from back then. "The person he said could save our empire, I think I've found him."
As she thought this, she continued to watch Yuan Ping. The scene shifts to a snow-covered forest. A man was being pursued by a pack of snow tigers.
This man was covered in wounds, his breathing grew ragged, and he seemed on the verge of exhaustion.
Pant! The fierce tigers. Speed is truly too fast. Suddenly, the man tripped over a rock and fell to the ground.
Seizing the opportunity,
the pack of tigers quickly surrounded him. Struggling to get up, he then realized there was a cliff in front of him.
He internally cursed. Damn it, he looked behind him, worried. With the fierce tigers behind me, and my current stamina, I simply can't win.
With a bitter pang, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. He sadly thought, "Is today truly my dying day? Perhaps it's for the best. This way, I can quickly meet my deceased wife." Suddenly, a stranger walked over. "Hey, old brother, got a question for ya." The man looked up in surprise. Turns out it was Yuan Ping, holding a Gatling gun, asking, "Are you Hu Shaolin?"
He chuckled. "If you are, I'm gonna blast you." The man replied, "I am Hu Shaolin."
Yuan Ping's two disciples watched from afar, Ruoxu said. "The way he's talking, who knows who he's gonna shoot?" Ye Yu Xuan chimed in. "This might be a test of human nature." The tigers saw their prey had backup and got eager to rush in.
Each one was terrifyingly fierce. Yuan Ping remained calm. "You're pretty chill, this violent tiger. I'll show great mercy and help you get hit."
Rat-tat-tat. Before the Gatling, all beings are equal. A sweeping barrage of bullets, and the tigers were blown to pieces. After a moment, Yuan Ping happily exclaimed, "Yay!" The tigers were all lying flat, each one charred black. Shaolin struggled to get up. Thank you, benefactor." Then he immediately fainted, falling into a coma.
Ruoxu looked at the tigers with greedy eyes, drool dripping from her mouth.
"Awesome! Teacher's firepower control is amazing. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with a little chili powder. Perfect." Yuan Ping also walked over happily. "Yo, you really know how to eat."
Yu Xuan poked at Shaolin.
"He's passed out," Yuan Ping instructed. "He's out cold. Then put him in the ring." Yu Xuan observed and saw a tag on the guy's waist with some writing on it. "Huh. Wait a sec.
You bastard, come over here and see what's written on this."
The three of them huddled together, trying to decipher the writing.
More than half a day later, the three teachers and disciples arrived at a building, the address matching the content on the tag on the man's body. Yuan Ping went to meet the guard, cheerfully saying, "Ah, brother, we're looking for you by Diao." The guard looked at the tag for a moment, then instructed, "Wait here for me."
A moment later, a busty woman, full of youthful vigor, rushed out with eager eyes. Each step her chest bounced, joyfully calling, "Uncle Hugh." This woman rushed over and hugged Yuan Ping tightly, her voice still sweet. "Uncle Hugh, you're finally back."
Ruoxu and Yu Xuan's faces were blank, their heads full of question marks. The girl unceremoniously pinned Yuan Ping to the ground, weeping, "Wasa."
"Uncle Hu, Bai Diao missed you so much." She even shamelessly pressed her huge breasts against Yunping's face, causing him to suffocate, gasping, "I'm not Uncle Hu." "Get off me," Ruoxu whispered. "Senior sister, doesn't this scene seem familiar?" Yu Xuan's face darkened and said, "Yeah, I think I've seen it somewhere before." Then, filled with righteous anger, she stomped her foot and shouted, "Ah, no way! How can you rob a man in broad daylight?" Ruoxu quickly hugged her to dissuade her. "Senior sister, calm down."
Sweating profusely, the girl then opened her eyes and looked again. "Ah!" she exclaimed. "Why does this young man look a little off?" After assessing him again, she raised her hand to cover her face. Yunping had already given up struggling and was pretending to be dead.
The girl panicked, silently exclaiming, "Crap! Mistook the wrong person?" The crowd had gathered around, starting to gossip. "Seriously, Bai Diao just pounces on whoever she sees." "That's right. We thought she had given up. Following Hu Xiaolin alone, Bai Diao is so naughty."
So embarrassing. Bai Diao's face flushed red, not knowing where to hide.
"Ah, maybe I should find another place to start over," Yu Xuan shouted. "Aren't you going to get off him?" Ruoxu continued to dissuade. "Senior sister, calm down."
Sweating profusely, Bai Diao hurriedly said, "Peace out, I'm out of here." Suddenly, a hand held her back.
"It was Ruoxu," she said. "Why are you running like crazy? Aren't you worried about
Bai Diao naively replied,
"Oh right, where's my Uncle He?" "Over here." Yunping was coaxing Yu Xuan. "Little Yu Xuan, are you angry?"
"Whoever messed with you, teacher will deal with them. Your face looks like a pufferfish." As he spoke, Yunping poked Yu Xuan's chubby cheek.
Yu Xuan angrily pulled Yunping's cheek. "You're the pufferfish. Your whole family is pufferfish." "You're making me so mad," Yunping said awkwardly. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a room." Later that evening, after recounting everything, Yunping summarized. "So, that's basically what happened. It all went down in a room."
The group sat talking. Yunping continued, "What you did was super dangerous. If we hadn't been looking for him to ask a few questions and bumped into him, you'd probably be a goner today."
Bai Diao agreed. "Ugh, I knew it. If he keeps going like this, something bad's gonna happen to him. But he never listens, no matter how much I try to warn him." Yunping was surprised. "Oh, really? What happened?" Bai Diao began to explain. "Uncle Hu's wife and daughter were both killed by the violent tigers. He wants to wipe out all the violent tigers to avenge his wife and daughter, but there are way too many of them. How can he possibly take them all down by himself?"
Yunping then exclaimed,
"Oh, so that's it," Ye Yu Xuan wondered. "So are you actually Hu Xiaolin's fiancé or not?"
Bai Diao sadly said,
"I'm not," she explained. "I secretly slipped that token into his pocket. I was worried if something dangerous happened to him, there wouldn't even be anyone to claim his body.
If he found out, he'd definitely scold me. After all, the only ones he truly loved were his late wife and daughter."
Hu Xiaolin's hand twitched slightly. His weak voice rang out, "Bai Diao." Then, Hu Xiaolin slowly sat up. Bai Diao joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Hu, you're finally awake." He immediately asked, "Did you save me?"
Where are they?" Yunping quickly raised his hand. "I'm right here." Hu Xiaolin clasped his hands together, stating gallantly, "Many thanks, benefactor, for your rescue."
"Old Hu has nothing to repay you with, but I'm willing to jump into a sea of fire for benefactor," Yunping chuckled, waving his hand, the ring on his finger sparkling. "No need to jump into any sea of fire, but I actually did come looking for your help." Next, he pulled out a blue token and said, "Recognize this?" Hu Ying Luan froze. Then, Yunping spoke a peculiar name. Upon hearing these three words, Hu Xiaolin quickly got out of bed, angrily yelling, "The frigid ice token! How is it in your hands, you? How do you know my name is Hu Ying Luan?" Yunping explained. "Of course, the owner of the frigid ice token gave me the token to find you, and also told me your real name."
Hu Xiaolin analyzed.
"The owner of the frigid ice token, Fandong Han. There's no way that guy would send someone with the frigid ice token to find me. Then it can only be Lord Fang Qingzhu." Speaking of his name, Hu Xiaolin also showed a look of excitement.
Yunping noticed something was off, pressing, "Why can't it be Fandong Han? Captain Qianxia Ying, who works for the Northern Ice Palace Lord, seems to have a not-so-great relationship with the Palace Lord, doesn't she?"
HMPH, Fandong Han. That dog-faced bastard, I wish he'd just drop dead already. As he spoke, Hu Xiaolin's hands clenched, trembling. He gritted his teeth. How could he openly send someone with the frigid ice token to find me?
He recounted. Back then, the Judgment Palace and the Snow Shadow Squad were the Northern Ice Palace's two major forces, one overt and one covert.
Of these, the Judgment Palace primarily managed palace affairs, punishments, and regulations, while the Snow Shadow Squad only handled assassinations and cleanups. But 3 years ago, after some things happened, and Lord Yin Han Shu Bing entered secluded cultivation, Fan Donghan seized great power. Hu Xiaolin's voice faltered slightly.
Recalling the scene where he was surrounded by a group of black-robed figures,
He yelled, "Today, I, Hu Xilin, only ask that you clearly state who sent you to apprehend our Snow Shadow Squad." The leader of the group, wearing an iron mask, hollowly stated, "The Snow Shadow Squad was disbanded long ago."
"You don't deserve to know now,"
Hu Xiaolin asked back. "How do you know the Snow Shadow Squad was disbanded?" He thought to himself. The Snow Shadow Squad disbanded in secret. Currently, only Lord Feng Qingzhu, a member of the Snow Shadow Squad, and Palace Lord Fan know. Could it be that guy? The leader drew his sword, coldly saying, "Enough wasted words. You deserve to die. Die."
That year, I was lucky enough to survive that disaster by relying on an Earth Shield talisman. But when I returned, I found only blood-soaked cloths and personal spiritual artifacts, with the scattered remains of my squadmates.
I realized things weren't as simple as they seemed, thinking I just needed to lie low and wait for Lord Yin Han Shu Bing to come out of secluded cultivation. As he recounted, Hu Xiaolin's entire body trembled with anger, emotion, and pain. Who would have thought that before I even returned to the city to arrange things for my wife and daughter, they were brutally killed by the violent tigers? From then on, I wanted to avenge my squadmates but couldn't contact Lord Feng Qingzhu. Plus, with my wife and daughter murdered by the violent tigers, I just wanted to kill the violent tigers for revenge.
Hu Xiaolin's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. Bai Diao, heartbroken, took his hand, revealing a palm that was red and swollen, bleeding from how tightly he had clenched it.
"Benefactor, old Hu begs one thing of you." Hu Xiaolin knelt on the ground, clasping his hands. "Lord Feng Qingzhu gave you the frigid ice token, which shows you are truly trustworthy. Fan Donghan is relying on a big shot to kill the Zhue Ying squad. I suspect something's up with him. You gotta find a way to meet Grandmaster Yin Han Shui Bing." Yun Ping grinned, then replied, "No need for you to beg me. I was already planning on finding Yin Han Shu Bing, got some info and came to you to snoop around. Now that I've got the intel, we're heading back to the Beibing Palace to settle the score tomorrow."
Then, Yun Ping pulled his 2 disciples away, waving goodbye. "You get some rest? I'm taking my 2 goons out for a stroll."
Ye Yu Xuan finally dared to ask, "Old rogue, I didn't understand a word. What's going on?" Yun Ping explained. "Sing, you 2 see? Lao Hu suspects Fan Donghan." Suspecting Fan Donghan is relying on Yin Han Shu Bing, hiding the truth from Feng Qingzhu, and assassinating the Shu Ying squad, right?
Ruo Shui nodded in agreement.
"That's right," Yun Ping continued. "So Fan Donghan knows Lao Hu isn't dead, so why not keep hunting him down? Instead, you get Bao Hu randomly killing people in the mountains." Yu Xuan started thinking, "That's right, Hu Xiaolin's wife and kids were killed by Bao Hu. Hu Xiaolin definitely wants revenge, but he can't win. If he hadn't met you, he'd be a goner today." Ruo Zhue also felt it was odd. That's way too much of a coincidence. Yu Xuan analyzed. Is there a chance that Bao Hu hurting people is also part of Fan Donghan's plan? He doesn't want to directly kill Hu Xiaolin. The sneakiest part is using the deaths of his family to trick Hu Xiaolin into committing suicide.
Yun Ping happily said, "That's right, very likely." Ruo Shui admired her senior sister badass. Yun Ping stretched. "All right, got those annoying things figured out.
Since we're here, let you 2 chill out a bit, go for a walk. Aren't your 2 disciples coming along?" The 2 of them said together, "I'm not going. I want to take this chance to cultivate more." "I'm not going either. I'll stay and cultivate with Ruo Shui." Yun Ping pulled Yu Xuan. "It's fine for Ruo Shui to cultivate, but Zhao Yu Xuan has to come with me. Just in case some creeps are around, can't I use your lion's roar technique to scare them off for me?"
Yu Xuan still clung to Ruo Shui, yelling, "Get lost!" In the end, Yu Xuan still had to obediently follow Yun Ping, pouting, "I don't want to go, don't push me." Yun Ping happily said, "Come on, you can pick any of my treasures." "How's that sound?" Yun Xuan hesitated. "You're up to something again. Well, don't regret it later." Ruo Shui thought to herself, "Those 2 are total frenemies." Not long after they left, the 2 of them arrived at the market, where a stage play was being performed. Yun Ping's eyes lit up, excitedly pointing towards the stage. "Let's go, Xiao Yuxuan. Let's go up front and check it out." Turns out it wasn't a stage play. On stage, a girl dressed sexily was blushing as she tried to find a husband. 2 men knelt on either side, competing to flatter her. "I really like you. I'm the one who loves you the most." These 2 guys got hostile, starting to brag to win over the beauty.
The guy in black lifted his shirt to reveal his ripped abs. I've got a six-pack.
The other guy wasn't giving in, lifting his shirt to reveal his toned muscles. I've got an 8-pack. The two started comparing other things. I can last for 2 Xinchen.
I can go 7 rounds in a row, Yu Xuan. Upon hearing this, face-palmed. Ugh, idiots. Yunping probed. Idiots.
Looks like you don't understand men at all, Yu Xuan said disgustedly.
I don't want to understand those tricks of you men. What's so interesting about it? Suddenly, she felt something strange on her hand, and her face turned red. Huh. Yunping had placed her hands on his chest, with a lewd smile. How's that? Not bad, huh?
Yu Xuan blushed, scoffing, stiff as a board, not interesting at all.
Even so, she still took advantage, secretly counting. 1-pack, 2-pack, 3-pack, 6-pack, got an 8-pack. Awesome. Then, she continued to grope. Oh, not bad muscles, Yunping reminded. Wipe your drool. How long are you going to keep feeling? Yu Xuan quickly covered up. I didn't drool, I was just checking if your body was as good as those guys up there. A crowd started gossiping. Tisk, tisk, these young people are so impatient these days. Still out in the street, don't they have their own rooms? Yeah, if you want to do it, go back to your room and do it, Yu Xuan embarrassedly squatted down. Ah, so embarrassed, Yunping said. Is it my fault? Who told you to feel me up so aggressively? Then, Yunping picked up Yu Xuan and took her away. Ye Yu Xuan covered her face. Stop. Just go, 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 Yunping grinned. All right, you're such a pain. Oh, pervert. When will Ruo Shui be done, do you think? The two of them had returned home, watching Ruo Shui practice.
Soon, Yunping replied. Suddenly, Bai Diao burst into the room, calling out earnestly. Benefactor, Uncle Hu said he wants to give everyone a big gift before leaving. He's waiting for you upstairs.
Yunping was overjoyed, and Ye Yu Xuan's eyes lit up like headlights. Going up to the 3rd floor, the master and disciple stood outside the door, a series of strange, ambiguous moans coming from within. Hearing this, Yunping's eyes gleamed. Ruo Shui and Ye Yu Xuan were dumbfounded. This is what he wants to give us.
Too big before leaving, huh? Yunping drooled. Who knows, let's push the door open and see. Beaming, Yunping was about to push open the door when Xiaolin opened it, revealing they had the wrong room. Xiaolin called out, Benefactor, you're going the wrong way, it's this way. Entering the room, Yunping saw it was filled with weapons, all kinds of knives and swords, big and small. He marveled. Didn't expect you to have such a setup.
Xiaolin replied, You flatter me, Benefactor. I don't have any hobbies. I just like making some magical artifacts and weapons to collect. Ye Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui looked around excitedly. Ruo Shui thought to herself, So cool. I want my own little armory someday too. Ye Yu Xuan exclaimed, Wow. This is what a proper armory looks like. Not a chaotic mess like the Holy Smile Troop.
Xiaolin offered. If you see anything you like here, just take it. Yunping's eyes landed on a strange magical artifact. He asked, What's this?
Xiaolin put it on his hand. It looked like a gauntlet. He explained, This is the Xingkai. When hunting those sharp-clawed wolves, I wear it. It can attack and defend, Yunping assessed. This isn't bad. Maybe it can be used on Ruo Shui's arm. Ruo Shui extended her mechanical arm, repeating, My arm. But this is too heavy. Ye Yu Xuan laboriously lifted the Zikai, her hands shaking as she managed to attach it to Ruo Shui's arm. Ye Yu Xuan said, Putting this on Ruo Shui's arm makes it impossible to lift. Ye Yu Xuan suddenly had an idea. Placing Ruo Shui's arm on her chest, It's okay, yeah, like this. It works.
Seeing this, Yunping's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Happiness. Amazing. Then, Yunping instructed, All right, take it off quickly, or it'll crush you.
He turned to ask old Hu, Do you have a schematic diagram of it? Xiaolin replied, Yes, the diagram is inside the Xingkai.
Yunping happily gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, After this is over, I'll take this Xingkai to that old brat Duan Cheng to make a high-end version, he said excitedly.
Then I'll take it. Thanks, Xiaolin said. You're too kind, Benefactor. The three of them then talked. All right, we should set off too, Ye Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui asked in unison. Go straight back to the Northern Ice Palace. That's right, Yunping replied. Benefactor, have a safe journey. I'll be here waiting for your news. Xiaolin bowed deeply, clasping his hands in farewell. At this moment, in the Northern Ice Palace, Fang Qingzhu was tossing and turning in bed, her whole body burning. After tossing around for a few rounds, feeling uncomfortable, she suddenly sensed something was wrong, quickly pulled out a short sword, grabbed a man's neck, immediately jumped up ready to strike, and shouted, You pervert! How dare you crawl into my bed?
The man blocked Qingzhu's stab with just 2 fingers. Seeing the strength, Qingzhu asked, Yunping,
Me. So you're very familiar with the wind color wolf capturing technique I taught you, old sis. It turned out it was Yunping.
Qingzhu sat on the edge of the bed, teasing. Yeah, why are you still like before, always liking to get into other people's beds?
Yun Ping rested his chin on his hand, smiling. Hey, you can't just say that. People will think I'm a pervert.
Qingzhu smiled slyly.
Oh, aren't you? Who was it that always snuck into my blanket and ran to Grand Elder Yinhan Shu Bing's bed for 3 days and 3 nights? Yun Ping broke out in a cold sweat. Uh-oh. My old sis, keep it down. If little Yu Xuan hears, she'll make trouble for me.
Have some sympathy for your big bro.
At this moment, little Yu Xuan was outside the door, enjoying the treasure with Ruo Shui. Qingzhu covered her mouth and laughed. You're afraid of someone. That's rare. Yun Ping smiled bitterly twice. What? Who am I afraid of? But don't mention those things again. That was all fabricated by that blabbermouth Xiao He.
Qingzhu sneered.
We'll see how I feel. But have you finished investigating what I asked you to do?
Yun Ping cheerfully replied.
Hey, I'm just here to settle things with you first before I go find Fan Donghan.
The next morning, the 3 of them were already waiting in front of the Snow Chill Palace. Yun Ping said, I'm Xu Feng, sworn brother of Fang Qingzhu, and a friend of Yinhan Shu Bing. Surely someone has already introduced me to the palace lord, right?
Fan Donghan sat arrogantly on his chair, laughing. You've come out of seclusion, Zhao Gi tells me you wish to see me. Honored Fang Qingzhu has guests, and we are most pleased, may I inquire, as to the purpose of your visit?
Yun Ping explained.
We're traveling the 4 directions, passing through the Arctic snow plains, and wanted to visit them. It just so happens that Yinhan Shui Bing is in seclusion, and I fear she might use that as an excuse to avoid everyone and become bored to death.
It's been a while since we last met, and it's perfect timing for her to meet my 2 new disciples. Then he raised the ice chill token, saying, I hope the palace lord will grant me entry into the ice grotto out of respect for this ice chill token, so I can see her.
Luo Gi was surprised. How do you have the ice chill token? Fan Donghan's face began to turn sour. Honored Fang Qingzhu must have given it to you, right? It seems honored Fang Qingzhu trusts you a lot. Even so, the ice grotto is a forbidden area of the Northern Ice Palace. Even if you have the ice chill token, we can't just let you in. Honored Feng Qingzhu must have told you a thing or two. In recent years, Yinhan Shu Bing has been eyed by some desperate individuals. We were worried something unexpected might happen to her, so we used the excuse of seclusion to protect her. Yun Ping pressed. Who's got the guts and the strength to do that? Daring to eye the Arctic extremes. If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. Alright, stop beating around the bush with me, it's useless. He pointed at Fan Donghan's face, saying, unless you guys change the name of the Northern Ice Palace, seeing the ice chill token is like seeing Yinhan Shu Bing herself. You can't refuse my request. Luo Gi angrily retorted. You! Fan Donghan quickly raised a hand to stop her, then he reluctantly continued, knowing some won't believe it either way. Since you've put it that way, if I were to stop you, wouldn't I be committing a crime of disrespect? Then he waved his hand, ordering, Fu the old man and Xiaogi, take these honored guests to the depths of the ice grotto.
The old man named Fu respectfully bowed his head.
As you command. After that, Fu and Luo Gi stepped forward. Lucro Gai coldly said, hand over all your magical artifacts and storage rings, then follow me.
Seeing the 3 of them leave, Fan Donghan burst out laughing. Ha ha! Those 3 couldn't kill you, and now you're willingly walking to your deaths.
He pulled out a scarlet blood pearl, a blood-red jade, looking extremely eerie. Then I shall grant you all a final wish before sending you on your way. As he spoke, he raised the pearl before his eyes, grinning sinisterly.
Yun Ping's group followed behind Fan Luo Gi, heading towards where Yinhan Bingshu was in seclusion.
It's a bit chilly outside, but still reminds. Be careful following along. The place where Yinhan Bingshu is in seclusion isn't an ordinary place. There are many restrictions, and accidentally triggering one could mean instant death.
Ye Yu Xuan looked around as she walked.
This place clearly has so many twists and turns, yet Fan Luo Gi can move through it so smoothly, as if Fan Luo Gi is extremely familiar with this place.
The old man following them explained.
You all may not know this, but Miss Luo Gi spent some time cultivating here, so of course she knows the situation like the back of her hand. To be able to cultivate in this place, that's seriously badass. Furthermore, the only possibility of someone cultivating here is that Fan Luo Gio's master is Yinhan Bingshu.
Ye Yu Xuan nudged her elbow back, shouting in surprise.
You old pervert, did you hear that?
She said her master is Yinhan Bingshu.
Aren't you super close with Yinhan Bingshu?
You don't know.
But Ye Yu Xuan didn't touch Yun Ping, but rather empty space.
She startled and turned her head. The person who should have been following behind them had completely disappeared.
Ye Yu Xuan exclaimed in shock. That old pervert. Who knows when he disappeared? Fan Luogi heard Ye Yu Xuan's exclamation and turned back to inquire about the situation. The matter of Yun Ping's disappearance couldn't be revealed, so Ye Yu Xuan just gave a fake smile to brush it off. Who knows what tricks that old pervert of mine is up to again? It's probably not a big deal. What's important is that they've been walking for half an hour and still haven't arrived. Feeling completely listless, suddenly from behind Ye Yu Xuan, a warm sensation like something brushed past her ear, followed by a feeling of skin contact on her stomach, then spreading down to her rounded thighs.
Ye Yu Xuan shouted in alarm, "Lecherous ghost! Why here of all places? Who would have thought that the lecherous ghost was actually Yun Ping, suddenly disappearing and then abruptly appearing to tease her like that?"
It really gives people a heart attack. Fan Luogi turned back to ask about Ye Yu Xuan's situation. Again, this is the second time now.
Ye Yu Xuan couldn't say the real reason, so she continued to play dumb, saying,
"I accidentally stepped on something just now, let's keep going." Fan Luogi turned her head back and said coldly, "Be careful. Touching a mechanism could mean death for everyone."
After seeing that everyone was focused on moving forward, Ye Yu Xuan turned to pinch Yun Ping's cheek and whispered, "You old pervert? What's with the sudden craziness?"
Yun Ping pretended to cry, his mouth as slick as if he had just been stealing honey.
Fan Luogi's group remained focused on the path, while Ye Yu Xuan and Yun Ping lagged behind, out of their sight, whispering and fooling around. Setting aside the other trivial matters for now, Ye Yu Xuan asked seriously, "Where did you run off to just now?" Yun Ping forced a smile and said, "I went ahead to scout the path." Seeing that Ye Yu Xuan still didn't quite believe him, Yun Ping leaned his chin on her shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Little Yu Xuan, don't be angry, next time I'll tell you in advance."
On the surface, he was being polite. But in reality, Yun Ping was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of rubbing against a girl, so fragrant and soft.
Yun Ping walked while clinging to Ye Yu Xuan, putting on an appearance of being inseparable. Seeing Yun Ping like this, Ye Yu Xuan felt anger rising within her, and she just put her hands on her hips, her face red, and said, "I'll let you off the hook."
"And stop rubbing against me." Zhang Ruo Shui, who was walking closest to the two masters and disciples, happened to hear their commotion, and felt like she had become a light bulb without even realizing it. Yun Ping's group continued to follow Fan Luogi to the place where Yin Han Bingshu was in seclusion. After his disappearance, Yun Ping didn't leave again for even a moment. A large cave entrance appeared before their eyes, accompanied by a blinding light. "We're here." Ye Yu Xuan suddenly felt cold. She unconsciously hugged her arms, even though the temperature had been normal just a moment ago.
Fan Luogi explained indifferently,
"We're approaching the underground palace where Yin Han Bingshu is in seclusion. The closer we get to her, the lower the temperature becomes. In the past, some people were frozen into ice blocks, so you all better not screw around later."
Yun Ping cheerfully grabbed his two disciples by the scruff of their necks,
laughing and saying, "It's okay, your master will give you some spiritual energy, so you won't be afraid of being frozen."
Zhang Ruo Shui and Ye Yu Xuan felt much more comfortable. Beyond the cave entrance was a large cave, and within the cave was a magnificent structure made of ice, which was also where Yin Han Bingshui was in seclusion. Fan Luogi once again instructed Yun Ping's group not to be noisy, but before she could finish her warning, a voice rang out, "Fan Luogi, don't be rude." The owner of the voice was now lifting the curtain and stepping out. This person was Yin Han Bingshu.
As soon as she saw Yun Ping, she smiled gently and said, "Yun Dodge, long time no see. Is there something you need from me?" Yun Ping looked at Yin Han Bingshu and smiled, saying, "It's nothing big. I just haven't heard from you in a while and wanted to see if you were still alive." Yin Han Bingshu laughed and said, "Yun Daje, you're joking. I'm definitely doing very well." She was about to step forward towards Yun Ping when Fan Luogi raised her hand to stop her,
saying coldly, "Sorry, milady, the princess has ordered that, in order to protect your safety, a certain distance must be maintained between you and these people."
Yin Han Bingshu was silent for a few seconds. For her safety, something crossed her mind, but she chose to compromise, letting Yun Ping's group stay on the other side, while Fan Luogi stayed by her side. Yin Han Bingshu reached out to touch Fan Luogi, and incidentally praised her with a few words. Fan Luogi coldly avoided Yin Han Bingshu, but out of respect, she politely responded with a few words.
Yin Han Bingshu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was extremely amiable towards the rebellious behavior of her former disciple. The old man who had followed them also arranged a suitable place for Yun Ping's group. As Yun Ping's group sat down at the guest table, and the old man was pouring tea to offer them, Ye Yu Xuan curiously asked, "Why do I feel like those masters and disciples look weird, not very natural?" The old man sighed and said, "Our young lady was always very close to Yin Han Bingshu, but after the incident that happened 3 years ago, the young lady..." He paused, And the gossip radar of Yun Ping's two disciples immediately turned on, and they looked at the old man, urging him in unison, "Keep talking."
The old man didn't seem to want to bring up the old matters, and only sighed sadly in response, "It's nothing." On the other side, Yinhan Bingshu was sitting with Fan Luogi on an ice bed.
Fan Luogi said, "Shifu, I have something to report to you." After receiving Yinhan Bingshu's consent, Fan Luogi said, "Shifu, do you still remember the incident 3 years ago?"
Yinhan Bingshu nodded and said, "You mean your mother's return?" Fan Luogi coldly glanced at Yinhan Bingshu sitting in front of her. This look was definitely not the look that a disciple should give to their master. Fan Luogi said, "My father and I have investigated and found out the murderer who killed my mother." Yinhan Bingshu curiously asked, "Who is?" No sooner were the words spoken than a splash of red blood burst forth from the middle of her chest with shocking suddenness. The assassin was none other than Fan Luoqui. Consumed by hatred, Fan Luoqui said coldly, "It was you." The paring knife in her hand was plunged into her chest, fresh blood spraying out. Yinhan Bingshu hadn't even had time to register what had happened before she was stabbed. Blood splattered onto Fan Luoqi's beautiful face, which was now filled with hatred. She said, "It was you who plotted to kill my mother. I want you to pay for my mother's death 3 years ago." With that, Fan Luoqi held the paring knife in her hand, pointing it directly at Yinhan Bingshu's face, as if to say everything. Yes, what Fan Luoqi wanted to do was to avenge her mother, to kill the one who had harmed her. Yinhan Bingshu was covered in red blood, but her eyes still looked at Fan Luoqi with some indifference, only her voice trembled slightly.
"Why do you say I was the murderer who killed your mother?" Fan Luoqi, her pupils filled with hatred, resentment, and disgust, looked at her master, who was lying on the ground covered in her own blood, and shouted, "My father told me 3 years ago the only person who could cure the poison I was inflicted with was you. You could poison someone without making a sound, and that could only be you. You used that as an excuse to force my mother to break through her cultivation immediately, causing her to go berserk and die. You even fabricated a story about leaving the Beibing Palace and pretending to be injured when you returned. You did it all. You killed my mother." Yinhan Bingsu, stabbed by Fan Luoqi's deadly knife, lay motionless on the ground. Fan Luoqi raised the knife in her hand again, and repeatedly stabbed Yinhan Bingsu's body. With each stab, countless fresh blood spurted out, staining Fan Luoqi's face red. With each stab of the knife, Fan Luoqi shouted, "Die!" In that instant she suddenly remembered some things from the past. She was very young then, when she first met Yinhan Bingsu and her mother. Her mother said that person would become her master for life. A master and mother for life. Her mother also told Fan Luoqi to respect Yinhan Bingshu as much as she respected her own mother. Yinhan Bingsu was very gentle then, reaching out her hand towards her and calling, "Luoqi." Now, Yinhan Bingsu reached out her hand towards Han Luoqi with hollow eyes, trembling as she called, "Luoqi." The paring knife that Fan Luoqi used to kill her master fell to the ground. She didn't understand why the person who killed her mother had to be Yinhan Bingshu. Fan Luoqi's whole body trembled. Not sure if it was from pain or anger. She knelt on the ground, muttering, "Why? Why did Yun Ping and the others, having seen the scene of the disciple killing the master, have expressions of surprise and stunned disbelief, as if they couldn't believe it?" Ye Yu Xuan next to him shook his hand and asked, "Laoshi, aren't you going to save her?" While Fan Luoqi was in pain, another voice called out her name. That person was Fan Luoqi's father, the mastermind behind everything. Now he was pretending to be a righteous gentleman, smiling and saying, "Luoqi, you finally did it. You finally avenged your mother," Fan Dongyin said with a smile, extremely high-spirited, now falling to this point. 3 years ago, when you poisoned my daughter and killed my wife, did you ever think of this day? It is true that only those who rob and shout, 'Stop thief,' can shamelessly turn black into white. A prime example is Fan Dongyin now. He also said that he hadn't been able to sleep for 3 years, and every day he hated not being able to peel off her skin to refine her soul, erasing her existence completely. Now I've finally done it. Ye Yu Xuan approached Yinhan Bingshu, examining the situation. The knife stained with blood that Fan Luoqi used, the aura on it, is very similar to the Yinhan Binghua from before. Ye Yu Xuan couldn't help but think that they wanted to kill someone, so they wanted to steal the flower. But the more Ye Yu Xuan thought about it, the more he realized something was wrong. According to Fan Dongyin, he had planned to kill Yinhan Bingshu a long time ago, so how could he let them into the forbidden area for the sake of the Binghan token? This is too unreasonable. There must be a hidden story. As soon as he thought about it, Fan Dongyin revealed the hidden story behind it. He laughed and said, "Elder Fu, take action.
I didn't expect that old fart to be a pawn of Fudong Yin too.
The old man burst forth with Lingyuan energy behind Ye Yu Xuan and Zhang Ruoxu, and said truthfully, "Sorry everyone, Yin Han Bingshu's death needs a scapegoat."
It's plausible that Yin Han Bingshu was being hunted down and suddenly died. Zhang Ruoxu panicked. Shiji, that old geezer is a nascent soul stage expert. We can't even circulate our spirit roots right now. Only then did Ye Yu Xuan remember Yunping's awesomeness and try to reassure Zhang Ruoxu.
She'd barely finished saying we still have Shifu when she turned around and nearly jumped out of her skin. That Shifu is still meditating. Xu Feng, as always, had his back to them, not moving a muscle, like he was just closing his eyes to rest. The enemy's right in front of them, and Shifu hasn't budged. This is seriously a life or death situation. That old guy looks all nice and kind, but people's hearts are truly treacherous. You can't trust any father and son duo. Exactly, you can't trust any father and son duo. For example, Yunping, who was supposed to be meditating behind Ye Yu Xuan. Now there's another Yunping. Without anyone noticing, he appeared behind the old geezer. Yunping never shows mercy to his enemies, attacking decisively, coldly, and ruthlessly. In the blink of an eye, while Ye Yu Xuan was still stunned, Yunping grabbed the old geezer's head and smashed it into the ground, blood splattering everywhere.
Yunping's clothes are a bit weird right now, but whatever. The important thing is, he's covered in blood.
Yunping proudly laughed.
My cute female disciple. I can't let an old geezer like you touch her. After dealing with those guys, Yunping laughed at his two disciples, who seemed to have lost connection to the main server. What are you two staring at me for? All spaced out. Ye Yu Xuan was shocked, pointing at the meditating Yunping on the other side, then at the half-naked Yunping who was smiling at her, and asked, "Why are there two of you?" Yunping propped himself up and laughed. "What do you mean, two? A handsome guy like me, there can only be one in this world." The clothes on his body changed back to the usual ones he always wears. The Yunping who was meditating is slowly changing too.
Yin Han Bingshu, who everyone thought had been killed by Fan Luogi, now reappeared, looking all high and mighty, without a single wound on her body.
Gotta say, Yin Han Bingshu's acting skills aren't bad. She can even appear all gentle and beautiful like a fairy. Ye Yu Xuan was staring at her until her cheeks were flushed. While she was admiring the beauty, Yunping spoke up, stealing the attention back to himself. "Look over here, are my acting skills Oscar-worthy?"
Yin Han Bingshu glanced at Yunping and said, "You even fooled Luogi, you win." Ye Yu Xuan and Zhang Ruoxu were dumbfounded for a moment, wondering what the heck just happened.
Only Ye Yu Xuan remembered Yunping's disappearance earlier, and quickly understood what was going on.
Zhang Ruoxu was still clueless, watching Yunping smile and talk meaningfully with Ye Yu Xuan. Zhang Ruoxu suddenly felt that life was too confusing, her head was a mess, and the more she listened, the less she understood what these people were talking about. The fact that Yin Han Bingshu was still alive, and Yunping's disappearance. That's how it all went down. Back then, as usual, Yin Han Bingshu was happily hiding in her palace, lying on her ice bed. Yin Han Bingshu was engrossed in reading 18-plus novels, especially those beast-taming stories. This was the ammo that old Fart Gi was talking about. Just looking at it made her feel good.
Yin Han Bingshu looked at her ample chest and wondered, "Do I look like those pretty sisters in the books, with that silk-like effect?" While she was touching her chest, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling her. "Why not try it out and see?"
Yin Han Bingshu's first reaction wasn't to attack the person, but to jump onto the bed and hide the 18-plus novel she was reading. Yin Han Bingshu, all high and mighty, dazzlingly beautiful, with a pure and otherworldly air. It's all fake.
The truth is, just a girl putting on a cute face, thinking about how her treasures are about to be exposed. The person laughed and said, "My dear Damazy, it's been so long, why are you still so flustered?" That voice, that familiar way of addressing her. There's only one person, Yin Han Bingshu, who was hugging the books, looked up at the person who just appeared, Yunping. Yunping nodded. Yep. Sounding very pleased, Yin Han Bingshu was touched. Yunping, get ready for a touching reunion, but nope. Yin Han Bingshu's all up on the ice bed, strangling Yunping, yelling, "Dad asked me, I've been going crazy waiting for you, what took you so long to find me?" Yunping coughs a few times, hurrying to say, "Let me go! You're using too much force. And where did you learn to be such a wildcat?" Yin Han Bingshu gently touches some books, smiling. "I learned it all from these, of course," adding, "You've got quite the stash of 18-plus novels in your chambers, huh?" Yin Han Bingshu pokes Yunping's chest, pouting, "If you hadn't come, I would have memorized all these books." Finishing, Yin Han Bingshu licks her lips, looking at the book in her hand with a hopeful expression. "You came to get me new ones this time, right? Regardless of gender, unlimited items, diverse types. The more the better," Yunping says, heartbroken. I, an old geezer, came all this way to visit my little sister, and I'm already being treated like a delivery tool. He shouldn't have let this girl read 18+ novels for days on end. But the main event is more important.
Yun Ping folds his arms, looking around Yinhan Bingshu's place, sighing. Looks like you've been living comfortably these past 3 years, completely unaware that something's about to happen to your Northern Ice Palace.
Yinhan Bingsu tilts her head curiously. Are you blaming me? But who knows what you mean when you beat around the bush like that? Yun Ping continues. Fan Luoqui and Fan Dongyin are coming to kill you today. Quite a shocking piece of news. So shocking that Yinhan Bingshu immediately blurts out, no way. It's like she really trusts those two. Fan Luoqui is a disciple she trained herself, and Fan Dongyin is trustworthy too. Yun Ping laughs. Then what if Fan Dongyin was the one who killed Yang Xingqi before? Yinhan Bingshu doesn't immediately believe him, demanding evidence. If you dare assert it, you have to have evidence before I can believe you. Yun Ping had already expected Yinhan Bingshu to ask him this. You want evidence? Just let this little girl see it with her own eyes.
Yinhan Bingshu's flashback ends. Returning to the present, Yinhan Bingshu appears, and the moment Fan Luoqui sees Yinhan Bingshu, she's overcome with emotion, suddenly breathing a sigh of relief. Master is still alive. She's still alive. That's so great. But before she can be happy for long, Fan Luoqui is tormented with guilt. She clenches her fist, trembling as she tells herself, how can I be happy that she's not dead? I have to avenge my mother, but I. Contrary to his daughter, Fan Dongyin now puts on an act of trembling anger, revealing his despicable nature. He grinds his teeth, glaring at Han Bingsu, shouting, why aren't you dead yet? Clearly he had planned everything perfectly. Finishing, he turns to look at his daughter. Although she's partly to blame, he still needs to keep her on his side for now because she's useful. Therefore, Fan Dongyin doesn't hesitate to point at Yun Ping and the others, pinning a huge blame on them. So you already had people lying in ambush here. Are you trying to kill me and Fan Luoqui? Now, Yinhan Bingsu is completely convinced. She coldly walks towards Fan Dongyin, saying, I can't believe the Northern Ice Palace raised a dog who bites the hand that feeds it after all these years. Fan Dongyin gets more and more worked up, his anger flaring up. Don't you dare insult me? If it weren't for me, the Northern Ice Palace would have been leveled 3 years ago. Back then, you used the excuse of being hunted down and injured. Who could possibly injure an extreme being like you? At this point, it seems Fan Dongyin really trusts the person behind the scenes who helped kill the extreme being that Meng Shu mentioned earlier. Yun Ping doesn't mind digging deeper, saying, you old codger can hurt Yinhan Bingsu, you and your daughter Fan Luoqui. Aren't you among those? The Yinhan Bingbinghua daggers created just now can directly take Yinhan Bingshu's life. Back then, Yinhan Bingsu secretly left, and it shouldn't have been known, but the entrance to the ice pit had no restrictions, allowing someone to know she left. Only the person who knew Yinhan Bingshu left had the best opportunity. Yang Xingqi is dead, and Yinhan Bingshu wasn't there either. Who benefited the most? Anyone with half a brain can tell that the person who benefited the most is the current Northern Ice Palace Lord, Fan Dongyin. The moment Fan Luoqui hears this, her eyes immediately flash with coldness and hatred. She stands up abruptly, pointing her sword at Yun Ping, shouting, no way! My father would never deceive me, Yun Ping calmly smiles. But you're wavering. Then, Yun Ping's expression suddenly changes. He commands, kneel! Fan Luoqui immediately kneels on the ground. She's being affected by Yun Ping's oppressive aura, forced to kneel. Because she slammed her knees on the ice, her legs are aching all over. Combined with Yun Ping's oppressive aura, her whole body feels the same. She is completely unable to move. Fan Dongyin knows the situation is getting dicey. One look and he can trap a Fan Luoqui in the transformation realm, and can also hide the level of aura. The strength is unfathomable. He wondered if this guy was a Saint Realm expert. But Saint Realm, or whatever realm, it's all just peanuts to him. A blood pearl appeared from Fan Dongyin's hand. He grinned. Got some moves, huh? Yun Ping smirked, asking, done playing pretend now? Fan Dongyin, facing Yun Ping's taunt, just said, young man, you'll pay dearly for your arrogance. With that, he began to activate the gem in his hand. Fan Luoqui immediately recognized the object hovering in the air. It was the Scarlet Blood Pearl. Yinhan Bingsu and the others had also long recognized that gem. Back then, historical records said even Wen Di nearly lost his life to this very Scarlet Blood Pearl. Fan Luoqui, fueled by that, also started boasting wildly, claiming he could take on a Ryan-tier expert single-handedly. This villain's kinda dumb, honestly, it's pathetic. Ye Yu Xuan had no clue what the Scarlet Blood Pearl was. Luckily, Zhang Ruoshu did, and explained it. The Scarlet Blood Pearl. It's a blood spirit artifact, refined from the essence blood of cultivators, demonic beasts, mortals, and all sorts of other stuff.
The methods are super brutal and bloody. Only demonic cultivators would ever use something like that. And now that thing was in Fan Dongyin's hand. The more Fan Luogi looked, the more bewildered he got. His own father, and that scarlet blood pearl was radiating a terrifying dark aura. Definitely something from heterodox evil cultivators. Fan Dongyin held the scarlet blood pearl, grinning. So what if I'm the one who killed them? You've uncovered a long-buried secret, so prepare to be wiped out. Most villains die because they blab too much. Fan Dongyin wasn't just weak, he was dumb too. Before Yun Ping could even ask, he blurted out, "Using the scarlet blood pearl that Senior gave me, sending you all to your deaths, that's an honor."
Yun Ping said coldly, "I'll give you one chance. Tell me the name of this, esteemed Senior, you keep mentioning, and I might consider making your death a little less painful." Fan Dongyin laughed. "It doesn't matter if a dying man tells you. The Senior who helped me is none other than Wen Xuan. Yeah, that's right, Wen Xuan. Yun Ping and the others below were completely dumbfounded after hearing that. A long silence stretched out. Something's definitely off here, they seemed to think. Ye Yu Xuan, bewildered, asked. Wen Di. Yinghan Bingshu, equally dazed, asked. Xuan Lei. Even the real Wen Dai, the Ryantier guy himself, was equally bewildered. Feeling like the name the dude just dropped belonged to literally anyone else but him. Yun Ping cupped his hand to his ear, leaning towards Fan Dongyin, and asked again. "Say that one more time? Who did you say helped you?" Wen Wat Di, Xuan Wat Lei, Fan Dongyin, unaware that Yun Ping was the Ryantier Wen Di, arrogantly laughed. "I knew you wouldn't believe me. After all, you fools would never believe that old geezer Wen Di actually survived the ancestral judgment 500 years ago. But the truth is, he not only survived, but also wants revenge on all the supreme experts in the three great immortal realms." Wen Di Xuanlei, Ryantier Yun Ping, was completely frozen. He felt like something just shattered inside him. The more he listened, the less sense it made. Since when did I want to kill 21 supreme experts? Hold on, I gotta piece this together. Yun Ping held up a hand to stop Fan Dongyin, then asked, "So according to you, 3 years ago, Wen Di not only helped you scheme, gifted you the Scarlet Blood Pearl, forced Yinghan Bingsu to leave the North Ice Palace, poisoned them to buy you time, someone brought supreme experts to infiltrate the Blackwater Abyss, severed the demon-binding chain, and someone even dared to use my Wen Di name to hunt down 21 supreme experts?" The more he thought about it, the more complicated it got. And before he could even finish explaining, the Scarlet Blood Pearl in Fan Dongyin's hand suddenly flared, as a terrifying pillar of light descended from the heavens. Chat time's over. Yinghan Bingsu quickly rushed to help Ye Yu Xuan and the others withstand the force. "Just go help the weaker ones." Fan Dongyin arrogantly cackled. "Die, all of you, haha," Yinghan Bingsu, while fending off the attack, worried inwardly. This madman's antics could cause the heavenly Tao itself to collapse at any moment. Ye Yu Xuan suddenly recalled when she made the pact with that old rascal. This heavenly Tao wasn't gentle in the slightest, it was clearly enraged. Over at North Ice Palace, Feng Qingju also noticed the commotion coming from Yinghan Bingshu's direction. After all, a commotion that huge couldn't possibly go unnoticed. And, in a nearby city, Hu Shaolin and Bai Niao had also seen the massive disturbance in the sky. The power radiating from it was definitely not a good sign. Bai Niao, terrified, nestled into Hu Shaolin's embrace, tears welling up, and asked, "Brother Hu Shao, are we all gonna die? If there's a next life, I'll definitely meet you sooner." Everyone else in the world was panicking, but Yun Ping alone remained as carefree as ever. He looked up at the heavenly Dabo, then grinned. "Yo, big sis, get my 2 disciples out of here, a little further away." Yinghan Bingshu immediately followed the order. Now, only he, Yun Ping, remained here, ready to fight to his heart's content. One hand on his hip, the other flipping the heavenly Tao the middle finger, Yun Ping arrogantly grinned. "Heh, heavenly Tao, listen up, girlie. You've been pounding the sky for half a day now, can you chill out a bit? No, you're not scared, are you?" The heavenly Tao immediately unleashed an even more terrifying power, startling even the one who invoked it. Fan Dongyin himself was shocked by this commotion, as it was completely outside his calculations. In stark contrast to Fan Dongyin's worried expression, Yun Ping continued to casually provoke the heavenly Tao. Fan Dongyin turned around in horror to look at Yun Ping, shouting, "You're defying the heavens! How dare you provoke the heavenly Tao? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The heavenly Tao in the sky emanated an even more terrifying power. The surrounding sky mutated, and an immense pressure spread everywhere. Before Fan Dongyin could even finish cursing Yun Ping, he had to look towards the heavenly Tao with worry. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, spreading throughout the areas around North Ice City, alarming even his bro Black Dragon, who was deep in slumber beneath the Black Dragon Abyss, and others too. They could all feel the anger and pressure of the heavenly Dao. Fan Dongyin laughed maniacally.
Serves you right.
Provoke the heavenly Tao, and that's the only ending you'll get. You're all gonna die. Even Zhang Ruoxu and Ye Yu Xuan, despite knowing their master's extraordinary abilities, couldn't help but worry. After all, the heavenly Tao isn't something one person can resist.
Especially when it's this terrifying. Ye Yu Xuan looked worriedly at Yunping in front of her.
Yunping remained as still as ever, standing proudly before the heavenly Tao. Then, he chuckled and said, "Now that I think about it, I'm actually kinda hungry." Earth-shattering thunder and lightning struck down one after another, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao. And what did Yunping do? When you're hungry, you gotta eat. And Yunping's food is the heavenly Tao. He opened his mouth, and all the power of the heavenly Tao was sucked right in. No matter how big the heavenly Tao is, it's nothing to Yunping. More accurately, it's completely outmatched by him. In just a moment, from an immense force, it gradually shrunk and turned into nothingness. Now, only a pile of desolate ruins remained, and Yunping stood calmly in the middle of it, digesting the heavenly Tao. Yunping patted his belly in one go and said, "A bit full, but it's all right." Zhang Ruoxu and Ye Yu Xuan were completely shocked, feeling like what just happened in front of them couldn't possibly be real. Yunping just ate the master of the 3,000 great Taoists, the top-tier power of the 3 major celestial domains, the heavenly punishment lightning, or more accurately, drank it like water. Yinhan Bingsu was already used to this scene, but couldn't help but hold her head in annoyance. This Yundaj of mine really loves to cause trouble as always. Fan Dongyin was dumbfounded. When he activated the Scarlet Blood Orb, he hadn't anticipated this outcome at all. Eating the heavenly Dao? What the hell? Farron Luoqui was equally horrified. Just who is this guy? Then, Yunping noticed something very interesting behind the clouds. There was a tiny lightning bolt, trembling and hiding. Yunping raised his hand and said with a grin, "Still want to run?" A large hand emerged from the void, grabbing something covered in lightning spikes. That thing was the heavenly lightning, the one that caused the commotion. Now the heavenly lightning was completely in Yunping's hands, allowing him to torment it as he pleased. It could only cower in fear and remain silent. Yunping propped his hand and looked at the heavenly lightning in his hand, arrogantly saying with a smile, "Weren't you all crazy just now? Going boom boom boom. Considering you're a type from the abyss, a pudding that bullies the weak but fears the strong." The heavenly lightning could only think in its heart, "Dude, this is the abyss's big boss, stop talking nonsense." But it could only suffer in silence. "I'm bored now." Yunping threw the heavenly lightning down in front of him, sternly warning, "See these people clearly. Remember them well. Next time, if you dare to attack them." The heavenly lightning hurriedly shook its head violently. Only an idiot would dare to attack them. Yunping was quite satisfied with this expression. He took out a box of fireworks from his storage ring, casually took out a fireworks stick, used the heavenly lightning's fire to light the firework for fun, and demonstrated for it. Then, he threw the box of fireworks to the heavenly lightning to play with. Yunping held the firework in his hand and said with a smile, "Remember it, then scram." The heavenly lightning was just waiting for this opportunity. It immediately grabbed the box of fireworks and ran away without any hesitation. Fan Dongyin finally spoke up. "What the fray are you playing at?" Obviously, he couldn't believe anything that had just happened. After all, no one can capture heavenly lightning alive, let alone capture the Scarlet Blood Orb. In Fan Dongyin's hand, a bizarre, dark aura emanated once again. Now, he no longer wanted to tame the heavenly lightning, so he was preparing to raise new dogs. Yunping frowned. This guy's cultivation is a bit strange. It's highly likely due to that Scarlet Blood Orb. The Scarlet Blood Orb, carrying the power of darkness, slowly entered Fan Dongyin's body. Fan Dongyin's facial muscles changed, and veins popped out all over. He was now even more grotesque than a monster. While transforming, he stubbornly forced himself, and said through gritted teeth, "But it seems, you have a lot of treasures on you." Yinhan Bingsu immediately realized what Fan Dongyin wanted to do. He wants to merge with the Scarlet Blood Orb. Fan Dongyin's head split into 2 halves. And those 2 halves turned into 2 heads. One was Fan Dongyin, and the other was Fan Luoqui's mother. A 2-headed monster, possessing a form that was clearly evil at first glance, completely unscrupulous, now wants to kill Emperor Wen to seize treasures. What an arrogant bastard worthy of death. But even hell has its standards. And this scum only deserves to have his soul scattered to the winds. Yinhan Bingsu looked at Fan Dongyin in fear. This isn't merging with the Scarlet Blood Pearl, it's forcibly devouring someone else's nascent soul. Yunping frowned. Does he want to perish together with the entire Northern Ice Palace? Only Fan Luoqui felt like she had fallen into the abyss of despair. That face was one she would never forget in her life. The face of her dead mother,
now appearing with a soulless smile. Fan Luoqui trembled. That's my mother, devouring the nascent soul. Father, how could he? No matter how terrible the reality is, how can people not believe the truth before their eyes? The air was thick with the stench of blood. Fan Dongyin laughed maniacally. He really is evil, to the point that heaven and earth can't tolerate him.
Fan Luoqui's mother's nascent soul remained as soulless as ever. Only Fan Dongyin's head was lively, saying, "Today, all of you will die here."
At this moment, in the Judgment Palace, Feng Qingju was eating her second candy. She carefully reached out to receive something red that had just appeared there. After taking a closer look, Feng Qingshu realized it was the souls of the Snow Shadow Squad.
Everything is clear. No matter how painful it is, we must deal with the situation at hand. As the rain of blood spread, Feng Qingsu shouted, "Judgment Palace, all disciples, listen to my command. Immediately evacuate the people and get them out of the Snowfrost Palace."
Yin Han Bingshu could no longer sit still. This guy is worse than a beast. Not only did he kill his wife, Xingyi, but he also devoured her nascent soul, and didn't even spare the Snow Shadow Squad.
"Reasoning with evil people is incredibly stupid,"
Fan Dongyin said arrogantly. "So what? What if I kill you all today?" He lifted a finger. Fan Dongyin pointed at Yin Han Bingshu, the fingertip still carrying a destructive power. He said, "You are just stepping stones on my path to immortality.
Just die already." Before Han Bingshu could even resist, Yunping waved his hand, dissolving the deadly strike that Fan Dongyin launched at Han Bingshu.
That fire can corrode ice. Fan Dongyin is very strange. Now Yunping stood in front of Yin Han Bingsu, carefully warning, "Your spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, be careful." Yunping looked at Fan Dongyin. Is he putting on an act? Fan Dongyin shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "So what if I am now a peak half-immortal, second to none. If you want to step in, you have to touch me first." Yunping chuckled. "What peak half-immortal? What do you mean touch you? How naive."
Yunping's whole body was covered in Yunyuan power, not too extravagant, but the aura was earth-shattering, and when he moved, you could almost see lightning around him. He kicked those blood-red stone pillars straight away, disdaining from the bottom of his heart. "These tricks, are you seriously trying to flex on me with this corny stuff?"
He should be below 10,000 people, above one, but unfortunately Yunping is the one above Fan Dongyin.
Fan Dongyin was horrified to see Yunping getting closer and closer, at a speed faster than an altar.
Yunping appeared in front of Fan Dongyin, grabbing his throat. Fan Dongyin was horrified and trembled. Impossible. Yunping poured all his anger into a series of punches, landing them on Fan Dongyin's face. "You just keep flapping your gums. What I hate most are morally corrupt scumbags with foul mouths like you. You call yourself a peak half-immortal, second to none. I'll beat you senseless. So you wake up." Fan Dongyin had no way to resist. He was only bragging for a moment, and now he's getting his face rearranged.
Yunping instantly teleported behind Fan Dongyin, grabbing his head with both hands, his eyes showing obvious disgust and utter loathing. Fan Dongyin was destined to die. Yunping was about to strike, when Fan Luoqui ran over and shouted, "Wait!" Crawling on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, Fan Luoqui cried, kneeling on the ground, trembling as she begged Yunping, "Hey, is guilty. He deserves to die. But please don't kill my mother. I'm also guilty. Kill me instead. Use me to exchange for my mother. Please don't kill my mother." With a very touching scene of Fan Luoqui selling miserably, Yunping silently listened, then brought the two heads of Fan Dongyin to Fan Luoqi, preparing her for her awakening. He held the head of Fan Luoqui's mother in front of her, coldly saying, "Look closely. This is no longer your mother. Ever since she was devoured by Fan Dongyin's nascent soul, she's been completely dead. What's left is just a puppet helping Fan Dongyin do evil, a tool to be stepped on." Fan Luoqui was silent, but then her eyes flashed with despair, horrified at the scene that was about to unfold. Yunping, having finished his explanation, didn't bother to say more. With both hands, he crushed the heads, blood splattering everywhere. Truly, a strong person can kill evildoers in such a brutal way, without batting an eye, without any hesitation. Fan Luoqi watched in horror as the blood splattered towards her, then looked at the thing that was neither human nor ghost as it fell, but from Fan Dongyin's body some lump of flesh fell out. Yunping, after RP Fan Dongyin died, immediately turned and left, ignoring the little lump of flesh changing behind him, until Fan Luoqi screamed, "Ah!" Yunping startled and looked back. Fan Luoqi was now tightly wrapped by that lump of flesh, and it was clear at a glance that it had no good intentions. Fan Dongyin's voice rang out once again. "Luckily, I nurtured you as a vessel long ago. Now is the time for you to repay that nurturing. Rest assured, I will take you and your mother to the pinnacle of Kangqiang." How disgusting.
Disgusting.
So disgusting that Yuan Ping didn't want to look at this thing any longer. He coldly turned and kicked at the lump of flesh.
A loud explosion rang out. The lump of flesh was knocked away, and several scarlet tentacles appeared. Yuan Ping spat with all his might. What a disgusting thing. Ascend to the pinnacle of Kang Chong, my ass. Kang Chong, this cool can only for this daddy to stand on alone. Just imagine standing with that disgusting lump of flesh. The thought alone makes me furious.
Yuan Ping leaped into the air again, jumping even higher than the lump of flesh. Yuan Ping showed no mercy, lightning gathering in his hand, completely extinguishing Fan Dongyin's last remaining vestiges.
What a fool. Showing your face too soon? You really are someone who is stupid and likes to be a villain, Yuan Ping frowned and said. Even wanting to use his own daughter as a vessel. That was just Yuan Ping's exclamation. And then, Yuan Ping unleashed the technique in his hand, the lightning touching the lump of flesh, causing terrible pain, as if something was both strongly burning the surrounded person. The lump of flesh exploded in midair, followed by a burst of blood. Yuan Ping erected a shield, standing amidst the blood, and he frowned, sighing.
You really are so disgusting that there are no human words to describe. Since you're like that, then I'll send you to the hellish realm, Yuan Ping chuckled and said. After you arrive, remember to protect yourself well. The demons there like scum who kill their wives and harm their children the most. 3 days later, news of Fan Dongyin's death quickly spread throughout the Northern Ice Palace, and of course, all of his crimes were exposed.
Fan Dongyin died, receiving the wrath of humanity. Truly a happy ending.
Feng Qingju, as usual, leisurely sucked on the lollipop that Yuan Ping prepared for her, watching the situation unfold.
But there are still problems, aren't there? Feng Qingju frowned and complained. Although public opinion has now turned to the right path, those big families with brain problems are taking this opportunity to make trouble.
Stupid.
Some are even imitating Feng Guze, wanting to use relationships to have a son-in-law from Feng Qingju's family. Now Feng Qingju's head feels bigger than usual, but they haven't even considered Fan Luguogi yet. Logically speaking, with Fan Lugui's situation, developing a heart demon is very normal, but perhaps after some time, she can escape it. Yuan Ping poured himself a cup of tea and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "You don't need to be so worried."
Easier said than done,
Yin Han Bingshu sadly sighed. "We'll take it one step at a time." As they were talking, Ye Yu Xuan came in from outside, cheerfully saying, "Old pervert, I'm back. The thing you asked me to get from the ice cave, I got it back." Yin Han Bingshu looked at the object that Ye Yu Xuan had brought back.
This thing looks a bit familiar, but hasn't it always been in the Snow Weasel's vehicle?
Ye Yu Xuan recalled the thing she had seen when retrieving the item and asked, "Snow weasels? Are you talking about those big fish with sharp fangs that are extremely ugly?"
Yin Han Bingshu was hurt by Ye Yu Xuan's words, and she clutched her chest, heartbroken, saying, "Sharp fangs are very ugly.
They are clearly very cute." Ye Yu Xuan was confused and didn't understand what Yin Han Bingshu was talking about, so Yuan Ping coughed twice, glanced at Ye Yu Xuan, and explained,
"The snow weasels are pets that Zhao Bingzhi has raised for a long time."
Then, he secretly transmitted his voice to Ye Yu Xuan, saying, "Zhao Bingzhi's taste is a bit unique. She likes things that aren't exactly normal." Ye Yu Xuan signaled to Yuan Ping that she understood, then turned to Yin Han Bingshu with a look of genuine surprise and interest, exclaiming, "So cute little fishes. Did you raise them? No wonder I felt something different right away. They really match your vibe."
Yin Han Bingshu, being manipulated by Ye Yu Xuan, her eyes sparkled as she heard the praise for her fish. She happily replied,
"Really? Their eyes are so wide and innocent. Brighter than a lamp." Ye Yu Xuan nodded in agreement. Yin Han Bingshu was so touched that she hugged Ye Yu Xuan tightly, praising loudly, "Little sis has such a good eye. Come to my room tonight. I'll show you some more things." Ye Yu Xuan immediately agreed. She loved seeing those great treasures.
Yin Han Bingshu rubbed her cheek against Ye Yu Xuan's, asking with a smile, "So how did you get these?"
Ye Yu Xuan, ever the honest one, spilled the whole story of how she got them. "First I put my hand in the water, then I used the Zhao Lei Tian Ti to shock the fish a little." Yin Han Bingshu completely petrified. Her soul flew right out of her head. Ye Yu Xuan, not stopping there, added the finishing blow. Recalling the scene of the fish in her icy pond, she said, "I discovered that these fish are really fragrant when grilled."
Feng Qingju and Yuan Ping, who were drinking tea, sprayed it all out. Yin Han Bingshu's heart shattered. All she could hear echoing in her ears were the words, "Really fragrant when grilled. Really fragrant when grilled." Yin Han Bingshu covered her face and cried, "Wah!" Best her. Yan Ping looked at Ye Yu Xuan and said, I think you should go comfort Xiao Bingre and apologize while you're at it.
How can someone be so clueless? Yinhan Bingsu sobbed. My fish, Ye Yu Xuan chased after her, calling out, Sis, sis! Soon, they were gone, leaving Feng Qingju and Yun Ping in the room, staring at the box Ye Yu Xuan had brought back. I heard this is to remake Yun Ping's disciple's arm, but can it really be done?
Inside the box Ye Yu Xuan brought back was a large block of ice. Yun Ping laughed, saying, What a waste to keep something this good at Xiao Bingye's place. Hearing this, Feng Qingju put on a sly expression, tempting Yun Ping. So, you guys will leave after you're done here.
Are you thinking of staying here to be the palace master of the Northern Ice Palace? And helping your poor little sister? Yun Ping refused, without hesitation. I'm not the type who likes that kind of boring trouble.
Besides, I still need to find the person behind the assassination attempt on the 21 Supreme Beings, and the impersonation of Wendy.
Feng Qingju quietly looked at Yun Ping for a moment, then sighed and said, Don't be so serious. I trust Yuan a lot.
Having known Yun Ping for so long, Feng Qingju understood his personality well. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Well, before you leave, tell me you'll make up for the lollipop you took.
Yun Ping's storage ring lit up, and then a mountain of lollipops fell in front of Feng Qingju.
Yun Ping giggled sweetly and said, Here, all kinds, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Feng Qingju reached out and grabbed 2 lollipops from the pile, one with a curvy butt, and one with a six-pack. How special indeed. Feng Qingju looked a little embarrassed. Yun Ping added fuel to the fire.
What, like it?
The 2 you picked are strawberry flavored.
You like that? Feng Qingju's cheeks flushed red, and she unconsciously opened her mouth and licked the 6-pack lollipop. The taste was indeed amazing, very strawberry.
Yun Ping nodded smugly. Of course, would I lie to you? After chatting with Feng Qingju, Yun Ping went to find Yinhan Bingshu's group,
holding 2 sparklers in her hands, singing as she walked. I have a fairy. Suddenly big, suddenly small, so beautiful. Unsure if her disciple and Yinhan Bingshu were sleeping under the ice cave all day.
Ye Yu Xuan suddenly cried out inside the ice cave,
her voice laced with a hint of lustful confusion. Sis,
easy, 2 bowls.
Yun Ping's eyes immediately lit up.
Amidst the ambiguous voices was another ambiguous one from Zhang Ruoxu. Even Ruoxu, who was focused on cultivation, has arrived.
This is no simple matter. Zhang Ruoxu was currently being crushed by Ye Yu Xuan's massive chest. She struggled to say, Senior sister, I can't breathe.
Senior sister, if you push any harder, you'll crush me to death. Indeed, this was a beautiful scene that ordinary people rarely get to see.
This was the 3 Isles of Paradise, where the girls with the extremely perfect figures were doing some very exciting things. Han Yongshu tightly embraced Zhang Ruoxu and Ye Yu Xuan, their silhouettes imprinted on the thin curtain. Yun Gao, the leech, asked for permission to join, running over with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Sisters, I'm here to join you all.
Yun Ping yanked the curtain open,
eyes wide with a scrutinizing gaze. I've had my fill of all the good things in this world. From now on I shall lay down and rest in this very spot, where the beauty of the mortal realm is unfolding before my eyes. A rainbow of nosebleeds erupted. Yun Ping was so excited that he collapsed onto the ground, his soul utterly content. Now I can close my eyes in peace. The 3 girls rushed to Yun Ping's side, worried about him. Yun Ping woke up. Already 2 more rolls of paper were used up. Am I not dead yet? But oh, whoa, what a heavenly sight. Yun Ping once again became excited, spurting nosebleeds. Surrounding him were 6 large watermelons, each with unique beauty, and they were worried about him.
2 streams of nosebleed flowed down. Yun Ping tremblingly raised his hand and said, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, nosebleeds spurted out like rain again.
Yun Ping, you have achieved perfect fulfillment at this moment in your life. If only time could stop at this instant. After a long period of blankness, fainting in satisfaction, Yun Ping finally woke up. The 3 girls were still sitting there. Yun Ping propped himself up, sighing with annoyance, and asked the Yuezia Bingshu, What exactly were you guys doing just now?
Yu Jia Bingshu said calmly with a smile, Body experiment.
Seeing that Yun Ping still didn't understand, Yu Jia Bingshu explained, This is the stuff that you brought to me before. There are many positions that I feel are unreasonable, and I always wanted to find someone to experiment with. Just in time, Xiao Yu Xuan and Xiao Ruo Shui came, so we took a look. Yun Ping immediately put on a lecherous rogue look, giving Yue Jia Bingshu a thumbs up, praising, Your serious spirit is very good, you're worthy of being my sister, and said, It's already late, but Yun Ping still came to find them. I wonder if something is up.
Yun Ping immediately remembered the main business, he said with a smile.
The materials for the new arm are ready, we can start any time. Unlike Zhang Ruoxu, who was pleasantly surprised, Ye Yu Xuan was a little worried. Last time, when installing the arm, her junior sister almost died.
Responding to the worry of his beloved disciple Ye Yu Xuan, Yunping said with a smile, "Your teacher is a man who has experienced hundreds of battles. This is not the first time I have done this. Seeing a little blood is normal. Endure it, and it will pass." Ye Yu Xuan also came to her side. The words in Zhang Ruoxu's eyes sparkled like stars. For the new arm, she can endure as much pain as there is. Yunping patted her shoulder, nodding in praise. "Worthy of being a strong woman, the best at enduring pain in our Yuntian Academy. But don't worry, your teacher will be gentle."
Yue Xiabingxue felt that Yunping's words were not quite right, but without evidence, she didn't know where to start. After speaking, Yunping turned to look at Yue Xiabingxue again and instructed, "Eldest sister, Ziyan over there is asking you to take care of the furnace."
Yue Xiabingxue is, after all, one of the two extremes of wisdom, a person that Yunping can trust, now striking a respectable elder pose, guaranteeing. In the dark night in Beibing City, Yunping was still reattaching the arm for Zhang Ruoxu, arguing back and forth for a while, mainly because he was afraid that Zhang Ruoxu would be in pain.
But Zhang Ruoxu, while leaning against Ye Yu Xuan's soft chest, said firmly, "It's okay, senior sister. I'm not afraid of pain." Yunping nodded and said, "Yes, this is exactly the posture. Hold it. I feel like it's almost done."
Yunping hammered on some kind of magic formation that was connected to Zhang Ruoxu's new arm.
Ye Yu Xuan looked at Zhang Ruoxu, trembling in her arms, worried but unable to do anything else, and said, "With such high-end materials, Yunping is using such a crude method." Yunping hammered and said with a smile, "What do you understand? This is the return to simplicity." The painful process ended, and Zhang Ruoxu's arm was completely reattached.
Yunping wiped the sweat on his face and instructed, "Ruozhue, rest well. The fusion of this arm is perfect, but it will take some time to recover.
Therefore you should not use the spiritual source power. During this time, Zhang Ruoxu fell asleep immediately after the process ended. It seems that this process was indeed very painful.
While feeling sad and worried for her junior sister,
Yunping went ahead and grabbed Ye Yu Xuan's hand and pulled her away.
He said with a smile,
"Let her sleep. Follow me to the next room." Ye Yu Xuan looked at Yunping with a blushing face and asked, "What's the matter that we have to go to the next room?" Yunping laughed and said, "Of course it's a good thing. Is there anything you do that isn't a good thing?" Ye Yu Xuan followed Yunping to the next room. As soon as they entered, he tossed Ye Yu Xuan onto the bed.
Ye Yu Xuan sat up, looked at the Yunping, the pervert in front of her, and asked awkwardly,
"What do you want to do?" Looks like resistance. But a second later she obediently compromised, shyly saying, "What I mean is, isn't this a little too fast? Although towards you, but not this matter." Yunping reached out, causing Ye Yu Xuan to become even more nervous, her heart pounding like crazy. The very next second, Yunping flicked her forehead, causing her pain, and scolded, "What's with that dirty mind of yours all the time? And you call me a pervert? I think you're just as bad," Ye Yu Xuan retorted, bristling like a hedgehog. "You're lying. I'm not thinking nonsense. It's clearly you who always does things that make people think improper thoughts."
Yunping was rendered speechless by this girl. He pinched her cheeks and said with a smile, all right, stop talking, open your mouth." Having just been scolded, Ye Yu Xuan still had other improper thoughts in her head. Yunping smiled and said, "All right, since others have already arranged it, you naturally have to get some benefits." Ye Yu Xuan opened her mouth, and something like lightning was transferred from Yunping's mouth into Ye Yu Xuan's mouth. Ye Yu Xuan chewed on the thing that had just been transferred into her mouth. It seemed very delicious. As soon as she thought that, her mind went blank, her face flushed red, and Ye Yu Xuan hugged her face and trembled, wondering, "This isn't snake-tongue kiss, is it?" Contrary to Ye Yu Xuan's wishful thinking, Yunping was worried to death. He shook her, calling out, "Hey, Xiao Yu Xuan, why are you hugging your face? Did this kid short-circuit or something?" He had to quickly circulate her spiritual energy and the little thunder heavenly body to absorb this heavenly lightning. Ye Yu Xuan suddenly came to her senses. She looked at her stomach and asked, "Heavenly lightning? Is it the heavenly punishment lightning from before?" You swallowed it." Yunping frowned and said, "Yeah, you're only reacting now. But whatever. I'll help you guide the heavenly lightning to your dantian first. If this idiot does it herself, who knows when she'll finish." Ye Yu Xuan immediately fell silent and did as Yunping said. Heavenly lightning was entering her dantian, and she could feel it now. Yunping could also feel the changes inside Ye Yu Xuan's body. Inside was a flower, a lotus. This is a mutated spirit platform. Yunping never expected that Xiao Yu Xuan
would condense a mutated spirit platform that was 1 in a million.
How interesting.
Inside Ye Yu Xuan's body now were the heavenly punishment lightning, the azure jade spiritual root, and the little thunder heavenly body, all in contact with each other.
Yun Ping immediately felt something was wrong.
The little thunder heavenly body is about to be devoured by the heavenly lightning. If this continues, she'll suffer a chi deviation and go mad.
Ye Yu Xuan's body surged with energy. Yun Ping slowly guided her from the side. Xiao Yu Xuan, start circulating your heavenly endurance art to help the little thunder heavenly body absorb it. Time slowly passed. After a while, Ye Yu Xuan finally succeeded in absorbing the heavenly lightning. Just looking at her, she seemed to have become a lot stronger. Ye Yu Xuan felt herself leaning back, slowly accepting the wonderful new changes. Tiny lightning sparks appeared in her eyes. Ye Yu Xuan exhaled. Spirit platform stage. As soon as she reached the spirit platform stage, Ye Yu Xuan happily showed off to Yun Ping. She laughed and said, "Old pervert, I've reached the spirit platform stage." Yun Ping gave a thumbs up and praised. Not bad, pretty good, Xiao Yu Xuan. Ye Yu Xuan bit her lip. Then she approached Yun Ping, wrapped her arms around him. Ye Yu Xuan's large breasts touched Yun Ping's body. Ye Yu Xuan said with a smile, "Thank you." From some point on, tears welled up in Ye Yu Xuan's eyes. These were tears of emotion and gratitude. Ye Yu Xuan looked up at Yun Ping and said, "Thank you for always being by my side during times like these."
Yun Ping gently stroked Ye Yu Xuan's head and said with a smile, "You don't need to thank me, got it." Just as they were happy and blissful, a voice rang out from outside the window, interrupting the touching moment. My lord, Yu Xia Bingshu, one of the 21 supreme experts, was now climbing into someone else's room through the window, with an embarrassed look on her face, and said, "Am I here at the wrong time, disturbing you two?"
Yun Ping was speechless.
He frowned and asked, "Hey, big sis, where did you learn this trick? Why not use the front door? Who in their right mind climbs through windows?" Yue Xia Bingshu, having just climbed into the room, ran over to hug and fawn over Ye Yu Xuan. Yu Xia Bingshu chuckled. Senior brother tilde Ye Yu Xuan was a bit puzzled. Such a pretty big sister. But why does she seem a little loopy? There are so many good people in the world. Why do you have to learn from her rogue Shifu? Yun Ping, feigning righteousness, immediately retorted, "Don't pin that on me. I'm a gentleman. I'd never do such a thing." Yun Ping's acquaintances all knew that wasn't the truth. Pigs would fly, she giggled. "Didn't you sneak into me and Zhao Zhuzi's place every night instead of going through the front door?" Just as she was about to continue bad-mouthing the past, Yun Ping hurriedly ran behind Yue Xia Bingshu and covered her mouth. How can a normal young lady be so chatty? While covering Yu Xia Bingshu's mouth, Yun Ping said with a smile, "Xiao Yu Xuan, don't take it seriously. You know your teacher's character best." Ye Yu Xuan crossed her arms, becoming more annoyed as she spoke. "Because I understand Yun Ping the most, I know that only Yun Ping would do such a thing. Truly a total scoundrel." Yue Xia Bingshu removed Yun Ping's hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about your character. Everyone knows it already. I'm here to talk business. That disciple of yours has some issues. Come and take a look." This time, only 3 disciples accompanied Yun Ping. Among them, only Yan Shuer was entrusted by him to Yue Xia Bingshu's care.
Could something have happened to Yan Shuer? Yun Ping immediately instructed Ye Yu Xuan to take care of Zhang Ruoshu, then left to assess Yan Shueishan himself. Yun Ping quickly arrived at Yan He's residence. Yan He was currently lying on an ice bed. Now, there are meridians appearing in Yan He's body. Yun Ping was very clear that there was an ancient Immortal era bloodline hidden within Yan He's body. When Yue Xia Bingshu activated her double pupils, power for Yan He, it stimulated that bloodline, using the double pupils as a medium to construct meridians. But now, Yun Ping thought differently. Although the power of the double pupils is formidable, it wouldn't touch that bloodline. The fewer people who know about this, the better. While they were still discussing, Yan Shuer slowly woke up. She tried to circulate the spiritual Yuan power in her body. Is this spiritual Yuan power? Yan Fair had never been able to cultivate before, so she couldn't use spiritual Yuan power. Yun Ping immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "That's right. Our Yan Fair now has meridians. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yan Jir shook her head and said, "No, my whole body is filled with happiness. Does this mean I can cultivate now that I have meridians?" Yan Fair asked. Yue Xia Bingshu immediately answered Yan Fair's question for Yun Ping. "You can cultivate, but from now on you can only cultivate the double pupils, power, nothing else." With that, Yue Xia Bingshu stepped forward and picked Yan Shuer up like a prince carrying a princess. Yue Xia Bingshu winked at Yan Shuer and said with a smile, "I've put all the cultivation techniques into your storage ring.
Cultivate well from now on. Yanjir's eyes lit up like headlights, she said loudly. Yanjir understands. Thank you, pretty big sister. Yunping nodded. That's kind of you, thank you, Yuexia. Bingsu stroked Yanjir's adorable face and said, Brother, if you really want to thank me, help me with something.
The scene shifted to the judgment hall, where Feng Qingju came out to greet Yunping's group with a cautious expression.
Yuexia Bingshu asked worriedly. She still refuses to come out. Feng Qingju nodded. If this continues, Fan Luogui will definitely suffer qui deviation and go crazy.
Yunping stood with his hands on his hips, confused about what was happening. Yuexia Bingshu sighed and explained. After that day, Luogi locked herself in here, and won't answer or come out no matter who calls her.
Hearing that, Yunping was even more puzzled. You want me to help call Fan Luogi out? Yuexia Bingshu shook her head. Her goal isn't to have Yunping call Fan Luogi out. Her goal is to have Yunping take Fan Luogi as a disciple and take her away from here.
Yunping frowned and quickly waved his hand in refusal. Is Lao Yin the kind of person who can just randomly take in any disciple?
Yuexia Bingshu put on a pitiful expression and pleaded with Yunping. It's not like she has any other options. Faced with the request of an old acquaintance, Yunping could only sigh and agree.
Seeing that Fan Luogi was also being deceived and brainwashed, helping Yuexia Bingshu wasn't out of the question.
But if Fan Luogi is used by others to do anything rebellious or outrageous in the future, Yunping will definitely eliminate this scum for the Northern Ice Palace.
Yunping wasn't kidding. Then, he approached the place where Fan Luogi was locked up, kicked the bars once, and asked, Did you hear everything? If you heard, then come out already. What problem can be solved by hiding in there? What happened has already happened, you can't go back. Harming yourself will only make your Shifu pity you again. Those who make mistakes need to correct them. Now is the time to do it.
What Fan Luogi needs to do is face the Northern Ice Palace, Yuexia Bingshu, and the people that Fan Luogi loves and wants to protect.
Fan Luogi was finally reasoned with by Yunping. She opened the door and asked, How can I face them? Yunping cut straight to the chase, suggesting that Fan Luogi go with him to level up, then come back to protect them and the Northern Ice Palace. Fan Luogi knew all about Yunping's strength. Following this guy was a guaranteed power-up.
Fan Luogi gritted her teeth and made up her mind, then stepped forward to agree to Yunping's request.
She went up to Yuexia Bingshu. Even though her conscience was still nagging her, she faced her head-on and said she would be back.
Yuexia Bingshu emotionally embraced her like a mother comforting her child, saying that she would wait for her to come home. This was the warmth of having an elder.
Fan Luogi was touched by Yuexia Bingshu, and the tears she'd been holding back finally fell. She cried, Shifu.
Yuexia Bingshu put her hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, All right, don't be sad anymore. Also, you're his disciple now, so you can't call me Shifu anymore.
Fan Luogi asked sadly.
Then what should I call you later, Yuexia Bingshu? As if she'd been waiting for this moment, immediately threw all shame out the window and casually said, Call me godmother.
Feng Qingju and Yunping had known this person for a long time, but they never expected her to be so shameless. The next morning, Yunping and the others immediately left the city. Yuexia Bingshu and the deputy minister even came to the gate to see them off.
Yuexia Bingshu waved goodbye to Fan Luogi. Fan Luogi looked sadly at Yuexia Bingshu, half wanting to leave but half reluctant. But she still needed to atone for her sins.
Yunping took 3 people with him when he left, but the number increased by 1 when he returned. It's just that the teleportation array they used this time was a little rough, causing Yunping's 2 disciples to doubt the accuracy of this array.
Although the deputy minister had reassured them that there wouldn't be any problems, Fan Luogi still felt like something was off. And sure enough, something went wrong. Instead of going back to Yuntian Academy, Yunping teleported them to the Scarletwood Forest. Even more hilarious, Ye Yu Xuan was hanging upside down from a tree by a few red threads, her whole body suspended in the air while she was worried about keeping her skirt down to avoid flashing everyone. More important than these damn threads is, what the hell? What happened to no mistakes? Yunping was also hanging on the tree, forcing a smile and saying, What? It seems there was a small mistake. The small mistake in Yunping's words was that all 5 of them were hanging on the tree with strange red threads.
Shifu trolled so hard, Fan Luogi was a bit suspicious at this point. To be honest, she originally thought her Lao Shi was someone she could rely on.
Yunping said with a smile, Mistake? Mistake? Judging from his expression, he didn't feel any remorse at all, and even seemed a little amused. But that amusement was too weird, because the mistake caused the entire group to be teleported onto the tree, and even upside down.
Only Yan Er was a little more relaxed.
She'd been with Yanping for a long time and was used to it. While holding her skirt, she cheerfully said, "Don't blame Lao Shi anymore. He's old after all." Just as she finished speaking, a small sound rang out, the sound of a branch breaking. The group of Yanping who were hanging on the tree now fell like ripe fruit. Screams rang out. And then there was a rather spectacular scene, 5 people pressing on each other, with Yanping being at the very bottom. Is he going to get squashed? Logically speaking, he wouldn't be squashed, but he could very well be injured. Yan said with a smile, "Lao Shi is old, but he's still a very strong cultivator." That very strong cultivator was now lost in a heavenly dreamland, blissfully satisfied, with blood gushing from his nose. A few more falls like that would be fine. After falling to the ground, the group of Yunping went everywhere to look around. Although it looked like some desolate place, it was very likely that this place was not far from their Yuan. Yan reached out and caught a falling leaf, then said with a smile, "I know. The Scarlet Wood Forest of Maple Leaf City." Yan used to go to Maple Leaf City to appraise her zither skills, random grades. Fan Luogi stepped forward and asked, "Does Shiji mean that Maple Leaf City has one of the 36 ultimate brocades?" Yan tilted her head and said, "That's right, but don't call Yan Lin Shiji anymore. It sounds weird. Just call me Yan Shiji." Fan Luo Guai stiffly said, "Using names is a violation of etiquette. Lin Shiji can call me Luo Guai Shimei, but I can't call you Yan Shiji." Hearing Fan Luogi's explanation, Yan became even more confused. If she didn't understand something, she would ask her Shifu for help. Yunping started the formation and said, "It doesn't matter if Yan doesn't understand. Just do what your Shimei says for now." "This formation looks a little familiar," Ye Yu Xuan forced a smile. "That old pervert doesn't want to use the teleportation formation to send them back to the academy again, does he?" Xu Feng nonchalantly admitted it, and even arrogantly activated the formation, adding an assurance, "This time I'm certain, only a complete idiot would try this foolishness a second time." The 4 disciples immediately refused. When they were first teleported here, Yunping said the exact same thing. "Simon, trust me." Xu Feng slumped to the ground, muttering, "Fine, none of you want to take the formation back, then we'll fly back on my precious steed." A steed is a horse, so it can only fit 2 people. Ye Yu Xuan started overthinking again, assuming Xu Feng was going to do something like, "Come on, sit on my lap, let's ride together." Although it sounds a bit absurd, it's kinda something Xu Feng would do. Xu Feng leisurely rested his hand on his face, chuckling, "You girls don't understand. The precious steed I'm talking about is definitely not ordinary. It's as white as snow, has a strong and sturdy body, the most popular physique, flies fast, and is super durable." According to Xu Feng's description, the Ye Yu Xuan squad was already imagining an incredibly beautiful warhorse. After rambling for a while, Xu Feng finally pulled out his precious steed. In the misty smoke, the steed appeared, its shape completely familiar to us. By the way, since CVT is also an earthling, she's extremely familiar with this steed. She was so shocked she lost all color, leaving her 3 senior sisters clueless. The steed set off very quickly, entering Maple Leaf City with incredible speed, the commotion so great that everyone in the city knew, mistaking it for a new type of flying magic tool on the ground. Speaking of which, Yunping's steed is incredibly fast, the speed almost comparable to a transformation stage cultivator. Generally, most people wanted Xu Feng to wear sunglasses and leisurely cruise by, with Ye Yu Xuan screaming her lungs out beside him, crying and yelling, "You bastard! Stop the car, I feel like I'm seeing fireflies." Zhang Ruo Shui, on the other hand, was extremely excited. "Feels pretty good, but it seems a bit dangerous." Yan was just as excited as Zhang Ruo Shu, only Fan Luo Gi, sitting in the middle, was trembling, muttering, "Even cultivators can get carsick." Fan Luo Gi was holding back so hard her face was flushed red, tears welling up. Ye Yu Xuan hurriedly yelled, "You bastard! Stop the car, little Shimei is about to puke." As soon as the car stopped, Fan Luo Gi rushed out of the car and performed the classic carsick vomit. Ye Yu Xuan anxiously asked if she was okay, while Yunping, wearing sunglasses, was examining something. He propped his hand on his face, looking at the monk who fell right in front of his car, saying, "What's this? Looks like an accident happened. I wonder if he's badly hurt since that little master is lying there motionless, his head shining brightly in the sun." Xu Feng sat down and called out, "Little monk, are you alive?" Ye Yu Xuan didn't miss the chance to sigh. Driving at such a high speed, accidents are bound to happen. Xu Feng smirked and said, "He's faking it, he's still conscious." As soon as he finished speaking, the little master opened his eyes, sat up and said, "Amitabha, you are well." This old monk was just tired and wanted to lie down and rest, not faking death. The monk stood up, put his palms together, and said calmly to Ye Yu Xuan, "This female benefactor, this old monk, is 76 this year, the same generation as your master." Seeing this old monk, you still have to call him Grandpa, Ye Yu Xuan was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Xu Feng then said, "Little monk, where did you come from? I don't remember our desolate heaven domain having any temples." Xu Feng calling him little monk was perfectly appropriate. The master smiled and said, "This benefactor, it doesn't matter where this old monk comes from.
What matters is that you bumped into this old monk, so you must take responsibility." Ye Yu Xuan immediately caught the key point. She'd seen plenty of hit-and-run scams on Earth. This guy clearly wanted to cause trouble.
Xu Feng smiled nonchalantly and said, "So how much compensation do you want?"
The monk raised 5 fingers and said, "At least this much."
Xu Feng said, 5 million. The monk calmly said, "I mean 50 million. Xu Feng found it a bit funny. No one had ever dared to demand such a price from him before, so he asked, "What if I don't give it?"
The monk cracked his knuckles, pretending to be threatening, and smiled. "Then I'll beat your heads until they explode, and then take all your storage rings as compensation."
So arrogant, truly an eye-opener, Xu Feng laughed and said, "Beat your heads until they explode. Are you sure?"
Behind Xu Feng, the female disciples were already itching to beat someone up. The monk then said, "A monk doesn't lie. If I say I'll beat your heads until they explode, then I'll beat your heads until they explode." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. A figure of a beautiful maiden with azure hair flashed by. "This old lady wants to see who the hell you think you're gonna beat the head off."
Just from the tone, you could tell that this person had been provoked by the monk before, and now she was looking for him to settle the score,
only to see long, tanned legs rise into the air, then strike down right in the middle of the monk's face, kicking him to the ground without any mercy. The monk lay sprawled on the ground. Though the rocks around him cracked a bit, he was unharmed.
The maiden who had just struck grabbed the monk by the scruff of the neck, lifted him up, and frowned, saying, "Finally, I found you, little monk, still trying to run." Yun Ping and the others were stunned. They had wanted to deal with this monk, but out of nowhere, this girl appeared and took care of it for them.
Except Xianxia seemed to know this person. As soon as it was over, she waved her hand and called out, "Shi Shi Ji Ji."
The girl named Shi tucked the monk under her arm and turned her head to look at who was calling her. When she saw Yanhair, Shi couldn't help but feel happy. She smiled and said, "Little Yanhair, now that we've met, the first thing we should do is introduce each other."
Yanhair looked at Shi and said with a smile, "Lao Shi, it was Shi Ji Ji who helped me when I advanced to become a 7th grade kin master."
Yun Ping waved his hand to greet Shi and said, "So that's how it is? Thank you for your help last time." Xing twirled a strand of hair in her hand and said with a smile, "It was nothing. It's what I should do." Just as they were having a touching reunion, the monk woke up and realized he was being held under Xing's arm, his cheek against her soft chest. His face turned red as he yelled, "What kind of behavior is this for you? Quickly release this old monk." At this point, Yanhair was a little puzzled.
Shi Ji Ji, what do you want to do with this little monk?"
Shi irritably knocked the little monk on the head a few times and said, he had previously agreed with the city lord to participate in the painting arts promenade and make it into the top 3, but as the competition approached he ran away. Yanhair asked curiously, "What's the painting arts promenade?" The little monk, despite being hit, refused to give in and yelled, "This old monk was just talking nonsense. People from the neighboring Jinglin city are all coming, there's no way I'd get into the top 3. She completely ignored this. Her only mission was to catch this monk and bring him back. The pitiful little monk weakly said, "Please, Chinnuxia, Chindaji, have mercy on this old monk. Wait until I'm seated, and I'll give you a sharira." Knowing he was lying again, Xingxi knocked the little monk on the head a few more times. Over here, after hearing about the painting arts promenade, Yanxianir became interested. She turned her bright eyes towards Yun Ping. The prize for second place is an ancient kin from the primordial era. Yanhair definitely wanted it. Yun Ping ruffled Yanxia's hair and asked with a smile, "Does Yanhair want to take the ancient kin by becoming an 8th grade kin master?" Yanhair nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, then they absolutely had to get it," Yun Ping declared with determination. "Then let's go to the painting arts promenade and conveniently take second place." As soon as she heard that Yun Ping and the others wanted to go to the painting arts promenade, she said, "You're Yanhair's Lao Shi. Then your painting skills must be pretty good. I still have a spot for you." The monk was now completely controlled by Shi and could only obediently lie in her arms, but no matter what, the monk's mouth wouldn't shut. He said, "This old monk can't see that you have any painting skills. What grade of painter are you?" Yun Ping touched his head and said calmly, "I've never been to the painting sect." As soon as the monk heard this, he became annoyed. He simply didn't believe Yun Ping wanted to compete for second place. He was just making a fool of himself. She was a little more agreeable, she hinted. You mean you've never gone through any painter evaluations? Fan Luokui walked up to Yun Ping and said with a forced smile, Lao Shi, if you've never been to the painting sect to evaluate your grade, it's better not to participate. Yun Ping turned around and asked with a confident smile. Don't you trust your Lao Shi? Fan Luokui honestly said. From the previous upside-down teleportation and this time riding a precious horse into people, this disciple really has doubts.
This disciple hurts me? A smile fixes everything? Right? The wind is so strong, and my heart is so cold. But if that's the case, then Yun Ping would just go big, he said with a smile. Then I'll bet with you, if I get second place in the Painting Arts Promenade, you have to wear the exclusive Dao Pao that the Academy requires.
Zhang Ruoxu was still racking her brains, wondering how to tell Fan Luokui that the exclusive Dao Pao wasn't anything good, when Fan Luokui readily agreed.
While the teacher and disciple were talking at home, the monk chimed in. This old monk wants to bet too.
Yun Ping then asked, Then what are you going to bet with me?
The monk said with a smile, If you win, I'll give you a Buddhist item from the Little Golden Feather Temple. But if I win, not only do you have to compensate me 50 million for running me over, but you also have to hand over everything in your storage ring.
Too ordinary, Yun Ping wasn't interested at all. But today was a good day, so Yun Ping would give the old monk a chance,
he said with a smile. If you win against me, I'll tell you the content of the second half of the Divine Ocean Golden Feather Sutra. As soon as the Divine Ocean Golden Feather Sutra was mentioned, the monk's aura changed. His whole body was bursting with energy. Just now, he was still being held in Shishi's arms, but in the next second he broke free. The bead in the monk's hand grew bigger.
The monk attacked Yun Ping with that aura. He didn't know what he was provoked by, but it wasn't easy to touch Yun Ping.
In the blink of an eye, Fan Luokui teleported in front of Yun Ping, sword in hand, her aura imposing. Unexpectedly, the little monk didn't care that the person in front of him was a woman. His feet and hands were ruthless. It seemed that the sutra was very important.
Yun Ping grinned. What a child, Shishi, seeing this, quickly shouted, Zhuang Hai.
What are you doing? Ye Yu Xuan frowned. The little monk's spiritual energy fluctuations are strange. It doesn't seem right. I'm afraid it's not just strange.
Zhuang Hai's intention to attack Fan Luokui was halted by Xianxia's reminder. He hovered in the air, the string of beads fluttering before him. Zhuang Hai angrily shouted, Who are you? How do you know? Yun Ping tilted his head and coldly said, Everyone asks the same question. I'm tired of hearing it.
Besides, knowing is knowing. Do I need a reason? I'm just a participant in this painting arts arena competition.
Zhuang Hai still seemed angry at Yun Ping's answer, but before he could retort, Shi intervened. The competition is about to start. If you don't go to the venue now, you'll be late.
Yun Ping cheerfully smiled and said, Then please lead the way. As expected of a strong person, you know everything.
Someone as ignorant as Yun Ping always grins, while Zhuang Hai, provoked by Yun Ping, was filled with hostility, as if he wanted to rush forward and strangle Yun Ping at any moment.
At the Painting Arts Arena registration area, the line was still quite long, proving that there was still time before the competition. Yun Ping also lined up with the others, and soon it was his turn. The person registering, holding a mask, smiled and said, This gentleman, please put on this mask.
Our rule here is not to disclose the artists. Information to avoid business being stolen.
Yun Ping looked at the mask with disdain for its aesthetic. He couldn't stomach it, so he suggested using his own mask. As long as it's a mask, anything goes. The registrar smiled and said, Then please give yourself a nickname, sir. Yun Ping nodded, put on his mask, a very distinctive pink mask, and then spoke his shockingly quirky nickname. The registrar was stunned for a moment, wondering who this was, where he was. For a moment, his mind couldn't recover. Time slowly passed, and the Painting Arts Arena competition was about to begin. The host, sitting on a chair, smiled and said, Next, let's welcome the artists to the stage. The men who came to watch showed a fascinated look as soon as they saw the host. In general, people in this city were willing to wait as long as it took to see Hua Xianzi's fairy-like appearance.
In contrast to the males' fervor, the women in the pavilion, including Ye Yu Xuan and the others, were very calm and indifferent. Shishi found it strange. Because of this, Hua Xianzi was, after all, a well-known beauty of Maple Leaf City.
Ye Yu Xuan shrugged and said, After meeting Bingzhi, I've become immune to beauties that can make me gay. Fan Luokui immediately agreed, while the other two were obsessed with food and didn't pay any attention at all. Below, Hua Xianzi had begun to introduce the artists to the stage, the first of whom was Pink Bunny Yun Ping. As soon as the Pink Bunny mask appeared, it was incredibly distinctive. bringing laughter to the entire hall. Ye Yu Xuan was so shocked that she spat out the tea in her mouth. Fan Luoqui clutched her head and said, "May I ask, senior sisters, is it too late to withdraw from the academy now?" No, Zhang Ruoxu wasn't doing any better. She didn't know where she got a cigarette from, took a puff and exclaimed, "If you withdraw, take me with you."
Ye Yu Xuan barely suppressed the anger burning inside her, telling herself, "I have to teach that old pervert a lesson later, this is too embarrassing."
The host had finished the introductions, everyone was seated, and Xianxia announced the start of the competition.
She pulled a fan from her chest and announced the theme. This time it's dragons, 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Pink Bunny was still dazed, with no intention of starting.
At the Painting Arts Arena competition, after announcing the theme, the beautiful senior sister winked and announced the competition time. It will end after 5 incense sticks. May the artists do their best to develop their abilities. Then, while the contestants were engrossed in drawing dragons, that stinky brat wearing a pink bunny mask just stared blankly. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Pink Bunny was still dazed, with no intention of starting. The proctor seemed to notice this abnormality. The kind-looking proctor sister reminded in a coquettish tone, "Pink Bunny artist, have you encountered any trouble that 2 incense sticks have passed and you still haven't started writing?" Pink Bunny raised his hand and grabbed a red box. Was he finally going to start? What will happen next? Maybe I was wrong. This stinky brat just grabbed a bowl of instant noodles, happily pouring hot water into the bowl to cook the noodles. When the 3rd incense stick burned out, it was also when the noodles were just cooked. Pink Bunny slightly lifted his mask, only revealing his mouth, which was both grinning and picking up a large bite, saying, "I'm a little hungry, let me eat something first." The whole hall suddenly became noisy. What is that? How can he eat in such a serious place? Old man Zhao, with a silver beard, angrily said loudly, "This is the Painting Arts Arena, the best and largest venue in Maple Leaf City. Today is the place where famous artists are competing for the championship." What the heck? A different reincarnation, but still a foodie. Sniffing deeply at the instant noodles, he praised, "Seriously, it smells amazing." The kind-hearted lady, however, fell silent, her face darkening, utterly shocked. Is the *1 painter completely nuts? Bloody hell, this pink rabbit is clearly here to mess things up. This old man can't watch anymore. I'm gonna go tear his head off. Xianxia, what kind of work is this? Letting some random nobody sneak in here? While the other masters were whispering amongst themselves, Pink Rabbit continued to eat heartily, calmly slurping up his noodles as if nothing was happening. Xianxia seemed to lose her patience at this point, couldn't wait any longer, and stepped forward, frowning to warn him. "Our Yi Chenglang is a serious competition venue. Would you mind putting that away?" Gazing up at Xianxia's perturbed expression, Pink Rabbit calmly replied, "You guys didn't say we couldn't eat during the competition. Only with a full stomach and enough to drink can one have the strength to paint," Xianxia sternly reminded him. "There's only half an incense stick of time left. If you don't hurry up and finish, you'll be left with absolutely nothing." Pink Rabbit scoffed and said, "Your 5 incense sticks of time is way too long. Although I haven't painted much lately, I can probably finish it leisurely in about half an incense stick." Hearing this, the painters couldn't hold back any longer and cursed loudly. "This guy is definitely here to mess things up. Does he even know how to paint? Damn it, I've never seen anyone spout such ridiculous boasts as him. Half an incense stick, he's not just gonna spill ink all over it, is he?" Suddenly, a painter stopped his brush, slamming his hand down on his painting. The bald painter, wearing a huge string of beads around his neck, his face full of seriousness, opened his eyes wide and said, "Don't let him fool you. This guy is incredibly cunning and treacherous. He's using the smell of food to distract everyone, and then spouting pure nonsense, making an impression, attacking, and subtly provoking everyone. He's definitely trying to make us make mistakes, affecting the competition. In other words, this guy wants to use this method to lower our standards, so his mediocre artwork can sneak into the top." Hearing this, Pink Rabbit clapped his hands and praised, "This little monk's ability to interpret things truly makes one sigh in admiration." Xianxia, right beside him, shot him a look of contempt. "I didn't expect you to be such a person. Such a calculating mind, truly terrifying." Pink Rabbit casually shrugged and said, "No matter what you say, it's time now." Saying that, he warmed up his limbs, stretching his arms, and said, "I should probably get to work now." A while later, the 5 incense sticks finally burned to ash. Xianxia announced, "Time's up." Tapping a chime, she said, "Everyone, please stop painting. In this world, all the ladies have ample souls, and everyone you meet is so kind. If only I could be reincarnated into this world too, that would be great." Back at the arena, Xianxia smiled and invited, Number 1 painter, Pink Powder Rabbit. Please bring your painting up for the venerable painting masters.
The 3 venerable painting masters sat like 3 statues of Fu Lu Shou, stern-faced, waiting for the number 1 painter to bring up his work. Pink Rabbit unrolled his painting, proudly introducing it. My painting, Little Dragon Sister, I named her Zhao Fang. Before the 3 venerable painting masters was a nude dragon girl with a sizzling figure, muscular dragon claws, a mischievous face, and hair like Medusa.
The red-faced, bearded painting master roared, "This is truly absurd. How can such a vulgar piece of work appear in a dignified place like Hua Yi Changlang?" The blonde painting master in the middle gnashed his teeth and said,
"No need for more words. Even a beginner could haphazardly sketch something like this.
You clearly came here to cause trouble." Meanwhile, the third painting master turned and said, "Someone, drag him out. This old man will beat him to a pulp. This guy probably only has ecchi blood in his brain." Hua Yi Changlang asked for a dragon, not a perverted dragon.
The 3 disciples could only sigh and covered their eyes,
so they wouldn't have to see their master beaten into a cripple. Amidst this chaotic scene, Pink Rabbit grabbed a teapot, poured it directly into his mouth, gulped it down, and chuckled. "What's the rush? You guys haven't seen the final touch yet." Saying that, he sprayed water all over the painting. The eyes of the girl in the painting lit up brilliantly. The painting master couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, stammering a few words. This is. In a swirl of black smoke, the girl in the painting transformed into a dragon with fiery dragon eyes.
The mystical sketch made viewers tremble, as if a true dragon god was appearing right before their eyes.
Hua Xianxi's eyes widened, and she secretly praised, "This is truly a masterpiece of the highest realm, the authentic work of Emperor Wen from back then," causing those with low cultivation and unstable souls to nearly suffer chi deviation after seeing it.
The weaker ones were so scared they went blank, their souls scattering. The 3 painting masters' faces were filled with horror as they trembled and said, "This is terrifying, too terrifying. From the moment I saw this painting, my spirit was locked in place, and he didn't even use any spirit energy. This is beyond reason." The little monk from before could only gape. The green-haired girl thought to herself, "This is exactly the drawing dragon style that Wen Dai loves most and is best at." Yun Ping finally took off the red rabbit mask,
revealing his identity, and propped his hand up, saying, "What's with everyone being as quiet as a clam all of a sudden? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Weren't you guys just mocking my painting as useless trash?" With that, he gleefully held up the painting that had reverted to its cute dragon girl form. "Speak. Shouldn't you be apologizing to my Zhao Fang now?" The painter could only bow his head and stammer, "This esteemed painter, your work is definitely not a realm that we can appreciate. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive us." Yun Ping smiled and asked, "So the order this time is?" Before he could finish, the hard-eyed old master excitedly shot a heart and replied,
"As exquisite as you are with your superhuman painting skills, the champion definitely belongs to you."
Yun Ping quickly replied, "But I don't want the champion. I came for the second place prize. If anyone tries to give me first place, I'll fight them to the death." The painting master enthusiastically brought out a scroll and said, "Yes, yes, yes.
This is the Luo Pao from the ancient immortal era that you need."
Right behind them, the little monk witnessed everything, frowning tensely, his lips pressed tightly together, thinking to himself, "Who exactly is he that he can paint on par with Wen Di?"
After obtaining the Luo Pao, Yun Ping and his disciple left the painting art gallery to continue their unfinished journey. Suddenly, the green-haired girl and the little monk ran after him, shouting, "That, Your Excellency! Wait, can I be so bold as to ask a question?"
Yun Ping turned around and replied, "Ask away." Another bombshell. The green-haired girl, dripping with sweat, asked, "Are you perhaps one of the legendary 10th-level painters?" The little monk next to her was silent, holding out a golden scepter with both hands. The flower fairy from before also appeared from somewhere, covering her blushing face with a fan and saying, "This is also the question I wanted to ask."
The green-haired girl turned to look with dismay, complaining, "This flower fairy's secret technique can kill anyone who peeks at her at will. It's definitely not ordinary."
What is she plotting now? The flower fairy only smiled, her eyes seemingly revealing the words infatuated. Has she fallen for our male lead? Hearing the green-haired girl wonder if he's a 10th-level painter, Yun Ping smiled and replied, 10th-level painter. Does it matter whether I am or not? The flower fairy gently tucked her fan between her melons, saying, "This little girl is just here to confirm your identity, and to make a request from the city lord's mansion." As she spoke, she stepped in front of Yun Ping. Yunping coldly turned away, flatly refusing, not interested, not going, but it seemed the flower fairy was determined to stick to him to the end, hugging Yunping's arm and whining, "Don't reject so quickly!" Unnoticed behind them, the white cat disciple was furiously steaming. The flower fairy had no choice but to use her charm, pressing her melons against Yunping's arm, giving him a flirty look and saying, "If you agree to come, this little girl can have a few drinks with you." Yunping pondered, looking at the flower fairy. Has he fallen for this beauty trap? Well, even if I cultivated for 1,000 years, I'd have a hard time resisting in this situation.
Suddenly, Yunping put on a cool expression and said, "Don't think I don't know how you transform those. With your cultivation level, you should learn from your masters."
The flower fairy couldn't help but tremble, panicking that her true form had been exposed, but she suspiciously thought, "How could I have been exposed?" With that, Yunping happily turned around and waved, "My female disciples, harvest, harvest, let's go back to the courtyard." He immediately turned to hug Ye Yu Xuan, coaxing sweetly, "Ye Yu Xuan is frowning, you old pervert. What did you say to the flower fairy? Why does she look so panicked?" "I didn't say anything. She's just green tea. How can she compare to my adorable disciples?" The next morning, at the courtyard, the new day had just begun, when Lu Qiuguo's piercing scream was heard. "Master, can you explain what this outfit is all about? This sissy definitely has heavy singing blood." He made Luo Gi wear a sexy female assassin outfit, practically not wearing anything, showing off her voluptuous breasts, slender waists, and long legs, while Luo Gi's face was flushed red. Yunping leisurely rested on the hammock, wearing dark glasses, and winking at Luo Gi. "Isn't it beautiful?" "It looks very sensual." Luo Gi blushed furiously, smoke coming out of his ears, and said, "This kind of outfit is truly shameless." Yunping lowered his glasses, reminding, "Don't forget that you lost a bet to me before. Dare to play, dare to take responsibility. You understand this principle, right?"
Seriously, no appreciation for flowers or jade. Can't even give the ladies a break. The two female disciples behind him chuckled. Compared to hers, I think my outfit isn't that bad. True, true. Both girls' heads were covered in red flags, just waiting for Luo Gi's anger to turn her into a raging bull.
Yunping continued to mock. "Besides, even if you wanted to force a change, you couldn't. The admission notice already said, except for certain situations and necessities, you're not allowed to change the outfits your teacher gave you."
That little punk, adding new female disciples to his harem.
Luo Gi looked down at the revealing outfit and said, "No way. I have to wear this my whole life, even when fighting." With that, Luo Gi's soul scattered, and she fainted. "Oh man, I'm doing all this to get rid of her stubbornness. This teacher is suffering so much."
Yunping was gleeful at his success.
Ye Yu Xuan seemed unfazed by his flattering tone and glared, "Like hell I believe you, it's clearly because of your weird fetish."
Yunping just patted Ye Yu Xuan's head affectionately, comforting her. "All right, your teacher has to go on a trip."
"Go on a trip, I'm going with you." Ye Yu Xuan looked up at her master with glistening eyes, pressing him for an answer. But Yunping still patted her head and said, "I'm just going to find Xiaoxiang to give him the Yin Han ice flower. You guys cultivate diligently here. If I find you haven't improved when I get back, I'll take you to my room for some serious personal punishment."
As he said that, Yunping mischievously pinched Ye Yu Xuan's waist. This little guy is really living the good life. Ye Yu Xuan scolded lovingly, "You old scoundrel." Then, Yunping happily left the Si He Yuan, not forgetting to glance back. "Bye, female disciples."
"All right, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. We'll have an event when I get back." The pink-haired female disciple cheerfully called out, "Safe travels, Master. Yan is waiting for you to come back and teach me how to play the Ruo Feng crazy tune." After saying goodbye, Yunping turned around, his attitude completely changing, and thought seriously, "I still have to get something that can suppress the deep abyss ice. Otherwise, once this unstable bomb explodes, the consequences are unimaginable."
Then, Yunping clasped his hands behind his back and thought, hopefully nothing will happen to them at home while I'm gone.
"What else could happen?" Yunping frowned slightly. "Well, they'll have to rely on themselves. I can't protect them forever." At the Si He Yuan, after Yunping left, the girls gathered to gossip. "It's so boring without that old scoundrel here." One little disciple sighed. Ye Yu Xuan mischievously came up with an idea. "How about the four of us sleep together tonight and then play something different, get hyped till morning?" "What kind of exciting game between four girls is that? I really want to know," Yan cheered. Okay. Yan loves playing games the most," Luo Gi asked innocently. "Can you be more specific?" But the gloomy, purple-haired disciple reminded her, "I advise you not to ask, you dummy." In the silent night, sensitive moans came from the Si He Yuan. In the flickering light we see two girls, one spanking the other, inevitably causing dark thoughts.
Ye Yu Xuan shouted shyly.
Ah, Luo Gi, junior sister, you're using too much force, it hurts. Sorry, senior sister Ye, but if you dare to play, you have to dare to bear the consequences. Punishment and rewards must be strictly enforced. Senior sister must endure.
Then, Luo Gi continued to slap Ye Yu Xuan's butt a few times. What an eye-catching scene, huh?
Aren't the young girls in sexy nightgowns doing something inappropriate? Turning around, they saw the remaining 2 female disciples hugging each other with tears in their eyes, saying, Yan senior sister, don't move around, or you'll be punished like senior sister Yu Xuan later. Sob sob.
Yan is tired. I don't want to play anymore.
After finishing the deed, Lu Giogi said against the cold, Okay, the game continues. 1, 2, 3. Wooden figures. Ye Yu Xuan said sullenly. I don't want to play anymore, I always lose. That place is swollen from being hit. Sob sob.
Yan also echoed.
Junior sister Luo Gi's 5 treasures is too nimble. I almost got caught every time. Yan doesn't want to play anymore either.
Ye Yu Xuan tiptoed to where Luo Gi was counting. 1, 2, 3, flashed a sly smile, and reached out to hug her junior sister Luo Gi.
Junior sister Ye Yu Xuan, Luo Gi said, We've been playing until midnight, everyone is tired. We don't want to play anymore, let's all go to sleep. Ye Yu Xuan rubbed her cheek against Luo Gi's, cooing, Is that okay? Who would dare to refuse this?
Luo Gi immediately blushed and agreed.
After the 4 young ladies were settled on the bed, Ye Yu Xuan, with her hands clasped, looked up at the ceiling and asked Luo Gi, So, are we going to train all the time from now on?
Luo Gi mumbled.
That's right, the teacher said we must cultivate, we have to work hard. Yan chimed in. Yan wants to go find senior sister Shi to study some musical scores, but the teacher said we have to watch the house.
Hearing this, the remaining disciples responded.
I also want to go out for a trip. I just received a letter from my family sent to the academy this afternoon.
All 4 of them fell into contemplation.
Suddenly, Ye Yu Xuan sat up, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant idea. In that case, why don't we go down the mountain for a trip?
As long as we get back to the Sin He Yuan before he returns, there won't be any problem.
Luo Gi's face was sweating, looking hesitant. Ye Yu Xuan continued.
Moreover,
doesn't senior sister Yan want to practice the musical scores well, to give that old rogue a surprise when he comes back?
Yan looked doubtful.
Really? Is that okay? Only Ruo Shui agreed, excitedly cheering.
I feel like it's not impossible.
Yan looked at Ruo Shui and asked. Ruo Shui Shimei wants to go to Zhengyuan village outside the city, but Yan wants to go to Fengye city. How do we go? Ye Yu Xuan quickly came up with a plan. Let me go with Ruo Shui.
I'm quite familiar with Jingyuan village. I've passed by it a few times while doing missions before.
Yan hearing this, hugged Ye Yu Xuan tightly and said, Ye Yu Xuan Shimei goes with me, Luo Gi Shimei goes with Ruo Shui Shimei.
In case there are any problems outside the city, they can join forces strongly together, Ye Yu Xuan said with a smile.
All right. Is senior sister Yan implying that I'm weak in a roundabout way? Yan leaned her face against Ye Yu Xuan's bust, thinking to herself, Before leaving, the teacher specifically told me to keep an eye on Ye Yu Xuan Shimei. I can't fail in my duty.
If the old teacher knew about this, he would definitely scold us.
Secretly taking the Shimeis out of the academy is already a dereliction of duty.
No sooner said than done. The next morning, our girls set off to escape from the Xiao He Yuan. In a place of treacherous cliffs, Luo Gi and Ruo Shui set off for Jingyuan village outside the city.
This is definitely a feast for the eyes. The author always puts the girls in the story in cosplay outfits, school uniforms, and then maids.
Back to the story, Luo Gi asked while walking, Ruo Shui, does Zhang Shiji's sect happen to be the emotion-severing sect?
What a sensitive name. I had to read it over and over to see if I had misread it.
Hearing Luo Gi ask this, Ruo Shui replied, that kind of sect that cuts off the cultivator's attachment to the mortal realm, abandoning familiarity with the mortal realm, focusing solely on seeking the path of immortality, isn't better.
Moreover, doesn't it sound quite stupid? Suddenly, from behind Ruo Shui appeared a fly with a bizarre shape, flying from the cave. Ruo Shui was unaware, still continuing. Different from the Buddhist sect seeing through the mortal realm, what do you think? Can this kind of thing really be done?
Perhaps the original body is not a good thing either. Suddenly the strange creature flew over, raising its sharp proboscis, piercing the ear, and launching an attack. Ruo Shui didn't let the creature achieve its wish. Luo Gi raised a hand and gently grabbed it.
On the other hand, still continuing the story, we were halfway through. Zhang Shiji said it all makes sense. Suddenly Luo Gi narrowed her eyes and glanced. Wait, Luo Gi cautiously warned. Suddenly, a black aura rises from somewhere. Zhang Shiji, there's a strange aura fluctuation over there. It smells a lot like rot. Can you smell it? Luo Gi said. Luo Gi clearly showing worry, thinking, to be exact, it's more like the stench of death from demonic creatures slaughtering combined with the rotten spiritual energy of demonic cultivators, plus some strange things. As if realizing something, Ruo Shui shouted in dismay. That strange aura is not good. That's the direction of Jingyuan village. Zhang Shiji. Luo Gi also followed suit. Looking at Ruo Shui flying into the air, revealing her full buttocks, Luo Gi told herself.
Hopefully the owner of that aura hasn't harmed the villagers.
Wait, does something seem wrong, owner of the butt? Don't tell me that aura is someone releasing a super huge stinky fart.
Arriving in front of Jingyuan village, Luo Gi suddenly stopped. That's not right, what's going on? In Jingyuan village, everyone was still living normally. Children were still innocently flying pinwheels. There's nothing. Luo Gi frowned slightly. Everything is normal. Within 300 meters of the village, all the life auras are normal. I still see people sitting and smoking pipes enjoying the breeze, so chill.
Luko Gai gritted her teeth. There's nothing wrong with my senses. Why is that oppressive evil aura gone?
Ruo Shui stepped forward. The aura you mentioned seems to have disappeared. Luo Gi turned to look. Zhang Shiji, can you sense anything?
Could it be a special kind of magic that hides that aura? Ruo Shui said. Luo Gi frowned. How can we face the risk and still go in? Luo Gui doubted, thinking, too strange. Now, directly retreating back to the Si He Yuan to wait for the teacher to return is the best decision, but Zhang Shiji definitely won't leave. As if understanding Luo Gui's feelings, Ruo Shui said,
there are family members in the village. I can't not care.
Ruo Shui took a defensive stance, transforming and changing her clothes, wearing weapons on her hands, emotion severing or whatever. I can't do it.
Saying that, Ruo Shui turned to say to Luo Gi, Shimei, please go back to the Si He Yuan first. Before I let Ruo Shui finish speaking, Luo Gi continued. You are my Shiji. Abandoning Shiji alone would violate etiquette.
As she said that, Luo Gi unsheathed her green treasure saber. Ruo Shui blushed, smiled, and turned to look at Luo Gi. Is it courtesy again? Seeing this scene, I really just want to ship them. Capable gaze turned to Jingyuan village. Ruo Shui said, alright, let's go.
Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere.
Zhao Shuer. Is that Zhao Shuer? Ruo Shui was startled, and both of them turned to look in the direction of the voice. Grandma Lin. Ruo Shui was overjoyed. Aya, Shuer is a good girl. Before them stood an old woman with snow-white hair, leaning on a cane, her face kind, smiling as she looked at Zhang Shiji. The old woman reached out and cupped Ruo Shui's face.
2 years, and you're still so lively. It's good being a cultivator, unlike Grandma Lin, who's about to kick the bucket.
Grandma Lin, don't say that, Ruo Shu said. Right, no more talk about this old woman. Hurry home. Your parents and your younger brother are still waiting for you in the same place. She finished speaking. Grandma Lin held Ruo Shu's hand and patted it gently. Good girl, go quickly. But Ruo Shu's other hand clenched tightly, trembling. Noticing Ruo Shu's unusual expression, Luo Gi asked, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Everything here is exactly the same as it was 2 years ago, Ruo Shui replied. Luo Gi was puzzled and continued to ask, what's wrong with that? But Ruo Shui's face darkened. It's exactly the same. I just checked her pulse. 2 years ago, she only had half a year to live, and 2 years later, she still has half a year to live.
Luo Gi was shocked. How is that possible? Ruo Shui replied. It's not wrong. 2 years ago, after I discovered it, my cultivation realm even decreased because I pitied the spirit. Moreover, the road, the arrangement, the people inside are completely identical to 2 years ago.
Luo Gi felt a lightning strike down her spine. This is the current Jingyuan village, and it still has that disgusting, nauseating stench that was present 2 years ago. Young master, what's going on? Who has such deep internal cultivation? The fart smells like it's 2 years old. Ruo Shui quickly grabbed Luo Gi's hand and ran. Let's figure it out after we get to my house. Back at the house, Ruo Shu was greeted by her entire family.
Her father happily said, Quick, come inside. The food has just been cooked. I'll bring it out. We'll eat and talk.
Ruo Shui's mother showed clear fatigue on her face. It's good that you're back. I'll prepare some dishes.
Her younger sister also said, I'll help too. Ruo Shui embraced her parents and her sister, saying, Mom, Dad, Zhao Han, thank you everyone.
Suddenly, Ruo Shui fell into contemplation. As if realizing something unusual, Ruo Shui turned and whispered, Luo Gishime, something's up.
2 years ago, on the last day I returned, I remember very clearly that my dad changed into a clean white outfit.
but this outfit now is all patched up and very old. Luo Gi replied sternly. It could also be said that your parents have really spent 2 years waiting. Zhao Han brings over a plate of food. Ruo Shui receives it and says,
2 years since I last returned. Has anything new happened in the village?
Xiao Han cheerfully recounted. Nothing new, but some time ago, a deity came to the village.
Her father also brought out a pot of soup. Oh, that's right, there was such a thing.
Her mother brought out a plate of chicken, saying, Yes, the deity was incredibly powerful. He came and solved our water source problem.
Sitting down at the table, Ruo Shui continued to ask, how many days was that deity in the village? Did he do anything strange?
Luo Gi was also curious. A deity, Xiao Han answered while eating. Nothing strange. That deity always casts spells in the village and doesn't take money. His place of residence is also a mountain cave, he found it himself, and stayed inside for a few days. A mountain cave. Once said he was the Monkey King. Luo Gi suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Dad, ask where that mountain cave is.
Xiao Han saw Luo Gi staring at her, blushing and stammering. It's just north of our village. I don't know what deity Shiji is looking for that mountain cave for. Surely this young lady has been blinded by Luo Gi's beauty. Ruo Shui reached out and patted Xiao Han, don't be afraid, it's just some matters within the sect. Casually, Ruo Shui flicked off a strange insect that was perched on Xiao Han's shoulder. She finished speaking. Ruo Shui turned to look at Luo Gi, signaling, Mom, Dad, Xiao Han, sorry.
We have to go to that mountain cave now. After we've resolved the matters of the sect, we'll come back and have a meal with you.
The two stood up to say goodbye, her father instructed.
If it's a matter of the sect, Zhuzher, go quickly, go early, and come back early. We'll wait for you at home.
Her mother also agreed.
All right, we'll wait for you. Xiao Han looked sad, her expression very suspicious. Sigh, what a pity. A moment later, at the entrance of the mountain cave, Ruo Shui said, Luo Gi Shimei, can you sense anyone?
Luo Gi
took out her weapon, ready for anything. Yeah, very similar, but it feels more like a part of that aura.
Ruo Shui put her hands on her hips and asked again, a part? Suddenly, Luo Gi seemed to realize something unusual and shouted, Zhang Shiji, ahead, that's inside the mountain cave. Thousands of insects suddenly flew out from the darkness. Luo Gi was so scared she froze, and before she could react, Ruo Shui screamed, Junior sister Luo Gi, look out! Ruo Shui took a defensive stance, and the weapon in her hand emitted light. Let's see if my god-slaying arm combined with the Taikai magical weapon can give these guys a good beating. As she thought, Ruo Shui raised her hand and unleashed a move, Kamehameha, Flame Dragon Cyclone. Truly the successor of Son Goku. Just a single small move was enough to take down the swarm of insects, each one falling to the ground one after another.
Luo Gi was stunned. So many insects. As if surprised by the destructive power of her own move, Ruo Shu exclaimed, so strong, the yin-cold god-slaying arm, combined with the Taikai magical weapon. The power of this Flame Dragon Cyclone directly reached the minor completion of the Profound Gate stage. The insects panicked and scattered, running out of the cave entrance. Don't let them escape. Luo Gi raised her sword and slashed a few times, chopping several insects into pieces.
Senior Sister Zhang, I was dazed just now, I'm sorry. It's okay, let's continue. After saying that, Ruo Shui sat down and picked up the corpse of an insect.
Luo Gi looked at Ruo Shu with a judgmental gaze, who was preening herself and covering her mouth, thinking to herself, she dared to touch the insects with her bare hands without a single spiritual force barrier, plus there are so many of them. Ruo Shui looked confused, turning to look at Luo Gi. Why are you standing still? Luo Gi was sweating, stammering, no, nothing. Luo Gi secretly sighed. A warrior? She is definitely a warrior. Ruo Shui chuckled, thinking to herself, so junior sister is afraid of insects, let alone Luo Gi. Even I'm terrified of these things. Senior sister Ruo Shui is truly a courageous warrior with deep internal cultivation. Luo Gi suspiciously turned and asked, Senior sister Zhang, are you very familiar with these demonic insects? You could say so. Before I met that perverted master, I went down the mountain to gain experience a few times, and I can be considered knowledgeable about the demonic beasts around Jingyuan village. Ruo Shui replied. Being hit in a sensitive spot, the perverted master far away suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Yun Ping was soaking his feet in magma and mumbled, it's probably a junior sister cursing you again. Following the direction of the voice, Yun Ping asked back, which junior sister are you talking about? In front of him was the back of a girl with purple hair, nude and soaking in the magma pool. These two aren't normal people. How can they soak in a magma pool like that?
Besides junior sister Yu Xuan, who else would badmouth you? The girl turned around with a sinister smile, rubbing magma on her shoulder.
Yun Ping walked over and pinched her cheek playfully. "Little girl, you can't be so sure. When I get back, I'll introduce you to the new junior sister. But this new junior sister isn't as beautiful as you when you're all dolled up."
The girl covered her chest with her hand. "Please shut your mouth." Yun Ping was blamed for being a perverted master. "Serves me right for not letting the girl take a bath." Returning to the mountain cave, the corpses of the insects that were killed suddenly emitted a purple smoke. Ruo Shui was terrified, speechless. Why are there so many skeletons? The scene in front of them was beyond imagination. The entire cave was littered with human skulls and bones. "They are people from my village. I thought that when I returned to the village and found some people missing, they just hadn't gone out, but now it seems," Ruo Shui said.
"From the completeness of the bones and dust, the time of death wasn't long ago. It seems like it happened not long ago." Luo Gi reached out and touched a skeleton, using her magic to appraise it, and said,
"Furthermore, from the shape of the bones, it looks like they were broken." Ruo Shui's hands were tightly clenched, trembling. "You mean someone broke the legs of these villagers and then dragged them here?"
"It's possible. Furthermore, their bones turned into dust too quickly," Luo Gi replied. For star-eyed blackbugs, meat is the best food. Could it be?" Hearing Ruo Shui's words, Luo Gi worriedly turned and asked, "Senior Sister Zhang, do star blackbugs eat people?"
Yes,
These villagers were probably food for those insects. Before they could finish their sentence, a loud noise suddenly came from behind them. "That thing is coming. Be careful." Both of them turned back alertly. Ruo Shui looked at the thing in front of them in horror. What is that?"
In front of them was a monster, with the upper body of a woman with oversized breasts, and the lower body of a larva, with a tail that emitted a green light.
"So this is what a three-headed monster looks like." Both of them screamed loudly. "Demonic insect transformation." Luo Gi charged forward. Ruo Shui shouted, "Senior sister is no match for it. Get behind me." But before she could finish, Luo Gi continued, "I can do it." The monster stuck out its long tongue and shot a beam of golden light from its 4 eyes towards Luo Gi. Luckily, Luo Gi managed to jump away in time. Avoiding the attack, Luo Gi looked at Ruo Shui and said, "Zhang, senior sister, quickly find a place to hide." With that, Luo Gi lunged towards the monster, swinging her treasured blade to attack. She used all her power to maximize the destructive force of the attack.
She landed gracefully and looked at the monster, surprised that it seemed completely unaffected by her previous attack.
Luo Gi was shocked. How is that possible? Suddenly, it shot out a tentacle and wrapped it tightly around Luo Gi's ankle. Luo Gi was lifted into the air by the tentacle. "Crap. This goo seems to make people lose consciousness. I thought this thing was a queen bee, so why the sudden tentacles? And why are those tentacles groping Luo Gi's juicy boobies? This is giving me some serious hentai vibes. Is the author a closet pervert or something? Gotta find its weakness? Maybe I can turn the tables. Damn it, if only my physiology could handle these tentacle monsters. I can't believe Luo Gi's so weak she can't even handle a few tentacles." As Luo Gi was trying to escape, Ruo Shui shouted from inside the cave, "Luo Gi, junior sister, can you find a way to open its mouth?" Like being thrown a cheat sheet when you can't figure out the final exam. Luo Gi's eyes widened, spotting a weakness, its mouth. "So that's it." Luo Gi swung her sword and cut off the monster's tentacle. She turned to look at the enraged monster and said, "Gotcha. I absolutely can't let Zhang, senior sister, down."
Thinking this, Luo Gi unleashed a fatal strike, aiming straight for the demon's head.
What a babe. This scenery of undulating mountains is truly magnificent. Her sword struck the very center of the monster's face, catching it off guard.
Luo Gai yelled, "Zhang, senior sister, now's your chance." While Luo Gai was distracting the demon, Ruo Shui charged forward with a spear, landing a fatal blow.
"Go to hell, you son of a bitch." With that, they both landed. Looking at the ravaged demon, their synchronized attack, a complete success. The monster exploded, splattering green goo everywhere. They looked at each other and smiled. Complete purple smoke emanated from the monster, and Luo Gi coughed and turned to Ruo Shu and asked, "What did you just use?" Cough. "A near Kai Yuan realm magic item I got from the Blackwater Abyss. It complements my Tuimun Palace technique. The master said it was a one-time use item, but luckily I had it." Lu Qiugi looked around, puzzled. What is this place anyway? Some kind of demon bug nest? Maybe the insects in this mountain cave are related to that cultivator. But if he's raising these insects, what's his purpose and where did he go? As Ruo Shui spoke, she sat down to examine the situation carefully. As if remembering something, she said, "Wait a minute.
It was Zhao Han who first told us about a cultivator coming to this mountain cave." Luo Gi also realized something was off. "Zhang, senior sister, do you know about GU insects?"
What's that? It's a type of artificial demon creature that originated from a celestial demon in ancient times, then suddenly disappeared in the Hundred Saints era.
People who have GU insects implanted into their divine soul will be controlled by the insects, and the person controlling the insects, becoming puppets,
Luo Gi continued. This could also explain why the villagers haven't changed in the past 2 years. The GU insects have invaded their divine souls. Under the control of the GU insects, the people in the entire village can survive. But the controller doesn't bother with their clothes. The villagers in this mountain cave are probably not just food, but also failed experiment subjects.
Ruo Shui looked worried, and Luo Gi continued.
Your younger brother led us here, wanting to use this demon creature to kill us. He probably doesn't know. Before Luo Gi could finish, a voice called out from outside the cave. Sister,
fairy sister.
Is everyone inside? Recognizing the familiar voice, Ruo Shu said. It's Zhao Han. Luo Gui grabbed Ruo Shui's hand. Reassuring her, Zhang's senior sister, Ruo Shui, turned to look at Luo Gui, and Luo Gui shook her head slightly, not letting Ruo Shui be swayed by emotions.
Ruo Shui's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Stepping out of the cave, they saw Ruo Shui's parents and younger brother waiting.
Xiao Han stepped forward. Sister, there was such a big commotion in the mountain cave just now. Did you two go in to exterminate demons? Are you hurt, Zhuer? Are you too? Okay, Ruo Shui's mother followed up. Ruo Shui lowered her head and replied, We're fine. Luo Gi also answered. We're okay, Xiao Han exclaimed innocently. Sister and fairy sister are so amazing.
Suddenly, her face revealed a sinister look. At this moment, Zhao Han revealed his true colors, laughing. Since you're okay, then killing you two again is no problem.
With that, Ruoxu's mother rushed forward with a knife, yelling, Go die! She pointed the knife straight at Luo Kui.
Crap. All attention was focused on Zhang Xiaohan. Ruoxu shouted, Luo Kui, be careful. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared in front of Luo Kui, blocking Ruoxu's mother's attack.
Luo Kui remembered that the old master had added such a life-saving formation to the Taoist treasure. Luo Kui waved his hand and knocked Ruoxu's mother down. Zhao Han exclaimed in horror, Ancient immortal formation, who are you? Luo Kui swung his sword and said, Compared to that, who I am isn't important. On the contrary, insect controller, what exactly do you want to do? Xiao Han continued to play dumb, covering his face and saying, Oh my, you guessed it, how amazing, Ruoxu replied. Xiao Han, why?
Xiao Han flashed a smug smile, saying, Of course, it's to continue living. Do you know how much I've suffered these past few years?
Oh right, big sis still doesn't know, does she? I was dragged back by these 2 weak mortals. I'm not your real little brother, I have no blood relation to you weak mortals at all. As Xiao Han spoke, he raised his hands, absorbing life force from beneath the ground. I've been sleeping in this forest since the ancient immortal era, but after waking up, my soul was too weak. I could only seal my memories to avoid exploding this fragile spirit, unknowingly being a relative of a mortal for so long. How terrible. Luo Kui and Ruoxu uneasily realized the horror of this insect controller, an existence from the ancient immortal era. How could that be? Luo Kui swung his sword. So, in the 2 years after you woke up, you injected GU insects into the souls of these bumpkins to recover your strength, Luo Kui thought to himself. With the current situation, if the opponent hasn't fully recovered their strength, then with Luo Kui's current miraculous cultivation he can still fight. Xiao Han laughed. That's right, but they're too weak, and so are you. You think cultivation realm is the key to victory? In my era, it was just useless trash. Besides, have you asked my good big sis yet? Can she bear to kill a relative like me? You bastard, Ruo Kui yelled, and with a snap of her fingers, an entire zombie army appeared.
Behind this zombie army were the innocent villagers, who had GU insects implanted in their brains, looking soulless and devoid of human consciousness.
The ringleader, Zhao Han, continued to threaten. Moreover, even if you can kill me, can you bring yourself to attack these villagers who have been killed? This resolve standing in front of me, do you have it?
Luo Kui was sweating, gripping his sword tightly in self-defense.
Looking at the soulless eyes of the villagers, Luo Kui said,
You dare use the villagers as a shield.
Such a small sin has already made you retreat, Luo Kui softly instructed Ruoxu. If there's a chance later, you must find an opportunity to leave.
With that, she put her sword back into its sheath, determined to use the blade wrapped inside to knock out the villagers.
determined not to let this blade kill them.
Thinking his doing, Luo Kuei took big steps, swinging the scabbard and hitting the back of the villagers' heads. One by one they collapsed, and Luo Kuei stopped.
Suddenly, the GU insect laughed sinisterly. I say, little brat, you underestimate the GU insect too much.
Luo Kuei turned around and said,
What? You're only hurting the bodies of these bumpkins, not hurting my GU insect? And you still want to cut off my puppets? You're really too naive. The zombies that had just been knocked unconscious propped themselves up.
Xiao Han frowned, looking at Luo Kuei, controlling the villagers to surround her on all sides. Now how do you plan to escape?
Luo Kuei looked around, surrounded by zombies, took a deep breath, reassuring herself. Must be calm, must buy time for senior sister Zhang. With that, Luo Kuei exhaled, sat down to create a matrix, and examined the situation, realizing the source of the power came from Xiao Han's side. Luo Kuei drew his sword, used the technique of the space-rending blade intent, and rushed straight towards Xiao Han. The sweet slash cut off an arm of the demon insect.
She was horrified, her eyes revealing resentment, and she gritted her teeth and said, You dare kill, you kill me.
The important thing must be repeated 3 times. Stabbing the treasure blade into the ground, Luo Kuei coughed up blood after using too much force for the move just now. HMPH. Fooled, I should have directly cut off space-time and chopped off his head. I could only fully deploy the space-rending blade intent when I reached the nascent soul stage. As expected, too forced. Luo Kuei supported himself with the sword, squatting down. The demon insect shouted, I must kill you. I will have your body eaten by my cute little insects. Kill her for me. As soon as Mo Chong finished speaking, the zombies swarmed Luo Gi. She tried to push herself up with her sword, ready to fight, but it was clear her body wasn't having it. That last attack had totally drained her spiritual essence, like a lamp flickering out. Even spitting blood, Luo Gi still forced herself up, sword in hand, ready to keep fighting. Gotta buy more time for senior sister Zhang. Under the blood moon, Luo Gi mumbled almost like a last farewell. Guess I won't get to fight against Lord Yinhan Shubing anymore. I still wanted to chill with the senior sisters and meet those senior brothers I haven't even seen yet. Oh crap. Is that pervy old master seriously about to lose a junior disciple from his harem?
Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of purple energy ripped through the dark, heavy air. Luo Gi's eyes widened, looking at the purple light like she just recognized something big.
Mo Chong yelled, Who the heck dares to mess with me? From the purple glow, Ruo Shu popped out, looking totally badass. Grabbing Luo Gi's hand, I'm back. Mo Chong crossed its arms, scoffing. Ha! Didn't you just bail? Quick like the Flash, too.
Ruo Shui stepped up, her fist aimed squarely at Mo Chong. Time to knock this demonic BTCH out cold.
With just one punch this time, Ruo Shu sent Mo Chong flying a zillion miles into the sky.
Before it could even process what happened, Ruo Shui lunged again, grabbing its ankle. Mo Chong, already bleeding from the nose, was spun around like a dizzying top by Ruo Shui before it could even blink, then slammed into the ground so hard it left a massive crater. Mo Chong lay on the ground, eyes wide with absolute terror and utterly dazed. It coughed up fresh blood, its vital energy drastically depleted. Ruo Shui was basically treating this demon bug like her personal punching bag. Raising her fist, she smirked. Zhao Han Gigi, I'm back. This whole scene was so freaking cool, like watching the Avengers duke it out in a Marvel movie.
As soon as she finished, Ruo Shu swung her fist straight at him. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhang Ruo Shu pinned Zhang Han down. Her fist slammed hard into the ground.
The air around Zhang Ruo Shui suddenly felt heavy.
Zhang Han chuckled, a broken sound. He looked at her with hazy, pitying eyes, saying, You really can't bring yourself to kill me, can you? Killing your own kin isn't easy. Zhang Ruo Shu burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face.
She looked at Zhang Han, pleading, Zhao Han, please stop.
Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Han's mouth as he glared at Ruo Shu, rage blazing in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. You're not my family, and I'm not your junior brother. Over a decade passed, and to me it was just a fleeting moment.
Zhang Ruo Shui called again. Zhao Han. Zhang Han seemed to absolutely despise that name, or maybe deep down he was desperately trying to deny he ever had any feelings for these people. His stubborn refusal to admit anything, Zhang Han even threatened to use Fan Luo Gi as a stepping stone for his recovery. Zhang Ruo Shui snapped again. Spiritual essence swirled in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Ruo Shui spat, You are not to touch junior sister Luo Gi. If you do, I'll kill you. Faced with Ruo Shui's furious expression, Zhang Han remained unnervingly calm. He eventually tilted his head, let out a slow breath, and asked, If this venerable one spares that child, you'll spare this venerable one too, won't you?
As soon as Fan Luo Gai heard this, she screamed frantically. Zhang Ruo Shui, don't listen to him. You'd be releasing an ancient demonic fiend. That's a sin great enough to condemn Zhang Ruo Shui's soul to endless judgment and torment. Sure enough, Zhang Ruo Shui still couldn't bring herself to kill Zhang Han, even if it meant she'd face punishment. She still wanted to give him a way out. Not only that, she also demanded Zhang Han spare Fan Luo Giwei's life and withdraw all the Yu worms from the villagers. Then take your bugs and leave Jingyuan village forever. As soon as Zhang Ruo Shui finished, the Yu worms plaguing the Jingyuan villagers all vanished.
Zhang Han sat up, crossing his arms, and said, "This venerable one doesn't go back on his word." After leaving a rather unimpressive threat, Zhang Han then teleported away to parts unknown.
Meanwhile, perched on a nearby tree, a massive owl was observing everything. It had its legs crossed, with several rings on each toe. This person was none other than Yun Ping.
Worried about his disciples, he'd come to check in on their little trip,
and it paid off. Especially since Zhang Ruo Shui's state of mind had leveled up, he just hadn't expected that kid to actually be an ancient devil lord from the primordial era. But Yun Ping still couldn't figure out why that kid, who could have just let the Yu worms suck out the villagers' souls to reach the divine transformation stage, or used some villagers to tie down Zhang Ruo Shui before going to kill Fan Luo Gi. Unless you're a complete idiot, then you've got to be one of those cold on the outside, warm on the inside types who just can't explain things properly. Instead, they just attract trouble and hate wherever they go.
Once Zhang Ruo Shu wrapped things up, she went to check on her parents, but they totally couldn't recall ever having someone named Zhao Han in their family.
Zhang Ruo Shui's mom tilted her head, saying, "Zhui, are you feeling sick? I've told you 3 times already, you're our only child."
Fan Luo Gi stepped closer, put a hand on Zhang Ruo Shui's shoulder, and asked, "So do you two remember a cultivator ever visiting this village?"
Zhang Ruo Shui's dad clapped his hands, a light dawning in his eyes. Ah, that immortal lord. Not only did he instantly sweep away the plague from our village, but he also helped us deal with those bandits who came to raid us. Fan Luo Gi and Zhang Ruo Shu were both utterly stumped. This was the first time they'd ever heard a peep about any of this. Zhang Ruo Shui's dad nodded thoughtfully. That immortal showed up like a divine light, swept over all the corpses, and poof, they were gone. The plague disappeared, and those bandits, their legs were broken. Hearing this, Fan Luo Gi and Zhang Ruo Shui locked eyes, a thought dawning on them simultaneously. Were the corpses in that cave actually just those bandits Xianxia Han broke the legs of, combined with the villagers who died from the plague? Zhang Ruo Shui gave a slight smile. This wasn't exactly rocket science, right? If Xianxia Han was truly some cruel, tyrannical, heavenly demon, then the entire Jingyuan village would have been wiped out 2 years ago.
Meanwhile, over in Fengye City, at the underground fighting arena, Ye Yu Xuan and Lin Yan's crew had shown up to compete, with Shi also tagging along, but it looked like Ye Yu Xuan was kinda in a tight spot right now. Just as they were about to dash down and interfere, a voice rang out, stopping Xiaoxiang and Shi. The speaker was a silver-haired youth, casually clutching a gourd, and sporting simple, 3-strap sandals on his feet.
Lin Yan was extremely unconvinced. She frowned, her cheeks puffed out as she looked at the white-haired man who had just appeared, while he was observing Shinao in his arms, feeling a bit worried. That little monk only practiced half of the God See Golden Feather scripture, and he fell into a heart demon. As for that girl, Ye Yu Xuan, her aura was terrifyingly intimidating, a dreadful despair and ultimate oppression.
He didn't know why those things were inside that little girl. Zhuang Hai had totally gone berserk, gritting his teeth, his entire body radiating demonic energy and killing intent. He was dead set on killing Ye Yu Xuan, and apparently this whole mess was just to force Yun Ping to hand over the other half of the Divine Martial Golden Sea scripture, using Ye Yu Xuan as leverage. What a truly disgusting, rabid cultivation fanatic.
Ye Yu Xuan felt a flicker of fear deep down, but her gaze stayed firm, refusing to give in. Suddenly, an unknown jolt ran through her entire body, and she started giving off this weird, intense aura of desire.
Ye Yu Xuan's whole body flared up with heat,
an immediate wave of discomfort washing over her. Her face turned crimson, and she found herself barely able to control her own actions anymore. Another jolt convulsed through Ye Yu Xuan's body. She instinctively stuck out her tongue, her eyes welling up with tears, and her entire frame trembled uncontrollably, feeling both scorching hot and deeply uncomfortable.
Ye Yu Xuan knew full well she couldn't control herself anymore.
Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. "Feeling pretty bad, aren't you? Just give in to me, and you'll be free." That sinister voice just kept echoing in her ears, making it seriously doubtful. Ye Yu Xuan could hold on much longer.
But seriously, who was Ye Yu Xuan?
She was Yunping's absolute favorite disciple. No way Yunping would just let her fall into danger, right? In that perilous moment, her master's familiar voice suddenly rang out in Ye Yu Xuan's head. Hearing it, Ye Yu Xuan instantly felt a huge wave of calm wash over her.
Alright, so to back up a bit and explain how we got to this whole mess. A few hours earlier, over at the Qin sect in Yeyun City, this tall, burly, bald dude was totally manhandling two random folks.
Apparently, they didn't have an invite to the place, nor any proof they were Qin masters, so the dude just tossed them out. Ye Yu Xuan totally flinched at the guy's actions. He just nonchalantly dusted off his hands.
What really caught Ye Yu Xuan's attention was that a spirit transformation stage cultivator in the Qin sect
was just a gatekeeper. Talk about overkill.
It was only then that Ye Yu Xuan suddenly remembered they didn't have an invite either. Sweat beaded on her face, while Lin Yan, happily munching on some candied hawthorn, cheerfully told the guy, "Hey, could you let TH?" The man's face immediately darkened, and he just stared at Lin Yan for a solid minute. The other gatekeepers immediately swarmed around Lin Yan, making Ye Yu Xuan even more terrified. But then, in the very next second, all those gatekeepers simultaneously dropped to their knees and saluted Lin Yan. Ye Yu Xuan was utterly flabbergasted. As she trailed behind Yan Care, she heard a full-blown chorus erupt, "Welcome, Lord Lin Yan," echoing in her ears. Ye Yu Xuan was seriously crushing on Lin Yan right then. That bald brute was still stewing in jealousy over Yunping, and now he was totally salty about Lin Yan's group too. They didn't even realize just how high Lin Yan's status was. The moment Lin Yan spotted Zhuang Hai, he dashed over like a wild boar, peppering him with questions. When Lin Yan asked, he was all chill, but the second Ye Yu Xuan opened her mouth, Zhuang Hai's face contorted with clear hostility. Definitely, because he knew Ye Yu Xuan was Yunping's favorite disciple. Catching sight of that hateful attitude, Ye Yu Xuan just gave a wry chuckle, saying, "Well, isn't that something? Impressive, impressive," and then totally brushed it off. She couldn't beat this guy anyway. And who knows what her senior brother and Yunping had even said to him, but now he was constantly glaring at them with hostility. Ignoring the small stuff, Lin Yan went straight to asking Zhuang Hai about Mu Xixi location. Zhuang Hai scoffed. "That old hag is inside, blathering on with someone from the zither sect." Hearing Zhuang Hai call Mu Xixi an old hag, Lin Yan puffed up her cheeks, annoyed. Xixi garage is clearly super pretty. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hai threw his head back and laughed, completely oblivious to the figure approaching from behind. Her, an old, faded flower, with violent tendencies. How could she be considered beautiful? These taunts from Zhuang Hai were adding fuel to the fire, provoking her even more. Mu Xixi's face darkened with rage, and her whole body was overflowing with anger. Ye Yu Xuan and Lin Yan subconsciously backed away, silently praying for that guy. He's got a death wish. Mu Xixi leaned down, getting close to Zhuang Hai's terrified face, and said through gritted teeth, "An old, faded flower." Violent tendencies. Zhuang Hai was all bluster when nobody was around, but now that he's face to face with her, he's trembling in fear. Mu Xixi was in no way gonna let this guy off the hook. She grabbed Zhuang Hai and slammed him into the ground with a thud that looked painful. After dealing with Zhuang Hai, Mu Xixi started chatting with Lin Yan and Ye Yu Xuan about Ruo Fengyan. Zhuang Hai, now serving as Mu Xixi's chair, overheard this. Noticing that Yunping wasn't around, he started plotting some dirty tricks. He pretended to be knowledgeable and serious, saying, "Martial arts are not just about pure strength. Everyone knows that Wen Dixuan's literary talent is extraordinary. Every step, every glance is a phrase. 3 steps, 5 breaths, and a poem is born. His zither, calligraphy, poetry, and painting skills are unparalleled." Some have abandoned practicing the zither for life after hearing Wen Di play. They don't know how to open up the great Dao together. The martial emperor, who sits atop the 3 great heavenly domains, is also proficient in zither arts. After all, if he was truly just a rough old man, Yu Yexing wouldn't worship him so much. Mu Xixi grabbed Zhuang Hai by the collar and asked, "You know the martial emperor well?" Zhuang Hai replied, "I wouldn't say no, but my Buddhist sect had a period of close affinity with him, naturally." After speaking, Zhuang Hai went to Ye Yu Xuan and started to seduce. In short, if you want to learn, this old monk can recommend you to a place. Mu Xixi saw that Zhuang Hai was about to start scheming, so she kicked him straight at his weak point, leaving Ye Yu Xuan and Lin Yan bewildered on the side. Ye Yu Xuan, being an outsider, found it all even more confusing. Confused. What exactly are these people trying to do? What Zhuang Hai wants to do is fight in the underground arena. Basically, the owner of this arena is a 9th order zither master who has deep knowledge of ancient immortal tunes. Mu Xixi knows this too. But the zither master has an extremely eccentric personality. The zither sect has invited him many times, but he always refuses. It's very difficult to meet him. Zhuang Hai said with a smile,
"Don't worry, that Zither Master has set a rule that anyone who can win 5 consecutive matches in the arena can meet him and make one request."
As he said this, Zhuang Hai was definitely planning to cause trouble. Mu Xixi and Lin Yan were overjoyed. Winning 5 straight matches isn't too big of a deal for them. Just as they were happy, Zhuang Hai threw a bucket of cold water on them. Lin Yan and Mu Xixi are both Transformation God stage, but this arena has a rule that only people below the Transformation Core stage can participate. The only one left is Ye Yu Xuan. As soon as Lin Yan heard this, she pulled Ye Yu Xuan away. She didn't want her junior sister to suffer any losses because of this. As soon as Mu Xixi heard it, she knew that Zhuang Hai was doing it on purpose, but no matter how much she asked, he wouldn't admit it. This guy can never be a gentleman.
Ye Yu Xuan thought for a moment, then pulled Lin Yan back. Zhuang Hai's words are not wrong, knowing there is danger, but she still wants to try. Lin Yan then hugged Ye Yu Xuan tightly, resting her head on her big, soft breasts, and said, "Yanjie really wants to give Master a surprise by learning Ruo Feng Yan, but I don't want to hurt Yu Xuan, junior sister." Ye Yu Xuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll surrender if I can't win." The momentum when not in danger is really confident and passionate. Suddenly, a white-haired man with a gourd hanging from his waist passed by and bumped into Ye Yu Xuan. Ye Yu Xuan turned around quickly, stuck out her tongue, and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." After saying that, she left, unaware that the man was staring at her. The man, whoever he was, whatever his abilities, recognized as soon as he touched Ye Yu Xuan that she had an elemental physique. Quite interesting. The first match began. Ye Yu Xuan went to the arena and fought Huo Ju. Result, victory. In the second match, Ye Yu Xuan fought Huo Ji. A sweeping kick sent Huo Ji flying into the sky,
so she also won. The third match continued to win. The fourth match continued to win. At this time, in the face of Ye Yu Xuan's continuous victories, the white-haired young man was excitedly embracing a pile of gold coins. It's all thanks to betting on Ye Yu Xuan that he's made a lot of money. While leisurely hugging the money, suddenly the announcement sounded again. The final match, Ye Yu Xuan versus Zhuang Hai. Ye Yu Xuan never expected that Zhuang Hai would also compete in this place, and his whole body fell into a state of demonic possession.
He grinned and said, "This old monk was originally at the peak of the Transformation Core stage. Of course he is qualified to participate in the competition. Especially since you have all come to the door, how could this old monk not take advantage of it?"
From start to finish, Zhuang Hai was solely focused on capturing Ye Yu Xuan to threaten Yuan Ping into handing over half of the Zhuang Hai manual.
Zhuang Hai truly lived up to his reputation as a peak transformation stage cultivator. In the blink of an eye, before Ye Yu Xuan could even react, he teleported behind her.
Ye Yu Xuan couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. Collapsing to the ground, Lin Yan and Xixi grew increasingly worried, wanting to rush down, but the white-haired youth stopped them. Xixi gritted her teeth. Annoying, Zhuang Hai's transformation stage is no joke, especially since he's so many levels above Ye Yu Xuan.
The referee began counting, while Ye Yu Xuan, still lying on the ground, started to change.
Zhuang Hai's inner demon going wild wasn't anything new, but Ye Yu Xuan's current state was extremely unstable.
The match commentator's voice rang out. "The contestant is getting up," and the match continues. Zhuang Hai, already in a state of key deviation, was willing to underestimate Ye Yu Xuan. He completely disregarded her strange state, focusing solely on attacking her, wanting to severely injure her and then capture her. An aura of dark suppression emanated from Ye Yu Xuan, growing stronger and stronger. It wasn't an aura from the modern era, it was something originating from within Ye Yu Xuan's body. Even though Yuan Ping suppressed it, it always wanted to escape, so this was its chance. It chuckled and whispered in Ye Yu Xuan's ear, "Sleep, sleep." Just as it was about to elaborate, something popped up out of nowhere and slapped the demon. "Sleep my ass."
The demon rolled several times on the ground from the blow. Yuan Ping crossed his arms, looking down at the arrogant demon and said, "Did you miss getting beat up or something? I wasn't gone for that long." The demon, upon seeing Yuan Ping, rushed over to hug his leg, crying, "Grandmaster Yun, please have mercy. I didn't want to run away. I just wanted to test if the restrictions you set up were secure." Yuan Ping was far from believing these words. 100% lies. The demon welled up with tears, pointed at Zhuang Hai, and started blaming him. "It's all because that baldy went into QE deviation first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have followed his orders and even wanted Yuan Ping to release it so it could beat up that bald Zhuang Hai." Yuan Ping didn't believe a word coming from the evil thing's mouth. He grabbed its head and walked towards a scorching furnace. This flame was something he conveniently grabbed from his second disciple. It's perfect for that evil spirit to try out. After Yuan Ping intervened, Ye Yu Xuan's body felt a lot better, but she suddenly felt weak and knelt on the ground. In front of her was still Zhuang Hai, ready to attack at any moment.
The more Ye Yu Xuan thought about it, the stranger it felt. Was she hallucinating because she was thinking about that old pervert? As soon as she thought of this, Yunping retorted from inside Ye Yu Xuan's body, "Hallucination, my ass! I'm inside your body." Ye Yu Xuan jerked and looked at her stomach, her face flushing red. Yunping explained from inside Ye Yu Xuan's body, "I temporarily transferred a portion of my spiritual soul into you. This is spiritual communication with you. That Baldy has been possessed by his inner demon. You can't even call his body human anymore."
Ye Yu Xuan couldn't handle him at all. Hearing this, Ye Yu Xuan was a bit worried. Did Yunping want to help her from afar?
Yunping had already heard all of Zhuang Hai's thoughts, so of course, he had to personally teach him a lesson. To do that, he needed to borrow Ye Yu Xuan's body. For a moment, Ye Yu Xuan was confused, not understanding. What exactly was Yunping trying to say? Borrow her body. Suddenly, Ye Yu Xuan leaned back as if something had just entered her. That Baldy not only wanted to sever Ye Yu Xuan's limbs, but also wanted to destroy her meridians, shatter her spiritual root, and erase her cultivation. Does he think he can just mess with Yunping's disciple? It seems like this guy's got a death wish.
Seeing Ye Yu Xuan change, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Shifu has arrived. Everything is under control now. She didn't know that Yunping was inside Ye Yu Xuan's body, so she kept looking around for the white-haired youth, also noticing the oddity within Ye Yu Xuan. It was a soul exchange. Ye Yu Xuan, who was now Yunping, stood up, put her hand on her hip, and calmly suggested Zhuang Hai place a bet with her. Zhuang Hai felt a bit frightened in his heart. Another bet. And the aura of despair on Ye Yu Xuan had disappeared, replaced by an intense pressure that made him feel fearful.
Yunping laughed and said, "Let's bet 3 slaps. I bet I can slap you so hard your own mother wouldn't recognize you. If I lose, I'll ask the teacher to leave you the remaining half of the Divine Sea Golden Feather Sutra. But if I win, you'll kneel down and kowtow 100 times. Zhuang Hai was indeed provoked by Yunping's words, veins popping out on his forehead. He laughed loudly, unaware that he was about to get his ass beat, sounding almost happy. The magic staff, carrying an evil aura, headed towards Yunping. In an instant, Zhuang Hai was about to touch Yunping, but Yunping remained standing still. Then, Yunping swayed slightly, gently dodging Zhuang Hai's move.
Just as Zhuang Hai was about to fly past him, Yunping reached out to the side and smacked Zhuang Hai right in the face.
This was the first slap. Yunping flicked his hand, and Zhuang Hai was slapped so hard he flew backward in pain, blood, and snot, spraying out like a rainbow. The uncontrolled beads scattered on the ground.
This one slap was enough for Zhuang Hai to understand everything. Ye Yu Xuan couldn't have possibly injured him to this extent.
After his face was planted on the ground, Zhuang Hai's soul seemed to be hooked out. Yunping coldly and slowly approached Zhuang Hai, who seemed extremely excited to realize that it was Yunping who came, but he was too crazy to understand the difference in ability.
Yunping's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he waved his hand, sending a palm strike that smashed Zhuang Hai, who was lying on the ground, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the spectators immediately fell silent, with a little fear in their hearts. Ye Yu Xuan also saw this and sighed. Old rogue, Yunping has lived long enough, seen all kinds of people and countless things. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself.
Being entangled by inner demons was because Zhuang Hai's heart was impure. And besides, he always wanted to hit on her disciple. It would be weird if he didn't beat him up. Now it's all over. Yunping took the opportunity to check his body, starting with adjusting his leggings.
Ye Yu Xuan's complaints had no effect and didn't stop Yunping's actions.
After adjusting his leggings, it was time for his bra. Ye Yu Xuan was embarrassed to death. Okay, that's done. Yunping even brushed the dust off Ye Yu Xuan's lapel, which was basically groping her butt.
Ye Yu Xuan cried out, "Let me do it myself."
Yunping smiled, stroked Ye Yu Xuan's face, and praised, "That's the way to do it."
Just as she was getting emotional, Yunping poured a bucket of cold water on Ye Yu Xuan. "Running out on your own and making such a big commotion, you'll definitely be punished when we get back." After he finished speaking, Yunping's soul disappeared. At this time, a certain man stepped forward, saluted Ye Yu Xuan, and said, "Lady Ye, our boss hopes to meet you and your friend."
Ye Yu Xuan then went to meet the underground arena's boss with Lin Yan and Xi, but they never expected that it would be someone they were slightly acquainted with. That's right, the owner of the underground arena was the white-haired Xiao Yan, and the place they came to was his private zither room.
He was also the 9th grade zither master they were looking for, Wei Teng. As soon as Lin Yan heard this, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked, "Then can you teach Yan Care to play the Ruo Feng Yan?"
Wei Teng said with a smile. "The Ruo Feng Yan is something I gave to the Zither sect. If I can't teach it, I'm afraid no one in Lin City can—"
"Come on, play around and let me check your level." Lin Yan pouted shyly and said. Yan Ke only remembers the profound sounds and zither techniques, but can't understand the meaning. Every time I'm about to reach the realm, I feel like something's about to shatter.
Wei Tang's mouth twitched. Lin Yan has probably only held the zither score for 2 or 3 days. How could she remember all the profound sounds and zither techniques?
What ordinary people can't do doesn't mean Lin Yan can't do it, she exhaled and said.
It took Yan Ke more than a day to memorize this piece. It's so hard, especially the zither techniques. Clearly, the previous pieces only took half a day. Wei Tang felt like a rock had just fallen on his head. How can there be such a strange thing?
Lin Yan held the scroll in her hand and said with her hands on her hips,
I knew it. You guys definitely don't believe me.
If you don't believe me, then I have to prove it. Lin Yan opened the scroll in her hand and began to write the music score. 7 minutes later, the music score was finished, and Wei Tang opened it to examine it. After reading it, Wei Tang felt like his outlook on life had just changed. Sweat covered his face, and he was panicked and scared, but there wasn't a single mistake. It was perfect.
Lin Yan put her hands on her hips confidently and pretended to be nonchalant. See? The talent that Lin Yan has, the only person who can match it is that legendary person. Wei Tang excitedly ran over and grabbed Lin Yan's hand, eagerly asking, Little girl, you're not a disciple of Wendi, are you?
Ye Yu Xuan, who was standing there listening, choked on her water.
Holy shit, how did he ask something so accurate?
Seems like only a few of Yun Ping's disciples know his true identity. Lin Yan's one of those who doesn't? Hearing Wei Tang ask that, she was all confused, tilting her head, wondering, wasn't Emperor Wen already dead? How could Lin Yan be Emperor Wen's disciple? Wei Tang nodded, sighing. To nurture a monstrous talent like this, only Emperor Wen is capable.
But Emperor Wen's already dead. Ye Yu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy scared me to death, thought I was exposed, but what he said is spot on. Wei Tang rummaged through his stuff, then asked, Little miss, you said you're just missing the kwai to break through in your zither playing, right?
Lin Yan nodded in agreement.
Wei Tang took out a black pearl and explained, It's normal that you don't understand.
If you don't personally witness history, you can't play the kui of Yue Feng Yan.
The black pearl that Wei Tang gave Lin Yan contains a part of Yu Yesheng's memory and a bit of her soul. Just by looking at the memory fragment, you can understand why Yu Yesheng was able to play this tune. Holy crap, Lin Yan, holding the pearl, immediately asked Shi. Was Yu Yesheng a girl?
Shi rubbed her chin, pondering. That doesn't seem like it. According to the records, Yu Yesheng was one of Emperor Wu's most capable assistants. They were super tight, just called each other brothers. Well, everything's done now. Since this black pearl has been given to Lin Yan, she'll soon understand the meaning of Ye Feng Yan. Mission accomplished. Lin Yan's group bowed to thank Wei Tang and then left. Watching them go, Wei Tang returned to his seat and gently stroked the zither. He finally told someone about that bygone era. Yu Yesheng never revealed her true intentions to Emperor Wu even until death. If one day someone truly goes crazy for the sake of their liege, I'm afraid that young miss wouldn't have such an ending.
After saying that, Wei Tang disappeared, as if he had just dissolved into the air, leaving only the zither strings slightly vibrating.
When Ye Yu Xuan and the others snuck out, they were all gung-ho, but now that they're back at Yuntian Academy and have to face punishment, they're all whiny and dramatic.
Each of them is wearing super sexy outfits, with cat ears on their heads, cat tails attached, and a kind of kinky chain around their necks. Then standing on one leg while holding up some kind of weight as punishment.
Lin Yan's the only one who escaped this punishment. She's sitting next to Yun Ping, playing the zither. Yun Ping leisurely enjoys his tea, then asks with a smile, Can't even handle a small punishment like this.
Among the three, Ye Yu Xuan's the most miserable, while Fan Luo Gi and Zhang Ruo Shui are having it a bit easier.
Maybe that's why Ye Yu Xuan is begging so much.
Ye Yu Xuan winked, stuck out her tongue, and acted cute towards Yun Ping. I really know I was wrong. Let us go. Yun Ping sipped his tea, then glanced at Ye Yu Xuan's group, announcing, Punishment ends.
Ye Yu Xuan felt like a burden had been completely lifted. Yun Ping snorted and said, When you were sneaking out, why didn't you think about the punishment, huh? Ye Yu Xuan consciously ran to Yun Ping's side and took his hand, placing it on her head. As expected, the disciple totally understands what the master wants. Yun Ping almost got seduced by Ye Yu Xuan. He sighed and lamented. You guys just never let me rest easy. Out of nowhere, Lin Yan, who was playing something or other, suddenly snorted, yelling, Yan Queer's so pissed. Yun Ping hurried over to ask about the situation. Lin Yan, what's wrong? Lin Yan said. This dumbass Emperor Wu? Total dumbass.
Yan Fair is seriously pissed. Ye Yu Xuan also ran over to ask, What did Emperor Wu do to offend our senior sister?
And here I was calling Emperor Wu a dumbass. Lin Yan held the black pearl in her hand, half wanting to explain, half not knowing how to explain. Yue Hua Ruo Chao Shui, Junyan Ziqing Feng.
A man travels 1,000,000 miles. A woman loves a frozen palace. Love gradually hides the soul, and the will of the old man is vast. He, the saint of a former life, severed his love, yet his feelings for her entered his mind. That's why Ruo Fengyan Yu, the Bo saint, chose to cross-dress as a man and follow the martial emperor, for she didn't want anyone to know about her love for him.
Lin Yan also wants to keep this secret for her. Lin Yan hugged her zither, annoyed, saying, "Anyway, Emperor Wu's a total idiot." Yun Ping silently looked at Lin Yan. This kid knows something. Just then, the academy doors opened. Jiang Yuntian, after a long period of training, has now returned. He smiled and asked everyone, "Why are you all still in the courtyard? Are you sure?" If you were to compare Jiang Yuntian's looks with Yun Ping's other female disciples, the victory would definitely go to Jiang Yuntian. Beautiful and graceful, every move exuding a noble and elegant aura, like a lady from a distinguished family.
The male lead happily brought the little guy who had dressed up as a ridiculously beautiful girl, stepping forward to introduce her to Luo Gi. This is the new junior sister I mentioned to you last time. Luo Gui, this is your second senior brother, Zhang Yuetian, making her incredibly stunned, thinking to herself, this is second senior brother, unbelievable. Seeing Luo Gi's doubtful expression, the male lead jokingly tried to lift Zhao Jiang's skirt. Don't believe me, let me show you. The pervert slapped Zhao Xiang's butt, his hands autonomously preparing to lift the skirt as he said that he had a big treasure that Zhao Xiang couldn't tolerate. He advises the male lead, "Teacher, please watch your image." Zhao Xiang, after cross-dressing, is indeed beautiful, making Luo Gi also stunned. As he reached out to greet, Luo Gi greets everyone.
As the teacher said, "I am indeed your second senior brother."
She shyly greets, "Second senior brother," thinking to herself, are all men these days so shameless? The male lead gathers everyone and makes a new announcement. Now that almost everyone is here, I, your teacher, would like to announce something. Today I will take you to a beautiful place for an outing. The male lead brought these little darlings to the place, which is the famous Samsara Street. Someone asks, "What's so interesting about this place?" Luo Gai explains. Legend has it, Samsara Street was a famous demon street during the 100 Saints era. The male lead agrees, saying, "That's right, but it seems the demons who later came to Samsara Street were forced back to the demon realm due to a calamity.
Since then, Samsara Street has rarely appeared in the eyes of the world."
The male lead explains further to everyone. And now, look at this. A fingernail from the 1,000-year-old Huangshan old demon only costs 50 game coins. Does this esteemed customer want to get a relaxing massage? It's only 20 game coins per session.
A giant head made from the brains of the 500-meter snow demon, guaranteed to be icy and delicious, only 30 game coins.
The male lead happily says, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? This place is fun. Even if this place has been turned into an amusement park, it's still full of demons. Who knows when they might suddenly attack? The demons here are indeed not simple. The strongest of them are, at least at the nascent soul stage, beyond what we can perceive." The male lead comforts his worrywart disciples. "Don't worry, they are all good, vegetarian demons. Even if they really attack you, what could possibly happen?" The teacher also explains further. "This place is quite similar to a secret realm. No creature can die here, and they only lose game coins if they get hurt. When you enter, you get 20 game coins. Once your game coins are used up, you'll be kicked out of the secret realm." He summarizes. This is a safe amusement park, Xiao Mei thinks to herself. This is just an online game. The male lead starts explaining the rules. The first training mission. Earn game coins. The two people with the fewest game coins, I will prepare a super amazing punishment for them. You have the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. Training begins. A demon invites Xiao Mei, causing her to have a headache as she tries to pick something easy to play. Human miss, come play pinball. Xiao Mei shakes her head, refusing. No way. Then she thinks, I wonder which game earns the most. Maybe I should try some shooting games. Arriving at the game, she sees second senior brother already playing and doing quite well. The symbol showing his game coins has already increased to 382. Wah wah, one step too late. The good stuff was snatched up by second senior brother. Arriving at another game, she sees a similar scene. Oh my god, this person is too amazing. They've broken the record.
Ruo Zhue's game points have also increased to 280.
Are people these days so strong? Making Xiao Mei want to cry and collapse? Wah wah, darn it. Ruo Zhue snatched it first again.
Forget it, let's look at something else. The fruit slicing game is also being played very skillfully by Luo Gi. The game points have soared to 320. The vendor must be exclaiming, is this old man going to be bankrupted by this little girl today? Xiao Mei cries, "Wah wah, could it be that I can only busk on the street?"
Yan Shi's game points have also increased to 269. Is this what it's like for people who successfully integrate into the game? I'm the noobiest of noobs right now. Wasn't it said that it only happens once every 10,000 years? Why are you here so quickly, and you've even brought a bunch of kids? There's a little girl who needs you to watch over her for me. HMPH. I knew there was no such thing as coming to the Three Treasures Hall for no reason. What's the matter with the dark energy I asked you to investigate last time? There's a clue. Follow me. Let me tell you slowly. The male lead tells the little female demon, investigate Yan Shi's background.
You tell me. Yan Shi not only inherited the heavenly demon bloodline from the immortal antiquity era, and the divine human bloodline from the 100 Saints era, but also the unawakened elemental physique, and even a hint of dragon lineage.
The little demon sips her tea, as she says in agreement, that's right, it's just that complicated. I also don't know what her ancestral treasures went through.
Speaking of the bloodline tracking mark in the Kongtian domain,
the male lead's expression tenses up. That's not exactly a pleasant place. An incense stick's worth of time has passed. Summary. Guy is in the lead with 666 points. Ruoxu has 555. Zhao Xiang has 488. Yan Ji has 488. And Xiao Mei is in last place with 15 points. Xiao Mei really feels defeated. No longer caring about the world. You could say she's had the worst of it in this game. I have no more desires for this world. Do what punishment you will, Xiao Mei lost, and must accept the punishment.
This is also what the male lead wanted to say to her.
Since you haven't learned your lesson, then for the next month, you'll be my personal maid, thinking to himself. Just the right opportunity to tie her down. Otherwise, if the deep abyss ice within her body causes trouble again, it'll be too late. On the way back, everyone saw a familiar-looking woman standing in front of the Yuntian Academy gate. The male lead asked, "May I ask who this lady is waiting for?" The woman with the familiar face is none other than Zhao Xiang's mother.
No wonder they look so alike.
I'm here to have Zhao Xiang withdraw from school, she replied. I'm here to find a student named Zhang Yuetian. The male lead invited her in to talk, he asked.
So you're Zhao Xiang's mother. May I ask what brings you here from the heavenly domain? Speaking of this, the woman appears stressed, and said, I'm taking her home, withdrawing her from Yuntian Academy, back to the Xiang family to cultivate.
Hearing this, the male lead calmly peels a peanut and eats it. Feigning surprise. Oh, may I ask why? Xiao Xiang is, after all, my student. I need a convincing reason. The other 4 girls have long since sat down, eating watermelon and gossiping. They whispered, drop out. What's going on? Xiao Xiang's mother stood up and angrily said, Reason. My child may be a bit slow-witted to you, but she isn't so hopeless that it took her 6 years to break through from the spirit nurturing stage to the transformation stage. If she'd stayed in the Xiang family, she would at least be an initiate by now. And look at her appearance. All the masculine charm is gone. What has she become?
Xiao Xiang worriedly said. Mom, please stop. Xiao Xiang's mother angrily scolded him. Shut your mouth. If you hadn't been playing around and left the Xiang family 6 years ago, how could you be a whole major realm behind your older brother?
The male lead listened to this and said, Is the current patriarch of the Xiang family still at the peak of the void union stage?
Xiao Xiang's mother asked.
So what if he is? The male lead said. Your Xiang family hasn't progressed in so many years, which only proves that you Xiang family members are incompetent. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang's mother was extremely angry, unleashing her spiritual power. What did you say? Xiao Xiang was extremely alarmed. Mom, please calm down. The male lead didn't sit still either. The male lead stood up and slammed the table. Xiao Xiang's mother angrily said, Are you going against the Xiang family? The male lead asked, You want to make a move? Then the male lead asked, Do you think I'm not teaching well?
Xiao Xiang's mother thought to herself, He's underestimating my pressure, even though there isn't a trace of spiritual energy in his body.
The male lead said disdainfully, Your Xiang family's forced, stuffed cultivation realms, no matter how profound they are just paper tigers. Honestly, I think it's all trash. Mother Xiao Xiang was furious when she heard this, as if she was about to fight, slammed the table and stood up, cursing, spouting nonsense. The male lead walked away, leaving an agreement. Then I'll make a bet with you. In 2 months, at the Wanpai Zhengfeng tournament that happens once a decade, if Zhao Xiang can enter the blue rankings, then the direction of my disciple's future is mine to decide.
Xiao Xiang's mother glanced at Xiao Xiang helplessly.
Since you're so confident, then let's do it. Xiao Xiang bowed his head and apologized to everyone. Sorry, teacher, for causing trouble for you. The male lead comforted. It's okay, there's no trouble between us, Yanxi also asked. Teacher, are you really letting Xianxia participate in the Wanpai Zhengfeng tournament? The male lead happily patted Yanxi's head, saying, Not just Xiaoxiang, all of you are going. The three girls heard this and asked the male lead in surprise. We have to go too, the male lead said caringly to Yanxi. Your dual pupils, Yanbuzzer, haven't stabilized yet, you shouldn't reveal them. Focus on practicing the zither, okay? Then he turned to ask Luo Gi. That's right, have you participated in the Wanpai Zhengfeng tournament before? Luo Gi seriously replied, I participated 10 years ago, and I was pretty lucky, I got 3rd place in the Azure ranking.
Hearing this made the other girls exclaim in admiration. That's so strong, the male lead announced grandly. This training session is going to be very interesting. Alright kiddos, for the next 2 months, I'm going to show you what a 360-degree, no dead angle hell training is all about. This random training you speak of, is it this? Disciples showing up one by one in suggestive outfits, basically male leads waifu figurines. He blushes, embarrassed. Whoops, my bad. Grabbed the wrong one, ahem. Male lead continues. Next up, you guys gotta do practical combat training against these 4 puppets. That's me, Zhao Mei says, eyes twitching. Just look at that smirk, makes me want to punch something. Then she swings, trying to land a hit on the puppet, but it blocks and kicks her ass back. Male lead catches Zhao Mei, explaining, There's a bit of my divine soul inside. Don't treat like toys. Male lead slings her over his shoulder, adding, These dummies can also supervise while guiding you, to prevent you guys from sneaking off the mountain when I'm not around. Xiao Mei asks, Zhu Feng, where are you taking me now? Scene change to the weaponsmith's place. Zhao Mei says helplessly, So why bring me along? Don't I need training? Xu Feng replies. You're my personal maid now, of course. You go wherever I go. Then also answering Xiao Mei's question. Being around me won't interfere with your training. Male lead thinks. If I don't bring her along, who knows what that abyss ice brat, Shen Yuan, will do. You here, the blacksmith says, slurping instant noodles. Just finished fixing it, here you go. Then, he throws out a throwing knife. Zhu Feng happily catches it, praising, Good brother, so fast. Over here, Zhao Mei, eyes sparkling with admiration, says, Oh, this is the new scabbard prepared for Luo Gi Shimei, huh? Looks super cool. Zhu Feng hands a blade to the smith. Need you to perfect this one too. The weaponsmith grins triumphantly upon seeing the specs. Although the craftsmanship is a bit rough, the fresh thinking can be considered a new form of magical artifact. The two look at each other and smirk. Full of challenge, tacitly understanding the old rules, Zhu Feng happily agrees this time. No problem. The new flavor will be for you. The weaponsmith shouts out in ecstasy. Zhu Feng scratches his head, asking, Went around Jinglin City today but didn't see anyone. New blacksmith, huh? Turns around, says, You two don't know anything. Zhao Mei and Zhu Feng ask blankly. Know what? The smith says. Are you guys country bumpkins? The recent events in Jinglin City have been so huge, you haven't heard a thing, Zhu Feng asks him. What exactly happened? The smith recounts seriously. The giant Ye Yu sect of Jinglin City has collapsed and disbanded. The sect disbanded on the spot. The sect leader retreated, and all the disciples went to other sects. Now 100 miles around Ye Yu sect are covered by Lei Ming, turning into a thunder swamp. He continues. Moreover, an underground dead city called Shan Lei sect emerged. Zhao Mei realizes, that was the first sect Wen Di joined when he appeared in this world, and also one of the most glorious sects in the wasteland domain. The weaponsmith seems to have realized something. He asks Zhu Feng, Hey, old man, could this be related to you? Zhu Feng has a hint of helplessness on his face. Well, it's marginally related to me,
Xiao Mei says. You said you wanted to take me to Lei Yu sect. Is it aimed at the Shan Lei sect ruins? But what does it matter that so many people are missing? Are there treasures in the ruins? The blacksmith says. Don't know. Heard that the city lord's mansion is calling on all the city's cultivators to go to the Lei sect ruins to catch a demon beast.
Zhu Feng seems to realize something, saying with trepidation, What demon beast, Zhao Lei Zi? Why is it awake? If I said that demon beast is at the peak of Dongshu realm, a thundering demon from the ancient Immortal era, and a full-force blast could fight a few rounds with the holy little warship, you definitely wouldn't come with me.
Xiao Mei leans forward, asking, Zhu Feng, you old pervert, you're super sus. Zhu Feng can only smile awkwardly, thinking to himself, I initially told Zhao Lei Zi that if it woke up, absolutely don't drag Shanlei sect in. Given its personality, it would definitely listen. This is too abnormal. At the Shanlei sect ruins, A group of people stand around, waving weapons and shouting, "Kill the demon beast! Kill the demon beast!" A white-haired woman and a junior brother approach. That junior brother asks, "Why aren't we catching the demon beast, but instead looking for the underground tombs of Xianxia sect first?" That white-haired woman says, "Because there's a high chance that someone is buried in there." That junior brother asks. She replied, "It's Fan Ji Yu the Great, the second immortal Wen Emperor, Xuan Lei." As if sensing someone was talking behind his back, the male lead sneezed continuously, making him exclaim, "Who's bad-mouthing me now?"
Xiao Mei teased him with a laugh. "You've offended so many people, don't you know?" She whispered into the male lead's ear. "Hey, you old rogue, I've been meaning to ask you, what happened to the Thunder Flash sect? How did it get wiped out?"
"Wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" the male lead said nonchalantly. "I only almost wiped out the Thunder Flash sect. Get my drift? Just almost." Then, the male lead explained further. "The Thunder Flash sect was destroyed by an evil sect. I only found out about the news after I left the Thunder Flash sect."
Xiao Mei looked at the male lead's expression and thought to herself, "First time seeing the old rogue looking so disappointed." Then she suddenly looked ahead. "Ooh, so many people." She glanced around and said, "You can't see what's going on inside from the outside at all."
The male lead used his divine sense to scan the area, and as if realizing something, he said, "This is going to be troublesome."
Xiao Mei asked innocently, "Trouble? What trouble?" A white-haired young girl approached and asked, "Excuse me, is this young lady also here to subjugate the demon beasts?"
"Looks a little unfamiliar," Xiao Mei replied. "Yes," she added a few flattering words. "Well, other than subjugating demon beasts, no one would actively come to this place. Let's get acquainted. I'm Hua Yuerong." Xiao Mei also introduced herself. Hua Yuerong turned her eyes to the male lead. "May I ask, who is this?" The male lead said smugly, "I am her master." Hua Yuerong reintroduced herself. "Oh, we are disciples from sects outside here to gain experience. We want to get to know everyone, so that if we can't defeat the demon beasts, we can help each other." The male lead pondered. "Which family are these kids from? Whatever, I'll need these two for what I am planning to do anyway." The male lead replied, "All right, this young master just happens to want to take in a few more little bros." They walked inside together. Xiao Mei asked, "That person clearly doesn't have good intentions. Why did you let them follow us?" The male lead replied, "Following us won't affect us at all." Xiao Mei said, "I saw you kept looking at that man just now. Is there something wrong with him?" The male lead turned his head to glance at him and said, "If he's a woman in disguise, then he's like your senior brother Jiang." On the other side, the man who was with Hua Yuerong felt nervous, thinking to himself, "These two keep looking at me. Could I have been exposed?" Outside, a man standing in the crowd shouted, "Fellow cultivators, join me in eliminating the demons." The crowd echoed, "Kill the demon beasts! Kill the demon beasts!" Just as the male lead and Xiao Mei were about to go in, Hua Yuerong stopped them and said, "You two, wait. The demon beasts inside are not at the Kaiyuan stage, as rumored. They are very likely at the Jiying stage. Rashly going in is just courting death." Hua Yuerong grabbed Xiao Mei's hand. Then she took out some kind of treasure from her hand. "Actually, we're aiming for the ruins of the Thunder Flash sect this time," she added. "This Daddio soul plate can lead us to the Daddio secrets." Then she got close to the male lead and hugged his arm. "Master, it is said that there is a high possibility that many experts from the Heavenly Extinction era are buried in the Thunder Flash sect ruins." Xiao Mei felt uncomfortable. "Say what you need to say, don't get handsy," the male lead said. "If you want us to join, we want 4 parts of the treasures in the tomb." Hua Yuerong said, "4 parts it is, just don't take the money and run." The man behind her didn't know what else to say. The male lead agreed, saying happily, "All right, then you guys lead the way." Hua Yuerong led the way, thinking to herself, 4 parts. We'll see if you have the life to enjoy it. Hua Yuerong's treasure had already pointed out the location, and behind this door was the secret passage. Xiao Mei asked, "Are you sure we have to go down?" Hua Yuerong said. "That's right, you go down first," Xiao Mei said. "You want us to clear the path?" Hua Yuerong pulled out a knife to threaten. "Don't say no." With the knife to the male lead's neck, "As a servant, you probably don't want to see your master die, do you?" The male lead pretended to yell, "Woman, you dare to deceive me." Young Miss Ye is still hesitant and undecided. It is difficult to keep the body of one's precious young master intact. The male lead pretended to be scared and said to Xiao Mei, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and clear the path." "Could it be that you really want to see this young master die here?" Xiao Mei helplessly said.
I advise you to release him, don't play with fire.
Thinking to himself, this is acting skills of an emperor-level actor. I can't handle this performance.
Xu Feng's secret voice transmission to Zhao Mei. Just do as they say. Your teacher wants to see what they're up to, one by one. Besides, there's something in here I need to find, Zhao Mei wondered. One by one. Aren't they all in cahoots?
Could there be an internal spy? Xu Feng winked and said. Maybe it's one snake or something else, Zhao Mei helplessly replied.
All right, I agree to open the way.
A demon beast appeared, causing Zhao Mei to panic. Why are there demon beasts in here? Hua Yue was extremely nervous. Tomb-guarding demon beasts. And 2 mutated demon beasts at that. Zhao Mei had no choice but to resort to the best of the 36 stratagems.
Why are they chasing me? Xu Feng comforted. Relax, it's okay.
Hearing this, Zhao Mei felt relieved. That old rogue, I trust what he does. Zhao Mei turned around and unleashed a powerful blow on the super beast. The silver-haired girl praised inwardly. How awesome! Over here, Xu Feng smiled. Zhao Mei, you did great.
She's about to succeed in breaking through. Suddenly, the 2 demon beasts caught Zhao Mei. You old bastard, you're playing me again.
It seems Miss Ye eliminated the last of the pests for us before she died. Luckily, we have the young master.
You can put your knife away now, that scheming woman said.
Ye family, don't be so fierce. Everyone has their own requests. Luckily, you made a quick decision, or we would have died. I still have to. I can't bring myself to thank the young master. I can't accept being kidnapped and used as a hostage.
She blushed with excitement and shouted, Soon I can be the only person in the world to find the Wen Emperor's relics.
What do you want to do? That woman stabbed the male lead, saying, Go down with your maid. The tomb-guarding demon beasts are the final defense line of the tomb. As long as I break through the tomb-guarding demon beasts, then all the treasures in the tomb will be mine.
She ran straight inside. Treasure. She sent a signal. It's here. It must be here. Something that can cause the Dao Soul Disc to react so violently.
It must be the Wen Emperor's tomb inside.
She pushed the door open, dreaming inwardly. The first person to find the Wen Emperor's tomb. Become the Wen Emperor's successor. Become an immortal.
Over here, the 3 little girls just finished their flute performance. Everyone was tired. Playing in the cave yesterday made their whole bodies ache.
Hey, where's that old rogue?
Where did the old rogue go? Here, it's also a puppet. How can the old rogue feel so real? Even the body temperature is restored.
The old rogue is so soft. I originally wanted to play a prank, but now should I stop? It turns out that there is no Wen Emperor's tomb in the cave, only vengeful spirits.
Hua Yue's scream. And then she went to see her ancestors because she was too greedy. That man also sighed and said, This is the end of greed. Then he took out a magic weapon and said, You monster, come out! A minor completion Void Realm demon beast appeared. The man was about to attack the demon beast, and Xu Feng grabbed the man's leg. I say, little brother, Precious Species Protection Association, understand. The man looked stunned, unable to believe it, and scanned Xu Feng with his divine sense, but found nothing. The man analyzed. He obviously has no cultivation, and no spiritual root, just a useless person who can't cultivate.
Xu Feng called out, Xiao Lei Zi, come. Xiao Lei Zi happily jumped on Xu Feng like a puppy. Xu Feng said lovingly, Has it been hundreds of years since we met? Do you have to miss me so much?
This time I'm back to bring you some dragon bones, don't worry. This time you can gnaw as much as you want, enough to gnaw for hundreds of years.
The man wondered. A Void Realm demon beast that likes blood and killing now sees him as its master.
It's even wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Xu Feng turned back and asked that man, Oh, that's right. Let's talk about business. Can you spare Xiao Lei Zi? The man was still determined to purge. That demon beast intends to rebel against the heavenly Tao. If we don't kill it, letting it achieve sainthood is against the will of heaven. His mission is to stop it from doing so. The main character said, You are a supervisor. Do you guys even have the virtue for that now? The man surprisingly asked. How do you know about supervisors? Note, supervisors are supporters and enforcers of the heavenly Tao, with a status equal to the 3,000 great Taos. The main character said, Have you forgotten what the guy who went against the heavenly Tao last time was called? Need me to remind you a bit? The man thought in confusion. Impossible. That person is dead. Completely dead. The main character continued. Need me to remind you a little? Remember Ji Yu Ling Burial Earth? The man stepped back and asked, Why? Why do you know that place? You can't be him. He's already dead. He calmed down, then scanned his power. Stay calm. Nothing can be hidden from the Judgment Immortal Sword. This pit is a judgment. The immortal sword left behind so many it's at least reached the 100 myriad level. To think a divine soul, judged by 100 myriad supervisors, Ji Yu Ling, could still exist perfectly intact in this world. The man fearfully knelt down. In history, after being judged by 100 myriad supervisors, only one person has survived. That person who defied the heavenly Tao, resisted the 100 myriad judgments, and even killed tens of thousands of Ji Yu Ling supervisors, creating the Ji Yu Ling burial earth of the south, Ye Yu Xuan. The main character proudly said after listening, "Okay, I'm not that scary. The past is the past. I'm a peace-loving person now. In short, I'm protecting little Li Zi. You have no objections, right?"
The main character turned his head and said, "If the person above you asks, tell them I'm taking care of it. Don't worry about revealing my identity. Heaven already knows about my existence. Of course, maybe those two already know too." The man was surprised. He actually survived in the end.
Hong Meng Lao Zhu, Kun Xuan Lao Zhu. Is he really the person you two are looking for?
Xiao Mei worriedly thought.
If this continues, it's not good, she thought. Little Tianlei is basically a ravenous demon, crazily absorbing lightning. My body can't digest it anymore. Suddenly realizing something. Wait, the Great Acceptance skill penetrates sharp lightning. The heavenly acceptance is similar to a certain extent, maybe they are the same. Outside, demonic beasts and humans are fighting. But those people don't seem to be a match for it.
Shouts of approval rang out. "Kill this hateful guy. The demonic beast in the cave has escaped and intends to kill all the troublemakers outside."
Someone saw the demonic beast motionless and thought it had stopped attacking. "What?" the leader said. "No, it's gathering power for its next attack, wanting to catch us all in one fell swoop." Then he took out some kind of skill. 7 killing formation Chen Feng, wanting to transmit cultivation to spare no effort to kill the demonic beast. Someone stopped him. "You're crazy, you're selling your lifespan. Plus consuming essence and blood will also reduce cultivation." The heroic leader sacrificed and said, "Cultivation is nothing, it's lighter than life. This demonic beast must be killed." Suddenly a woman's hand appeared. He was surprised. "You miss," she said. "Isn't it just cultivation?" Seeing this, Chen Feng shouted, 7 kill formation. Immediately, a huge formation appeared. Thousands of ancient characters surrounding the demonic beast. After that, a fatal amount of damage poured down on its huge body. Although the demonic beast was hit with a very strong blow, it was still not dead, causing the leader to run out of energy. He painfully cried out to heaven and earth. "Core formation stage demonic beast, heaven wants to kill Chen Feng, kill Jinglin City." He knelt down and cried to heaven and earth. The main character saw this scene and suddenly remembered. "Almost forgot to tell little Lei Zi, take back your incarnation." Little Lei Zi listened and signaled the beast to return. At this moment, Xiao Mei rushed out to attack, just as the demonic beast was returning, making those people think they were in luck. She was able to defeat the core formation stage demonic beast with just one blow. The people who were saved wanted to thank her for saving their lives, all the way to the entrance of Yuntian Academy. Even though the main character explained, "This is just a misunderstanding," but those people stubbornly thought he was being humble, making the main character helplessly say, "Anyone with a brain knows, she can't kill a core formation stage demonic beast with one blow." The scarred face and the sister knelt down, bringing gold to become disciples. He said, "Din Yun, I know everyone acts modestly, like your academy has saved our Jinglin city. Please accept these gifts." The main character was speechless and thought, "I have to accept the gifts to finish this." The group bowed and left. The male lead sighed in relief. "Finally gone. I really don't understand what these people are thinking." Then he closed the door and turned around. Xiao Mei was still lost in her own fantasy. "They actually saw me as some kind of demon-slaying hero back then. Talk about total Canada dry." The male lead saw Xiao Mei's unstable electric currents and suddenly asked, "Why haven't you stabilized after so many days?" Xiao Mei sighed helplessly, replying, "The electric discharge function is still going haywire." The male lead had no choice but to say, "It'll be better once you get rid of all the lightning energy you absorbed from the lightning pool." Xiao Mei replied dejectedly, "Yeah. Even though I've completed a round of heavenly intoxication wine, I'm about to break through the spirit book stage, almost falling into a paraplegic state of free fall, and you still haven't gotten rid of it completely." The male lead said, "I'll find a temporary treasure for you to use later, to dissipate the stuff you're emitting." Then he asked curiously, "Where did everyone else go?" Xiao Mei replied, "Senior brother Jiang is in his room cultivating, and senior sister Ji went to participate in the 8th stage musician assessment. Junior sister Luo Gi and Ruo Shui went to get the magic tools you customized for them." Then the door opened. revealing Ruo Shui and Luo Gi, along with a red-haired little girl. The male lead asked Luo Gi, "Such an important matter, how could you hide it from this master? Look, your child is already so big. Is the child's father as handsome as me?" The little girl, upon entering, scoffed. "Why does it look so run down? It doesn't look like an academy at all. It's more like a trash dump in the imperial city." The little girl said, "So, even a genius like big sister Luo Gi has to endure this rundown place." The male lead angrily asked, "Luo Gi, where did you pick up this kid with the cat ear headband?" The little girl flared up at the male lead. "Who are you calling mentally challenged? This princess's status is pretty damn high, so watch your tone." Ruo Shui explained, "Actually, we met her on the road. She seems to have been kidnapped by someone with an unknown identity and a very high cultivation level. We rescued her." The male lead was confused. An unknown individual kidnapping someone with a very high cultivation level. Xiao Luo said, "How does teacher plan to deal with her?" The male lead didn't know how to deal with it either. He thought to himself, "I really don't want to cause more trouble for myself." The male lead, cheerfully and friendly, kneeled down and asked, "Hey, little girl." The little girl seemed very angry. "This young lady isn't some. Little girl, watch your words." The male lead patiently said, "Then what should I call you?" The little girl confidently introduced herself. "You should call me Lord Xianxia." "Xianxia is your name." "That's right. Aren't you stunned by this young lady's magnificent and glamorous name?" The little girl confidently introduced herself. The male lead inadvertently touched the little girl's head. Xianxia asked, "So where is your home? Should I have your Luo Gi big sister take you back?" As if sensing a surge of power, the little girl hid behind Luo Gi after mentioning the word home, putting on a pitiful expression. "I can't go home. I can't go home for the rest of my life. It feels much better to be with big sister Luo Gi. Moreover, big sister Luo Gi speaks so nicely and is incredibly powerful." The male lead helplessly said, "I guess there's no way. She won't say where her home is, so we can't send her back. Let's just have her stay for now. However, you'll have to be responsible for her room and board." The little girl put on a pitiful expression, her eyes sparkling as she begged for help, making it impossible for Luo Gi to refuse. The male lead reminded, "All right, you and Ruo Shui hurry back to the training team." The little girl happily said to Luo Gi, "I want to watch you train, big sister." The male lead was stunned, not understanding why she had that thing in her body. Scene change. A group of people were bowing their heads and begging for mercy. The face-tattooed man said, "I thought you wouldn't let errors happen." Those guys bowed their heads, their face with horrified begging for mercy. The face-tattooed man said, "The result: 4 Huafeng stage cultivators failed to capture a spirit platform stage girl." He revealed an expression of anger, saying, "I need an explanation." A subordinate explained, "Your Highness, we did find that girl, but we encountered a transformation god stage female cultivator on the way. We couldn't defeat her." The masked leader pondered. A transformation stage female cultivator? I wonder what kind of Taoist robe she was wearing. Did she have the imperial crest? No emblems. Her clothes were a white and red dress, a little revealing, more like the attire of a normal girl than Taoist robes, the henchman replied. The masked leader waved him away. A transformation stage cultivator, huh? Well, can't blame you guys for that. He summoned his lackeys. Then he summoned a strange scroll. The scroll suddenly spoke. "Lord Shah, what's the matter?" He replied. A transformation stage cultivator popped out of nowhere and ruined things. "What should we do now?" The mysterious voice said. "Forget about it. I've already implanted a blood fiend GU into her." The masked leader smirked. "Planting a blood fiend GU in a little imperial girl? You guys are ruthless." The voice from the ancient scroll let out a sinister laugh. "She has to die, and before she dies, she has to be useful." Half a month passed. The shattered wooden pillars piled high, and the puppets with shattered souls lying all over the training ground were a testament to the girls' determination and hard work. Then the main character happily announced, "Congratulations on safely completing your training. It's time for us to set off." Shen Shiwu asked, "Are you guys going to the capital?" Yan Shiji wondered. "What's wrong, Shen Shi? You don't want to go?" The little girl hesitated. It's not that I don't want to go. You guys want to go participate in the Myriad Sex Tournament, then go. You don't need to take me along," Yan Shiji worriedly said to the little girl. "But if we all leave, won't Shen Shi be lonely by herself?" The little girl tremblingly replied. "No, it's fine. This young lady is totally fine on her own." Meanwhile, the main character saw everything and thought to himself, "Shaking like that, how is she fine at all?" Then he crossed his arms and stood in front of Shen Shiwu. "Tell me, Are you resisting the imperial capital so much because your home is there? Making the little girl flustered, she said. How could this young lady's home be in the imperial capital? It's definitely somewhere else. On the side, the main character crossed his arms, deducing, Xianxia is probably afraid of someone in the imperial capital, that's why she's so determined not to go home. Although the Ye Yu Xuan courtyard is very safe, it's hard to guarantee that the people hunting the little brat won't use some method to trick her. Taking her along is the safest option. Moreover, to be implanted with the blood fiend Ye Yu, this little brat's identity is not simple. Linked to the empire, she's probably royalty, so her real name might be Chu Shenxi. If she's a descendant of the Chu family, then this matter can't be ignored. The main character patted the little girl's head, comforting her. I'm not comfortable leaving you at home alone. You should come with us.
Shen Shiwu pretended not to care. Why should this young lady rely on you? This young lady isn't going.
Absolutely not. The main character tried to coax the little girl. No matter what, you're not going. But the little girl still stubbornly affirmed. No matter what, this young lady isn't going to the imperial capital. This young lady doesn't want to go there. The main character leaned close to Shen Shiwu's ear and said intimately, in the imperial capital, you can eat, sleep, and bathe with your Luogi Jiji, and you might even be able to kiss her in the middle of the night. You really don't want to go. As soon as he said that, Shen Shiwu imagined a lovey-dovey scene between herself and Luogi. Seizing the opportunity, she said,
This young lady will think about it. It wouldn't hurt to go to the imperial capital with you guys to see your terrible performance, she added.
But you all have to guarantee this young lady's safety. I heard there are a lot of bad guys in the imperial capital. The main character, having achieved his goal, happily announced, Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's set off now. Xiao Mei asked the main character. Set off. Before we had a flying chicken to clear the way, then a precious horse to bump into things. What's it now? The main character playfully nudged Xiao Mei's shoulder. Don't worry, this time we won't be riding a carriage, nor will we be riding a flying chicken, we're riding an electric scooter. The main character called out to Zhao Leizi, let's work. The main character's pet was also ready to transform into a giant demonic beast. Xiao Mei was so scared that she trembled. I'm not riding that thing. Upon arriving in the capital, the magnificent scenery of the imperial capital delighted everyone.
Xiao Mei happily said, Wow, no wonder it's the imperial capital. Even the carvings in the shops are made of gold and silver.
Ruo Shui added, Wow, it's my first time seeing such a tall tower, Yanji Shiji thought. These candies are so beautiful, it's Yanji's dream candy. The little brat said, This ingredient has such a magical flavor, it's perfect for making soup. The little girl Shen Shiwu said, Does Luogi Jiji like this?
Can Shen Shi give it to Jiji? Luogi helplessly said.
Really, it's not necessary.
Xiao Mei suddenly pulled the main character and said to everyone,
Ah, there's a store over here.
Alright everyone, feast your eyes.
It's an American-style dressing room. This innovative design takes inspiration from wedding dresses, but with a cute, slightly skimpy white theme that makes my 4 disciples look absolutely stunning. Xiao Mei asks, Xu Feng, isn't this obviously a modern wedding dress you made? Xu Feng, nose bleeding, gives a thumbs up. Details, who cares? Yan Shi playfully pushes Xiao Mei towards Xu Feng, chirping, Oops, sorry Yu Xuan Shimei, we'll go play somewhere else, don't want to intrude. Making Xiao Mei super embarrassed. Who corrupted Yanji Shiji like this? Xu Feng seizes the opportunity to catch Xiao Mei, showering her with compliments about her beauty. Just when things are heating up, a messenger bird suddenly appears, and its name is Zhao Ling. Everyone immediately gathers to discuss. So you're saying your brother sent a letter? I've confirmed it. The handwriting on the letter is indeed my brother's. Xiao Mei whispers to Xu Feng. Lao Liu, are you sure about this? Is this a trap? Xu Feng replies to Xiao Mei using sound transmission. A person's handwriting won't lie. This guy's writing is all twisted and fake, unnatural and forced. Xiao Mei replies. You can even tell that, Xu Feng adds. Don't forget I'm the literary emperor. No writing can escape my eyes. Xu Feng asks, Shen Shi. So, little brat, you're saying you want to reunite with your third sister? The little girl answers nervously. My third sister will protect me. Plus, I've been missing for so long, my family must be worried sick. Luogi. Can you escort this kid back? Luogi agrees. I'll deal with the people who captured her, the opponents aren't too strong, and they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the imperial capital. Xu Feng adds, if you encounter an ambush, don't panic. The formation on your Dao compass is linked to my divine soul. I'll step in if anything happens. Luogi nods obediently. Xu Feng continues. But you two still need to be careful. If things get really bad, just run. I just feel like this imperial capital isn't as simple as it looks.
Luogi obeys the order. Disciple understands. Xu Feng turns to the others. Alright, the rest of you come with me to register for the Myriad Sects tournament. Luogi, you take this kid home.
They've arrived at the martial arts arena of the Myriad Sects tournament. The architecture here is indeed impressive and shocking.
Xiao Mei says excitedly. Da Huangzong, Bi Hai Gei, and Kang Feng Jiu are all big shots. Everyone knows them.
Ruo Ji adds. People from the 3000 Academy seem to be here too. Behind them, Xu Feng says calmly. Alright, stop looking, you'll definitely run into them during the competition anyway. In front of the hall of the Myriad Sects tournament, there's already a crowd registering, so many people that they've formed a line. That little dumbass is announcing to everyone, those who want to register next, please line up over here.
Everyone recognizes that the guy guiding people is the little dumbass who was licking dirt at Blackwater Abyss.
Xu Feng asks in surprise, isn't that the little dumbass who was licking dirt at the Blackwater Abyss?
Hey, aren't you the guy from the History Rescue Squad, the literary emperor?
Ran Shui, Xiao Mei adds. He's the one who initially wanted to pluck Xuan Ying's dragon scales.
The little dumbass stutters helplessly.
What are you guys here for? Xu Feng replies. We're already here. What do you think we're here for? The little dumbass replies. Oh, sorry. My head's a bit muddled. What's the name of your sect?
Xu Feng replies.
Yun Tian Academy. The little dumbass finishes writing the participation form and hands it to Xu Feng. All done, senior.
Xu Feng also suggests, I have another disciple who hasn't come yet. Fill out another one for me.
Okay, he instructs everyone. Each participant takes one. Infuse your spiritual energy into it to complete the binding. When the Myriad Sects tournament officially starts, it will select the cultivators with corresponding numbers to be your opponents. Please take good care of it. This is the most important thing for participating.
Xu Feng turns to leave, thanking him, but the little dumbass waves and calls him back.
Senior, please wait.
Senior, if you don't mind.
Why don't you all stay at the Imperial Capital Palace? My teacher, she's the third princess of the 3000 Empire.
The others look at each other, puzzled.
The little dumbass explains. She's been wanting to meet you all for a long time.
Xu Feng asks the little dumbass leading the way.
Won't us staying there cause any trouble for you?
The little dumbass replies.
I'm also considered royalty. I'm inviting you to the palace in my personal capacity. It's not a problem.
A group of people walks over.
That's right, you are royalty after all. This action surprises the little dumbass. It's you guys. I didn't expect to meet you here, second brother. You're still the same as before. Whether you're facing me or big brother, you don't dare to say half a word. I heard that teacher of yours made a bet with mother. Leaving, I thought it was the most foolish decision you made. You really shouldn't be so stubborn.
Xiaoxiang was furious, his fists clenched tight. But he stammered, unable to speak. His younger sister deliberately nudged him, saying mockingly, what a loser.
It made him recall his dark past. His friends used to laugh at him, saying his older brother was a genius and his younger sister had incredible talent, but he was just a useless piece of trash. From childhood, he'd always felt inferior, constantly compared to others, cursed as a fool who couldn't even sense spiritual energy. He's really embarrassing the Xiang family. I think he should just die. Ruo Shui stepped forward to protect senior brother Xiang.
Who the hell are you talking about?
My senior brother Xiang is stronger than all of you. The Xiang family's faces and mouths really irritate me. Is it fun to mock your own family? Xiao Mei struggled to say. You can leave, but apologize first. The outcome of the bet between the teacher and the Xiang family will be decided after the competition. We don't know why senior brother Xiang doesn't care about people, but we can say for sure that if a real fight breaks out, you guys might not be senior brother Xiang's match. A tiny transformation stage. He's only at the peak of the transformation stage. This kind of garbage is no match for me. Listen to that nonsense, damn it, you plastic pig. Suddenly, someone stopped them. Qinghua, this is the royal palace. Don't get excited. Calm down. This isn't a place to fight.
Xiaoxiang's junior sister looked down on them and replied, I have high expectations for your senior brother Xiang's performance.
These words directly caused Xiao Mei and the others to scream and shout. Why isn't the teacher saying anything?
Ruo Shui swore,
if I don't beat this chick up, I'll be her daughter. The male lead had to step in to stop them. You two, stop causing trouble.
Anyway, it's a grudge of the Zhang family. Let Zhao Xiang use his strength to slap her face on the stage.
Saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Xiang and asked, Right, Zhao Xiang. A look of helplessness and fear was revealed on his face, and he stammered, Teacher, but... The three female disciples, however, continuously cheered him on. Yan Shi even said, Senior brother Xiang's spear technique is definitely stronger than those who only have cultivation realm.
Ruo Shui also said heroically, Senior brother Xiang will definitely win. Yan Shi was very confident about senior brother Xiang, and Xiao Mei also encouraged him. That's right, senior brother Xiang.
Fight back with the strength you use when the teacher is being a hooligan with you. Hit her hard. The male lead also explained, Zhao, the past is just the past. You have to see the further future.
That future doesn't only belong to you, it also belongs to the Xiang family.
These things made Xiang very touched. The male lead reminded him not to disappoint his junior sisters. Xiang understood everyone's feelings, then replied, yes. On the other side, Xiang's junior sister said, you royal family members probably have the right to adjust the order of matches in the Myriad Sects tournament, right? The person asked. What do you want me to do? She replied sinisterly. I want to make my older brother fail completely in the first match, the little idiot asked. What relationship do you have with the royal family, my master? She is the third princess of the empire. The male lead then said, I guessed it. Anyway, you're a direct descendant of that little Zi Suo Lantian. Where is your master? Lantian said. I've already sent the information to her, she's probably coming soon. As soon as they mentioned her, she arrived and said, Little brat, you're good. I just got back, and you've given me such a big surprise.
She hugged the little idiot until he almost suffocated, causing him to cry out, I'm going to die, let go.
On this side, the male lead seemed to be tasting a delicacy, thinking to himself, at this age, a big enough gap can really become a weapon. The third princess suddenly knelt down and bowed before the male lead, saying, Suo Xing greets Ancestor Grandmaster. I apologize for making Ancestor wait for so long. This made the male lead scared and asked, what did you just call me, Ancestor Grandmaster? Since when did I become your ancestor?
Isn't your ancestor that little Zi Suo Lantian, Mai Zhaoyun, is still a virgin? The princess then explained.
But didn't you say last time that Suo Nantian is your grandson? So that makes you the ancestor of my ancestor. Of course I have to call you Ancestor Grandmaster. Suddenly, the ring on the male lead's hand lit up, causing him to worry. The life-saving magic circle on Luogi's Taoist robe is melting.
It turned out that half an hour ago the third princess had run into Luogi and Shen Wuxi. The third princess happily said, Finally found you.
Could Miss Chu provide some proof? Luogi said suspiciously. After all, I can't just let someone with unclear origins take my sister away.
Shen Ji explained,
Luogi Gage, that's my third sister. Why should she have to prove her identity? The third princess added, Why should I prove my identity to someone who can't clearly prove their identity? I even suspect you're an inside agent of Yin Xia, plotting to infiltrate the royal family. Shen Ji was caught in a dilemma. As the two were about to clash, she thought, Third sister is Gi Gage. She's not a bad person, I trust her.
Luo Gi Gage?
Can't you trust her too? Third sister isn't a bad person either.
Shen Ji tried her best to explain. The fake third princess didn't want to say much, saying, We'll talk about identity later. Let's get out of here first.
But Luogi felt a deathly aura nearby. The fake third princess feigned surprise at Luogi's attitude. She laughed.
What? Luogi prepared to draw her sword, saying, I laugh at Yin Xia for truly being Yin Xia. Then she drew her sword, saying, Even their acting is so damn cool.
I have to thank my Lao Shi for this. This precious sword is a magical artifact capable of detecting enemies. Based on the abilities of this magical artifact, I can see, including you, a total of 3 people are aiming at my blind spot, preparing to launch an attack when I'm unprepared. Am I right? The third princess said, Yin Xia, then laughed loudly. Didn't expect such a little ability, and I was already found out. Then die. After the fake Chu Xin was exposed by Fan Luogi, she didn't bother pretending anymore, and immediately rushed towards her with her sword, attacking fiercely.
Although Fan Luogi was strong, she had only just reached the transformation stage, so dealing with a group of people whose cultivation was higher than hers was quite difficult, not to mention she also had to protect Chu Shengxi. Suddenly, Chu Xin was preparing to do something again. Fan Luogi held her sword in her hand, originally exchanging blows with her opponent, but that person had now disappeared.
Fan Luogi thought to herself, It's over. In a thought, the fake Chu Xin had already appeared behind her. They've killed so many people. Not a few transformation stage cultivators like Fan Luogi have died. The spiritual energy in Fan Luogi's body could no longer circulate, and the guys lying in ambush nearby also rushed over, preparing to chop Fan Luogi to death.
The fake Chu Xin gloatingly shouted loudly, Ha ha ha, go die! Chu Shenxi could only cry out when she saw this scene. Gigege.
The situation was extremely dangerous, and just as death seemed certain, the group of people who wanted to chop Fan Luogi were suddenly stopped by something. The fake Chu Xin looked at the scene in front of her, in horror. Fan Luogi didn't know why, but a formation appeared in front of her, blocking the attacks of those people. In an instant, Fan Luogi's aura changed. Chu Xin felt that something was wrong, so she hurriedly ordered the people with her to retreat, but before she could even retreat, she was met with a punch to the face.
This blow carried an extremely great momentum. and the commotion it created in the city was not small. Chu Xin was punched dozens of meters away, her face bruised and bloody.
As soon as she received the blow, she knew that the blow just now was not the strength that the transformation stage possessed.
Even if she wanted to know the reason, she had to be alive to know. Chu Xin's face twisted, the makeup on her face disappeared, and the most important thing to do now was to retreat. Chu Xianxia looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Those two assassins actually didn't intend to take her away anymore, and Guy Garage suddenly became so powerful.
While she was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, the two assassins were grabbed by an invisible hand, with no way to escape.
The two assassins were lifted into the air.
Fan Luogi drew the sword from its leather sheath, and the assassin, disguised as Chu Xin, was now cursing 7,749 times at his mother in his heart. Holy crap. Divine sense enters Yunping, transforming into Fan Luogi. He smiled gently and asked, "Since you're here, why leave?" Only to see his hand gently lifted. With just one finger, he could mobilize incredible power, and the strong aura made people fearful. In just an instant, the two assassins were beaten until their bones were broken, their whole bodies bruised and bloody, and they lay on a pile of rubble.
Two peak transformation stage cultivators were crippled just like that. The one disguised as Chu Xin was even more horrified as he looked on. Before he could think of anything else, Fan Luogi aka Yunping stepped on him and coldly asked, "Purpose? Who's the mastermind?"
The one disguised as Chu Xin didn't answer, but just laughed loudly. His forehead full of bulging veins, looks like those about to die and love to gamble, are often ridiculously talkative, not only clueless, but also opening their mouths to threaten others without knowing if it'll even work. After finishing his piece, the imposter posing as Chu Xin went full kamikaze and self-destructed, splattering blood everywhere. Definitely not a scene for the faint of heart, especially kids and pregnant women. Yunping frowned, musing. Why do these cultivators love pulling the self-destruct card? Guess I gotta start looking at this from a different angle.
Chu Qianxi, hiding behind Fan Luogi, trembled and called out, "Luogi GG!" Then, she reached out and tugged at Fan Luogi's skirt. Yunping instructed Fan Luogi to quickly escort Chu Qianxi to reunite with the others at the royal palace, and then leave.
Fan Luogi turned to look at Chu Qianxi, then bent down to pat her head and said with a smile, "Let's go, Qianxi, we're going home." Fan Luogi's words worked wonders, calming the little girl down almost instantly. At the same time, at the Xianxia Hall, they received the news that Bai Mian, the one impersonating Chu Xin, was dead. Bai Mian was one of the 10 fiends, and his disguise skills were top-notch even in the 3 great heavens domains. For him, who was usually so cautious, to die, someone must be plotting in the shadows. Seems like these Xianxia folks calculated a million things but never considered that Bai Mian died because he messed with someone he shouldn't have. The master of Xianxia said coldly, "Enough. That mysterious female cultivator behind them definitely has immense power." Then, he began assigning tasks to his subordinates. He sent 3 guys, Xia Shu, Leng Dao, and He Wu, to capture that kid from the imperial capital, making sure the body remains unharmed. The second task is to take Fan Luogi's life. She must die. Here I go again, feeling sorry for the villains. Back at the royal palace, Chu Qianxi finally reunited with Chu Xin, burying her head in Chu Xin's chest and crying out, "Third Ji." Chu Xin smiled gently, saying, There, Qianxi. This kid has really been through the ringer." Yunping, not bothered by the sisterly reunion, jumped right into their unfinished conversation. "So you're saying your second brother was hit with a GU worm, forced to write a letter, and then held captive by Xianxia until you rescued him?" Chu Xin nodded. "That's right." Senior Yunping frowned, asking, "So what do you want me to do? Help you wipe out Xianxia?" Chu Xin nodded. "Yes, but there's more. Do you know about the mausoleum of my ancestor, Chu Lantian?" Chu Lantian was the founder of the Lantian Empire, who buried all his wealth under the royal palace before his death. But this mausoleum isn't open to the royal family, and has countless restrictions. It's said that only someone with a bloodline matching Chu Lantian can enter, but even his own daughters couldn't enter the mausoleum until Qianxi was born, who can not only enter but also remain unaffected by the restrictions. Among the royal family, only Chu Qianxi can bypass the restrictions, but because her cultivation is too low, she can't even get past the door that Chu Lantian set up, so naturally, she can't retrieve anything inside. Yunping understood the gist of what Chu Xin was implying. Xianxia was hired by someone to capture Chu Qianxi and target the mausoleum to loot the treasures left by Chu Lantian. Chu Xin didn't answer, confirming what Yunping said was correct. Then, she stepped forward and called out, "Senior," intending to kneel. Before Chu Xin could kneel, Yunping lifted her chin with a finger, commanding, "Don't kneel. This matter, Yunping will help with." be it the mausoleum or Xianxia.
Anyway, there's nothing I can't handle for now.
Hearing Yunping agree to help, Chu Xin was moved, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "Thank you."
Yunping chuckled. I owe that kid Chu Lantian a lot, so I don't mind helping his descendants.
Ye Yu Xuan smiled, saying, "You want to help them, so do you need me?" Yunping smiled, saying, "I'll personally handle the Xianxia and the Royal Mausoleum. You just need to focus on the competition."
If you can't get into the Lan ranking and the Lin ranking, then just wait for your punishment. Yunping gleefully imagined the scene of Ye Yu Xuan and the others being punished. The punishment methods of Yuntian Academy are definitely clearer to these female disciples of mine than anyone else. At the Myriad Sex Tournament, the number of people is increasing, and the quantity is still not stopping there. After all, it's the Myriad Sex Tournament once every 10 years. It would be weird if there weren't a lot of people. Sects from all over are also gathering here. The crowd immediately buzzed when the royal family appeared. After all, the royal family of the Lantian Empire is always very famous. Leading the group was the crown prince of the Lantian Empire, exuding an impressive aura. The second prince, who was seriously injured in the border attack recently, has also arrived, as well as the third princess, Chu Xin, who is both beautiful and strong. Overall, this is a group that attracts attention. The crown prince of the Lantian Empire stepped onto the platform, addressing the participants with an air of superiority. The Myriad Sects Tournament is a major event that happens once every 10 years in the imperial capital, and therefore everyone who comes to participate should know very well.
Chu Aotian immediately announced. The Myriad Sects Tournament officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, a pillar of light carrying the aura of the Chu royal family shot straight into the sky. This is the bell that signals the start of the match. The tokens in the hands of everyone participating light up.
The group of Ye Yu Xuan, Zhang Ruoxu, and Jiang Yuetian are all a little nervous. It's normal to feel that way when you're a newbie.
Yunping patted Ye Yu Xuan's butt, then put his hands on Jiang Yuetian and Ye Yu Xuan's shoulders, instructing, "Don't worry too much, but remember to be careful." Lin Yan is also participating in this match, so before the competition she handed Zhao Lei over to Yunping.
Yunping held Zhao Lei in his arms and told Lin Yan, now that Lin Yan's double pupils are completely unsealed and she has attained enlightenment through her zither skills, her own cultivation is also very important. Lin Yan's current strength is equivalent to an entry-level transformation stage.
After instructing his disciples, they were teleported to the arena, leaving Yunping standing there alone. Usually there are so many people around, but now there's no one. He can't get used to this loneliness. Looking at Zhao Lei sleeping soundly in his arms, Yunping decided to go check on Jiang Yuetian first.
Yunping had long suspected that the Jiang family would pull some tricks, and he didn't expect that Jiang Yuetian would encounter his own younger sister in the very first match.
As soon as she saw Jiang Yuetian, she put on an act, gleefully thinking that she was about to beat her older brother to a pulp. But after all, everyone can probably guess the outcome. Facing her younger sister's provocation and mockery, Jiang Yuetian coldly said, "What a coincidence, third sister."
The third Mrs. face twisted when she heard Jiang Yuetian call her third sister. She couldn't maintain her composure anymore and shouted, "Don't call me third sister. After you left the Jiang family, you're no longer a member of the Jiang family.
I call you second brother, out of respect for our shared bloodline," Jiang Yuetian calmly asked. "Do you hate me that much?" The third miss held her sword and yelled, "Admit it, Jiang Yuetian was the last of us to awaken his spiritual root, and should have been the weakest, so how could he awaken a 6th grade, immortal quality spiritual root after the age of 10? After being bullied for years, suddenly being a step above them all? It's only natural that they would feel uncomfortable and resentful." Jiang family's third miss coldly said, "Trash should be trash for life. Don't suddenly awaken something."
Truly, there's nothing more unpleasant in life than siblings fighting, hating each other just because one is stronger than the other.
Even the fighting is blind. Hate is written all over her face. Jiang Yuetian remained as calm as ever.
Perhaps he understood his family's situation too well and had no more hope. Jiang Yuetian turned to dodge, almost sending his younger sister flying off the stage. But the matter wasn't resolved yet. Losing like this would be too embarrassing. She spun around and attacked Jiang Yuetian again, but Jiang Yuetian remained the same, skillfully dodging, not only avoiding his sister's attack, but also able to counterattack effortlessly. The third miss took a full kick from Jiang Yuetian to the chest. Jiang Yuetian spun around and stood balanced on the ground, while the third miss retreated, spinning in the air, then landed on the ground. With 2 swords in her hands, she showed clear disdain on her face and loudly said, "Is that all you've got?" Leaning forward to gain momentum, the third miss lunged towards Jiang Yuetian, yelling, "Go to hell!" You can tell these villains aren't going to live long just by looking at them. As his younger sister's kick landed, Jiang Yuetian raised his hand to block it, his face unchanging, but he couldn't hold on for long. Jiang Yuetian coughed up a mouthful of blood.
The third miss looked at Jiang Yuetian trembling in front of her, mockingly sneering. "What's wrong?
Aren't you gonna summon your magic tool?" Jiang Yuetian frowned as he looked at the person who was once his family. This look from Jiang Yuetian once again infuriated the Jiang family's third miss. How much jealousy and resentment must there be to hate each other like this? The Jiang family's third miss once again channeled her spiritual energy into her legs, fiercely attacking Jiang Yuetian. Under that immense pressure, the ground under his feet was plowed up. The Jiang family's third miss took a breath, then continuously stabbed towards Jiang Yuetian with the two swords in her hand. In an instant, the arena was filled with dust, and rocks were flying everywhere. Thinking that Jiang Yuetian had been defeated, she gleefully mocked in her heart, couldn't withstand a single blow. Truly, she's exhausted to death but still trying to act tough? Well, now she's about to be hit hard. Our Jiang Yuetian began to use his own spiritual energy from within the dust cloud. A block of ice was condensed, followed by a bunch of other ice blocks being condensed around Jiang Yuetian. This made the Jiang family's third miss panic. This guy can actually use ice techniques, this is not right. Facing the person who was once his younger sister who had attacked so viciously, Jiang Yuetian coldly wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "I let you have 3 moves, now it's my turn." She heard Jiang Yuetian say that, and was very unconvinced, immediately yelling in retort. Jiang Yuetian calmly replied, "The Jiang family has rules and order. I'll let you have 3 moves, and I'm still the second brother, while you're still surnamed Jiang." The calmer Jiang Yuetian was, the more aggressive his third sister became. Her anger had gone to her head. Without thinking, she rushed towards Jiang Yuetian to attack, shouting, "My cultivation is above yours." Seeing his third sister rushing towards him, Jiang Yuetian stood still, with several ice crystals floating around him. Just as the Jiang family's third miss's sword was about to touch Jiang Yuetian, it was blocked by a block of ice. Immediately afterward, both of her hands were frozen, rendering her unable to move. This was Jiang Yuetian's strength. Jiang Yuetian said coldly, "I'm letting you have moves, but that doesn't mean I'll lose." Jiang Yuetian calmly held the ice spear in his hand, confronting his third sister. But to call it a confrontation, only the opponent was truly exhausted. Jiang Yuetian slightly moved his hand, using his spear to gently knock Jiang family's third miss backward. She stood on the ground, coughing a few times, clearly exhausted and injured. Jiang Yuetian held the spear in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body gathered even more there. He said coldly, "Playtime is over." Jiang Yuetian threw the ice spear in his hand towards Jiang family's third miss. The ice spear was thrown with an extremely oppressive aura. This was truly his genuine strength. Jiang family's third miss, still ignorant of her own limitations, tried to resist the move. The two swords in her hands combined to form a shield, resisting the spear. Seeing that the ice spear was about to pierce through her shield, Jiang family's third miss began to feel fear in her heart. If she couldn't block it, then she would just have to dodge. This level of martial skill must have consumed a lot of Jiang Yuetian's spiritual energy. Even if she was running on fumes, she could easily take him down. This was the highly imaginative thought of a little sister who rarely encountered reality. Jiang Yuetian's techniques were not to be underestimated. Very quickly, she realized something was wrong. The ice spear that she thought she had dodged was now flying back to attack her. Yes, this was a warning bell for the arrogant people of the Jiang family. An end to looking down on others. Jiang Qinghua only managed to scream once, and then the match ended. The ice crystals on the arena had not yet disappeared, and the host of the match announced, "First round, Jiang Qinghua is eliminated." Yuntian Academy, Jiang Yuetian wins. Jiang Yuetian, exhausted, lay on the ground. The look on his face was one of complete relief. Finally, he didn't disappoint his master. After taking care of everything, Jiang Yuetian fell down, and Yunping appeared right next to him. Looking at his disciple lying on the ground, Yunping happily praised, "Well done." Jiang Yuetian was seriously injured and was carried on Xiaoleilei's back by Yunping, while Ye Yu Xuan had also finished her match and quickly found them. She waved to Yunping and said with a happy smile, "I thought you would probably come to watch Jiang Xiqiang's match." Yunping turned to look at Ye Yu Xuan. One glance told him that this little girl hadn't used up even 40% of her spiritual power, so he asked, "What realm did you face in the first round?" Ye Yu Xuan happily showed off her achievements. As soon as she finished showing off, Ye Yu Xuan ran over to check on Jiang Yuetian, who was sleeping soundly on Xiaoleilei's back. "Is he exhausted?" Yunping smiled and said, "He won." His opponent was Jiang Qinghua. Ye Yu Xuan felt much more refreshed in her heart after hearing this. She looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Jiang Qinghua must have bribed the organizers to cause trouble for Jiang Xiqiang's side, but he got beaten instead. Ye Yu Xuan happily let Yunping hold her hand and pull her away. Jiang Qinghua is basically courting death. Now we need to go watch the other disciples' matches. Lin Yan finished her match on the arena very quickly at the beginning.
Her opponent at the Huafeng stage couldn't resist her Xuan Yin at all. Yunping nodded and said, Yan Fire's twin pupils can unleash power comparable to the peak of the Beyond Shen stage. Ye Yu Xuan continued to boast. Zhao Shui is extremely amazing, easily defeating an opponent who is a major realm higher than her, and not that high. Yunping was also a little surprised after hearing this. This girl doesn't have high talent, and she once self-destructed her cultivation and techniques. It's really beautiful that she could win. So now they are heading to the place where Fan Luoqui, Yunping's last disciple, hasn't finished competing yet. It seems that Fan Luoqui is now in a difficult situation, Yunping said. Sure enough, Fan Luoqui is very tired now. She had to lean on her sword on the ground for support, panting non-stop. Her opponent was a mysterious robed cultivator who seemed extremely powerful, and Fan Luoqi was unable to weaken him much from beginning to end. But this girl's personality is a bit competitive. She absolutely refuses to admit defeat like this. So Fan Luoqi continues to attack the other person with the sword in her hand, as if trying to exhaust every last bit of strength she has left. Finally, even her hair tie comes loose, and her long hair flies in the wind, along with sword energy raging horizontally and vertically across the Liai stage. It's just that the other person remains completely unfazed, as if nothing is happening. To think Fan Luoqi is a peak Beyond Shen stage cultivator. Just what is the background of that other person? Yunping says with a smile. It's normal. Luoqi can never beat him. Ye Yu Xuan understands less and less the more she hears. Yunping shrugs. Just watch below, and you'll see. Fan Luoqi is now getting more and more tired, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. The other person seems to be able to predict the opponent's slashes accurately, using skill to neutralize the force of the attacks. Standing before such a powerful opponent, Fan Luoqi has absolutely no chance to resist. Calming down, Fan Luoqi frowns, trying to find a breakthrough point. The sword in her hand is unleashed once more, the sword energy faintly containing an aura like a coiling dragon. This is wanting to win, even when exhausted. The mysterious person, as always, calmly faces the attack that Fan Luoqi unleashes. That move seems to be unleashed with all of Fan Luoqi's spiritual essence, its momentum astonishing. Seeing this, Ye Yu Xuan says excitedly, Shiji is so awesome, do you think she can win? Yunping silently watches the arena. The person on the stage is now a bit more serious. The sword in their hand moves slightly. The aura around their body also changes. A smile blooms on the corner of their lips, and beneath their feet is the Taiji Yin-Yang. Their imposing aura easily dissolves Fan Luoqi's attack. Fan Luoqi is knocked backward. She falls to the ground, her whole body trembling with pain. The other person says with a smile, Nice sword. At first I thought you were just constantly pushing forward, but I didn't expect you to comprehend this level of mastery. Truly beyond my expectations, not bad. Fan Luoqi frowns, an expression of unwillingness clear on her face. Even though the other person said that, they still remain unscathed. That's it, basically. After speaking to Fan Luoqi, the other person turns their head towards Yunping. Yunping gives the mysterious person a smile, and the other person also gives Yunping a smile. Even from such a distance, they can sense each other. Then, the mysterious person raises their competition card, making a move that no one expected. The other person smiles slightly and says softly, I forfeit. As soon as the words leave their mouth, the announcement rings out, Yuntian Academy, Fan Luoqi wins. The victory is obtained without any glory. Fan Luoqi punches the ground hard, her whole body radiating an indifferent air. She grits her teeth, I'd rather lose than win, in such a humiliating way. Fan Luoqi leaves the arena with a troubled heart, tying up her hair as she walks, her heart full of melancholy. Yunping immediately comforts her with a few words. Fan Luoqi says apologetically, Sorry, Yunping. Placing her hand on her shoulder, Yunping says with a smile, No need to apologize, just calm down. Ye Yu Xuan finally catches the key point. Just now she saw Yunping being very close with that man. Therefore, this little girl's dark mind starts to run wild, even thinking that Yunping is hooking up with guys. And that mysterious person is Yunping's ex. Yunping looks at the annoyed little girl in front of her, wondering what's in her head that makes her think so far off. Ouch, that hurts. Then, Yunping slowly approaches Ye Yu Xuan, and Ye Yu Xuan's dark little head starts to run wild again, even thinking that Yunping is about to kiss her, but immediately after, Yunping flicks her forehead, which hurts a lot. Ye Yu Xuan cries and clutches her forehead. Is Yunping's head made of stone or something? It hurts so much. The perpetrator says calmly, This teacher is helping you sober up a bit. I can only tell you that his surname is Zhang. You will meet him soon. The match ends, and Ye Yu Xuan and the others return to the palace to rest. Fan Luoqi is still concerned about the match from earlier, even muttering a few words while taking a bath. "I definitely won't stop next time." She's been muttering from then until now. That person, surnamed Jiang, has become a shadow in her heart. But then again, if one were to be defeated in such a humiliating way, such a reaction is normal.
But we can't let Fan Luogi continue to be so melancholic. Ye Yu Xuan's head starts to think of some kind of seemingly illegitimate plan.
Ye Yu Xuan approaches Fan Luogi, puts her hand on her shoulder, and says, "Luogi, shout it out if you feel good." No need to have someone rubbing her shoulders and someone else pinching Fan Luogi's fair and delicate thighs. Ye Yu Xuan glances at Zhang Ruo Shui to signal. Signal received. This group is doing their best to make Fan Luogi feel comfortable, yet she's embarrassed to the point of blushing crimson. Fan Luogi finally couldn't hold back. "This is so damn good," I could scream. Her whole body was twitching. Ye Yu Xuan's mount massage technique was truly something else. That certain evildoer, just passing by outside the door, heard the commotion in the bathroom.
These female disciples have way too many tricks up their sleeves, and who even taught them that? Before they could even peek inside, Ye Yu Xuan charged out and declared, "That old pervert is peeping again."
Yun Ping forced a smile and said, "I was just passing by, do you believe me? Besides, how did you know I was here?" Ye Yu Xuan confidently grinned. "I sensed it. I must have a special talent." Yun Ping was speechless. "Can I just opt out of awakening this weird talent?"
Yun Ping silently stared at Ye Yu Xuan, who returned a bright and innocent smile.
"I wonder what that old pervert is seeing in his head."
Yun Ping waited, and a familiar figure appeared. It looked just like Ye Yu Xuan, but she was covered in injuries, and tears streamed down her face.
Yun Ping closed his eyes, telling himself to calm down. Then, he stepped forward, patted Ye Yu Xuan's head, and called out her name. 1 second he was being serious, the next Yun Ping was pinching Ye Yu Xuan's cheeks, cheerfully saying, "I'm really good at raising disciples. Look at those chubby cheeks." As he said that, Ye Yu Xuan suddenly remembered Jiang Yuetian. "My senior brother has been in a coma since that fight. Is he really okay? After all, Jiang Qinghua is one of his people." Yun Ping chuckled. "He's fine. He just exhausted all his spiritual energy. He's tired and needs some rest."
He told Ye Yu Xuan and the others to comfort Fan Luogi. Then he casually smacked Ye Yu Xuan's butt and happily went off to find Jiang Yuetian.
Jiang Yuetian had been in a coma ever since the fight, and now he was having nightmares. He ran into an enemy he didn't want to face in the first round of the Myriad Sex Tournament, so he's understandably upset.
Jiang Yuetian mumbled, "Father, you promised to watch the fireworks with me. Please don't go." The more Yun Ping listened, the more sympathetic he felt.
According to Jiang Yuetian, his father, the previous head of the Jiang family, died in an accident when he was 6 years old.
There are so many unfortunate lives in this world. This kid has suffered too much. Yun Ping reached out to help Jiang Yuetian regulate the qi in his body, and he finally seemed a little better.
Yun Ping said, "Sleep. You'll feel better if you sleep." No sooner had he finished one thing than another came up. Before he knew it, Yun Ping sensed 3 eerie auras. He hurried towards the source of those auras.
It was in Luogi's room, but he stopped before he could get far.
Now he sensed a 4th aura. It seemed that little brat had beaten him to it. At this moment, Fan Luogi was still in her room circulating qi to recover, while the Xianxia group finally found her, ready to kill her. One look was enough to tell that Luo Yunkui was no match for these guys.
These guys are at least in the Kai Yuan realm, they're no joke. And that's not even counting the hidden power behind Fan Luogi, who's carrying a king-grade magic artifact. Sha Shu cracked his knuckles. Seems like every dark side villain is always in a rush. He loudly declared, "I just want to twist this bitch's head off and chop her limbs to offer blood sacrifice." Just as Bai Mian was gloating, a yin-yang symbol suddenly appeared behind them. Jiang Xiaoguang appeared and said, "Sorry, 3 gentlemen, but I can't let you touch her."
The moment they saw him, they knew that the newcomer was distorting space, and the scene shifted to outside the imperial city, to a deserted place.
Thanks to Jiang Xiaoguang's space teleportation, the Yin Xia group jumped down in front of him, wanting to verify what was real and what wasn't. Jiang Xiaoguang held his sword, took off his hood, and flashed a friendly smile at them, offering them a very warm good evening. Being interrupted and brought to a deserted place by a stranger, the Yin-Xia group was furious. Xu Xiaoguang propped himself up on his sword and said with a smile, "If you Yin-Xia guys are evil cultivators specializing in killing people, then I don't mind being a sword cultivator specializing in protecting people, right?" Xiao Shu glared fiercely at Xu Xiaoguang, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on his face.
Then, Xia Shui's aura changed. He became twice as big as a normal person, muscles bulging, his hair standing on end like Skoku.
Xiaoshu gritted his teeth and said, "Protecting people? Do you mean that woman?" Xu Xiaoguang laughed and said, "That's right, she's a very important person to me, you could say."
"You guys want to touch her? And that puts me in a bit of a bind. Xianxia let out an arrogant shout and rushed forward, preparing to attack Xu Xiaoguang. Only He remained calm, and he quickly stopped Xianxia. He had recognized who this person was.
2 Jin Fa, black robes, sword cultivator, plus a bizarre formation diagram. It seems that you are the one who single-handedly stormed the Yinsha headquarters, killing more than 100 Yinsha members and a dozen elites, and were able to retreat unscathed. The renowned black-robed sword hero of the imperial capital, Xu Xiaoguang. Xu Xiaoguang was a little embarrassed when he heard that. He scratched his head and laughed, saying, "I didn't expect to be so famous." Xia Shui, in a fit of anger, ignored all of He's words. After all, he only wanted to kill Xu Xiaoguang, who was blocking his way, and then kill Fan Luogi to avenge Bai Mian. He tried to stop Xianxia, but it was too late. Xianxia had already attacked in front of Xu Xiaoguang. Xu Xiaoguang was naturally not kind to those who wanted to harm him. To harmers like the Yinsha bunch, just one move was enough to take care of Xianxia.
In the dust and smoke, nothing could be distinguished, so it was normal for the Yinsha people not to know that their teammate had lost.
After all, an extreme body cultivator like Shui Sha could defeat even a peak Kaiyuan stage cultivator with one all-out blow.
But when the smoke cleared, the person who appeared was Xu Xiaoguang, scaring the Yinsha people no end.
Xu Xiaoguang was unharmed, while Xianxia had been knocked to the ground by him, seriously injured and unable to move. Xu Xiaoguang held his sword in his hand and smiled very kindly at He's group, saying, "Who told you I was only at the transformation stage?"
Leng Dao and He were both shocked. So young, yet he can have such a high level of strength and so easily defeat Xianxia.
Xu Xiaoguang shrugged and laughed, saying, "What? Do you guys look like you've seen a ghost? Scared yet?" Xu Keishia actually still had the strength to stand up and attack Xu Xiaoguang. He let out a loud roar and used all his strength to attack Xu Xiaoguang. But Xu Shan now was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Xu Xiaoguang easily blew him away with just under one move, and sighed, lamenting, "Let's talk things over slowly. Why resort to violence and ruin the harmony?" Then Xu Xiaoguang looked at Leng Dao and He, along with Xu Sha, who had flown far away, and smiled gently, asking, "You guys agree, right?" Xu Xiaoguang said to the Yinsha people, "The muscle brain faction over there has been taken care of. Let's have a good chat." Xu Xiaoguang added, "I'm really not in the mood to fight with you guys today. I just hope you don't make a move on her." The mummy-like guy asked Xu Huang, "Her, that Hua Shen stage female cultivator," he added. "You should think carefully about this, my friend. That female cultivator is the target of our Yinsha's execution." Xu Huang smiled and said, "Haha, let me tell you something again. You want to know not about me, but about your Yinsha? I'm sure you don't know who you're going up against." The Yinsha people heard this and took their positions, preparing to fight. The mummy guy was eager to attack, throwing flying daggers. Xu Huang shouted, pretending to be mysterious, "Huh." The mummy guy struck a powerful blow at Xu Xiao, but Xu Xiao calmly said, "Your Dao techniques are far inferior to that girl's." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired guy attacked from behind, injuring Xu Xiao's neck. He smugly thought to himself, "Success." Suddenly he shouted, as if he had discovered something. "Not good. It's an illusion." With just a flick of his finger, Xu Xiao sent 2 Yinsha members almost back to their ancestors. One of them, realizing that his strength was inferior, tried to escape. Retreat is the best option. Then the long-haired guy shouted with resentment and challenged Xu Xiao Huang.
"Yinsha will remember you. The next time we meet will be the day you and that female cultivator die."
Xu Xiao Huang didn't seem surprised, and said cheerfully, "Interesting. Well, I'm afraid we probably won't have a next time." Just then, the male lead flew over from behind, kicking both of them straight to the ground. The male lead said to Jiang Xiao, "Oh, so you still needed me to come wipe your butt for you." The male lead added, "Next time, before you make a move, can you at least figure out a way to block their escape route?" His master's scolding made Jiang Xiao nod apologetically. "I've troubled you again this time." The zombie guy didn't understand why he couldn't do anything or move. He asked the male lead, "What did you do?" The male lead cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, I just sealed your soul." The male lead continued, "As for you guys from the Yinsha sect, well, that guy who liked to use disguises was taken care of last time, so this time, you two aren't getting away either." The zombie guy was shocked. "Bai Ye was killed by you." The male lead was also surprised. "Oh, so that guy who liked to use disguises was named Bai Ye," the long-haired guy said resentfully. "Sir, do you really want to go against our Yinsha sect? You absolutely can't imagine the strength and background of that young master of ours." Hearing this, the male lead laughed mockingly, and crippled the talkative long-haired guy's cultivation. The male lead added, "So that's how it is." The zombie guy's face showed fear, as he thought to himself, his chi and cultivation were crippled. This dude
Could he be a reincarnation of the immortal ancient heavenly demon?
Before he could say anything more, the male lead gave him a kick that sent him straight to meet his ancestors. Jiang Huang asked the male lead. Why did you knock him out too?
The male lead said. The way he looked at me was too disgusting. I suspect he was lusting after my beauty and had ulterior motives.
The fact that the male lead was still so delusional at a time like this left Jiang Xiao completely speechless and utterly helpless.
The male lead, still high on his own power, sighed dramatically. Do you love your master or not? Only women are left.
I'm telling you, kid, you have no intention of going back with your master to meet your senior sisters. Jiang Xiaohuang hastily pulled his hood over his face. Didn't we already meet once at the 10,000 sex competition?
That person must have been my senior sister, right? The male lead turned back and surprisingly added, Exactly. That was your 8th senior sister.
At this, Jiang Xiao was completely stunned and turned back to ask, 8th senior sister?
What? How did I get an 8th senior sister in just a few months? The male lead pretended to ponder. That's right. A lot has happened in the last few months. You've missed out on a lot.
Hearing this, Jiang Xiao could only turn away helplessly.
In any case, I'm not meeting my senior sisters.
It won't be too late to get acquainted when I'm done with my business in the imperial capital and come back, the male lead reminded him. Don't you even want to meet your senior brother Xiang? Jiang Xiaohuang flew furiously into the sky. Goodbye, master. It seems like there's an embarrassing secret of Jiang Xiao's that's about to be unveiled behind this reminder.
At night, Shen Shiwu ran into the male lead's room and said bossily, Hey, this princess has something to tell you.
Put your tools down and listen carefully.
The male lead gently reminded her, Little girl, mind your attitude. After all, one word from me can make your sister Luo Kui sleep in a different room. At this, Shen Shiwu recalled the sweet memories of the morning with her sister Luo Kui. Fearing his warning, she immediately changed her attitude. Let's talk politely, uncle. Let's talk about things slowly. The male lead turned back and said, Who are you calling, uncle?
Call me, Garage.
The little girl explained her reason for coming. I came to talk to you about the Yin Xia sect. I'm only telling you this. I haven't even told my 3rd sister. Then she recalled being kidnapped and recounted. Back then, the people from the Yin Xia sect handed me over to a bunch of weird guys.
They thought I was unconscious, but I could still see everything around me. I saw that they were wearing royal family brooches.
It has to be a brooch for a member of the royal family. You have to have the pure divine bloodline to wear it. The male lead asked Shen Shiwu, Who do you suspect? The little girl leaned close and whispered, It's my big brother, Chu Aotian.
She explained.
My big brother has been eyeing the throne for a long time. He's the only heir, but he's been waiting for more than 100 years, and our father still hasn't given up the throne to him. He must be really angry, so he wanted to take me into the tomb to snatch the treasures for him.
As Shen Ji spoke, she imagined the scene.
In Shen Shiwu's mind, her brother looked very sinister. The male lead's reaction was calm and simple. He just said one word, Oh. This made her extremely angry.
What kind of reaction is that? She demanded. The male lead said. So you're not a complete airhead. I thought you were just a pretty face who only knew how to whine about Luo Kui.
This made the girl yell in anger. You're the airhead. Your Yuntian Academy is full of airheads, except for Sister Luo Kui. The male lead stepped closer and said, But how can you be sure that the one after the throne isn't your 3rd sister Chu Xin or 2nd brother Chu Qingqiao? Hearing this, the girl hesitated, not knowing what to say. She had never considered these possibilities, but it was indeed plausible. The male lead picked her up and comforted her. All right, you're just a kid. You don't need to worry about these things, he added. No matter who's colluding with the Yin Xia behind the scenes, wanting to seize the tomb, I'll dig up the clues, so just relax.
The girl brightened up, thinking to herself, In my memories, there was someone warm like that too, but it wasn't royal father. Then who was it? Just as she was thinking, Bai Gongzhu walked in.
The girl bashfully ran off, not forgetting to wish her 3rd sister a good night. Bai Gongzhu asked the male lead, What's wrong with Sister Shen Shi? The male lead poured tea, calmly saying, It's nothing. There's been more going on lately, and the little rascal is a bit sensitive, so I'm letting her clear her head a bit. How are things going? Bai Gongzhu asked. Those 2 guys you brought back have confessed a few Yin Xia strongholds, she replied. What do we do next? The male lead took a sip of tea and said, We wait, Bai Gongzhu. Puzzled, asked again. Wait for what? The male lead said. Wait for the Wanpai Zhengfeng. I guarantee the final competition of the Wanpai Zhengfeng will be the best time for them to make their move. By then, the royal family will send many guard teams to patrol around the secret realms to ensure the safety and fairness of the matches.
At that point, the imperial capital will practically be an empty city.
But I, as a master, can't let my precious disciples be disturbed, so I have to deal with those creeps first. Today was the day for the second round of the Wanpai Zheng Feng. The male lead's disciples kept winning their matches.
Xiao Xiang's moves were decisive, charming his opponents with his good looks.
As for Ruo Shui, even though her cultivation was crippled and she had been severely injured, her abilities improved rapidly, and she quickly and easily eliminated her next opponent.
After the shock of her previous battle with Xianxia, Luo Kui had calmed down today and returned to her usual self. The results were just as expected, making even the male lead, who was watching, praise. Sister Yan Shi is also in great form, making her opponents flee before they even get to fight. Xiao Mei, despite still being clumsy, also successfully secured a victory. The male lead watched her, his gaze filled with pride and a hint of something ambiguous. A look one might guess was the sweet, poetic stirring of love. The matches concluded, and the male lead happily announced to everyone, "All right. Today truly was a great day. So tonight we'll throw a little celebration party?" The 5 girls responded. "Okay." The male lead added, "There are still 2 days until the final showdown. You can all properly relax during these 2 days." Back in their room, the junior sisters toasted each other in celebration. Ruo Shui said, "Awesome! I suddenly don't want to go home at all now." Xiao Mei chimed in,
"What's a Ye Yu Xuan compared to this? I'll come here from now on." While everyone was joyfully celebrating, the male lead was lost in thought. Yan Ji approached to ask. The male lead replied, "This place is good, but Yan Ji still likes our 4 academies the best." This deeply moved the male lead, who patted her head and praised, "Still the good girl." But then she added, "After all, the 4 academies is quite small, so Yan Ji won't get lost." This left the male lead speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, Shen Ji was gazing enraptured at Luo Kui, her eyes filled with an inescapable adoration, which made Luo Kui ask worriedly, "Shen Ji, did you mix your drinks again?" Seeing this scene, the male lead was helplessly speechless. Just then, Xiao Mei walked over, slurring drunkenly to the male lead. "Come, have a drink," the male lead declared. "Today, only a dashing, charismatic guy like me can handle this heavy life." Then, Xiao Mei suddenly passed out cold. The male lead was at a loss for words. Can't hold her liquor but drags others into it, and this time, she drank herself unconscious.
The male lead held Xiao Mei in his arms and said, "You all continue drinking. I'll take Xiao Mei back to her room first."
On this side, that dummy Xiao Zi was also feeling the heat. "Xiao Zi, your performance today wasn't bad. My efforts in cultivating you weren't wasted." He had to plead. "Master, I'm choking to death here." The protagonist took Xiao Mei back to her room, then asked himself, "Why is she so similar to her?" "Her name is," the protagonist mused. "This whole Yi Qiu manifesting in the dark night, it's different from my Yi." He realized it, then hugged Xiao Mei close, saying, "That's right, you're different from her." In her daze, Xiao Mei mumbled, "Old pervert." This made the protagonist snap awake, asking, "Huh?" Before falling back asleep, that dummy Xiao Zi frantically rushed over to deliver news to the protagonist, telling senior protagonist, "This is bad." The Yin Fiends launched a proactive attack. The imperial capital's guard force has been ambushed. The protagonist calmly reminded Xiao Zi, "What's the big deal? Take your time and speak." That dummy Xiao Zi reported, "The Yin Fiends seem to know the vulnerable points of the divine guards. The second young master and master, along with the personal guards of the other young masters, were all targeted, and the first young master's personal guard suffered the heaviest assault." The protagonist asked, "Where are Chu Jin and Chu Shen Shi right now?" Xiao Zi replied, "Master, they've gone to guard the royal mausoleum. The imperial princess is in her palace, guarded by over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, so there shouldn't be any problem." Suddenly, the protagonist seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, "Why did that kid Jiang Shaoguang also leave?" Looks like the mastermind behind this finally couldn't hold back, and made their move. A group of Yin Fiends watched from the rooftops, their leader saying, "Are you doubting my decision?" One subordinate said, "We wouldn't dare. Your subordinate is merely worried that Darren is using you. This direct confrontation with the imperial capital will be a heavy blow to us." The leader said, "Of course he's using me, but I have no choice but to let him," he added. "After all, he's letting us get some things we couldn't have obtained otherwise." He then commanded the blood spirits. One subordinate shouted, "That's a demonic secret artifact." Lord Wei gave it to His Highness. His Highness, those 2 blood spirits are meant to find a certain acquaintance, someone who neither makes the Yin Fiends bleed, nor carelessly leaves their own blood for the Yin Fiends to track. Xiao Huang, leader of the personal guard army, was sensing something strange. This is really strange. Clearly, these assassins brazenly launched an open attack, and even chose such a disadvantageous time for themselves. I really don't understand. The protagonist suddenly flew over from afar, saying quickly, "You'll find out," Xianxia Huang replied. "Master, why are you here?" the protagonist said. The Yin fiends dared to directly confront the imperial capital, so why wouldn't I come?
The protagonist even dragged along that dummy Zhao Zi, forcing him to explain. My aunt was afraid the third princess of the imperial capital would ask Senior for help to deal with the Yin fiends. Suddenly, the protagonist stepped forward and attacked a blood spirit that was close to Jiang Xiaohuang, crushing the bug-like creature to death, which made Jiang Xiaohuang curiously ask, "What is this?" The protagonist merely said casually, "It's nothing. Just like a fly, the Yin fiends have arrived."
This made Zhao Zi incredibly scared, exclaiming, "The Yin fiends have so many people." It also made Jiang Xiaohuang feel helpless. This is troublesome. A group of Yin fiends rushed into the city from all directions, and the protagonist said while stretching, "Relax. No matter what, that girl Chu Xin called for help, so of course I won't just stand by and watch the show."
He told Jiang Xiaohuang, "You lead the way with them, and don't worry, just stay there. I've got this place covered."
Jiang Xiaohuang complied. The protagonist said to the Yin fiends, "Esteemed Yin fiends, if you please, stop right there." One Yin fiend subordinate shouted loudly, warning everyone, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense.
He's not hiding some magic artifact. He's just relying on his mighty physique," he added.
"If it's a magic artifact, we can just snatch it. But if it's a powerful body, then it's perfect material for us to cultivate blood spirits." The whole bunch clamored in unison, kill him, to refine blood spirits." Hearing blood spirits made the protagonist extremely serious and furious. Lan Cheng said, "So you enjoy killing people, taking blood to sacrifice souls, using bones to refine bodies, slaughtering innocent civilians, vying to kill other cultivators, all just to create a blood spirit, huh?"
Then, with just a wave of the protagonist's hand, those Yin fiends were sent straight to the land of eternal bliss.
The protagonist also angrily lectured, "What's wrong with proper cultivation, that you always have to resort to dark arts?"
Scared the crap out of everyone. "Is that a demon?" The Yin assassins scattered in terror, screaming, "I don't want to die.
Don't want to get crippled, run, but ain't no running from the MC." With a flick of his fingers, their souls are sucked dry, Xu Feng added. "Didn't I say there was no third option?" I know who commissioned us. Yin assassins, the guy said. "We really don't know. We only follow orders. We know he's the head of the 10 assassins, the sect leader of the Yin assassins, and his cultivation is scary high, way beyond the other 10 assassins."
Begging the person behind this, "Our cultivation."
Xu Feng flashed his power. The head honcho finally showed himself, saying, "You dare treat my Yin assassins like this?"
Xu Feng said, "You're the one who wants to off my disciple," the head honcho said. "So it was you who destroyed my blood spirit. I was wondering who it was."
At this moment, Jiang Xiaohuang finally realized.
"So the fly you mentioned earlier was the blood spirit." Xu Feng impatiently said, "I don't have that much patience. Spill it. Who ordered you Yin assassins to stir up trouble in the imperial city?"
The head honcho spoke, and instantly released his power. "It's better for you not to know." The blood spirits transformed into a giant demon. He ordered the demon to kill the MC. A punch came crashing down. The MC vanished, shocking the head honcho. "My prized blood spirit, a monster hundreds of meters tall, made from the flesh and blood of 100,000 people, comparable to a Dongshu stage cultivator, gone just like that."
Xu Feng crossed his arms and said, "Spit out everything about your blood spirit arts, or you won't get another chance."
The head Yin assassin angrily said, "You'll pay for this, go die, go die." He launched a barrage of attacks at Xu Feng,
but no matter how much he attacked, he couldn't even touch a hair on Xu Feng's head, making him realize that the final punch will be his death.
Xu Feng lost his patience, made fun of him, and said, "All done attacking. My turn now." The male lead added, "The blood spirit technique? No, wrong. You guys know nothing about this path. Back in the Dao Emperor's time, this old man already purged it completely."
"No, now you want to use this to prove the Dako."
The head honcho trembled, coughing up blood from the blow, then taking another one to the right cheek, another to the left for balance, and finishing with an uppercut from under the chin.
Xu Feng said,
"You have martial arts, but you don't cultivate them. You have talismans, but you don't learn them. You have Dao inscriptions, but you don't practice them. Yet you cultivate the bloodthirsty Qi Dao. Next life, reflect on what you've done before, throwing punches." This sent the head honcho flying dozens of meters, making his underlings scream. Refusing to give up, the head honcho gathered all the blood spirits of his subordinates, forming the blood spirit arts, his body transforming into a demon with a horn between his eyebrows like a qilin. His teeth and skin also changed.
He cried out,
"This is the power of a saint," Zhaozi yelled. Xianxia Huang analyzed that after sacrificing all of the Yin assassin disciples, he has reached the point of almost stepping into the saint realm.
Xu Feng seriously unleashed a strike and shouted towards him, "Get the hell back!" The horned leader kept ranting. He said, "It's the heavenly Tao, the master of the 3,000 great Taos. It's the heavens. Stop dreaming." But not satisfied with his power, before long the head honcho suddenly noticed something was wrong. Crap, my saint status is gone. The power he was so proud of vanished in an instant. Having lost his chance to become a saint, the old Yin assassin gritted his teeth, his eyes showing the flames of anger rising to the heavens, saying, "You dare ruin my chance to become a saint. He will tear Yunping into 100 pieces, then eat his flesh and drink his blood." From within the tower, mysterious dark shadows appeared one after another. 1,000-year-old blood spirit. I don't want to die. Help! The dark shadows, as soon as they left the tower, transformed into mad fiends rushing towards Yunping, who waved his hand and sent them to the void.
What? The old Yin assassin gaped in surprise. Yunping's eyes turned towards him, and he smiled confidently, saying, "Don't even mention ruining your chance to become a saint. Even if I kill you, no one would dare say a word."
Having said that, Yunping flew into the air, then his feet released the wrathful dragon kick skill of the blind master, kicking straight into the blood tower, causing this generic villain to cough up fresh blood from internal injuries. The blood tower collapsed. The prince supported himself, kneeling on the ground, his face looking as powerless as if he had just seen his wife's waifu get gangbanged. Wen Di slammed his head hard against the ground, causing him to scream out in pain, "Ah!" The white-haired man with the tassels glanced at Yunping, thinking, "He's too terrifying. Only detonating the divine soul can bring him and the entire imperial city to hell together."
The villain entered self-destruction mode. This is the origin force that can resist a saint, damn it.
If he really self-destructed, the entire imperial city would be blown to smithereens. Yunping raised his hand and suppressed the Yin assassin's origin force. He had given them only two choices. One was to say the name of the person behind it. The other was to look at naked chickens.
The villain said, "It's too late now. That great figure has already achieved his goal." The hooded leader only wanted them to cause chaos in the imperial city, so he would have a chance to reach the royal mausoleum.
Hearing such news, Xiao Guang lost his cool and asked the villain, "Who's the mastermind behind going to that tomb?"
Yin Xia replied, "It's all the same no matter who it is. Besides, that mastermind never told him his name, only said he was a royal family young master."
At this time, both Yunping and Jiang Xiaoguang vaguely suspected that it was Ao Tian, the prince of the Chu Empire. Yunping turned to Fang Yan and said, "Have your Wang clan people clean this up. You and your blonde disciple will go to the tomb to find Chu Xin."
Meanwhile, on the other side of the tomb, a battle had just taken place. Chu Xin was stabbed to death by a flute, her eyes wide open. "I'm sorry, third sister, who told you to trust that man? Guarding the tomb all alone like this, I didn't want to kill you." The black-robed figure turned around to look at Wu. "You finally arrived, little sis. Shenji, come here to Big Brother. It's time to get to work."
Suddenly, the guy felt something was off.
"Oh, I didn't expect my adorable little sister to bring friends along."
"Leave it to me,"
Luo Kui slashed forward. But this guy knew he was already exposed.
Luo Kui drew her sword and shouted, "Release Shenji now!" She slashed, but he easily blocked it. With just 2 fingers he cracked the blade, and with a wave of his hand, he shattered the sword, and turned Luo Kui's arm into taffy. The girl sat on the ground, trembling in pain. Suddenly she saw Chu Xin impaled by the spear, lying motionless on the floor.
"That's Miss Chu Xin. She's a Dongshu realm powerhouse, a top-tier expert in the wasteland. How could she die like this? I was also out of options with her. Who told her to be so dumb and guard the tomb alone? I just silenced her for a bit. Next, I'll send you to find her too." As he spoke, the black-robed figure condensed evil power in his palm. When he struck, Luo Kui's protective formation blocked it.
Just as he wanted to break through forcefully, a noise came from behind, and a hole was punched right through the tomb.
"You touch her. Just try it." Before he could figure out what was happening, the black-clad guy was stuck to the wall by Yunping's aura. The protagonist slowly descended, his body radiating murderous intent. "Master, you finally arrived." The guy clutched his wound and replied, "I thought you'd die in Yin Sha's hands. Looks like I underestimated you."
"Yin Sha is no more.
On the contrary, I underestimated you, second young master of the Chu Empire, Chu Jingqiao." He looked at Yunping with his gaunt face. "Yunping, since when did you know it was me?" At first, the protagonist only suspected someone in the royal family wanted to harm the Chu family. But Chu Jingqiao was unlucky enough to be attacked.
From Zhao Luoli Shenxi's mouth, She said that when she was not completely unconscious, she saw the kidnapper wearing a royal family badge, but I know you intentionally made that, for the little girl to see. The main purpose is to make this girl suspicious of people in the royal family.
How could outsiders know the Chu family's residence? You pretended to be attacked, feigning weakness in front of others to stand on the same boat as Chu Xin, then shifted suspicion onto your elder brother, Chu Aotian. As he spoke, Yunping pulled the spear out of third sister Chu's body. Both Chu Jingqiao and Luo Kui were shocked by Yunping's words.
Exchanging his sister Chu Shenji, along with her bloodline to gain the opportunity to enter the tomb, he created a formation to save Chu Xin as he spoke. Tell me, who gave you the blood desolation Gu and the blood exchange art?
The villain didn't know why Yunping knew about that technique and prepared to attack. I not only know the blood exchange art, but I also know another secret. The second young master of the empire is actually already dead. Yunping flicked his finger, blowing off Chu Jingqiao's fake hand, using corpse puppet technique to revive. Who are you?
Chu Jingqiao was now in despair, only replying, "It's useless. I know you're strong, but if you encounter that demon, you might not survive.
I've enjoyed the feeling of death every day since I concluded the agreement with that demon.
Today,
I just want to enjoy the feeling of holding the royal family's secret treasure before I die." Before he could finish, Yunping used Shina technique to force him to reveal the identity of that person.
Cough.
I don't know, I only know he calls himself the Extreme Wisdom Master. Yunping was shocked to hear this name, and he decisively detonated Chu Jingqiao's body like the fireworks of 2024. Master, what do we do next? The girl held baby Xianxia in her arms, waiting for her master's instructions. Luo Kui, you watch over them. I'll go deal with the mess that Chu Lantian left behind. Having said that, Yunping placed his hand on the tomb's barrier, shattering it. A teasing smile bloomed on his face. Good nephew, are you so idle that your mouth is itching? The bespectacled man nonchalantly replied, Who are you calling nephew? Have you forgotten who cooked and fetched water to raise you to adulthood back then? This man is Chu Lantian, the founding emperor of the Chu kingdom.
Don't think that just because I'm only a remnant soul now, I can't do anything to you. Be careful, I'll jump up and smash your head. So much blood here. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Hearing this, Chu Lantian was so furious that he lunged into a fistfight with Yunping. After a while, the two of them were lying down with bumps all over their heads, both wearing satisfied smiles. I didn't expect to be so happy to see an old friend again. Yunping sat up and said, Kid, you've been in this place for hundreds of years, yet your soul hasn't dissipated. You're quite tenacious. It's almost time. If no one comes, I should disband too. In Chu Lantian's hand was Doraemon's magic box, and he was also waiting patiently for someone to come and take this toy.
Is this thing so important? Yunping wondered. Yeah, a feeling full of worth. When Chu Lantian's eyes looked down at this mysterious box, there was also another matter. Chu Tiantian's soul was linked to the Lantian Empire, so he could clearly see what happened in the empire. Then what do you see? A monster. Is this monster even more terrifying than Jiyu Ling and the 3,000 Great Daos? Do you mean that Kun Xuan and Hongmeng Yuanzhu have come to let me taste a little pain? No. Chu Lantian felt that the monster was too shady. He seemed to be probing, but he didn't know what he was probing, only that his time seemed to be running out.
Chu Lantian narrowed his eyes,
watching himself gradually disappear into the void. Yunping said that, as long as his remnant soul had not been destroyed, he could still help him.
No need, I've lived long enough and I'm tired of it. Chu Lantian placed his hand on Yunping's shoulder, pretending to tell him to take care. For Chu Lantian, sometimes dying was the only meaningful way home. Yunping's face was tinged with sadness, reluctant to let his precious friend leave, but then he had to agree with Chu Lantian's point of view.
That damned Wen Emperor, remember to burn incense for me every year, don't break it 1,000,000 times?
At the last moment, Chu Lantian was still worried that the monster would attack Yunping, worried that the fall of Emperor Wen would continue to repeat itself. Chu Lantian also did not want his brothers to follow in his footsteps. After Emperor Chu left, a piece of paper flew out of the wooden box.
Yunping immediately grabbed it to see what it was, only to realize that it was an IOU that Yunping had written with his close brother hundreds of years ago. The IOU clearly stated that Yunping owed 20,000 gold coins and 3 orders for help. After reading it, he smiled lightly on his mouth, but it was full of sad memories when his brother had disappeared. Outside at this time, Chu Xin had also been resurrected. Third princess, you've finally woken up. Why are you here? And where are my injuries? Not good. Where did my second brother go? Yunping appeared and told Chu Xin that he was dead. Chu Jingqiao was revived with the corpse puppet technique, using his life to exchange for the blood desolate Gu and the blood exchange technique. He used the blood desolate Gu to control Chu Shengxi, and then used the blood exchange technique to change his blood in order to obtain an opportunity to enter the tomb.
Regarding Chu Jingqiao's death, Chu Xin will tell Chu Aoxian after going out,
but she wondered who could have taught him so many evil arts. Even the little girl Luo Kui wanted to know that the person was Ye Ning. Tell those little girls that they don't need to care about this matter, he can handle it himself. But it seems like this girl, Chu Ya Tao, isn't a direct descendant of that Chu Lantian kid. So she probably isn't from the Chu clan.
Shengxi is indeed not, but the other members of the royal family also don't know about this. So that's it. Moreover, the restriction here is actually not to prevent people with bloodlines that are at odds with Chu Lantian, but to prevent creatures with bloodlines similar to Chu Lantian from the outside. Yun Ping was still talking when Shengxi, who had just woken up, vomited violently. "Senior, what's wrong with her?" Yun Ping said that it was not a big deal, it would be fine as long as the little girl vomited the Gu worm out. After puking, Shenji hugged Luo Kui tightly and cried, "Wah!" Ghost Gear scared Shenji so much. "Don't be scared, Shenji, I'm here for you. As for Chu Lantian's inheritance, it's this." Chu Xin read it and fell backward. Turns out the treasure was just an IOU, and the debtor is Wen Di. Wen Di is already pushing up daisies. How are we supposed to collect? This damn IOU is a pain in the ass. Yun Ping calmly whistled, pretending to be clueless, because he'd been hiding the fact that he was Wen Di from them. As long as they don't know, they won't come asking for the debt, and I won't have to do free labor. 10 days quickly passed, and the Myriad Sex Tournament reached its final round. Yun Ping was super hyped, clapping non-stop, so exciting. The tournament to snatch the leaderboard has begun. Everyone, clap for good luck. Except for Jiang Yu, Tian Yu, Xuan, Luo Kui, and Ruo Shui, who looked glum. Only Yan was enthusiastically excited.
Alright, the competition has finally started. All participants, please enter the mystic realm. Yun Ping, with popcorn in one hand and chugging a drink in the other, said, "You brats better not disgrace Yun Tian Academy. Remember to run if you can't win." The referee added, "After entering the mystic realm, if you're in mortal danger, you can crush this identity jade token, and a master will guide you out."
Soon, everyone entered the mystic realm. Jiang Yu Tian was teleported into a lake.
Damn. This teleport point makes it too easy to expose my location. I gotta find a new spot quick.
Jiang Yu Tian was about to leave when he was immediately attacked. He dodged and realized he'd been found. To Jiang Yue Tian's horror, it was Jiang Xuan. His older brother Jiang Xuan advised Yue Tian, "Come back to the Jiang family with me. At least then you'll live as someone from the Jiang family." Chu Yue Tian retorted stubbornly, "Go back and be a slave to the Jiang family. No thanks."
"So you're a coward? You want to run again, little you? Don't be scared, give it your all."
Thinking of Yun Ping's encouragement, Jiang Yuetian's power erupted, flames spreading all over him. "I won't run this time."
"Oh, an elemental physique. Too bad your cultivation is too weak." With that, they both charged at each other.
Two moves clashing created a huge explosion, leaving Jiang Yuetian injured.
"Aya, kid, you're actually a little bit worrisome. If you want to reach the heavens, you gotta get past this obstacle."
After one exchange, Jiang Yuetian collapsed. "What's wrong? Is this all that trash master of yours taught you?"
"Big bro, say what you want about me, but you're not allowed to disrespect my teacher."
With that, the Yi Tianyang spear attacked.
"Haha, too slow. Get out of the way if you want to live." Jiang Xuan thrust his spear at Yue Tian, but she dodged it. "Oh, not bad. Getting away, he taught you well." When Jiang Xuan looked again, he saw his legs and spear had been frozen.
Third move of the ice spear, hidden ice spear. She was now suffering the side effects of the lava body.
"If you force it, you'll be burned to ashes." Jiang Xuan just smiled. "Horrifying, Yu Tian. You dare to use icy frost to fight against my strange fire. You're just a small, insignificant freak." Jiang Xuan unleashed strange fire, blasting Yue Tian away. "You really think you're a match for me? Crap, he's too strong?" At that moment, Jiang Xuan teleported behind Yue Tian. "What can attacking my elemental physique do to me?" He unleashed a critical blow, slamming Yue Tian into the ground. The blow made Yue Tian cough up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Tian suddenly activated lava body.
Jiang Yu Tian sluggishly got up amidst the flames. Almost got roasted. If I hadn't activated lava body, it would have really been game over. Continuing like this, I have no chance of winning. What should I do? Just as he was running out of ideas, his brother made him pissed.
"Why aren't you attacking anymore? Or are you thinking of how to run away, Jiang Yue Tian? Today you're coming back to the Jiang family to confess." This dude's like, "You're a stain on the Jiang family? And stains gotta be erased?" Hearing that shit just burns feels like they're calling me a goddamn dumpster fire, you know? Admit my crime, a stain, haha bro, you're hilarious, haha. Before I was 10, I was isolated and bullied. After 10, it got even worse. Shunned and mocked. Not allowed to talk to anyone. Couldn't go outside. Couldn't fight back when beaten. Kept from the light. Even my favorite pet was heartlessly killed by you guys. Then my dad died and the family abandoned me. And through all of this, I never complained once. I thought I'd just live out my life like that. Until my teacher showed up. That's when my life really began.
Chu Yuetian starts reminiscing about the past, the kid that teared up when he met his teammates, his friends, his senior and junior brothers. Seriously, at this moment the main character's seal has been lifted by the power of friendship.
The hair tie burns to ashes. And the blue spear in his hand transforms into the Phoenix Blaze Emperor spear. I was born innocent. What crime is there to admit? His aura changes rapidly, breaking through one level after another, instantly reaching the Kaiyuan stage.
Big bro can't keep his cool seeing his little brother go completely psycho like this.
Second bro, are you out of your freaking mind? I'd rather be burned to death by the sun than go back to that darkness.
It's time to end this feud between me and the Jiang family, once and for all.
A real man speaks his mind. With that said, he unleashes a massive attack, leaping into the air and transforming into the image of a wrathful dragon.
Jiang Big Bro still thinks he's weak, and as soon as he spaces out, he activates his Hiki armor, forcefully withstanding the super powerful attack from him.
This is the Meteor 1-point pierce. Take this. A spear with extremely high temperature collides with low temperature ice, creating a massive explosion that sends them both flying.
Ziyuetian has won, but he's also taken some serious damage and falls to the side.
The fierce battle between the two Jiang brothers has been observed by Yunping and the others through the crystal ball.
Chu Xian is worried seeing how beat up Jiang looks and asks Yunping if they should send someone over.
He crosses his arms, looking confident. No need, he's fine right now, just passed out.
He'll wake up eventually. You call that fine? When Yuetian looks like that, Princess Chu mutters. Senior, I have a question to ask. Since ancient times, elemental constitutions have been innate, but Jiang Xixiong doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, his elemental constitution was mind, out by me. Elemental constitutions can be mind.
Yunping's words make them feel that it is really unbelievable.
Yunping sips his tea and says, once they reach my level, they'll understand that many things in this world aren't what they seem, but whatever they say goes. Whatever they say goes.
After gossiping about Yuetian, Yunping switches over to Ye Yu Xuan's channel. The two girls are currently in the magma vein lands. Ye Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui, under the heat of the molten rock, are looking hella sexy.
The attack power of the cosplay outfits and the suggestive looks is no joke, bros.
Damn, that's too hot.
In this high temperature, Yu Xuan feels like they should set off early and finish at the top soon. However, neither of them knows how to get up there. Suddenly, Yu Xuan senses a dangerous aura from behind. She picks up Ruo Shui and skillfully dodges the attack. After launching the attack, the stranger finally reveals himself. Finally found you two. What a pain.
This boy's name is Han Mo, a disciple of the 3000 Scrolls Academy, and a descendant of the Lu Ji Han family, a heaven-grade family from the extreme heaven domain. This kid's background is definitely not simple. Strong people from the 3000 Scrolls Academy are as numerous as clouds. The students there are all monstrously talented. Even Yunping came from there.
Do you want to have a chat with us?
That's right. The boy Han Mo happily replies, saying that he originally only intended to take action against people from the extreme heaven domain, but after seeing Zhao Yu's and Ruo Shui's duel, he changed his mind. In Han Mo's eyes now, their goal is only them. Now that Mo Nair has found you two, tell me, who wants to die first? Seeing his arrogant appearance, Ye Yu Xuan couldn't help but shout, Xiao Shui, run far away and let your big sis handle this little punk. The lightning bolt fired at Han Mo is blocked by him. The Han family kid makes a hand seal, jumps backwards, intending to give Ruo Shui a spear to the head. Quick as lightning, a flying kick comes, and the maid saves Ruo Shu, kicking the guy straight into the rock face. After taking that hit head on, the little kid is seriously injured. Cough, cough. Big sis Yu Xuan, you really are just, like teacher said, super strong. Moshe really wants to delve deeper into those two sisters. There must be some interesting secrets. This kid is fearless. Ye Yu Xuan stomped on him until he coughed up blood. Who the hell are you? Why are you looking for us? This guy's actually a maniac. He says he's a student of the Three Books Academy, and he's super into the blood of strong people. So even though Han Mo was badly injured, he seemed excited and unafraid. Yun Xuan found it weird. How could some little spirit platform stage shrimp be so nonchalant? Looks like you're out of luck.
Han Mo didn't seem to think so. He licked his lips and said, "He's not alone." Just then, Zhang Ruoshui was sent flying towards Yu Xuan. Xiao Xuan quickly released Han Mo and caught Ruoshui, preventing her from getting hurt. "Seriously, you can't even handle something this simple? I always gotta come bail your ass out." It was Han Ju Quan who arrived. He's Han Mo's older brother. Big Bro actually came to help more. Moria went to hug him, but Ju Quan pushed him away. Ju Quan said, "I'm here to find Ye Yu Xuan."
He introduced himself, Han Ju Quan, a disciple of the first sect of the 3000 Academy, also one of the 6 extremes of the extreme heaven domain, the 9th son of the Han family. Ruo Shui struggled to her feet, saying that the 6 extremes Han family was no less powerful than the Jiang family, and their first sect disciples were all above the spirit platform stage. She feared that if they didn't go all out, these lunatics definitely wouldn't let it go. The older brother thought Ruo Shui was weaker than expected, so he gave Han Mo a turn. The younger brother was as happy as if he'd gotten a new toy, and shouted, "You two girls, let's play!" The 2 girls were furious when they heard this, and rushed forward to teach the 2 guys a lesson. With a fist and a spear, the 2 sides clashed. Why is Ruo Shui so weak now? Is she holding back? Did she only get one of King Lian's pretty good pills? What the hell do you freeloaders know? And mind your own business, Han Mo felt bored fighting Ruo Shu. The kid thought this girl was really holding back, so he attacked with full force, forcing her to use her trump card.
Not giving Ruo Shu a chance to escape, Han Mo took advantage of her loss of momentum and flew towards her. How strange this weird place is, preventing Zhang Ruo Shu from using the Quiet Moon art, leaving her with no choice but to stand there and take the hit. Mohan's full-force kick sent Ruo Shui flying to the ground. The pushing force of Mo Xiaozi, plus the gravity big acting on Ruo Shui, exerted an enormous force on her, plus the reaction force then overloaded her body, resulting in serious injuries. What a pity, Ruo Shu. You're weaker than I thought, not satisfying at all. Goodbye. For me, your blood isn't precious enough. Ruo Shui's body was now powerless. She no longer had the strength to resist.
Han Mo stabbed down with his spear, but was stopped by Ruo Shui's protective formation. But it was only a matter of time. Xiao Shui tried to grab the spear and struggled. Han Mo looked at her and sneered, "Useless." Looking at that face, Ruo Shui couldn't stand it anymore. "Damn it, I'll risk my life today to die with this Thai freak."
The formation was slowly collapsing, and her life was counting down in seconds. Ruo Shui. A loud cry came from Yu's side.
Ruo Shui, remember what that bastard said? Just admit defeat. In the moment between life and death, Zhang Ruo Shui remembered her old master's words in the secret realm. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, you must learn to give up. This is a lesson to be learned on the path of cultivation. Don't try too hard. With her thoughts clear, Ruo Shui decided to choose to give up. Trisk, a brave girl, doesn't fear losses. She must stay alive to have a chance to mess with this pervert. The 3 words "I admit defeat" were spoken. The sound from the tower announced that the girl had lost her qualification. The tower board was in Elder Wendy's room. Zhao Shu was safe, and she was personally treated and cared for by her master. A moment later, Zhang Ruo Shu woke up. Master Yunping put her hand on her body to praise her. His words were not wasted. This made Yun Laoxi very happy, and everyone was proud of Xiao Shui Kan. The girl never stopped. Suddenly, Chu Xin looked at the crystal ball and found that Ye Yu Xuan's situation was really not good. At this moment, the evil spirit was injecting hatred into Yu Xuan. While the Han brothers were arguing over who got to play with their toy, Xiao Xuan had to grit her teeth and endure, not letting it take over her reason. A "get lost" rang out, and all the black mist was pushed out. After a while, the black mist gradually dissipated. Ugh, so hot. Seeing the eerie aura radiating from Ye Yu Xuan, Han Mo asked his brother, "Bro, what's up with Elder Sis Yu Xuan?" She's like, "Totally different now." Mo Meyer, "So cold, I don't know what that black mist is either." Ye Yu Xuan clenched her fist, gathering dark energy. "I have to avenge Ruo Shu." Now empowered, Ye Yu Xuan aimed a powerful punch at the little punk Han Mo. "You reap what you sow? You wanted to kill, now you pay the price." Han Mo trembled, begging his brother for help. "Bro, save me." Before long, the spear shattered, and Yu Xuan's punch sent Han Mo flying. Han Ju Quan swiftly appeared behind her, intending to kill Ye Yu Xuan by mistake. HMPH, Ye Yu Xuan quickly turned, catching Ju Quan's sword with her bare hand, shocking him. Ye Yu Xuan simply channeled her energy, shattering Han Gongzi's blade into pieces. Ju Quan, realizing the danger, immediately jumped back. Not only did she use her body to take my attack, but she even broke my sword. Since swordsmanship was ineffective, Han Ju Quan resorted to his cultivation technique, summoning the boundless King's Sword to strike at Ye Yu Xuan. Unfazed, she countered with the extreme lightning arrows. The 2 powers collided, creating aftershocks. After a moment,
Ye Yu Xuan faltered and collapsed, while Han Quan seemed unharmed. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore. You're about to die, haha. Who's dying isn't decided yet.
Ye Yu Xuan smirked, pointing and firing a bolt of lightning, instantly forming a formation beneath Han Quan's feet, as countless electric arrows shot down from above.
Archery skill, lightning net. Only now did Han Quan realize that these arrows were the 6 that had blocked the Boundless King's sword earlier, remaining intact after enduring the attack. While Han Quan was still stunned, a massive thunderbolt struck him, instantly turning him into a smoking crisp. I'm serious, you pissed me off. Turns out Han Quan survived, thanks to a protective formation, narrowly escaping death.
Rewinding to the past, during archery training, Yu Xuan was busy eyeing chickens, waiting for the chance to sneak a snack, when suddenly, Yunping appeared behind her, calling her name and making her jump. Eep! Ye Yu Xuan did a complete 180, putting on a flattering face. Yunping knew she was acting. Was one puppet not enough for you, so you had to go and get more?
Release them, and act like a human. Oh, okay. Zhao Yu raised her hand to undo the spell, but unfortunately, it backfired, causing lightning to strike and turn the chickens into crispy roasted bird.
Seriously, you old scoundrel, you cheapskate. Let me explain. It's not what you think.
Alright. Have I spoiled you too much, Xiao Yu Xuan? Today, if you don't copy the academy rules 10,000 times, you can forget about dinner.
Wah! I really didn't mean to, teacher.
And now, let me give a brief introduction to the Abyssal Ice Cloth, one of the 21 extremes. In history, 3 individuals have been parasitized by it. The first 2 were corroded to death, turning into its nutrients. Their souls were not destroyed, but forever enslaved by the Abyssal Ice Cloth. The third being was able to merge with it for a short time, gaining extreme power, and becoming a semi-immortal level powerhouse. But due to this person's negative emotional influence on people, this person was completely transformed into despair, frenziedly killing in the Kun Heaven domain, and ultimately died at the hands of the Azure Rain Heaven Palace and the Emperor's pavilions.
It can be said that only the unluckiest cultivator would be targeted by it. I mean, except for Zhao Yu Xuan, the female lead. Duh. Back to the battle between Ye Yu Xuan and Han Quan. Quan, protected by his formation, only suffered minor injuries, but the attack completely enraged him.
Oh, so what? What are you going to do about it? As Zhao Yu Xuan gloated, a hidden weapon flew past her face. The newcomers were from the Extreme Heaven domain. She licked the small dagger and roasted Han Quan. So Han Quan, you've fallen this low. It's laughable that the #1 genius of our sect can't even beat some unknown girl. Are you here to help or mock me? Of course we're here to help. Why else would we be here? Lame-o, you all are a bunch of noobs. Can't beat her, so you call for backup. But if you guys want to fight, I guess I don't have a choice.
Yu Xuan's aura, generating lightning at her feet, already made Han Quan's group wary. Then, the girl grabbed her dress and bolted, leaving the remaining 3 dumbfounded. Crap, she's running away. Aren't you gonna chase her? Still a bit short. Although Ye Yu Xuan was fast, the 3 were still closing in.
Ye Yu Xuan just smiled faintly, and immediately used her second black feather transformation skill, Black Light. Those 3 were stunned again, dude. Looks like the male and female leads in Manhua are all about their careers now. Haha, you got tricked. You 3 cowardly little chickens, you lost to me. The contest for the Forest Rank Tower is over, and the winner is Ye Yu Xuan. This news spread throughout the city. Damn, why are there 2 couples from 2 different Manhuas here? Good disciple, spare your master, and all the girls in the cultivation world want to capture me. Is it following some kind of devilish plot? Zhao Xiang is ranked 39th on the forest rank. Zhao Yu Xuan is ranked 1st. Luo Kui is ranked 7th. Yan Ji is ranked 2nd. And Ruo Shui's heart realm has also risen. Your master is very happy.
We've hit the jackpot this year. Yunping happily praised his disciples, then subtly chased them away to play elsewhere, while he went to collect the rewards for these kids.
Ye Yu Xuan narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Her teacher was hiding something. Master Yun pinched the little girl's cheek and said, Zhao Yu Xuan, are you doubting me? Are you worried that I'll secretly pocket all of this little reward myself? Yu Xuan started putting on a pitiful face to flatter her teacher. Then can we go out and buy stuff for senior brother Xiao? There are a lot of good things on the business street outside the Imperial Palace. No way. You guys are famous now. Going out will cause a riot. I really want to go out and play. Xiao Yu hugged Yunping tightly and kept insisting on going. Let go of me, Xiao Yu Xuan. Wait for me to receive the rewards, then I'll come find you. Actually, I bet a ton of money on Jiang Yuetian losing. Now, go back to the library. They probably won't come looking for you right away. Scene changed to outside the Imperial City. The 4 of them are discussing who should drive. Only Zhao Kui raised her hand to volunteer. She said that she had learned to ride a horse before, and her skills were good enough not to overturn the carriage.
Anyone else, Ye Yu Xuan, felt a little worried about her sense of direction, but there was no other way.
After some deliberation, only Luo Kui knew how to ride, so she was entrusted with the responsibility of riding the horse, while Jiang Yuetian was the navigator. Letting Luo Kui ride the horse made Yu Xuan, Yan Shi, and Ruo Shui cry inside because the carriage was bouncing around even more than a horse would. Yan Shi was full after eating 4 boxes of milk. Where is the old rogue? Save me. As a sixth sense was felt to change, and Yuan Ping stopped. What's wrong, senior? Nothing, it's just that I thought I heard my Zhao Yu Xuan calling me, but I must have misheard. Master Yun had strengthened the defensive formation for them before leaving, so he felt quite relieved. He followed his heart to the Exotic Treasures Pavilion. At this time, 3 people came out to greet him. Venerable, welcome. We are the guides of this Exotic Treasures Pavilion. The female representative of the Exotic Treasures Pavilion put a paper fan to her chest and said, Our lords have been waiting for you for a long time. Jay, we meet again, Zhao Shuang Niang. It's been a while, your attitude towards me has changed a lot.
The girl then put on a charming look in front of Yuan Ping. I didn't know the Venerable's identity before at the 10 Miles Gallery, so I offended you. I hope the Venerable will forgive me.
Don't flirt with me, you guys are cuter when you keep your original forms. The girls looked at each other for a moment and transformed back into radishes and onions.
We are originally the guides of the Exotic Treasures Pavilion. Our lords have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come upstairs to talk.
Okay, let's go then. At the same time, on the other side, a woman from the Jiang family was holding a cup of tea and discussing Jiang Yuetian's current strength. The man then said, Zhao Xiang can return to the Jiang family now, but if we want to bring this kid back, we need some tricks.
This man who was talking was one of the branch family heads of the Jiang family. Jiang Lao then showed his arrogance. HMPH, our mere dogs and cats from an unranked academy dare to oppose the Jiang family, the overlord of the extreme heaven domain, our heaven rank family. After speaking, Jiang Jiajiang stood up and personally took action to bring Jiang Yutian back. Furthermore, he loudly declared that if Yuan Ping dared to stop him, he would definitely let him taste the power of a peak core formation realm expert, a feeling worse than death. Yuan Ping had already been teleported to the top of the Exotic Treasures Pavilion, and was looking around when, poof, a voice said, Long time no see, from within the smoke. It was the image of an old man leaning on a cane, complaining, Why did Yuan Ping take so long to come see me?
It's just you and me here. Why are you still pretending, Chang Jie? The old man changed his face and returned to his beautiful appearance. This is the sea profound golden cage. You are one of the two. Since you've seen her like this, Yuan Ping then told her how she had pretended to be both male and female in the past, causing Xuanjin to feel guilty. She put her finger over his mouth. Yuan Ping is in the past. Please let it go. Besides, she's not interested in married men. You don't know. But later, I might change my mind, or ambush you at night, only for her strength to be equal to yours. I struggled so hard to escape, in quotation marks. Wen Dai didn't think that person would have strength equal to his. Otherwise, what would have happened? Except for Yuan Zhu, she and Yuan Ping are the only ones Hai Xuanjin can't beat, no cap.
Hearing Xuanjin mention Yuan Zhu, he remembered something. Do you know if there are any other masters besides Hong Meng and Kun Xuan Yuan Zhu who created your 21 Extremes? Xuanjin herself wasn't clear on this. They, the 21 Extremes, couldn't know who created them. They could only know each other's creators. They weren't even sure if either of them were creations of Yuan Zhu. Why are you suddenly asking about this? No one is more familiar with Yuan Zhu than you are. Familiar doesn't mean knowing everything. Yuan Ping said that he recently learned about someone named Zhu Qiangji, and it felt very related to the person hunting down their 21 Extremes. Xuanjin went to the guest table and invited him to join in. While pouring water, Xuanjin recalled a few things. Back then, Yuan Ping and the 2 great Yuan Zhu fought, and his and Yuan Zhu's blood spread throughout the 3 great heavenly domains, nurturing all living things, so that the originally depleted Tian Yi was instantly filled with spiritual energy, giving birth to this era of spiritual abundance.
It's superfluous to say that our main character is a third existence, on par with the 2 great Yuan Zhu.
Perhaps, like Yuan Ping said, that force doesn't call themselves Yuan Zhu. Maybe like that Zhu Qiongji or other forces, they might not even know they are Yuan Zhu. Yuan Ping took a sip of tea and speculated on Xuanjin's meaning. Monsters like Kun Xuan might still exist, one or more. What? Getting cold feet, huh?
They're big shots. Creation sovereigns. Splitting the 3 great heavenly domains with their bare hands, turning primordial chaos into extremes, and spiritual energy into ancient spirits. No matter how big your balls are, you'd still have to stutter. This, Miss Hai found it funny. a being who used a normal human body to ascend to immortality twice, and could still ignore the pressure of Yuanzu.
Who's scarier after all? Xuanjin thought that the only thing in this world that could scare this old man was that Miss Ye.
Time's almost up. After choosing your reward you can scram. Who knows, the next time we meet I didn't even finish my sentence.
Yun Ping comforted the girl.
As long as Hai Xuanjin isn't a box of ashes, I can save her. This moved Xuanjin. Alright, then we'll have to see if that Zhu Qiongji will show face or not.
Just rest assured with me, I'll make him show face. Yun Ping left the exotic treasure pavilion and headed towards the secret realm.
As soon as he arrived, Chu Xin respectfully greeted him. Yun Ping sensed danger. The secret realm had blocked all external signals. Knowing that Ye Yu Xuan was being attacked by his young family, he lost his composure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Half an hour ago, all 4 of old Yun's female disciples were indeed ambushed, and each of them was lying scattered on the ground.
Jiang Fen, the family head, was the one who caused this. Long time no see, Jiang Yuetian turned his head to see who it was.
His eyes widened, suddenly realizing that the man standing in front of him was his third uncle. Third uncle, what are you doing here?
Of course, I'm bringing you back to the Jiang family. You're qualified to return now. Ye Yu Xuan thought about the bet from before. The Jiang family had promised that when Tian entered the Lin rankings, they wouldn't forcibly take her away, but now they wanted to break their promise. Ruo Shui couldn't stand this kind of behavior and praised the Jiang family for being shameless. The Jiang family really has a face that makes people disgusted. The Jiang family reached out and suppressed Ruo Shui and the other 3, reminding the girl to watch her words. He said that their Yun Tian Academy was about to be destroyed, so there was no need to keep one's word in a bet with the dead.
Dead? What do you mean? Why would our academy be destroyed? What's the matter?
The Jiang family then explained that Ye Yu Xuan and the others had injured people from the Jiang family, crippled 2 young masters of the Han family, and severed the meridians of several Mu Sheng from the 3000 Academy.
In the myriad sect competition, that many reasons were enough for their heavenly grade families to take action. What you're saying is ridiculous. You guys couldn't win in the myriad sect competition, so you ganged up or used despicable methods. So what? In the eyes of this Fen family head, any means were useless against those who were already dead.
Give a function that has M belonging to an empty set. The Jiang Fen family head was only coming because he appreciated that Yun Tian Academy had nurtured Yue Tian, so they were looking for death. Oops. So their Jiang family was giving Yun Tian Pavilion enough time to prepare for the funeral.
HMPH. Who knew Jiang Jiatang was so quick? He snatched Luogi's blade with 2 fingers, shocking her. With a light flick, he shattered the blade, then blasted Luogi away with a single palm strike. Oh no! It's senior sister Kui, Ruo Shui screamed. A second later, Jiang Fen, the family head, slammed Ruo Shui's head into the ground with his oppressive aura. So noisy. Looks like these little brats need to learn some respect. You're not allowed to bully Yansher's senior sister. The little girl's words were filled with anger and a burst of fiery energy. How dare he? How hilarious. He suppressed Jiang Yuetian and went for the kill himself. Yan Shi used her bronze insect art to forcibly resist Jiang Jiatang's aura. In return, the branch family head gifted her a punch.
The 2 forces collided,
but only little Ye was injured, her blood and tears mixing in the air.
Seeing the situation was truly dire, Ye Yu Xuan could only send a message to Yuan Ping. Before she could do anything, she saw her senior sister sent flying like a ghost by Jiang Jiatang.
He teleported over, grabbed her hand trying to use the communication jade, lifted Ye Yu Xuan with one hand, and sneered. There, old man Yun, it makes no difference whether that trash comes or not. Respect your elders if you want to live long. Just kidding, bros. Nah, seriously. If you know what's good for you, get out of this trash academy ASAP. Maybe you'll have a sliver of hope to keep your little light. With that, he snapped Ye Yu Xuan's arm and threw her to the ground.
Jiang Yuetian witnessed the tragic scene of his fellow disciples from beginning to end, but because he was locked down by third uncle's aura, he lost the ability to act, and could only hate himself.
Little Ye Yu Xuan was now completely desperate, her blood pooling on the ground. Yu Xuan recalled the weak figure of herself being betrayed by senior sister, just like the scene now. Suddenly, the voice of Deep Abyss Ice echoed in her mind again. Dark Soul, every word guiding her towards corruption. I can give you power, you can do whatever you want. Do you want to kill him? Sadly, the words of the evil soul had now become Ye Yu Xuan's hope. A black-purple flame blazed in her palm, and the atmosphere began to change. Sensing the threat, Jiang Jiatang turned to check
ceremonial sword art. His sword slashed down, but little Ye Yu Xuan easily neutralized it. The black aura spread throughout little Ye Yu Xuan's right arm, seizing her consciousness.
What is this thing? It can swallow my attack. Could it be that your Yuntian Academy is a demonic sect? Little Ye Yu Xuan didn't respond. She only raised her hand and unleashed a torrent of power in the form of black flames. Although Jiang Jiatang blocked the attack, he was pushed back several steps due to the overwhelming power. This isn't good. The branch family head showed fear when he saw that his high-level weapon was also being corroded by the black aura, something he couldn't stop.
Jiang Jiatang quickly used a talisman to escape the secret realm, with Jiang Ye Yu Xuan frantically chased after them but was still a step too late. He successfully escaped Ye Yu Xuan's pursuit. Jiang Jiatang took Ye Yu Xuan away.
She exploded with hatred. Damn it. Just a little more. Just a little more. The shadow took the opportunity to swallow her body. Fortunately, Old Man Yun arrived in time to pull the dark soul out with his hand. The scene was now desolate. All 4 disciples were seriously injured, especially little Ye. Nearly half of her right side was devoured by deep abyss ice, no longer human. Yun Ping blamed himself for not being careful enough, both in the past and this time, allowing tragedy to happen. Yun Ping painfully hugged little Ye Yu Xuan in his arms. I'm sorry, let's go home, then we'll go kill people.
This time, Jiang Jiatang is so dead.
A moment later, at the Jiang family, the azure sky halberd flew from somewhere, piercing through countless defensive formations and plunging into the ground.
What is this? It can break through our Jiang family's grand defense. Hooray! Jiang Yuetian looked closely at this azure sky halberd, suddenly feeling a little familiar. Haha, you guys are screwed. Martial emperors don't kill the graves. The sky halberd will keep people for 3 days. Jiang Yuetian recounted the glorious achievements of the martial emperor.
He said that that person once believed that no matter how sinful a sect was, there would still be innocent people in the end. Therefore, every time before the martial emperor came to exterminate a clan, he would leave the martial emperor's sky halberd at that sect, meaning for the innocent to leave within 3 days.
The martial emperor will come in 3 days, Jiang Yuetian said to his family. Quickly inform the old and young to leave quickly. As for those third uncles, either listen to him and run away, or kick the bucket.
And the family head, his dad, of course didn't buy it. They figured, martial emperor died ages ago, where'd another one pop up from?
They even said loud and clear, that teacher of his ain't coming back. Plus, even if a martial emperor did show up, the Jiang family ain't scared. As one of the 6 ultimate overlords of the extreme heaven domain, this Jiang family is crazy and shouldn't be messed with. 3 days passed in a flash. The Jiang family side gathered a huge crowd, both Jiang and Han families. They're waiting for Yun Ping to come for a showdown. Even the Han family head, Han Qingying, said, if he doesn't show, they'll go trash Yuntian Academy and make sure he wishes he was dead.
That's a hazy cloud, blocking the face of the 2 great families, Jiang and Han. From within the cloud, a young man appears.
Jiang Jingzhong, the Jiang family head, stroked his beard cautiously, asking for the guy's name. The young man came closer, his eyes making the air colder. Yun Ping opened his mouth and said, I am the dean of Yuntian Academy. The Jiang family disciples couldn't help themselves, looking at Yun Ping and bursting into laughter. Ahaha, a cripple, doesn't even have a spirit root.
Anyone without talent or any advantages can become a martial emperor, using the sky strike.
Even Jiang Jingzong gave him the side eye, asking back, so what if I do? Yun Ping gave them 3 days to leave. Now even the ones who deserve to live will become sacrifices of their Jiang family. The Jiang family head, though on the surface he thought the guy was just clueless and putting on a show, was actually a bit worried inside. The guy who dares to mess with their Jiang family hasn't been born yet.
Well, now he has. There's nothing this martial emperor doesn't dare to do.
With that, Yun Ping pointed at the Jiang family head. A lightning bolt struck down, blasting him into pieces on the spot, blood splattering all over everyone's faces.
At this point, the Jiang family realized they'd kicked an iron plate. The tiger wasn't roaring, so the wild Jiang dogs thought they could do whatever they wanted. Witnessing a scene that shocked them to the core, they started scattering and running. Senior, spare us.
Seeing his older brother go down right there, the younger brother was scared shitless and had to kneel down and beg Yun Ping to spare his life, even blaming everything on his younger sister, saying it was all her fault. Suddenly seeing blood gushing from Jiang Yu's mouth, turns out the coward stabbed her a few times. Senior, we've killed this wicked woman. Senior, please let the Jiang family off the hook.
Begging Senior to spare us. The branch family and us are innocent. Please spare our lives.
Jiang Yuetian was like someone lost his soul at this moment. Seeing this, Yun Ping called out, Xiaoxiang, come here. Jiang Yuetian stepped forward towards his master, hugging himself and feeling wronged. Yun Laoxi Yun Ping patted Jiang Yuetian's head comfortingly. Let's go home, Xiao Yuxuan. They are waiting for you at home. I, as your teacher, will be there for you in this place.
Jiang Yuetian shed tears, feeling relieved, and listening to his master's words. Seeing that Yun Ping seemed to be neglecting the Jiang family, Jiang Dai thought of a way to leave this place, but as soon as he moved, the main character used a secret technique to bind his soul tightly, just wanting to imprison him. to torment him forever.
If you dare to touch my wife, you must pay 100,000 times the price.
Suddenly, a voice appeared from inside the Jiang family, scolding Yunping as an evil creature.
The three old ancestors of the Jiang family have emerged to the world, yet you dare to be presumptuous in my Jiang family.
Today I will make your soul fly away and scatter, and your name will be wiped out from the world.
After speaking, the three old ancestors merged into one, transforming into a giant god, preparing to strike Yunping with a mighty blow.
The giant god used magic with his right hand, transforming into a large writing brush, sacrificing the corpse. According to the Jiang family disciples, this is the sacrificial corpse of Emperor Wen, the corpse of a slain person from the heavenly mandate of that year. A sacrificial corpse from Emperor Wen directly killed the Kaiyuan period, and sat in the sect, the power of the blood sacrificial corpse created from the great Tao of Emperor Wen. Even a semi-immortal powerhouse would find it difficult to survive.
The scene of the sky and earth darkened.
Dark clouds blended with the color of blood, and the sacrificial corpse condensed. The old ancestor did not believe that Yunping was strong enough to resist it. Little brat, die. With just one sentence, it transformed into thousands of bloody words like a sea, and the sea of blood rushed madly towards him.
Yunping's face remained unchanged. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He unleashed a move and instantly evaporated the vast sea of blood and sacrificial corpse.
Is this the real strength of you chickens? Witnessing such an incredible scene, the old ancestors frowned in surprise. They still couldn't believe that Emperor Wen's Dao couldn't do anything to him, so they exhausted all their strength to unleash a stronger move.
Seeing the two powerful men fighting like gods, the Jiang family disciples knelt down and worshipped repeatedly, each move stronger than the last, and the entire sky began to bleed.
Destroy for me. This word of destruction rushed towards him at lightning speed, but then it was also caught by Yunping with a single punch before holy shrimp crackers, and the world was at peace.
If you can't beat them, shout loudly. If you can't beat them, then come out. If you come out and can't take it, then this time you'll be saying Say Jonara to the Jiang family. Daring to use Yunping's Dao to kill him, they're really beyond saving.
Upon hearing this, the old ancestor began to consider Yunping's identity.
You can command the Dao of literature, so you must be Emperor Wen Xuanle. Damn, you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Once they learned Yunping's true identity, the Jiang family acted like a bunch of grandkids, kneeling and begging for their lives. These guys are totally stuck in the mud now, trembling in despair. Even the head of the Han family, Han Qingying, was spitting blood from all 7 orifices, developing a demonic heart. Yunping slowly floated into the air, channeling his power, aiming straight at the Jiang family's old ancestor. I told ya, I'm only messing with the Jiang family. No one can save them, no matter who comes. With that, Yunping unleashed his palm, the shockwave obliterating the Jiang family's entire courtyard. From the rubble, 3 stone tablets appeared. Yunping said, "This is their core foundation." He followed up with another attack, the old ancestor just screaming in despair.
Heavenly lightning descended, blasting the old ancestor into smithereens, and all 3 stone tablets exploded into fragments.
From this day forward, the extreme heaven domain will only have 5 great families. The Jiang family will no longer exist in this world.
As Yunping finished speaking, a wave of annihilation power struck the earth from the universe, putting the remaining members on the emperor ranking.
After the Jiang family was wiped out, news of this reached the 3,000 academies. The Jiang family was exterminated, turning the 6 great families into 5. Even the head of the Han family supposedly developed a demonic heart upon hearing the news. Could the person who brought the Jiang family to ruin be a great demon who descended from the ancient immortal era?
I think they pissed off some kind of mysterious, hidden organization. That's why things turned out this way. The sound echoed throughout the extreme heaven domain. Could it be that Emperor Wen has truly been resurrected? No way, he's been dead for ages. On the headmaster's side, he had also received news from his disciple.
Cao Qingluo then reminded his disciple,
"To live long, you gotta know yourself and know your enemy." The disciple replied, "Headmaster, throughout the 3 great heaven domains, the number of people who can kill me can be counted on one hand.
Heo Ter.
In front of that person, whether you live or die depends on one thing, whether he wants to kill you or not."
The old man stroked his beard, pondering,
"Is your master really still alive?" In the extreme heaven domain, after seeing Yunping's terror, the head of the Han family, Han Qingying, developed a demonic heart, becoming a madman. Even renowned divine doctors were helpless before his condition.
Only after receiving news of the Jiang family's extermination did the family head return and give a single, clear instruction. "From now on, don't you dare strut around in front of the Yunqian Academy. Anyone who disobeys will have their meridians severed and be exiled from the Han family."
Hearing this, Han Mo turned pale, sweating profusely, and returned to Yunping's group of teachers and students. Yunping took out the reward from the myriad sects competition to give to Jiang Yuetian. He said that the great wilderness heavenly flame spirit essence only blooms once every 500,000 years. His lava-infused body is an elemental physique derived from the great wilderness heavenly flame. The wild origin flower can allow Yuetian to improve greatly. Xiao Jiang, don't let your teacher finish, Yuetian interrupted, knowing that Yun Laoshi was trying to comfort him about the Jiang family. As far as Yuetian is concerned, the Jiang family was more like hell. If the Jiang family is destroyed, then the world is rid of one hell. Yunping sighed, thinking to himself. Human relationships are complex. The Jiang family's extermination still had an impact on the kid.
He only hoped that this wouldn't affect Yuetian's life and cultivation. Yunping went to Yuetian and patted his shoulder, advising him to rest well.
He added, "This academy will always be your home." Hearing Yunping's words, Yuetian's heart felt a little warmer.
After Yun Laoshi finished comforting Yuetian, he went outside. He stood behind the wooden wall, seeing his little disciples Fang Yan and Ye Yu Xuan playing happily, ignoring their injuries. "Senior sister Yanter pushed me again," the girl meant. For some reason, the wheel suddenly stopped, and it turned out that the old pervert had been standing behind her for who knows how long.
"I heard you say Yu Xuan," Yunping asked. Yu Xuan wanted to explain to Yunping but was scolded by him instead. Saying that the situation wasn't good, Fang Yan also found an excuse to play the zither for Jiang Yuetian to relieve his boredom and left the scene.
Xiao Ye
said that she just wanted to find him. This sentence from Yu Xuan made Yunping unable to get angry, only sighing. A moment later, Yun Laoshi brought Yu Xuan into the bedroom. The girl started whining, complaining about one half of her body, just pretending to be pitiful.
"Weren't you just having fun? If the academy knew you were having so much fun, they'd hate you so much." Being scolded by Yunping, Yu Xuan then pretended to be weak and cried, "But I want to recover from the inside out, only with, just kidding."
In fact, she wanted to recover her health, Ye Yu Xuan cried, and begged the old teacher to find a way to heal her. And so, the two of them were healing, while making strange noises, causing Ruoxu and the brothers to have dirty thoughts.
Because the event that Tian Yu came to attack made Xiao Ye suffer the most, the teacher punished Yu Xuan for 3 days and 3 nights because of this, creating strange noises, which also caused Xiao Shui to lose sleep for 3 days.
Xiao Yu Xuan shuddered with pleasure under her master's skillful guidance, her limbs spasming.
"Old pervert.
Why don't you just get rid of all the remaining abyssal frost power directly? It's not as easy as you think, kid. Its power isn't that simple." Yunping felt lucky that he brought her back in time, otherwise she would have returned to Mother Earth by now. Removing it all at once would be too much for your current body. That's enough for now. After some healing, Xiao Yu Xuan had recovered quite a bit, and there were no longer any visible traces of erosion on her body. For now, we can use a formation to maintain a normal appearance. But the damage to Xiao Yu's body hasn't been resolved yet, so it needs to be patched up every day before it fully recovers.
Xiao Yu Xuan happily hugged Yunping tightly, saying, "Thank you." Yunping smiled, patted her head, and reminded his disciple to be careful and not clumsy. Once Chu Xin arrives, they will set off for the Kun Heaven domain. Xiao Fangyan informed his master Jiang Shaoguang and the Loli Shenxi that they had arrived. The moment Luo Kui saw Shaoguang, she recognized him as her opponent from the previous myriad sects competition, and she immediately demanded a one-on-one duel to settle things once and for all. Shaoguang scratched his head and asked Luo Kui, "What do you want? Are you itching for a rematch? Didn't you win last time?"
"You intentionally let me win last time. This time, we have to fight a serious battle."
While Luo Kui was only focused on the duel,
the little girl Shen Shi took the opportunity to pounce on Luo Kui and grope her. "Does Sister Luo Kui miss me?"
"Xiao Shi missed you so much." The little girl Shen Shi flashed a mischievous smile, looking at Xiao Guang with eyes that seemed to declare ownership. "Sister Luo Kui's attention belongs to me."
Yun Laoshi waved his hand and said, "Wait until Lu Kuyo Kui's injuries heal before you fight, master. Do you really want me to fight my junior sister?" "Of course. From now on, you're Luo Kui's punching bag for practice, got it?"
Jiang Shaoguang had no choice but to nod helplessly at his master. Master Xiao Fangyan wondered, "Why did Chu Xin and the others come here?" The old master said, "With Ye Yu Xuan's body condition, you can only find a way to recover in the Kun Heaven domain, at least for half a year, so during this time, their cultivation will be assisted by Chu Xin instead of Yunping." Seeing the old master paying attention to her, Ruo Shui felt that something ominous was about to happen. Sure enough, she was the lucky one that Yunping wanted to bring along, while everyone else wore faces as bright as flowers.
"All right. Now that everyone's here, we can prepare to set off. To ensure safety, how are we going to the Kun Heaven domain this time?" Oh my, the scene in front of me is too hot to handle, so rude bros.
Yuan Ping had actually made preparations for this trip to the Kun Heaven domain. In the direction Yuan Ping pointed, a girl with an indifferent face suddenly emerged from the void. Hello everyone.
I am Ren Yi Men. Yun Lao Shi explained that she was a type of demon. You can also think of her as a creature similar to a flying cock.
Ren Yi Men was once taken care of by the senior Fei Ji. Many Ye Yu Xuans liked the idea of using domain-crossing talismans because they were more convenient, but the old master said that the talismans couldn't be used. Domain-crossing talismans can only cross one layer of the heavenly domain, and the Kun Heaven domain is 2 layers away from them. Domain-crossing talismans can't be used consecutively, so you can't go to the Extreme Heaven domain and then to the Kun Heaven domain. Xiao Yi hugged her master and asked, "How do you use Ren Yi Men?" That's not simple at all. Ren Yi Men then flung open her coat, causing Zhao Xuan and Zhao Shu to shyly cover their faces. Ye Yu Xuan's eyes widened, her mouth forming an "oh" as she saw what was in front of her. Ren Yi Men's chest was emitting a magical light. "See that, kids? The door's open."
We can go straight in, master. This is some crazy stuff, master. One try, and you know she's a player.
Yuan Ping then took Zhao Yuxuan's hand and placed it on Ren Yi Men's chest. A scream. The face of this flying space creature is too magical. One by one, Yuan Ping threw everyone into Ren Yi Men's chest. She trembled, unable to bear this feeling of pleasure.
And is the master ready? Okay, let's go, girl. Yes, master. At this time, in the Kun Heaven domain, the disciples of a certain sect were struggling to resist the attacks of night wolf beasts. When a red-haired young man was in a desperate situation, a ray of golden light pierced through, sending the little wolf to reunite with its ancestors, our holy martial sect, eliminating demons and defending the Tao. How can we lose our way because of these demonic creatures?
It turned out that the person who had just arrived was Duan Xingchen, the holy maiden of the holy martial sect, and also the senior sister of these idiots. Holy martial sect disciples, listen to the order. Form the Celestial Purity 9 formation. The disciples obeyed the holy maiden's orders, standing in a 4-pointed star formation, creating a solid protective formation.
The night wolves retreated in fear at the sight of the light. The disciples were relieved to see them scared away by the holy maiden's holy purity body, but they didn't know that she was gritting her teeth and enduring.
Hold on, just a little more. We must let everyone survive and return. Disciples, don't be distracted. Continue to focus on the formation. The disciples shouted, "Yes," in unison, and performed the hand seals behind Duan Xingchen. Suddenly, a strange object came flying in. Xiao Yu Xuan and Xiao Shu fell from the sky, breaking the formation. Seeing the 2 strangers fall made the disciples even more confused. Duan Xingchen felt angry because these brats, out of nowhere, ruined their only hope of survival. Xingchen thought, "We clearly could have held on for a few more minutes to light up the ruins and let everyone escape. What are we supposed to do now?" The formation gradually lost its effectiveness, and the monsters began to attack again. Even Duan Xingchen suffered a significant backlash. She ordered the holy martial sect disciples to leave the ruins and return to the sect to report what happened, while she would buy them some time. Duan Xingchen also advised Yu Xuan and Ruo Shui to leave this place. But another unidentified object appeared from the sky. Before she could assess the situation, Yuan Ping landed with a flying kick to the face. Xingchen, oh man, this girl's luck is just the worst. The main character scratched his head, asking his disciples to explain what just happened. But he didn't know that he was still stepping on Edison's groundbreaking invention. Sorry. Even though Duan Xingchen was a saintess, she couldn't help but feel annoyed in this situation, thinking, if it were me, I'd hit him even harder. Nah, never mind, no need for apologies. She figured she was about to die anyway, so what was the point of getting angry? Duan Xingchen closed her eyes peacefully. Anyway, everyone's about to see Chicken naked, right? Why did they run out? Yuan Ping was sure that he had set the coordinates of the Ren Yi sect in the Yangkui flame domain, so they shouldn't have encountered this kind of demonic creature.
You know them, master. You could say they're domain creations. When I was inexperienced, I created a bunch of monsters like these. But why do they have the aura of the deathly evil spirit?
Yuan Ping remembered that the deathly evil ice was imprisoned by Kun Xuan in the demon clan.
With just a flick of his finger, like snapping ashes, Yung Laoshi made the monsters vanish in an instant.
Seeing that the demon, which even the Holy Martial Sect and the Imperial Emperor Pavilion were unwilling to provoke, was easily destroyed by this seemingly ordinary man, Xingchen couldn't help but feel admiration for Yuan Ping. She bowed her head and thanked him profusely, introducing herself as Duan Xingchen. If there's anything you need me for in the future, I'll do it, even if it means dying 10,000 times. Holy Martial Sect. Yuan Ping had truly never heard of this name before. He asked Duan Xingchen, "What's your relationship with the Holy Pure Profound Gold?"
You know our sect, master. Yun Laoshi stroked his chin and said, I just want to ask if he knows about the existence of the Yangkui flame domain.
Because she didn't know the identities of the three of them. Although she owed the Yunping's group a life debt, she couldn't repay their kindness by endangering the Holy Martial Sect's sect master.
Yunping suggested that she use a magical artifact to tie them up, so she could be at ease. Then, please forgive my impudence, after fiddling around for a while, Duan Xingchen tied Yunping up in a suggestive manner. You know what I mean, bros? Duan Xingchen even puffed out her chest proudly and said,
My skills were taught by my master. This kind of tie is both beautiful and practical, I swear. The two disciples saw their master tied up like that, and giggled gleefully.
Master, you're such a talent, Ye Yu Xuan interjected. Andidi, you're not allowed to talk about other people when you have a weird spiritual root.
Their smiles didn't fade for the entire journey. Ye Yu Xuan, you've been laughing for so long, can you take a break?
Don't blame me. It's just that even our pervy teacher has a day like this. After saying that, the two disciples burst into laughter again. If you laugh one more time, I'll let you try the tying. As he spoke, Yunping had some lewd thoughts about Ye Yu Xuan in his mind. Oh, right. Yun Laoshi turned to Duan Xingchen and asked, Do you know if the Yangkui flame domain is nearby? She replied, I've never heard of it, or been there. The area you guys are in right now is the Great Luo flame domain of the Heavenly domain. We must have made a mistake then. Yunping suddenly realized something was wrong. So, it's the wrong zone. The Yangkui flame domain only has the flame cloud as a distinctive area. Could something have happened in the last few hundred years?
After a while, Yunping and his disciples arrived at the Holy Martial Sect. Looking at it from the outside, it was truly magnificent and grand.
Duan Xingchen led the three of them to the main hall, when she suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from inside. You guys, stop trying to hold me back. This daddy's got to go to the abyss of the devil race and slaughter those bastards causing trouble. Xingyao, please, calm down a little. Stop talking trash like you're some 20k MMR god. You're gonna end up feeding and lose so hard, it's not even funny. Bullshit. To avenge my beloved little sister, I'm willing to self-destruct if I have to.
Xingyao brandished his sword at everyone, determined to go to the abyss of the devil race.
Anyone who dares stop him will face his wrath.
Xiao Xingchen walked up from behind. I dare you to try and cripple me. See what happens, Xingyao. Overjoyed to hear his sister's voice, ran to hug her, throwing his sword to the elders. My little sister is back. Didn't I tell you, don't call me little sister in public?
Ah, alright, good disciple, you're back.
This is just too good. Duan Xingchen's master excitedly asked what had happened outside. Why were the disciples spreading rumors that she had reincarnated?
Xingchen said, It's a long story, I'll explain it to you later, master. Anyway, nothing major happened. Her master then gave Yunping a knowing glance. Xingyao became jealous, seeing his disciple bringing home a handsome, strange man. He should have been the hero who saves the beauty, damn it.
Seeing her master looking tense, Duan Xingchen introduced everyone. These three are Yun Gongzi, Ye Xiaoji, and Zhang Xiaoji.
And this is third elder of the Holy Martial Sect, Duan Xingyao, Duan Xingchen's master, and also her beloved older brother. All three master and disciples thought to themselves. Oh, one thought. These so-called masters are just pretending to be upright.
Actually, they're all in the same boat as that old rogue, another realized. This is the guy who taught Duan Xingchen how to tie people up.
And Yunping saw him as a total siscon. Xingyao led Yunping and the others into the hall, saying as they walked, You said you came here to request an audience with our sect leader. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my disciple, suspicious characters like, you wouldn't even be allowed to step through the sect's gate. Don't get cocky. This is related to my disciple's injuries, and the safety of my friend. Yunping hoped Xingyao could consider their situation. Xingyao remained firm. I won't let these people meet the sect leader. The sect leader's safety is our responsibility. Begging here is just a waste of time, you might as well shut up and leave. A loud shout cut off Duan Xingyao's words. Spots of light flew from somewhere to the throne and transformed into an old man with golden hair. The old man sitting on this throne is the sect leader of the Holy Martial Sect. And he himself didn't say he wasn't willing to meet people.
Seeing the sect leader appear, both Xingyao and Xingchen bowed in salute. The sect leader shifted on his butt and slowly approached, flattering Yunping to calm him down. Then he told Duan Xingchen to take Yunping's disciples for a walk, while he would discuss important matters with Yunping inside. Seeing their sect leader acting so cautiously, Xiao Xingchen couldn't help but become curious about the main character's background.
The holy sect leader poured tea and asked, Why has Yunping returned to this place? Because he knows he doesn't like the Kun Heaven domain.
Even though he doesn't like this weird place, Yunping had to come. Actually, the sect leader already knew the reason, so he teased Yunping. Here to heal your little lover.
This joke made him spit out his tea. Watch your language.
That's my disciple.
After letting the Holy Martial Sect leader know the reason for his visit, Yunping didn't beat around the bush. I want to know why the Yangkui fire domain disappeared 200 years ago. This place is still the Yangkui fire domain under the management of the Yangkui fire spirit, so why has it become the territory of your holy purity sect?
The old sect leader replied. The Yangkui fire domain disappeared 150 years ago. It was a rain of black. That event was too bizarre. The raindrops weren't liquid, they were more like fragments, and these fragments extinguished the raging flames of the Yangkui fire domain. At that time, the old sect leader had just awakened from a deep sleep. He sensed that the Yangkui fire spirit seemed to be severely injured to its core, so it led its Yangkui fire domain away from this place. Yunping found this a bit suspicious. As one of the 21 primordials, each of them is an existence on par with heaven and earth, the Tao. It shouldn't be so easy to mess with them.
That black rain couldn't have been a natural disaster. Someone must have interfered. The sect leader wasn't sure either. It's just that the demonic entities left behind in this area all carry the aura of deadly ice spirits. If it really was done by the deadly ice spirits, then the person who released them is related to the one hunting down the 21 primordials. Yunping wanted to know what the old sect leader thought about the identity of the hunter. The old man was silent, dipped his finger in the tea, and wrote a word, Ye. Then he said it aloud, Ye Quan Qiu.
Hearing this name, Xu Feng's expression changed, and his mood became a little heavy. Although it was just a suspicion, this was something Yunping would have to investigate later.
And if he wanted to find An Huo's whereabouts, he had to go to the fatty skinny gambling den in Chaos City, which had reopened just a few days ago. It had been a long time since Yunping had seen the gambling den reopen. The last time was back in the early Heavenly Doom era. The old sect leader kept pestering him, saying he would let the disciples ride the holy martial sect's spirit beast mounts.
Hearing that, everyone knew the old man was trying to ask for a favor. The sect leader just wanted him to take the little girl Duanxing Chen along, which would satisfy her curiosity. Yunping had no choice but to put on a bored face and agree to take the baggage along. Then he saw Ye Yu Xuan open her eyes wide, looking at the holy sect's ducks. Wild ducks. The two little girls ran over to touch their soft feathers. Then, the old sect leader patted Duanxing Chen on the head, advising her at length, saying that she was all grown up, had fledged her wings, and had to mature on her own. Moreover, she had the sect leader's cultivation technique and the holy pure body, so she couldn't slack off in her cultivation. Duanxing Chen outwardly obeyed the sect leader, but inwardly felt that his words were a bit strange. After speaking, the old man was relieved to hand Duanxing Chen over to Yunping, while the third elder stood aside, tearfully pleading, Next time, I'll treat you to wine. If anything happens, remember to call me using the sound transmission stone. Got it. Although he was making plans to drink with Yunping, the sect leader knew that he was reaching his limit. The black rain had drained his original source power. He closed his eyes, hoping that he could endure a little longer. Otherwise, it would be too late. His sixth sense reminded Yunping that his old friend was hiding something. Just as he thought he was being overly sensitive and was just lost in thought, Ye Yu Xuan poked his cheek and asked, Old pervert, what are you worried about, teacher? Nothing, just thinking about some things. On the contrary, the formation concealing the blackening on your body has expired. We have to find a way to patch it up. Okay. After flying for a while, Xiaoxing Chen curiously asked about the fatty skinny gambling den with her loudspeaker of a mouth, while Zhang Ruoshu was in an awkward situation because Xing Chen's hair kept hitting her face. Yunping pointed out the magic of the gambling den. This gambling den has been open for a very long time, once in the early Heavenly Doom era, and once before that at the end of the Hundred Saints era, tens of thousands of years ago. The more Duanxing Chen listened, the more unbelievable she found it, and Ye Yu Xuan agreed, wanting to know how old the gambling den's boss was. The teacher told Ye Yu Xuan about their concept. That's too profound, they might die, but absolutely not fake deaths. Xiaoxing Chen then started asking Yunping all sorts of things about the two bosses, but no matter what she asked, he replied that he didn't know. What's the cultivation of those two bosses? Don't know? Then what's the identity of those two people? If they don't die of old age, then they must at least have heaven-piercing status, right, Dunno? Then what's their purpose in opening the gambling den? Dunno either. Why do you say you don't know everything I ask? Are you teasing me, or else I'll shoot? The things you're asking about are all things I really don't know, so of course I can't answer. Then what do you know? Yunping said that he only knew that they knew a lot. The kids thought the old teacher was teasing them, so they sullenly puffed out their faces. So if we lose in that gambling den, what will happen? Holy moly, is this little girl possessed by a demon or something? Why does she ask so much? Are you a 3-year-old or something? Being scolded by old Yun, the little girl Xing Chen sulked, but because not only her but also Ruo Xue was curious about this young man said, If you want to know the consequences, you have to see what you bet. Know that everything can be bet,
as long as it's something they have, even their souls.
The four of them had arrived in Chaos City. Ye Yu Xuan was a little scared. Hiding behind Yunping, she said. So betting the soul is equivalent to betting your life, Yunping added. Even if you bet your life, there must be conditions.
Suddenly, a beautiful woman with 2 demon horns on her head came to Yunping. This young master looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?
Xiao Ye looked blankly, not knowing what she was.
The demon woman pressed her chest against Yunping, saying that she wanted his name. Can I get your info?
Yunping blushed and replied, This humble one's surname is Yin, name Zhiping.
Hee, Yunping, never heard of it. Have you met Wendy Xuan Lei? This humble one is just an unknown little cultivator who's only 20 years old. Even if I wanted to, there's no way I could meet that old geezer.
Ye Yu Xuan saw that the she-devil was all over her shifu and flew into a rage. Seriously,
am I seeing things? Tangling with this demoness can't be good, so Yunping grabbed his disciple and hauled ass. While the group was walking, Xiao Ye suddenly tugged at his robe, stuttering. Old pervert, what are you saying, Xiao Ye? I can't hear you clearly. Her next words nearly made him faint. Are you Liqi Yangzi? It's just that I see so many beautiful women have a thing for you. But you don't seem to care at all. This Xiao Ye is really something. Her innocent words unintentionally embarrassed Yunping in front of his disciple.
Xiao Yu Xuan, you're talking nonsense. Say another word, and I'll let you taste the Academy's stricter punishments.
Suddenly, a man ran out screaming, I don't want to die, I'm not playing anymore. But a second later, his soul was sucked away. Unlucky you, inheriting misfortune while your family gets the jackpot. Remember to watch out next life.
Xiao Yu Xuan felt scared and clung to Yunping.
What just happened?
The teacher is a cultivator, using his spiritual soul to bet, so of course he lost.
The fatty, who was cold-blooded just a second ago, now shows a cheerful face to welcome guests. The four of Yunping followed the old man into the casino, and as soon as they entered the hall, a waiter greeted them. But that's not the main point, my dudes. What I'm concerned about is seeing a familiar figure in this joint again. What do you guys want to play, big or small, everyone? It's easy to play. Since Duan Jingchen was playing for the first time, she didn't understand the rules. Should we ask questions first?
The white-hatted dealer spoke up.
What do you want to ask? Along with the answer, from the first time I met you, I already knew in my heart.
Her question is simple, and her answer is also simple, taking 40 copper coins from her. So what about me?
Yunping wondered. Boss, you don't have to mess with me like that. You're just bullying the common folk. Kid, don't make things up. Your tall tales and lies, if you try to trick kids with them, they'll beat you up.
Your question should be worth at least 100 coins. All right, whatever the boss says goes.
Hey, the light bulb of Edison. You go first, kid. Yes, I will. The spirited girl said she had never played before, and she didn't bring any money with her. Oh God, let Da Yunping take care of this. He pulled out a 400-year-old pure world ginseng from his magical pocket. Its value is equivalent to 8 coins. Yunping gave Xingchen some guidance, but unexpectedly she won big on her first try.
The gamblers watching from the outside were jealous and thought he was cheating.
I'm just lucky, hee. Next turn is Zhao Xingchen's. She was excited and played big, betting all 30 coins on small in the first round. But the result was big. Following Senatu's philosophy of, if you're still breathing you can still win, the little girl went all in with her last 2 coins, and ended up with nothing.
Because she went bankrupt, Xingchen cried loudly, Waka, I feel like I'm not suited for this sport.
Sorry, I lost all my money. Gambling is the father of poverty. Next time you go out, remember not to get involved in these things. Now let your bro get it back with a huge hand, small for one game, deciding the win or loss. The white-hatted dealer gave Yunping a chance to think carefully before deciding, but Yunping also wagered his life to make the bet more exciting. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning struck next to the casino, and everyone in the casino started whispering, Oh, the familiar couple went back to their world. Why is there lightning? Heavens, another crazy person wants to bet their life to turn the tables. I don't even know how many today. Boss 6 power is so deep and immeasurable, this time the guy is dead for sure. Xiao Yu Xuan also felt worried for him. Little Ye. Don't worry, my man Shu Feng is super OP, he doesn't know the meaning of losing.
Skinny Boss grinned dangerously. Haha, your life is only worth a copper coin here at most.
1 copper coin it is. All in for me, little bro. The skinny old man waved his hand, forming a chi binding barrier to block any disturbances inside.
Skinny Boss started shaking the bell like crazy.
Yunping leaned back in his chair, relaxing. Aya, you want my life that badly? You know I don't want to kill you in such a simple way. So what deep-seated grudge do we have? Have you forgotten about the ancient spirit tomb? And none of you remember her either, huh? That's just her fate. I've never believed in destiny. After a tense battle of wills, the bell and dice sounds finally stopped.
The white-hatted dealer slammed the bell down hard.
Yunping looked at him with a raised eyebrow, making him nervous. Hey, I'm the one betting, not you, boss.
Why are you so anxious?
The barrier opened and everyone was shocked. Yunping won big time. They really hit. The odds were 1 in 46, 656. Looks like with some luck, playing this might earn you even more than the lottery.
Yunping handed the money he just won to Duan Xingchen so she could get her questions answered.
After that, Yunping looked at the skinny boss and asked, "It's time for you to answer our questions, boss."
Forget about fate, follow me then. On Xingchen's side, the fatty led her away to get her questions answered.
The little girl clasped her hands, thinking, the truth that's appeared countless times in my dreams. Am I finally going to find out? Yunping, Zhang Ruohan, and Ye Yu Xuan followed the skinny boss, not knowing they were falling into some dark place, scaring Ye Yu Xuan so much that she screamed.
She hugged Yunping tightly and yelled, "You pervert, this place is scary. I think I'm about to fall."
Yunping said, "Don't be afraid, this is like a special effects movie, it's not real." The skinny boss touched the brim of his hat and asked, "The question you want to ask is related to the Yangqi fire domain, right?" Yunping said honestly, "That's right. You see the wound on my disciple. Only Yangqi divine fire can heal it, but the Yangqi fire domain has disappeared. The Yangqi fire domain is no longer in the Kuntian domain at all. The Yangqi divine fire and its clansmen went to a very special place, the underworld."
Mentioning that name made Yunping feel uneasy.
Of all the places to go, why the underworld? The skinny boss put his hands on his hips, looked at Yunping and laughed. "After so many years, you're still afraid of her. The truth is, even if tens of thousands of years pass, the space in your heart won't change." As he was speaking, Ye Yu Xuan pouted in Yunping's arms and said, "Could it be one of teacher's old flames?" Yunping coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about that. I still have 260 left. Can I ask another question?"
Skinny boss nodded. "As long as the money's enough to pay for the problem's answer, that's good then."
The first thing Yunping wanted to ask was, who the heck was after the 21 extreme geniuses?
Skinny boss went silent, probably thinking something over, his face gradually turning serious.
Then he glanced at Ye Yu Xuan and said, "You can't afford the price." Yunping held out his hand and said, "Bro, you haven't even quoted a price yet. How do you know I can't afford it?" Skinny boss didn't say anything, just dispelled the illusion. You couldn't afford it no matter how much. Yunping's group was teleported outside, and Yunping's mood was getting more and more complicated.
Even he was also banished out with his spiritual sense at the same time, but looking at his face, the result wasn't good. He didn't even pay attention to Yunping's group standing there and ran off in a panic.
Is this asking for an answer that messes up your life? As soon as that succubus saw Yunping, she ran over, pressed her massive boobs against him, and said, "You're finally out."
Yunping stammered, "Girl, I really don't think I have the charm to be worth your persistent pursuit."
The woman said again, "I won't mistake it. You have his scent on you. The scent of him I'll never forget in my life." Ye Yu Xuan looked at Yunping warily and asked, "Who is him?" The beauty cupped her cheek, putting on an infatuated look, and said, "That man named Wendy."
Before she said that it was okay, but after she said that, Ye Yu Xuan put on a face like she was about to kill someone and grabbed Yunping.
Yunping had a woman on each arm and didn't know what to do for a moment. Only Zhang Ruoshui was still clueless, not knowing what was going on. Wen Din, the current Thunder Emperor, isn't he already dead? I'm afraid this miss is mistaken.
Yunping grabbed at that like a drowning man. He weakly said, "Right, that's right. The three great sky domains all acknowledge that Wendy is dead. This beauty shouldn't just say anything." Only the woman didn't compromise and continued to stick to Yunping. More than anything, Ye Yu Xuan had a smell on her that she hated.
The beauty pointed straight at Ye Yu Xuan and said, "You're very similar to her." Ye Yu Xuan looked at the beauty in surprise. Her?
Who are we even talking about? Yunping felt like he couldn't let things go any further, so he took out a scroll and handed it to the beauty and said, "I have Wendy's scent on me." Probably because of this Wendy's authentic legacy scroll.
The beauty looked at the scroll in Yunping's hand with infatuation, her tail wagging repeatedly, her face full of love, just wanting to grab the scroll and hug it in her arms immediately. Is this really Wendy's traces?
After putting on an unrealistic story to fool that succubus, Yunping also left, leaving the melancholy beauty behind. So many years have passed, and I don't know if that person is still alive. After escaping one person, Yunping's group must now go through the river of life and death, Naihe Bridge.
Isn't this going to the underworld? The first thing is to be reborn, And then Yunping's group advances to the head of the bridge, where Meng Po is cooking soup.
Meng Po said, "You know the price of Mu Mao Xing's life? All 50 years of life." Yunping nodded, held out his hand to Meng Po and said, "Just take it anyway, I have a lot of lifespan."
After taking Yunping's lifespan, Meng Pa scooped a bowl of soup for everyone. After drinking it, they can continue on their way, but only God knows whether this soup can really be drunk.